Caroline couldn't even scream anymore as the metal spread from her heart until all that remained was a mannequin of iron. The low vitality and toughness of a healer became apparent, as she didn't even have time to struggle before her death. On the other hand, Richard was dumbfounded along with the still more than 30 elites around him. What the hell was going on? Always the healer first, William said, his voice cold, and then you do the ads, followed by the big boss. With those words, metal slid up and covered his face, not even leaving any holes for air to seep through. His spear was still stuck in Caroline's corpse of metal as the two warriors closest to him made their move. The first one swung down a massive heavy sword, aiming for the hand that held the spear. William didn't even bother to dodge as the man hit his lower arm. To the surprise of everyone but William, the arms didn't even move. Instead, the warrior felt the impact reverberate up his arms, causing him to grunt in pain. The ground below William did sink in slightly, but otherwise, he didn't really feel the blow very much. Counteracting the force using metal manipulation on his armor was simplicity itself, while the enchantments Herman had placed on the armor nullified much of the impact. Along with that, William didn't exactly rate the man very highly. The other warrior simply stabbed towards William's back, his blade not finding any purchase either as it encountered the impenetrable armor. Boring, a distorted voice sounded out from within the golem-like body. Taking his spear out in a far faster motion than any of the warriors were capable of, he swung it to one side, slicing up the chest of the one with the heavy sword, while 4 blades seemed to emerge from the armor as they stabbed through another. Instantly 2 warriors fell as Richard started to realize the gravity of the situation. Formation, he yelled as they all shrugged off their groggy states and all retreated away from the metal caster. The casters on Richard's side began to condense spells, as the 2 archers that remained began to each channel a power shot. Not that William planned on letting them fire it, as more weapons emerged from his armor. William didn't have any spatial storage, but instead used the legacy of Hermann Schmidt to summon his armory. It was akin to spatial storage in some ways, but in other ways it wasn't. The weapons didn't physically exist, but were constructed in real time by the skill as he used them. It allowed William to summon creations of the late Smith. Swords, axes, spears, daggers, all sorts of weapons, and some pieces of armor. Though the young caster didn't need that part of the ability, as he was more than fine when it came to his defenses. It did cost him mana to create these weapons, but it was nothing compared to using his other metal creation skill. These weapons were now flying out one by one from his body as he focused his mind on controlling them. When he had first gotten the skill metal manipulation, he could manage only a few daggers. It rapidly progressed from 3 to 4 to 5, and so on and so forth. Now more than 20 weapons that were far bigger than a dagger flew around him with erratic movements. Like a school of fish, they bombarded the poor warriors, who could only scream and run as the nearly 24 weapons chased them down pointy end first. Seeing that this couldn't go on, Richard charged towards William as he released a shockwave of force. While the young caster's armor gave him incredible defenses, it did have its limits as he was blasted backward, momentarily losing control of some of the flying weapons. However, he quickly stabilized himself as he raised his spear and met Richard's glowing sword with it. A mighty clash of caster and warrior ended as one would expect, with William pushed back, forced to retreat as a red gleam started enveloping Richard. His blows got faster, as William was forced to retreat as he started feeling a bit dizzy from the impacts. It was like he was stuck inside a giant bell as the man hammered it with his sword. Without the enchantments, William would, without a doubt, be spitting out blood from internal injuries by now. As he retreated by sliding backward, he didn't get far as a power shot hit him in the chest, making him nearly fall over from the impact. The arrow naturally disintegrated as it hit the armor, but it did leave a slight dent and scratch where it had hit. The archer himself wasn't in a much better state as his arm looked decrepit and weak. He looked in an even worse shape after more than 20 swords pinned his body to the ground after he was too weak to dodge. William, wasting no time, slid forward as he simply manipulated his body to smash into Richard, who didn't manage to raise his shield in time. The spear struck down again and again, but was reflected every time. The spear he used was, of course, the epic rarity skill Spear of Pharoah's. It raised his physical stats significantly while wielding it, and the powerful curse placed upon it only made the weapon all the deadlier. But while it could turn anyone it hit into metal, it only worked on living things, which meant that William had to penetrate flesh to activate it. Something Richard currently hadn't allowed him to do, as he either dodged or blocked every blow. Neither of them was agility-focused in any way, but their speed was nevertheless impressive even to most light warriors only due to the stats both men possessed. But while they seemed equally matched at first, one had to consider the entire situation. Richard did manage to face him in melee combat, but this was all while William simultaneously focused on the many flying weapons as he suppressed all the other elites around him. He also had to keep track of all the ranged attacks and the warriors who managed to approach him. While he could shrug off most attacks, some of them were genuinely troublesome, the most troublesome one which was to come. A torrent of flame exploded from the side as William dodged backward frantically. Another flood soon followed as a caster who seemed himself to be on fire approached him. William recognized the kind of skill the man used, a sacrificial spell not unlike what Hairman had done to finish his armor. In return for consuming your life source, the skill allowed you to display power far above the usual. The man was a candle flickering in the wind, as he with a yell, fired a torrent of flame behind him, propelling towards William. With a fright, the metal manipulator tried to get away, but was blocked by Richard, who once again had raised his shield and erected the giant blue barrier to block him off. With an explosion, the burning caster detonated himself like a living bomb, with William only barely managing to summon his trusty wall of iron in front of him to take the worst off the blow. Heat washed over him as he was cooked within his armor. While the armor provided exceptional defense towards physical attacks, it was far from good against elemental ones. The pain was unbearable as he felt his arms and chest heat up and blister as he blocked the torrent of fire as the man slowly burned out. Finally, every last piece of energy dispersed from the man as the flames died out. Not a single trace of the caster remained, save for the vast area of burned forest in the shape of a crescent moon, as one side had been blocked off entirely by Richard. The smoking armor was unmoving as Richard retracted his shield with a deep breath. His stamina was getting dangerously low after the fight with Desmond, as well as the blow he had just blocked. The flying blades had dropped to the ground as they slowly started turning to mana once more as they dispersed. The Spear of Pharoah's was also nowhere to be found, as it too had been dispelled. A total of 8 people and 1 unmoving suit of armor remained in the clearing of ash. An archer, 2 casters, and 5 warriors were all that remained, not a single one of them unscathed. The wounds they had suffered after the fight with Desmond had only worsened. One of the warriors even missed an arm as William had managed to cut it off with one of his flying swords. Despite the slight reprieve, none of them relaxed. No notification had been received, which meant that the monster that dwelled within the smoking armor still lived. Suddenly, everything felt like something was wrong, very wrong. The caster was the first one to notice as he exclaimed, "Watch out, he is doing something with the mana." At the exact same time, a figure came out of nothing. A man with only a single arm and a rapier flew past everyone as its tip found purchase in the man standing in the middle. Richard groaned as he felt the thin blade penetrate him from behind, but he managed to twist his body and avoid getting hit in the heart. In the same motions, he turned and with a swift cleave beheaded the rapier-wielding warrior, which was the moment William's final attack arrived. Vortex of steel. The distorted voice sounded out from within the armor as the ground started shaking. Small shards of unprocessed metal started slowly rising up from the earth and gathered towards William. Followed by all other metal in the surroundings, one had to remember exactly where they were, on a battlefield with dozens of bodies all within a few hundred meters, all of them with the equipment they had worn still on, equipment that now lay unclaimed as their owners had died. Armor still with corpses in them started flying towards the eye of the vortex, weapons, arrows, everything. This was soon followed by other tools and articles of metal. Every piece that remained within Hayden and Desmond's former base was now being sucked towards the youth as the concentration of metal around him only increased. Even the hinges from the blown-off gate found their way towards him. An unlucky warrior also started getting sucked in as he was impacted by an object, followed by another, some of them sticking to him. Richard could only gape with his mouth wide open as the twister appeared before him. "Disperse," the voice sounded out once more. The metal exploded out from the twister as it started expanding in scale. It carved a path through the forest, cutting up and even felling a few of the smaller trees. The storm of metal and corpses all hit the survivors as they were blasted apart. One of them got hit by a nail in his eye, but before he could react, half a quiver worth of arrows smashed into his unprotected side. He only managed to get a single scream out before the torso of what had once been a heavy warrior collided with his head with the velocity of a speeding car, knocking him out instantly. More and more random things slowly tore him apart until he too joined the vortex as yet another object to hit his former comrades. The storm was brief but effective as it slowly died down. Only 2 living beings remained within hundreds of meters of the vortex's epicenter, the one who had summoned it and Richard. The warrior who had with all his might managed to hang onto his life, if only barely. He was lying in a pile of battered armor and weapons as he breathed heavily. Both his arms and one of his legs were completely twisted, with his shield and sword nowhere to be found, a horrendous wound seeping out blood from where the warrior stabbed him just moments earlier. The kneeling figure encompassed in the steel-looking armor slowly got up as the armor started retracting back into a breastplate. What was revealed was a monstrous appearance, as every area of his body had suffered severe burns. Not a single speck of hair remained, and vast parts of his skin and flesh seemed to have melted away. But he lived. Levitating, the corpse-like caster floated closer to Richard as the warrior listlessly looked up at the young man. He had been stupid, too stupid. The dog was too mad and had somehow managed to get far more powerful than he could ever believe. Today was meant to be the day he solidified his position as the #1 survivor in the tutorial, the day he became the rightful leader. He had so many plans, so many ambitions, he could have become so much. Why he managed to get out with a hoarse voice that seemed to wheeze out at the end, it seems like one of his lungs had given out. He didn't have long left as he looked down and saw several sharp objects sticking out of his chest, yet he wanted to know. He had offered benefits, the illusion of a partnership. What was the mistake that led to this misunderstanding? In his own arrogance, even in his final moments, he didn't understand. William answered with a voice even more horrific sounding than Richard's own. It was inevitable. This outcome was always what was meant to happen. What I had planned, William began as he struggled to get through the words. It was painful, but his pride and desire to gloat and get his message across overpowered that pain. You were a pawn all along. I used you as you wanted to use me and everyone else, William gasped out. He laughed as he looked at the unmoving man, not even noticing that his eyes had already closed. But worst of all, you killed Herman. Herman was my friend and you killed him. He is the one who made this armor, you know, who made this all possible. We beat you together. His laughter only got louder as his voice started cracking. We got our revenge on all you fuckers. And after this, I will return and kill the rest of your herd of sheep. I will pile up their corpses as a tribute to Herman, show him that we did it, that we won. And then I will chase down that bastard Archer and get my own revenge on him too. I will be the only one left in this shithole and show the system that I am indeed the best, that I am superior to every single fucking one of you. At this point, his voice barely came out as a whisper. 2 small streams of water had managed to pour down from his eyes despite the burns. Richard had already died. William knew it, but he didn't care. William kept rambling on until his voice no longer came out. As his voice ran out of energy, so did the rest of his body as he collapsed on the ash-covered ground. Tears kept streaming down his cheeks as he looked towards the artificial sun that shone in the fake sky. His final thought as he passed out was of Herman, and how he had finally fulfilled his promise, and of how much emotions sucked. William didn't know that this sudden influx of emotions he had never experienced before was of his own doing. Jake was perhaps the one with the most knowledge of the system due to the vast library in the challenge dungeon, and if William had read it, he too would be aware. Evolution was guided by your records, by your desires, goals, and dreams. William had wished to understand emotions, wanted to comprehend why people like Casper would prefer death over life due to such strong feelings, and how it could even allow him to grasp for such power. He felt like he needed to understand why the war had turned as brutal as it did. He had wished to comprehend emotions more than anything, and his evolution had delivered. What was broken had been healed by his own desire. The floodgates had been opened to a new world of emotions. Perhaps it was all a bit too much for the young mind that believed he had everything figured out. He thought himself to be a superior being due to his lack of emotions, but now perhaps these emotions would lead him to more extraordinary things than ever before. He hadn't known any of this would happen, but someone did. A man stepped through nothingness as he, with an eternal smile, fished out a small crystal. Crushing it, tiny motes of energy entered the young caster's body. They did little more than making sure his health points didn't reach 0. He had overreached, and by all accounts, he should die. But the smiling man wouldn't allow that. You do not have my permission to die yet, now do you? He spoke softly. He could do no more for now. The system wouldn't allow it. Besides, if he went too far, he would also get needlessly involved, more so than he already had. With those thoughts, the figure disappeared once more, leaving the burnt caster on the ground with only the small motes of light keeping him alive. Jake stared at the number of survivors as it kept going down until it finally stabilized. After 20 minutes, it still hadn't moved, but the number left was still chilling. Tutorial panel. Duration, 22 days, 214,953. Total survivors remaining, 1,200. More than 200 people dead. Something extremely major must have happened in the outer area. He wanted to go back and check, but on the other hand, he didn't. What did he have to go back for? His only friends had betrayed him and even tried to kill him. Maybe they had done it under false pretenses, but they had nevertheless done so. Jacob seemed like the only one not in on the plan, but Jake still blamed him. It was illogical, he knew that, but it didn't change the fact that he had trusted his former supervisor. His trust had turned into a weakness, as Jake had nearly lost his life due to the error he didn't want to repeat. So Jake ignored it as he closed down the panel. It wasn't any of his business. Not anymore. Instead, he would do what he knew was his business. Getting stronger. Standing up, he stretched his arms a bit as he confirmed them being fully healed. He decided to head back towards the cliff where he had hunted before being hunted by the small dinosaurs. It was a great vantage point, and he had a sneaking suspicion that something good had to be hidden down in the valley somewhere. Thinking of this new world with a smudge of video game logic hadn't turned out to be that wrong yet, and if an area is closely guarded by many enemies in a video game, chances are something worthwhile is to be found in that area. Plus, he had already killed many beasts down there, so it would be a waste to not at least explore the area for herbs and such. He had already found quite a few on the mountainous paths between the valleys, but something more had to be hidden down there. It took him less time to get back than he expected, as he reached the cliff he had been on before after only a quarter of an hour. Turns out that running while not simultaneously fighting beasts was faster. Standing at the crevice once more, he scanned the area below with hunter's sight. He saw several beasts still roaming about, but far less than when he started hunting them. It was already well known in the tutorial that the number of beasts was finite, which is why there barely remained any worth hunting in the world outside the barrier to the inner area. The same rule seemed to hold true here. The beasts also didn't seem to migrate between the different valleys. Perhaps due to the excessive number of dinosaur-like creatures roaming in between said valleys. Either way, it meant that Jake could, in theory, completely clear out one of these valleys if he had enough time. He didn't plan to do so, but killing the vast majority of them would surely make exploration far safer and faster. Taking out his bow, he returned to his bread and butter technique of firing blood-soaked arrows with power shot, but he would spice it up a bit this time. He still placed his hand around the arrowhead as he let it cut into his palm, while he channeled blood of the malefic viper to turn it toxic. Next, he knocked the arrow as he started charging power shot, but the difference from last time was that he didn't just let the skill do its own thing. Instead, he closely monitored the flow of inner energy as it traveled throughout his body. The path it traveled was as he expected, but as it reached his arms and shoulders, he noticed how it spread out in a weird pattern. The energy entered his muscles, but it was as if it did so in a set formation of sorts, a formation he quite honestly couldn't even begin to comprehend. He felt that he could slightly influence how fast the energy moved, but not with this shot, as he was forced to release the built-up energy. The arrow exploded out as it hit a few meters away from a badger that rightfully jumped up in fright before running off terrified. Smirking slightly to himself for missing, he shook his head as he poisoned and knocked another arrow, aiming for another badger in another clearing. This time, he didn't focus intensively on the skill's inner workings, but saved enough focus to actually hit his prey. As predicted, the poor thing didn't even react as it met its end. This hunting method was a bit unsatisfying for Jake's desire to find challenges, but very satisfying for the part of him that wanted to get levels fast. He continued shooting arrows for the next few hours until he stood there for a good 5 minutes without being able to spot any beasts. He was sure many remained, hidden by trees or bushes, but he must have thinned them out plenty. The buffalo he had killed the day prior had been the strongest beast in the area, as he didn't spot anything even close to it in level and power. He had gotten 2 more levels from the grind, and decided to put the stat points into agility and strength. He knew the stats value was lowered, as he only had a 10 amplifier on those stats, but he still needed them pretty badly. His class upgrade did start providing him quite a bit more in those 2, so he would likely be able to invest in perception with more of his free points soon. Bringing up his status menu, he smiled at his progress. Profession skills: herbology common, brew potion common, concoct poison common, alchemist's purification common, alchemical flame common, toxicology uncommon, cultivate toxin uncommon, malefic viper's poison rare, palate of the malefic viper rare, touch of the malefic viper rare, sense of the malefic viper rare, blood of the malefic viper epic. Blessing: true blessing of the malefic viper, blessing true. Race skills: endless tongues of the myriad races unique. Identify common, meditate common, shroud of the primordial divine. Bloodline: bloodline of the primal hunter, bloodline abilities unique. His physical stats had soared since he last checked, something he could also clearly feel as he fought his enemies. His arrows got faster and more powerful while his movements experienced the same growth. He had no idea how much he could lift by now, but by the power of just a regular punch, he could likely bench the combined weight of several Olympic wrestlers without breaking a sweat. Of course, the growth felt a bit weird as he also met stronger and stronger enemies. But if he compared what he could fight now to what he had faced back when first entering the tutorial, it was night and day. A single one of the small raptors could have ripped the level 10 stone tusk boar to pieces in seconds. Meanwhile, Jake had required the help of his colleagues and his entire quiver worth of arrows to take down the beast. Of course, if Jake himself faced that boar now, he could likely kill it with his bare hands and only a few punches. It was a bit surreal to imagine, but one could only say that the system in his mind did an excellent job adapting him to his rising strength. Closing down his status menu once again, he took out a stamina potion and chugged it down. His stamina was only at around a fourth of his total after all. The potions were still relatively weak, but it did give him a few hundred more points, enough to fight almost anything he could meet below. If not, it would at least allow him to escape. The drop to the valley below was tens of meters, but Jake didn't bother with a long climb as he simply took a step over the edge and let gravity do the work. He quickly fell as he landed on the ground, not even having to properly soak the impact as he barely felt the reverberations in his legs, his toughness far too high for a drop like this to do him any harm. From below, he could see into the forest. From this new vantage point, he did spot a few beasts that had been hidden below the trees' crowns before. These beasts were all on the weaker side, making Jake not even bother with them. Unless they provoked him, he would just leave them be. Walking into the forest, he didn't focus as much on his sight as he did his sphere of perception. He scanned everything within 20 meters or so as he walked, peeking into every small crevice, every fallen log, and every hollow tree. After a few minutes, he finally found it. Jackpot, Jake thought to himself as he saw the box within his sphere. Making his way to it, he flipped over the log that kept it hidden in the small hole in the ground. Identifying it, it was precisely what he had expected to find. Magical jeweled lockbox. Uncommon. A system created magical lockbox, enchanted with the ability to block off all types of attempts to peek inside before opened. Identical to the one with my bracers, he thought, as he prepared to open it. A few seconds later, the box opened with a satisfying click as he saw the item inside. It was another ring, one with a green gem embedded in it. It wasn't the shiny kind of rock, but the rough kind that didn't reflect any light. Honestly, it was more of a band than a ring, as it didn't have any protrusions but had a perfectly even surface. Not waiting, he identified it. Ring of the Jade Eye Tiger. Uncommon. A ring created by embedding the crystallized eye of a jade eye tiger into a band. The records of the tiger powers the enchantment, granting some of the beast's might to its user. Enchantments plus 20 perception, plus 15 agility, plus 15 strength. Requirements LVL 30 in any humanoid race. With a whistle, Jake picked it up with delight. By now, he was pretty sure that the system made items specifically for, or at least partly based on, whoever opened the box. They were like loot boxes in the gaming industry before the system, but actually good. Instead of getting shit items that nobody had any use for, it deliberately dropped something it judged the user could use. At least he firmly believed that, or maybe he had just gotten lucky so far. He based that theory on how all the items he had gained outside the challenge dungeon had been tailor-made for an archer. He discounted the boxes given in the challenge dungeon as those clearly were made for an alchemist, which once more made perfect sense as he had just done a dungeon themed around alchemy. Of course, that didn't mean one could only find useful items. In a lockbox, perhaps, but there were other ways to obtain them, such as killing other survivors. Jake still had a rare sword in his spatial storage that he was a bit salty about being unable to use. It didn't mean one got the best item for that moment either. Right now, Jake wanted a quiver or a dagger more than anything else, but he had gotten a ring. A ring that suited him very nicely, but not as good as any of those. Oh well, looters can't be choosers, he joked to himself as he put the ring on his finger, as he felt the warm rush of stats increasing. The next few hours were spent exploring and looking for that sweet loot. He did get into a couple of fights here and there, but most of them were settled smoothly and quickly. His new skill, Splitting Arrow, turned out to be extremely useful during actual combat. It allowed Jake to practically do the damage of several arrows with only a single shot. The skill had no wind-up time, and he just had to shoot an arrow precisely the same way he usually did. The only difference was that the arrow would split into several as it was in flight, often taking his opponents by surprise as one attack suddenly turned into several. Right now, he could easily split it into 5 arrows. He could do more, but the stamina cost rose significantly with every new arrow added to the split. If splitting the arrow into 2 required 5 stamina, 3 required 10, while 4 required 20, then 35, and so on and so forth. One thing he did find disappointing, but not surprising, was that his poison wasn't split when he used the skill. It wasn't all bad, though, as even when the arrow split apart into several, one arrow remained the true one. Whenever he fired a poisoned arrow, it would split, and the other arrows did retain the original's appearance. This meant that they would still have the poison on them if one looked at them, but it didn't actually contain any of the poisonous qualities. The one true arrow did retain the poison in all its glory and effect. This meant that it worked as a very useful feint where Jake fired several arrows, with only one of them being the truly deadly one. Another way to identify the original arrow was because it was the one that didn't disappear a few minutes after firing. The clones from the split would remain for a few minutes, until turning into energy and dispersing into the atmosphere once more. It had to be said that the conjured arrows from his quiver did the same if left outside the quiver for too long. It did take them a few hours, however, making it barely comparable. And speaking of the quiver, he was quite excited about the most recent piece of loot he had found. Tutorial equipment upgrade token uncommon, upgrade any common rarity starting item from the tutorial to uncommon rarity. And the token didn't come alone. Jake couldn't hold himself back from making a goofy smile as he looked at the haul in his spatial storage. It turns out that the unexplored inner area, combined with his quite overpowered sphere of perception, made for quite the combo. By now, the entire valley was thoroughly cleaned up. Herbs, lockboxes, even beasts were all gone. It had taken hours, and the sun had gone down quite a while ago, but Jake was more than satisfied. While he had managed to get another level, it was the loot that made him most pleased. For herbs, he had found a bunch he couldn't recognize at all. However, his sense of the malefic viper told him that they were useful, and using Identify on them confirmed that they were indeed magical herbs. All of them had been inferior or common rarity, except for a bush with berries in the middle of the valley. Soothing Bellberry Bush, uncommon, a bush of soothing bellberries. The berries growing on this bush are known to have a soothing effect on the mind. He quite frankly wasn't sure if this was something he needed, but he took it anyway. His spatial necklace could allow herbs to survive within it, making it a suitable place to store the bush. So he did as any reasonable person would do. Akka dug it up and threw it in said storage. He could always find out what to do with it at a later point. Looking at one of the few berries that had already grown on the bush, he decided to at least give it a bite. Soothing Bellberry, uncommon, a berry that provides a soothing effect to whoever consumes it. Even if it somehow turned out to be poisonous, he was confident that his palate of the malefic viper would nullify it. Even if it didn't, he doubted the berry was able to do him much harm. Popping the thing into this mouth, Jake did feel a cold feeling spread out from his stomach as he became a bit clearer in his head, but otherwise, he didn't really notice anything. Then again, he was already pretty calm currently. Of course, the bush and other herbs weren't the loot he cared most about. No, it came from the haul he had gotten from a total of 5 lockboxes, 6 in total when you counted the one he found the ring in. 3 of common rarity and 2 of uncommon rarity had been found. The common rarity ones didn't matter much, but he did find a dagger among them. The others were a pair of boots granting a bit of endurance, which weren't exactly useful considering his rare boots of the wandering alchemist, with the last one being a necklace made similar to the ring of the Jade Eye Tiger. He put it all in his storage, but overall it was a bit disappointing. The uncommon rarity ones were, of course, the token as well as something he could actually use. Shortsword of Icy Winds, uncommon, a sword made out of frost steel and amplified with ice affinity mana over a long time. Due to the material used, the blade afflicts anyone it hits with the elemental energy of frost. Enchantments, invading chill. Requirements, LVL 35+ in any class. Well, he thought he could use it, but it required his class to be level 35, so in 2 levels. He also didn't know if it worked properly with his twin fang style. It wasn't a weapon made of bone, so that bonus obviously didn't apply, but he also didn't know if it counted as a shorter weapon or not. He felt like it should, considering it was a short sword and all, but who knows. And lastly was the aforementioned upgrade token. Tutorial equipment upgrade token, uncommon, upgrade any common rarity starting item from the tutorial to uncommon rarity. This was where the real good stuff was at. Jake had been annoyed at his weak arrows for far too long. They simply broke far too easily, lessening the power of his power shots by quite a lot, and he often found them unable to penetrate as deeply as he wanted to inflict his poisons better. Early on, he had learned to increase his bow's durability with mana, making even the inferior rarity one manageable. After getting the upgraded common rarity bow from the archer who had been in the party with the Blade of Nature Warrior, he hadn't had a single issue with it, at least not for now. But the arrows couldn't be injected with mana the same way. The mana dispersed more or less instantly upon injecting it. It did the same with the bow, but as he had his hands on it at all times, it didn't really matter. He naturally couldn't do the same with arrows as they would kind of lose their purpose if he started stabbing people with them like daggers. Something, granted, he had done at times. Looking at his quiver, he reminded himself of the description for one last time. Enchanted quiver, common, a quiver enchanted with the ability to conjure common rarity arrows when injected with mana. The quiver had served him well, but it was time to upgrade it. Taking the token, he used it on the quiver as light enveloped it for a few moments. Within his sphere, he only saw the quiver be disintegrated to complete nothingness until a new quiver was reassembled, also from nothing. The new quiver looked pretty much identical to the old one. The only difference was the slightly more delicate feathers on the arrows, along with the leather looking less worn and more high quality. Enchanted quiver, uncommon, a quiver enchanted with the ability to conjure uncommon rarity arrows when injected with mana. The description hadn't really changed at all. But then again, all Jake had hoped for was just to get arrows that were of higher quality and hence more durable. After the upgrade, the expected 5 dozen or 60 arrows were already conjured in the quiver. Jake took them out and examined them closely. The shaft was still made of wood, but Jake couldn't even bend it anymore. Before, he could easily snap them in half. The arrowheads had experienced a big transformation too. They were still a type of broadhead, but had changed to a curved broadhead type. The difference was also that the cross-shaped tip had been altered to be flat. Jake remembered that these arrows were classically used in hunting big game, such as deer or boars. Throughout his life doing archery, Jake had mostly used bullet-type arrows, where the shape of the arrowhead was similar to that of a bullet. That type of arrows, however, also had the issue of leaving a wound like a bullet. Great penetrative force, but the injury would be small, and blood loss lessened as the arrow itself would plug up the hole. The bullet type was the best designed to penetrate an animal's skin, but each shot's damage would be reduced. The build did make them far more durable and less likely to bend and break when striking something. Against armor, it was also often the best type, unless one used special armor-penetrating arrows. However, those would usually be too unwieldy to handle during everyday use. The cross-shaped arrowheads that he had before possessed the opposite problem. The arrowhead on those would often break as the arrow attempted to create a too big wound, which was especially challenging when it had to go through hide and fur or other tough materials. Against armor, they were often worse as the small tip was thin and sharp, making it easily deflected whenever hitting with a less than perfect angle. The new design of the arrowheads was a middle point between these. It was single-sided, making it much like stabbing someone with a knife. The tips were also razor-sharp, easily cutting into Jake's finger when he tried to test it. Before, he had to put a bit of pressure on his hand while grasping the arrows to draw blood. Now he only had to press a tiny bit before it penetrated the skin. This would make applying poison with blood of the malefic viper far easier. Jake knew that this kind of arrow was far more suitable for what he wanted. It was a tool for cutting, not a tool for substantial impacts. The likely cause of death from these arrows would be hemorrhage compared to bullet types where the kill often came due to a vital organ being penetrated, which was perfect for Jake. His main goal was to draw blood to inflict opponents with his poison. This also meant that it was finally time to bring out the hemotoxins against more powerful opponents. His necrotic-type poisons were clearly the deadliest, however. He had encountered beasts who could mostly negate it. The giant buffalo was one such example. While a small part did rot away due to the poison, it quickly regenerated as the beast charged him. He had to channel touch of the malefic viper for well over a minute before he finally overpowered the beast's strong vitality. A hemotoxin would be far more effective at draining his opponent of vital energy. Most beasts didn't have high vitality, but this type of arrow would be far better for those who did. Like a giddy child on Christmas, he got up and threw the new quiver over his shoulder. It was like getting a new toy, a toy made to inflict horrendous wounds and death upon others. The valley was empty by now, forcing Jake to scale one of the two mountains surrounding it. Of the three volcanic-like mountains he could see, he chose the closest one. It was hard to climb these hollow mountains from the valley's mountainous paths surrounding it, but they were quite accessible from the valleys themselves. He started running towards the closest uphill path leading towards the peak of one of the volcanoes. The closest one also happened to be the smallest one, making Jake believe whatever was found there had a lower difficulty than the other two. The mountain in the middle was far more giant compared to the other two he could see. As he ran up from the valley, he didn't encounter any beasts for a bit, until he finally met a small group of the multicolored elemental raptors. Only 3 of them, and a quick identify showed that they were only in their mid-40s. Lower level than many of the badgers, and far lower than the buffalo, which had been well into its 50s. One of them was red, one of them brown, and the last one blue. They possessed the fire element, the earth element, and the ice-water element, respectively, based on his previous encounters with their type. Not that it ultimately mattered. The raptors were far too weak in Jake's opinion to pose any threat, but they were perfect as targets to test out his new arrows. Taking one out, he decided not to use any poison. Better to just test the use of the arrows without any other factors. He decided to go with his usual strategy as he charged up a power shot. He decided to go for a powerful one to test the durability of the arrows. After nearly 10 seconds of charging, he released the arrow to the usual explosion of force as a wave of dust was kicked up all around him. "Please don't break, please don't break," Jake prayed as the arrow was released. A prayer that was answered as the arrow smashed into the midsection of the red-hide raptor. The arrow cut into its flesh like it was nothing, as it left a triangular wound. The wound itself was larger than the arrowhead due to the pure force behind the shot. The arrow penetrated straight through the beast as it smashed into the ground, boring into the soil for nearly 3 meters before it stopped. The creature naturally screamed in pain as it fell down due to the force. It fell, but it wasn't dead. After seeing their comrade fall down, the 2 other raptors turned their heads towards Jake as they screeched. Elemental energy gathered in their mouths as one of them spit out a shard of ice, while the other fired out a stream of small, sharp rocks, each with the power of a bullet fired from a modern automatic rifle. It was fast, but at the same time, far too slow for Jake, as he quickly dodged the assault from the 2 beasts with a quick sidestep as he counterattacked. His arm did itch a bit from the power shot, but he nevertheless returned fire with a splitting arrow. The arrow was fired from his bow as it mid-flight split into 4, with 3 of them hitting the brown dinosaur. he managed to get off another such splitting arrow before he had to dodge another shard of ice, followed by a stream of fire from the severely wounded red-hide raptor that had managed to get back up once more. The beast was severely weakened, as the arrow without a doubt had torn through some essential organs. It would heal in time, if it had time. Jake released a flurry of arrows towards the poor raptor as it was unable to dodge. The one which marked its end was one that penetrated through its hard skull and into its brain. Smiling in satisfaction at the sharpness of the arrows, he turned his attention back to the two remaining beasts. Both were wounded by now and bleeding heavily from their wounds. It took only a few minutes to finish off the rest of them, as they exchanged a very uneven trade of projectiles. The raptors preferred to fight at a range, a trait Jake would gladly match. Jake dismissed the notifications as he went through the results of his totally scientific test. First of all, the arrows were sharp, very sharp. They were like magical razor blades as they cut through his opponent. Secondly, they were durable, far more so than the old ones. A great example was how one had managed to penetrate into the skull of one of the beasts. While it hadn't gone all the way through, it still managed to make its way through a lot of steel-hard bone. The durability was also proven by how none of the arrows had broken. Even when they hit at an awkward angle or hit the ground, they still remained intact. The blades were dulled, but they were intact. This increased sharpness was just what he had hoped for, but it did have some drawbacks. With the old arrows, the beast would have been dead in the first power shot, making Jake remember a valuable lesson in fundamental physics. If an object is thin and sharp, it can easily penetrate an object, of course. Needles being a great example of this. However, the overall impact would be severely lessened. It didn't matter as much in the old world, where destroying a vital organ would mean the opponent's death. After the system, losing a heart or even the brain didn't necessarily mean it was the end. Jake had fought plenty of beasts that had managed to keep going even with severe damage to their brains. While they would lose control of their bodies, and often just spasm with the brain unable to control the body, the passive vital energy remaining in the body would eventually heal the brain. This meant that his new arrows actually dealt less damage than the old ones. It was often more effective to do just a large amount of overall damage than harm in a focused area. His old common rarity arrows worked very much like hollow point bullets. They dealt far more damage to a surface area, while not really having as powerful penetrative force when they exploded upon impact. Of course, all this discounted one important detail: Jake didn't need to do a large amount of damage with his arrows. He had poisons for that. The most important thing for him was introducing whatever poison on the arrow into the bloodstream or flesh of his enemy. Overall, he was delighted with his test. Perhaps he would still use the common rarity arrows sometimes if he needed to kill weaker prey who would die to a single one of those arrows, such as the raptor he had just faced. He still had a quiver of common rarity in his spatial storage, after all. Oh well, time to continue, Jake thought to himself as he continued his trek up the mountain. Hopefully, he would find prey that would truly allow his newfound equipment to shine. There was little in his way as he made his way up the path. He was traveling on a slightly elevated hill, with a valley on each side as he ran at a brisk pace, a pace that could easily have allowed him to overtake some cars. The road was steep, but it seemed almost unnaturally made. Jake didn't call it a road for no reason. It was clearly formed in a very deliberate way, being nearly flat ground, with not a single beast in the way. And if one needed more proof, it only became more apparent as he got closer to the peak, with the entire route being perfectly flat. On the way, he also conjured new arrows to fill his newly upgraded quiver. To no surprise, the mana requirement per arrow was way higher than before, easily a tenfold increase. An increase of no consequence considering that wisdom still was his highest stat. As he ran, he also carefully observed his surroundings. From his vantage point, he could now see the area far better. It was much like he expected, with a general setup of mountains and valleys. There were 5 mountains 4 off to the sides, and one that was more massive than all the others in the middle. If Jake's game theory held, the strongest beasts would, without a doubt, be found around or within the big mountain in the center. After taking a good look around, he noticed that the valleys surrounding the mountain he was approaching all had one thing in common: an overflow of badgers. He had already killed an incredible number inside the valley he cleared out, but it seems it was only a small portion of their total number. Not that Jake was afraid of hunting the creatures to extinction. Besides, this entire tutorial wasn't really a sustainable ecosystem to begin with. Sure, beasts were fighting and killing each other, but the scale at which they did it was far too low. Every single animal also seemed to be a carnivore, which was also weird considering the abundance of vegetation. Though considering how levels in the system worked, it made sense for pretty much any living being to focus on killing. Deciding to pick up the pace, he started sprinting as he got closer and closer to the top. The path didn't reach all the way to the peak of the volcano-like mountain, but ended a few hundred meters below. But as he got closer, he noticed a hole in the side of it. More accurately, a cave. The entrance wasn't big, perhaps only allowing a small car through, but more than large enough for Jake to enter. As he got within 25 meters or so of the cave, he came to a halt. Charging in didn't seem like the best idea, even with his sphere of perception and danger perception. He didn't feel any particular sense of danger at the cave entrance, and his intuition told him nothing was off. To be safe, he prepared a few poisoned arrows. With an arrow at the ready, Jake slowly walked towards the cave entrance. He was perhaps overly cautious, but better safe than sorry. As he got closer, his sphere naturally encompassed the cave and allowed him to see nothing, just an ordinary dam cave leading into the mountain. Not a single beast or any living thing for that matter, and it was honestly kind of anticlimactic. Yet Jake decided not to lower his guard anyway as he slowly walked through the entrance. The cave led into a tunnel that gave Jake flashbacks to a certain mushroom-filled one. Of course, this one had no mushrooms. In fact, it didn't have any light sources at all. But it didn't matter, it wasn't long enough to prevent Jake from seeing light at both ends. Getting closer to the end, he noticed that it opened up to a vast circular space, the hollow inside of the mountain. Walking through the entrance, he found himself on a crevice overlooking yet another hidden paradise. Despite what he had predicted, below him was a small forest. Calling it a forest was maybe overdoing it, as there were not even 100 trees due to the limited size, but it did look very serene and beautiful. It was more of a small thicket or grove, really. A brief scan didn't reveal any beasts, which did make Jake rather suspicious. Jumping down, he started walking through the small patch of greenery. He did find a couple of herbs, but nothing else worth noting. As he made his way towards the center, an object suddenly entered his sphere, an object that was all too familiar to him. A door. The last time Jake had encountered such a door, it had changed his life quite drastically after all. He didn't hesitate as he approached the wooden door. After placing his hand on it, a message appeared just like the time with the challenge dungeon. Tutorial dungeon discovered. Dungeons throughout the universe offer groups and individuals a chance to pursue strength and treasures through exploring the pocket dimensions known as dungeons. This variant is only found within the tutorials provided by the system to newly integrated races. Requirements to enter, NA. Requirements to enter met. Warning, only 5 challengers allowed per party attempting the dungeon. Only 1 party allowed at a time. Note that dungeons can be entered and exited at your own discretion. Enter dungeon, YN. Reading the message, it quickly became clear to him that this wasn't the same type of dungeon as the challenge dungeon. This one seemed far, kinder. It didn't warn Jake of imminent death, and it even allowed whoever entered to just waltz right out if the place didn't strike your fancy, which removed every last shred of doubt if he should enter or not. Accepting the prompt, he felt his vision shift for a few moments before Jake found himself within yet another cave. A few moments later, a new system message appeared. You have entered the dungeon, Badger's Den. Objective, defeat the Den Mother. Reading it, he nodded at the simplicity. This dungeon seems more like the video game kind, he thought as he looked around the cave. The cave walls weren't made of stone but earth and soil, making Jake believe that he was literally in a hole in the ground. He saw several small weeds and such growing everywhere, and when he knelt, he could feel the soil's moisture. This place was completely different than the inner area, where most everything had a rocky texture. Even the soil was filled with small rocks and pebbles everywhere. But the ground here was clean, pure earth, the kind any gardener would go crazy over to have in his garden. He didn't see any movement so far in his sphere, but then again, it only showed a long, narrow tunnel in front of him. The tutorial sure likes tunnels and caves, he thought to himself as he started walking forward. He was also pleased to discover that he still had all his equipment and that his spatial storage worked as expected. After all, the challenge dungeon had taken all his weapons, making Jake slightly afraid this place would do the same. A pleasant surprise for sure. After walking for less than a minute, the tunnel started expanding. First, only a little and then a lot, until it completely opened up into a vast underground space. This is also where he finally had discovered what he had hoped to find: beasts, more accurately badgers. They were all nicely allocated around the place in small groups of 4 to 6, as they mulled about in what seemed like a small predetermined area. At the back of the cavern, he saw a badger that was all on its lonesome. The badger was far bigger and more menacing than all the others. Its colors were no longer the same mix of brown and black, but completely black with spiky fur on its back that had a purple sheen at the end. He started by identifying the badgers in the small groups and was a bit surprised at their levels. Venomfang Badger LVL 56. It was nearly 10 levels above the ones he usually encountered outside. The most powerful he had met had been level 52, but this one seemed to only be on the lower end as he identified a slightly larger one from the same group. Venomfang Badger LVL. It was at a level he couldn't identify, but his intuition told him it wasn't that much higher than the other one. On a side note, he still wasn't sure exactly what the level range for his identify was. After he had gotten both his profession and class, it had gone up to common rarity, where it still was. That had allowed him to use Identify on humans and to identify far more items than before, especially alchemical ones, likely also due to his herbology and toxicology skill. But with levels, he was unsure. He hadn't been able to identify the buffalo either, and now he couldn't identify this badger. Turning his gaze towards the big badger at the end, he noticed that the exit of this cave was located right behind it, meaning he would have to go through it if he wanted to proceed. He tried to also identify the badger, to some success. Alpha Venom Fang Badger LVL. As expected, he couldn't see the level, though he could see the name it was an alpha. He could vaguely feel that while the beast was stronger than the others, by far it hadn't evolved to D rank yet. He could only imagine the power spike such an evolution would include. The immediate increase of power from a beast evolving was far more than humans from what he could tell. The difference between a level 24 beast and one at 25 was massive. The latter could quickly kill several of the former. For humans, however, it wasn't as big. Evolution did provide some immediate benefits, but compared to beasts, it could be considered minor. He remembered when he got his level 25 race evolution, it didn't really change much. He did grow a few centimeters, but other than that, nothing really happened. He wasn't suddenly twice as strong and fast, but he did notice as time progressed that he adapted easier to his stats. The difference for humans when evolving their race seemed to be more qualitative rather than quantitative. It didn't give a massive immediate stat increase, but was more gradual, as the stats provided by any evolved race or class was far more than before, with the race evolution just serving to build up the foundation for all those stat increases. Of course, all this was discounting skills. Beasts tended to not really have many skills of note. They maybe had one or two, but that was it. The Venom Fang Badgers, as an example, had venom on their fangs, and yeah, that was about it. If he had to make a hypothesis, it was that beasts were more focused. He already knew that not all races possessed the same 9 stats that he had, and even if they did, no one said it had to be as diversified as Jake's stats were. If a beast didn't really require stats such as intelligence, wisdom, willpower, and even things such as perception as much as humans did, they would have far more energy left to focus purely on enhancing their body. Of course, humans could do the same with their classes. Jake's own ambitious hunter being a great example, as it only gave physical stats. However, his race provided a bonus to all stats, pretty much forcing a balanced approach to some extent. When it came to skills, perhaps beasts also simply had passive ones, or maybe they just didn't really have many skills to begin with. Jake only had 2 skills from his own race, Identify and Meditate, with the 2 others he had from external sources. With the limited number of skills came little diversity in attack methods and strategy for beasts, which was likely for the best, seeing as beasts acted just like animals and used their instinct above all else, something a human didn't need to. Perhaps the most significant advantage of the more enlightened races. A bit hypocritical coming from Jake, who used his instincts and trusted his intuition far more than what any reasonable person should. But at least he also had his conscious mind to make tactical choices together with his instincts. Taking out his bow, he took out one of the poison arrows he prepared before entering the dungeon and found that it still had the poison on it. Due to Malefic Viper's poison's passive effect, the toxicity of the arrow was still there, a nearly forgotten skill during his everyday fighting due to it merely doing its job passively, but incredibly valuable nevertheless. Knocking the arrow, he fired a power shot at the biggest of the badgers in the group he identified before. A total of 4 beasts were in the group, with only one being unidentifiable. The arrow flew true as it struck the badger in the side of its head, penetrating into the brain. The poison was delivered directly into its brain, killing it nearly instantly, or at least it wasn't getting up as it only lay there spasming on the ground. This attack made all the other badgers perk up as they all turned towards him in an eerily simultaneous motion, a tendency they repeated as they all charged towards him in concert. Knocking another poisoned arrow, he shot it towards the weakest one at level 56. The beast tried to dodge, but its forward momentum made it still get hit in the side where the arrow pierced straight through. As the others were getting dangerously close by now, he shadow vaulted backward as he shot another arrow at the already wounded beast. He repeated this vaulting tactic, firing an arrow, and then vaulting once more, as he slowly picked the beasts off one by one, kiting them easily. The shadow vault seemed to confuse the beasts every time he used it, giving Jake perhaps half a second extra time per jump, as the creatures took a bit to reorient themselves. After a few minutes, 2 of the beasts were dead on the ground, with the remaining 2 now only limping after him. They had done an excellent job avoiding getting hit in their vital parts, often able to shift their positions slightly to avoid him piercing their hearts or brains, but in the end it didn't truly matter. The poison worked its way through their system, slowly making them lose their lives. As the final one dropped to the ground and the kill notification came in, he also felt the level up's warm flow. Checking the messages, he took notice of the levels of the beasts as well. Class Ambitious Hunter has reached level 34 stat points allocated, plus 4 free points, ding. Race, Human E has reached level 40 stat points allocated, plus 5 free points. The one he couldn't identify had been the one at 60, while he could identify the ones at 57. He was beginning to have a good idea of where the cutoff was, but he was still not entirely sure. Luckily, he had plenty of subjects to test on. Looking out over the Cave of Badgers, and the fact that a single group of the things had given him a level, this hunt was going to be very fruitful. Jake could feel that both his mana and stamina were reasonable despite the many shadow vaults. His quiver was also more than half full, making it unnecessary to reconjure more quite yet. After he had poisoned a few more arrows, he set his sights on the next pack 4 badgers, levels similar to the one he had just taken out. With a power shot, he once more took out the group's strongest, as he retreated to where he had fought the first group to not attract more beasts. He had to be a bit cautious for the last group and kite them in a circle, while he now had more space to use. Minutes later, the beasts met their end, as Jake once more got a level. Quite honestly, this was too easy. His arrows were getting low, though, so he had to conjure some more. His stamina also began getting low, so he decided to take a quick break to stock up on arrows while restoring some stamina. Said restoration happened through the consumption of a stamina potion, as he took a quick peek in his spatial storage and saw that his stock was getting low. His consumption of stamina potions was quite insane. He used his skills liberally, making him consume a lot of stamina. That, coupled with him still not being all that practiced making the potions, made him have to drink one nearly every hour when it was off cooldown. Deciding to extend his break a little, he retreated to the tunnel in which he had entered and sat down on the ground as he summoned his mixing bowl. Following that, he took out some purified water and put it in the bowl, along with the green lavender and evergreen grass, as he prepared himself to make the stamina potions. Placing his palm under it, he activated Alchemist's Flame, making the transparent flame spring forth. The water slowly heated up, as he used his other hand and small strings of mana to pick up the other ingredients as he started his brewing. He always found alchemy relaxing. Even during the challenge dungeon where his life was on the line, he still enjoyed it. It was challenging and complex, yet immensely satisfying to create something. Jake had never really had any hobbies that led to any actual products, being far too into archery or games. His job was the same, with most of his creations simply being documents and figures on a computer. He didn't count putting together a PowerPoint with a bunch of graphs and forecasts to be considered a worthwhile or satisfying creation. But seeing herbs and water slowly turn into the desired color, and hearing the following message of his success was oh so satisfying, especially after struggling for a long time to make it correctly. He seriously doubted he would ever forget the first time he made a common rarity necrotic poison. Smiling to himself, he jumped into the work. The hours passed by in the blink of an eye, as Jake sat there absorbed in his alchemy. The dungeon around him was silent, the badgers simply milling about, sniffing the ground and sometimes bumping into each other. The alpha was just sleeping, as it seemed to be waiting for a challenger to appear before it. Only 4 groups of badgers remained. One of them had 4 members like those he had already taken down, while 2 of the others had 5, and the last one 6. By how they were placed, it seemed apparent that you should fight them in order of least to most, ending up against the alpha at the end. Just like a goddamn game, Jake sighed as he started packing up the unused materials and threw the stamina potions he had made into his spatial storage, but not before taking one and chugging it down. Interestingly enough, newly created potions tasted exactly the same as older ones, making Jake briefly wonder if potions had expiration dates. He didn't get a level despite hours passing, but he hadn't expected to either. While his leveling speed was likely monstrous compared to many others with their professions, it was a slow and arduous process compared to leveling his class. A single fight lasting only minutes could earn him a level in his class, while he could easily do alchemy for an entire day without seeing a level up, especially not when he was trying out new recipes. Of course, professions were way safer to level. Jake was in no danger while doing alchemy, and that was even with Jake's profession being one with relatively high levels of risk due to the focus on using potent toxins. But compared to fighting beasts, the danger was negligible. It had to be noted, though, that Jake was in relatively little danger during his fights, in large part due to his profession providing him a very high amount of vitality and toughness, making him far more durable than any agility-based class should ever be at his level. Coupled with the many race levels, it wasn't that surprising that he could easily face beasts many levels above his own. Having finished cleaning everything up, he dismissed all distracting thoughts as he locked onto the next group of badgers, 4 of them once again. The battle went as one would expect, with Jake easily managing to kite them back and kill them one by one. He was exceptionally well matched against them, making it an easy undertaking. 3 groups were now dead, with not a single one of them even touching the edges of his cloak. He didn't get a level from the last group, but luckily there were many enemies left. The next group with 5 badgers proved to be a bit more annoying than the others. The extra beast allowed them to slowly gain ground on him until he was forced to meet the final one in melee. He ended up getting a nasty bite on his arm when he was forced to block its attacks. His attacker, however, didn't fare much better as Jake used an arrow to stab the beast repeatedly while holding it down, with it becoming a battle of attrition. Perhaps the badger had hoped that the potent venom within its teeth would take out Jake before it succumbed to his attacks. A hope that swiftly died as Jake got the notification of the kill. To his surprise, though, he hadn't been able to neutralize the venom entirely through his palate of the malefic viper. He felt a slight burning sensation in his arm as the poison struggled to travel through his veins. His health was also dropping little by little as his vital energy slowly fought off said venom. The skill clearly increased his resistance still, as he could feel the venom's toxic potency through his sense of the malefic viper. In terms of pure toxicity, it was on par with his infused blood. He was a bit lucky, though, that the beasts didn't have any resistance to poison themselves. Nothing of note, at least. Which wasn't that surprising, as many animals usually didn't even have resistance to their own toxins. For example, a snake would be poisoned if bitten by another venomous snake of the same species, or even if it bit itself. Their venom was protein-based, which meant that while they could easily eat prey they had killed with their poison, the same venom would still be deadly if injected into themselves. Being protein-based means that the stomach could break it down and absorb it, making drinking snake venom not actually dangerous under most circumstances. If you didn't have any open wounds in your mouth, throat, or stomach, that is. However, it is still not recommended to drink venom under any circumstances, and based on the venom these badgers possessed, it seemed to be of the same kind as snake venom. Of course, one had to factor in the system and possible magic elements involved. Jake could feel traces of inner energy within the toxin, making it not purely a physical substance. The same was true for all of Jake's own poisons, his blood and concocted poisons both. His blood being mana-based was quite self-evident, considering it was quite literally mana-injected blood. The ingredients used in poison concoction were also all filled with mana, making the poisons made from them also inherently filled with mana. Jake wondered how a poison from before the system would fare against his current body. He remembered certain animals being absolutely ridiculously poisonous, being able to kill giant animals with even a drop of their venom or poison. Perhaps the toxin would be far less effective due to all the magical mumbo-jumbo going on. Taking the venom currently being eradicated in Jake's arm into consideration, he could only imagine how easily non-magical venom would succumb. Not that there was any way to know in the end. The system was here, and it was likely going to stay. After less than a minute, he had finally removed the final trace of venom in his arm, as he noticed that it had managed to take less than 1/20 of his total health. Looking at his notifications quickly, he saw that he had gained another level in his class. Ding! Class Ambitious Hunter has reached level 36 stat points allocated, plus 4 free points, ding. Race Human E has reached level 41 stat points allocated, plus 5 free points. Honestly, this speed was ridiculous, but then again, he was a level 35 hunter killing beasts around level 60. Additionally, he had the big game hunter skill, which helped him close the stat gap by quite a lot. Noticing his class also reaching level 36, he slapped himself on his forehead as he admonished himself. Why the hell had he used an arrow to stab the badger? He could finally use his new sword. Taking it out, he instantly injected mana and felt that unlike the rare greatsword of nature, this one didn't reject him at all but smoothly absorbed his mana. He immediately felt the faint connection and became aware of how exactly its invading chill ability worked. Short Sword of Icy Wind's uncommon ace sword made out of frost steel and amplified with ice affinity mana over a long time. Due to the material used, the blade afflicts anyone hit with the elemental energy of frost. Enchantments Invading Chill. Requirements LVL 35+ in any class. It wasn't that unlike a poison, but if compared to toxins that had some physical parts to them, this affliction was entirely magical. As the blade was now bound to him, the enchantments and power within also activated as its edge chilled a frosty layer covered the metal as it started giving off traces of vapor. He had tried to use the sword before he reached level 35 and found that he couldn't inject his mana into it at all. As for wielding it without binding it to himself, that too was impossible as the blade just wouldn't sit right in his hand. It was a weird feeling, but it felt like if he tried to attack anything with it, it wouldn't be as sharp as it should either. He had forgotten actually to test if the theory was correct, but perhaps that was another experiment for another time. What was important right now was that he finally had a proper melee weapon once more. He had found a common rarity dagger in the valley before, meaning he could now dual wield it together with the short sword. Taking out the dagger, which he had bound to himself when he found it, he started swinging them around to test how it felt. To his satisfaction, he felt that Twin Fang style indeed did work with the short sword, making him not lose out on the stat effectiveness bonuses from the skill. He naturally still didn't get the Weapon of Bone bonus, but hey, what can you do? He decided to put the two weapons back in his storage as he quite frankly didn't have confidence in beating those badgers purely using melee. One of the reasons he could handle them so easily was that he always killed one before the fight even began and then took them out. However, being surrounded by 5, all scratching and biting at him, he wasn't going to do that. The damn things were also too damn big, reaching up to his chest. If they stood on their hind legs, they would be more than 3 meters tall, being by far the largest badgers he had encountered so far. Of course, the alpha was even more prominent, the size of a large horse, with far more bulk and presence due to its spiky hide. He couldn't help but get a bit excited at the prospect of fighting it, but first he had to get rid of the last 3 groups. Checking his stuff, he was a bit low on arrows, but he didn't feel like reconjuring more yet, so he decided to make it an excellent excuse also to do a bit of melee combat when he ran out. The first badger went down with the customary power shot, with the next 2 dying to the kiting and splitting arrow combo. The last 2 had only taken minor injuries when they finally managed to pin him down. With a bit of excitement, Jake took out his dagger and short sword, as he used the sword to block the claw of the first badger. He felt himself getting pushed back, having a disadvantage in strength. He barely had time to jump back as the other tried to bite him in the neck. He struggled to get a good foothold as the first one charged again, but this time Jake put the beast between himself and the neck-biting one, making it unable to jump him immediately. Taking the opportunity, he blocked the claw with the dagger once more, as he stabbed the beast in its front, penetrating quite deeply until a bone stopped the blade. The badger screeched as it seemed to go berserk, clawing and biting recklessly, an action that, sadly for the beast, only made the fight easier for Jake. The creature was stronger and slightly faster than himself, but also utterly predictable. He landed a few more cuts on the beast while he dodged the other one, that was still desperately trying to bite him to pieces. The badger got slower and slower with every cut from the sword, the invading cold from the sword seeping into its muscles and making them stiffen. Finally, he got in close and landed a touch of the malefic viper as he put his palm on the side of the beast's contorted face. Its screeching only got louder as the poison slowly started rotting its face, as Jake's shadow vaulted backward, no longer bothering with the thing. It was already dead, a prediction that proved right in only a few seconds as the poison spread to the brain. The remaining badger didn't seem even the tiniest bit disturbed about the horrific death of its former comrade as it continued the frenzied assault. A few minutes later, it met the same fate as Jake stabbed the sword into its heart after its movements also started getting stiff and sloppy. Jake hadn't come out of the fight unscathed as his cloak was well and genuinely tattered, and he had several claw marks all over his arms and chest. He had even been bitten once more, and on the same damn arm even. But the thrill of the fight made the pain irrelevant. The sword was sharp, and the icy affliction had done great work. It even made him think of perhaps concocting a nerve toxin to double up on the paralyzing effect. However, the most important thing for now was yet another level. Ding! Class Ambitious Hunter has reached level 37 stat points allocated, plus 4 free points. 2 more groups and 1 big-ass badger left. Jake focused on the threads of mana as he supplied mana through every one of them. One of them reached towards his battered cloak, which had been nearly completely destroyed again, after the latest fight where he finally took down the last of the badger groups, leaving only the alpha left. The self-repair enchant on the cloak would repair it entirely over time, but if one were injecting mana, it would significantly speed up the process. The second string went to his bracers that had taken quite the beating too. He had used them to block quite liberally, making them well and truly scratched up. One of them even had several bite holes in them from the 2 times he had been bitten. The third string went to the empty quiver as he supplied mana to conjure more arrows. Yet another 2 were currently picking up a blue mushroom each as they slowly put it into the mixing bowl he was holding with his 2 hands. If he was doing relatively easy concoctions or brews, he could do it with only 1 hand on the bowl, but it was more comfortable with 2 hands if he needed a bit finer control. And as he was currently making more necrotic poison, he needed both hands. Of course, he made it a bit harder for himself by deploying mana strings and charging up or repairing his stuff. But in the end, it turned out successful, as he was met by the beautiful message confirming his successful concoction and finally getting that level up. Ding! Profession, Prodigious Alchemist of the Malefic Viper, has reached level 47 stat points allocated, plus 5 free points. Ding! Race, Human E has reached level 43 stat points allocated, plus 5 free points. Along with that level, he had already gotten quite the gains from the dungeon. Jake had been there for 10 hours by now, as he had to take a break before fighting the second to last and final group of badgers. He quickly burned through all 60 arrows in every one of those fights, as the damn things were relatively resilient and good at avoiding fatal injuries. As it took a bit of time to reconjure the arrows, he also spent the time concocting a bit. He had decided to go all out against the alpha badger and use some of his limited supply of necrotic poison. He was starting to run a bit low on blue mushrooms by now. He cursed himself for casually eating them out of habit in the period after leaving the challenge dungeon, but not as much as he cursed himself for not clearing out the long tunnel filled with them after exiting the challenge dungeon. It was unlikely that he would return for them, as well he kind of didn't know the way back. He was a hunter, sure, but that didn't mean that his sense of direction was that powerful. Besides, the damn forest in the outer zone looked the same all over, with nearly no discernible landmarks. At least the inner area had huge mountains of different heights to orientate oneself quickly. At least the dungeon was straightforward, quite literally, as there was only an opening at each end of the cave. After he finished most of his preparations, he meditated for a few hours to fully restore himself. Only a single enemy remained in front of him, and from the feeling it gave off, the thing was stronger than anything he had ever faced before. Exiting meditation, he took out the newly concocted bottle of necrotic poison. As he started dipping his arrows in it one by one, leaving nothing up to chance, he dipped all 60 of them, making sure that he could give the beast a sufficient dosage of death. After he was done, he put on the now fully repaired cloak and bracers. It was a bit weird how he retained the stats from the bracers even after removing them, though his connection to them slowly worsened when he didn't have them on, so he assumed that if he took them off for too long, the stats would disappear. Shifting his focus back on the huge alpha venomfang badger, he noted that he still couldn't see its level even after his level ups. The alpha was no longer sleeping but sitting on the ground, almost as if it was waiting for him. The moment he defeated the group with 6 badgers in it, the beast had woken up and moved to the position it was currently in. Likely by design, Jake noted. Still too damn video game-like, he sighed. It was kind of eerie how the beast could be only 100 meters away from him on flat ground, and while he could clearly see it from here, it somehow didn't react to his presence at all. The same was true for all the badgers. Jake could attack one group without any of the others bothering. They should clearly be able to both hear and see, and yet nothing. Outside it was a bit different, with the beasts roaming more, and while their range of perception was limited, the mere fact that they moved around made it more likely for someone to get into a fight accidentally. His unintended engagement of the small dinos during his fight with the buffalo was a great example. He had kited it around, as he usually did, and accidentally moved too close to a bunch of the small buggers. The fact that their range of engagement was more extensive than his sphere of perception hadn't helped either. But these badgers, he could easily encompass them with his sphere and still not pull them. It had to be noted that his sphere currently had a range of a bit over 20 meters. Heck, the fact that he could sit here in the dungeon and concoct poisons while they were only tens of meters away was just weird. It worked to his advantage, though, so he wasn't going to complain that much. As he stared down the giant badger in the distance, he took out an arrow from his quiver, nocked it, and took aim at the beast. It still didn't react as he started charging power shot. He couldn't overdo it, as he doubted the creature would die in a single blow, and having a numb or even damaged arm wouldn't be advisable. At the same time, it couldn't be too weak either. After 8 or so seconds, as Jake started to feel the soreness set in, he released the arrow to the usual explosion of energy. He had aimed at the head of the beast, hoping for an easy one-shot, a hope that was quickly snuffed out as the beast reacted the moment he released the arrow. The otherwise dull eyes turned sharp, and the beast sprung into motion as it dodged to the side far faster than any other opponent Jake had faced before. It still managed to get scratched, but it was a surface wound at best. Despite it dodging his initial blow, Jake didn't get disappointed but instead felt excitement. This one was a worthy opponent. A good hunt, a challenge he would gladly face. Taking out another arrow, he fired a splitting arrow that surprised the beast charging towards him. 3 of the 5 arrows hit as it dodged, but notably it clearly purposefully avoided the original poison arrow. Narrowing his eyes, Jake knew this beast, despite its prior demeanor, had sharp instincts. He only had time to get off one more splitting arrows before the beast made it to him. It passed the 100-meter gap in only 3 or so seconds, putting most sportscars to shame with its monstrous acceleration. And this was even with the beast finding time to dodge the arrows on the way. Jake's shadow vaulted backward but didn't have time to fire another arrow before the beast was upon him once more. His tactic of briefly confusing his enemy by vaulting clearly not working on this one. He still hadn't managed to properly land any poisoned arrows on the beast, as he was forced to block a swipe of its claws. Its strength outclassed Jake by far, and right before it hit him, he leaped backward, borrowing the momentum of its blow to create some distance. However, the claw still tore into his bracers and arms, but besides that, he handled the blow relatively well. He felt his bones creak a bit, and it did send reverberations up his arms, but his body could take it. Having gotten some distance, Jake finally managed to land an arrow on the beast, though not hitting any critical areas, but it was enough to deliver the toxic payload. The arrow pierced its entire arrowhead into the hide of the beast, notably less than with the normal venom-fang badgers, where they either went straight through or only stopped when hitting bone or dense muscles. But it was fine. As long as the arrow could penetrate the tough hide of the beast, he could kill it. The beast itself also seemed to notice the poison's effects as it screeched in anger, far louder than even the molerat screechers had. His ears were ringing, and he felt his vision go black for a second. However, his danger sense still warned him of the maw of the beast descending upon him, allowing him to shadow vault to the side and avoid the danger. He had no intention of letting the beast sink its fangs into him. He couldn't nullify the effect of the venom of the smaller ones, so he saw no chance with the alpha, no reason to turn this into a battle of attrition. Shadow vaulting once more right after the first allowed him to get a bit more distance, as he noticed the beast behind him scratching at the wound he had inflicted. To his horror, he saw it rip out the piece of flesh where he had hit, along with the arrow itself. Shit, Jake thought. The necrotic poison didn't really spread that well, though blood it broke down the flesh and spread through that. With the beast having ripped out the infected meat, it eliminated the majority of the infection. Gotta switch it up, he decided as he pulled out a poison he had barely used. The very first type of poison he had ever made. Weak hemotoxic poison inferior increases bleeding on infected entities and makes any injuries harder to heal. The poison must be introduced directly into the bloodstream to have any effect. It was of a lower rarity and effect, but it would likely do well against this type of foe. It already had several bleeding wounds, including the one it had just given itself. He could see the flesh writhing as it visibly started healing, so he had no time to hesitate. Using the time he had been given by the beast ripping out the infected flesh, he took out an arrow and swiftly cleaned as much of the necrotic poison off it as he could with his cloak. Mixing poisons never ended well and would often make the effects worse. With no time to carefully dip the arrow in the poison, he just poured it out over the arrow swiftly as he briefly made eye contact with the beast out of the corner of his eyes. It was coming. Forced to retreat once more, he chucked the bottle towards the beast. Luckily, the creature decided that the empty bottle was a major threat as it jumped to the side to avoid it, buying Jake even more time. He only had one arrow prepared with the poison, and he didn't know if he would get time to make another. He had no confidence in facing the beast in a melee brawl. Not yet, at least. If he could weaken it significantly first, perhaps he would be able to, but he needed to land this shot. Splitting arrow had proved not to work, and a regular shot had a big chance of being dodged. He needed to get a short-channeled power shot somehow off. His experimentation with speeding up the channeling speed had been gradual. He could slightly do it now, but he didn't exactly have a tremendous rate of success. Either it was negligible, or it just made the skill fail as all the stored inner energy dispersed into nothingness. Tough times call for tough decisions, he thought as he took the gamble. What better time to try something new and risky than in a battle of life and death? Having decided on a plan, he decided to take advantage of the beast's fear of bottles. He had thousands of empty bottles for poison and potions still in his storage, and was more than willing to toss a few at the thing. Taking out a handful of bottles, he threw it at the once again charging alpha badger as it predictably dodged to the side. Jake didn't even take time to see if the feint worked as he raised his bow with the hemotoxic arrow knocked. Focusing all his perception inwards, he started the skill and tried to hasten the flow of stamina. He felt it speed up significantly as he willed it to, and he felt the energy enter his arms at a rate like never before, a rate that was far too unstable. All the energy built up disappeared even faster than it had gathered, making Jake curse inwardly. The first part had been fine, but he couldn't finish it. It was too unstable, too rushed, with the energy not being guided properly. He didn't have time to try again, as the beast also switched up its tactic. The needle-like hair on its back suddenly stood up straight as he screeched towards him once more, giving him the same nauseous feeling. And just like before, his danger sense warned him right after, while his sphere of perception made him aware of the nature of the threat. Hundreds of small, thin, needle-sharp hairs were heading towards him at breakneck speed. Having no other choice, he charged towards the needles, as he used his shadow vault to phase through them. In a less than positive turn of events, he found that the needles had quite a lot of energy infused in every one of them, making Jake lose more than 1,000 mana as well as more health than he would have liked. However, he didn't regret his choice as his hearing returned after the screech, and he heard the sizzling sound the needles made as they were embedded in the ground. Venomfang, my ass, should be called Venomhair. He cursed jokingly in his mind as now found himself closer to the beast than he would like. Despite the danger, he had to admit that he was very much enjoying himself. With only 5 or so meters between them, the beast took its chance to snap at him, making Jake sidestep the blow, as he swiftly pulled out his sword and stabbed it into the side of the beast's head, penetrating the chin. It reacted quickly as he was swiftly knocked back by the beast swinging its head. To make matters worse, the alpha had managed to scratch his chest with one of its fangs during the motion. He instantly felt the pain spread throughout his chest as the venom started taking hold. He subconsciously mobilized his vital energy to better fight it off as he looked in the direction of the beast trying to get the sword out of its chin. He had bought some time. He had dropped his bow but had made sure to keep hold of the arrow. He still had his old bow from before he got the one upgraded to common rarity. It was weaker, but if he infused mana into it, he should be able to make it hold together long enough to. Mana couldn't be directly injected into the body in its pure form, but it could be manifested in the air and injected into non-living physical things, such as his bow. Raising his old bow, he knocked the arrow in an almost trance-like state as the beast still thrashed around, trying to get the sword out of its chin. The invading chill was slowly seeping into it, annoying it more than doing any actual damage. He began using Power Shot as the process started as usual. However, this time, he tried speeding up the channel as he also injected mana into the bow simultaneously. The bow and his muscles were overwhelmed with energy in moments, but this time, the inner energy didn't disperse. The mana in and surrounding the bow held it in place as it reached equilibrium. The energy began building up like never before till it reached the crescendo. Having no time to waste, Jake released the string, as both the mana and inner energy flooded outwards, creating an explosion, unlike any power shot he had ever done before. The bow exploded into splinters when he released the string, unable to sustain its form after the mana had ravaged it from within. He saw the notification pop up in front of him the second the arrow was released as it flew towards the beast that didn't even have time to react. Skill upgraded, Power Shot uncommon. Infused Power Shot rare. The newly gained infused Power shot the arrow at an unprecedented speed as it hit the Alpha Venomfang Badger right in its midsection. The powerful attack tore straight through the beast's body as it exited out the other way, piercing any vital organ in the way. Jake was overjoyed at his method working and wanted to read through the notification with the upgraded skill, but was quickly brought back to reality by the Alpha's mad roar as it charged towards him with reckless abandon. He quickly realized the gravity of the situation as he was forced to jump to the side to avoid its mad charge. His bow had broken upon releasing the arrow. His sword was still hanging from the beast's chin, as it seemed to have gotten stuck on something, and his other bow had been thrown who knows where after the mad rampage of the creature. But he did have one big thing going for him in the big hole torn straight through the creature, coupled with the wounds left behind by a few arrows and the piece of flesh it had torn off itself. Instead of the bleeding stopping from these wounds, it had now started again, the hemotoxin doing its work. The beast was also no longer as bright as before. The infused power shot seemed to have thoroughly enraged it, making it thrash around uncontrollably. However, the large movements only served to worsen its wounds. The problem for Jake, though, was his inability to capitalize on the situation further. He didn't have a bow nor a sword, and trying to stab it with arrows or his dagger in melee didn't seem like a good idea either. So he went with perhaps the most boring approach and kited it around, letting blood loss do the job for him. After running around for a few minutes, he finally found his bow as it appeared in his sphere. With it in hand, he could continue to land potshots on the beast whenever an opportunity presented itself. These arrows were the ones soaked with necrotic poison, making them all the more deadly. In an attempt to take less damage, the beast ended up taking more as it ripped out all the poisoned arrows shortly after they hit it. Huge chunks of flesh were torn out, but the Alpha could not regenerate as every last shred of vitality was spent trying not to succumb to blood loss. The badger started getting slower as pools of blood soaked into the already moist soil. Its screeches got less intense as it got weaker and weaker. This naturally only made it easier for Jake to do more and more damage to the beast, making the conclusion of their fight inevitable. Finally, the beast fell on the ground after Jake landed an arrow on one of its legs. It still tried to crawl forward, but with it barely moving, he safely finished it off by finally landing an arrow in its eyes, penetrating into the skull. With a breath of relief, he looked at the dead beast. It had been the strongest enemy he had ever faced by far. The fight had given him a feeling he had missed for a long time. Everything had been too easy after he exited the challenge dungeon. He didn't count the ambush by Richard as that wasn't a fight but a one-sided attack. Battle he didn't even want to have, based on false pretenses. That time had only been about escaping. He hadn't been in the right headspace, but if it ever happened again, no, he would never allow himself to be so stupid as to land in such a situation a second time. And if he was, he wanted just to be strong enough to dominate the opposition. To do that, Jake needed to challenge himself and improve, but every other fight had just been too simple. Jake had barely taken damage in most of them, and both his stamina and mana rarely took a hit. A few good fights had been here and there, but nothing to really stroke his desire for a real challenge. But now he had finally got one. It was a satisfying feeling, to be sure. Looking at his notifications, he got a level, but what he instead focused on was his surprise at the Badger level. You have slain Alpha Venomfang Badger LVL 71 bonus experience earned for killing an enemy above your level. 102,000 TP earned. Ding. Class, Ambitious Hunter has reached level 40 stat points allocated, plus 4 free points. Only 71, he thought, as he double-checked. That seemed way too low. Several badgers had been in their 60s and were so much weaker. He trusted the instincts that told him the beast hadn't evolved to D-grade but was still E-grade like him. Then again, it did kind of make sense. The race of the beast was different, a variant, like how he could have gotten a worse class or profession, so could one perhaps get worse races? Or maybe only beasts could, as Jake was unsure if humans could somehow evolve into something not human. He couldn't help but remember the malefic viper. He had once been a snake, a beast of some sort, but he had transformed to become a dragon, and even now he had the form of a scaled, very human-looking man. Several considerable changes to his race appeared through that line of evolution, though always keeping the reptilian theme. For him to have had several variant races throughout that journey could only be expected. Perhaps these badgers were the same. Variants appeared among them, providing better stats and skills. It would certainly explain why a level gap of only a 10 or so between badgers could mean so much, an explanation he was sure to get in the future. For now, however, he had plenty of things to do. The first thing he did was to retrieve his sword from the mouth of the beast. It took quite a bit of work to get it free, as it had been stuck between two teeth, and the creature had only made it worse as it tried to get it out, pressing it down into the flesh. Painful, to say the least. Luckily, the blade itself was fine. Jake had feared that it would be damaged, and as it didn't possess the repair enchantment, he would have no way of fixing it. Next, he looked back at the notifications list and saw the new and improved Infused Power Shot. Infused Power Shot rare stamina as fuel mana as a guide. Unlike a normal Power Shot, the Infused Power Shot does not require a long charging time but can be charged in a brief moment. The higher the magnitude of the charge, the greater the stamina and mana expenditure. Charging Infused Power Shot may empower the skill further. Adds a small bonus to the effect of agility, strength, and intelligence when using Infused Power Shot. He was thrilled that the system had recognized his attempt and given him a new skill. He could feel the system helping him there towards the end, though it was only slightly. Honestly, he did most of it on a whim, somehow applying techniques he mainly used when doing alchemy. As for the new skill, it was quite an improvement. It had been improved from uncommon to rare rarity, and the charging time had been nearly removed. The scaling of the skill also now included intelligence, making Jake happy to finally use the stat. Well, he did have Touch of the Malefic Viper, but that skill required him to touch his opponent, making it quite hard to use against opponents like the Alpha that could rip him apart in melee. His Alchemist of the Malefic Viper provided him 2 intelligence per level, while he also got 2 for every race level up, giving him a total of 150 intelligence currently. It was his lowest stat by quite a bit, but he was happy that it finally had some use at least, though he had to admit that the stat likely brought benefits he was unaware of. It was one of the big 3 mental stats, the others being wisdom and willpower, so it had to do something. Willpower, as an example, increased his mana regeneration, while his wisdom, of course, increased his maximum mana. If he had to guess, then intelligence maybe had something to do with the potency of mana. Nevertheless, it felt good to finally have the stat mentioned as providing bonuses to a skill. Infused Power Shot was also far more powerful than the old Power Shot, or the potential for it to be powerful was higher. Power Shot relied solely on his stamina, along with his physical body's ability to withstand the pent-up energy, until he released it all in an explosion of might. This new version used both mana and stamina. Now the weapon was covered alongside Jake's body, making that also matter far more. The limiter on the amount of charged mana was the weapon used and Jake's ability to control the mana and stamina's equilibrium. As an equilibrium was required, his limit of charged-up stamina was actually the same, as he had to use a corresponding amount of mana as stamina. The damage inflicted by overcharging the skill was also unchanged, though now it also risked breaking the weapon. The skill's power was determined by the amount of mana and stamina combined, naturally making the skill far stronger, though it wasn't a simple addition, making the power double. A fast shot without any charging time wasn't close to as strong as Jake's fully charged power shot before. He could also feel that it wasn't like he couldn't do a power shot like before, relying purely on stamina. He couldn't imagine many scenarios where he would do that, but he could. As for the final part of the skill, this was where the system took entirely over and helped him. The release of the skill was entirely the system's doing, while Jake had only willed the way it was supposed to happen. How it managed to release the energy into the attack so perfectly was way above his pay grade. If it works, I guess, Jake thought as he shrugged mentally. The system was a bit weird in many areas. Skills could clearly be unlocked or upgraded according to the user's actions, but he had yet to see any new skills being gained straight out. The option would just appear the next time you acquired the opportunity to unlock another skill, which, coincidentally, was very relevant currently as he had just hit level 40. Ambitious Hunter class skills available. With no reason to delay, he accepted the prompt to unlock a new skill, as the long list of selections appeared before him. The usual suspects were still there, with all the weapon skills still clogging up the beginning, followed by all the skills he had passed over while still a regular archer. At 30, he had considered hunter's tracking and hunter's trapping expertise quite a bit, but had ultimately passed them in favor of splitting arrow, a decision he didn't regret. He could see many situations where they would be useful, but he just didn't really feel like they appealed to him yet. Perhaps next time, he told himself, knowing full well that another, more attractive option would likely also present itself next time. The exciting part of the skills was always the newcomers, after all, of which there were a few, the first one not really that exciting though. Infused strike common sometimes, there is strength in simplicity. Charge a melee weapon with mana, striking for additional damage. Adds a minor bonus to the effect of intelligence and strength when using infused strike. This skill was just perhaps it could be useful, but Jake doubted it would be anywhere close as useful as many of his other options. Besides, melee wasn't his first choice to begin with. While he saw himself as somewhat competent at it, the goal was ultimately just to find an opportunity to create some distance and return to using his bow. The creation of the additional skill option also helped confirm the precedent that he would more or less directly create these new options. He was pretty damn sure that infused strike came as a result of infused power shot. Of course, he was sure there were more complicated reasons behind the system's way of unlocking skills. He naturally wasn't going to with infused strike. The next skill option also made it a lot easier to rule it out. Determination of the ambitious hunter. The ambitious hunter is not one to back down even in front of the most frightening foe. The mind a fortress, the hunter determined. Increases resistance to all mental and illusion-based attacks. Increases resistance to suppressive effects. Adds a small bonus to the effect of determination of the ambitious hunter based on willpower. A passive defensive skill, a rare one at that. The effects seemed okay, though not necessarily that useful for Jake's current situation. He hadn't met much in the vein of mind manipulation yet, but the thought of it scared him to death. The mind was a complicated thing, and Jake didn't like the idea of it being manipulated the slightest. Imagining someone controlling you without you yourself, even being aware of it, was just downright chilling. To be a willing puppet just because of some fucked up skill. Most mental magic was not like that, though, he hoped. Thinking back, perhaps the Molerat Screechers, and even the Alpha had used some sort of mental attack with their screeches. The attacks were not merely physical, but had energy mixed in, momentarily jolting his mind, throwing his senses for a loop. Of course, he had been fine due to his bloodline abilities making him not rely on his usual senses, but it had still been a harrowing experience, and the feeling of vertigo far from pleasant. Skill also provided resistance against illusions and suppressing effects, both also things Jake hadn't really encountered as far as he knew. Quite honestly, he wasn't much into the skill. While he believed it would be instrumental during certain situations, for now he needed something to make him stronger immediately. The reason for that being quite simple: the dungeon wasn't done yet. He still had the objective of defeating the Den Mother. While he had slain an Alpha, the beast hadn't been the big baddie. The Den Mother was likely a beast even stronger than the Alpha, so he needed something to help him in the fight against it. Something the final skill without a doubt would. Mark of the ambitious hunter. The prey is chosen, the hunt begins. Covertly mark a target, making you aware of their position at all times until the mark expires or is dispelled. All damage done to the marked target is increased. Additional bonus experience earned for slaying a marked target above your level. Adds a small bonus to the damage inflicted, the mark's duration, and the mark's subtlety based on perception. The first part of the skill that allowed him to know his prey's position was kind of irrelevant to him currently. He had yet to meet a beast that would run away or abandon a fight, forcing him to hunt after it. However, he could see it being useful if he ever did clash with an enemy who made a retreat, such as if he had been able to mark William back then. No, the reason why he wanted this skill was due to the damage increasing effect. This was also his first time seeing a skill that said it straight up increased damage done. It was always an increase effect of stat or something like that. The skill scratched both his itches, firstly, to earn more power, and secondly, to explore the system's intricacies. It even had that final bonus experience earned for killing foes above his level to top it off. Such a bonus already existed for everyone based on the kill notifications, but he assumed this one would only increase that bonus. This effect likely came from the ambitious part of the skill name, as it seemed pretty in line with his class's theme. Of course, this effect was also a first to see on a skill. He didn't have much to think about as he accepted the skill and felt the information flood his brain. After a few moments, he knew exactly how to use the skill, just like the others. Turning towards the cavern's exit, he walked past the Alpha as he gave it one last nod of approval, as a bit of excitement started building in his chest. The fight with the Den Mother was sure to be even more exhilarating. By now it was officially confirmed. The system loved long and annoying, pointless tunnels forcing you to walk for way longer than was reasonable. He had been walking for 30 minutes by now. The light behind him was no longer visible, while he didn't see anything in front of him either. It was subtle, but the tunnel curved slightly, making it quite natural that he couldn't see either end. The big cavern where he had fought the Alpha had been relatively well lit by crystals covering the ceiling, but for some reason, the system hadn't bothered lighting the tunnels in any way. Then again, the tunnels were made to look like the Badgers had dug them out, or maybe they had actually been dug out by them. Jake seriously doubted that, with the rest of the dungeon being so obviously pre-designed, but who knows. Luckily though, Jake had his own source of light. His alchemical flame, while a transparent flame, did give off quite a bit of light. He didn't need the light for knowing where to go as he had his sphere, but because of what Jake was doing as he walked, a book was in one of his hands, illuminated by the flickering flame. The title read, Blood Poison, Intermediate Hemotoxins, not exactly a bestseller, but Jake still found it incredibly interesting. While the hemotoxic poisons had proved very useful against the Alpha, he still found it lacking, which was why he had decided to create a better version for his fight with the Den Mother. The dungeon didn't have any time limit, so he saw no reason to rush through it recklessly. Then again, he wasn't going to dally around for no reason. Leveling his alchemy was, in Jake's opinion, just as important as his class, and crafting the hemotoxic poison was yet another worthwhile challenge. He was also getting close to his next skill from his profession, and he had a feeling the next one was going to be juicy. Life and death battles weren't necessary to scratch his competitive itch and his instinct to challenge himself. The complex concoction techniques and high requirements for precise mana control also did that. So far, Jake had only ever created 2 poisons above inferior grade. One was his necrotic poison, while the other was the rare amalgamation he had used to pass the challenge dungeon. The necrotic poison he could make mainly due to his palate of the malefic viper, combined with him eating far more blue mushrooms than he would ever admit to. As eating them gave him insight into their nature, he quickly got extremely familiar with them, and even with that, it still took him quite a while before he crafted his first one. The amalgamation of poison couldn't really be considered a proper concoction. It had been unstable and would lose its effectiveness within a short time after being crafted, and even then the effects were questionable at best. On top of that, Jake had used 10 rare mushrooms for that one creation, not exactly being frugal with his ingredient spending. Needless to say, it wasn't a feat he could easily replicate. Which left him with his current challenge of making the hemotoxin he was currently aiming for. He had the ingredients for it already, still having them stored in his necklace. He had gotten used to the spatial storage by now, but occasionally he was reminded of how impressive it actually was. The herbs stayed fresh within the necklace, just like they had in the garden found in the challenge dungeon. It was like walking around with a portable greenhouse frozen in temporal suspension. Within that metaphorical greenhouse, he had also located the plant which he intended to use. Bloodthorn stalk common, a relatively common herb found in areas with an abundance of vitality-based creatures. It has a sweet smell, often attracting unwitting animals. A significant amount of tainted vital energy is found within, agitating the blood of any living entity it touches. This stalk was, as the description said, not very rare. It grew by absorbing the blood of living beings who touched it. This was mainly done to animals thinking it was a beneficial herb, and then attempting to eat it, only for the stalk to stay firmly rooted in the ground, scratching the inside of the beast's mouth and absorbing its blood. The ground below these plants was often red, making many believe that the herb grew in blood-soaked soil. However, it was later discovered that the earth became red due to the bloodthorn stalk concentrating the vital energy into it to attract even more prey. It was quite the insidious plant that had killed and maimed countless living things. Jake had even noticed the stalks starting to turn a bit withered moments after taking them out, forcing him to make a quick run back and pick up a few badger corpses to feed the poor murder stalks. When he was back there, he also considered if he could use anything from the beast's corpses to make any poisons. Sadly, his sense of the malefic viper made it clear that their venom stopped working after their deaths. If Jake had to guess, it was due to the lack of internal energy, so he had just to use their corpses to feed the stalks. On an important side note, they actually tasted pretty good. The herb had a lovely smell with a lot of liquid within. The thorns were peeled off before he started his feasting, of course. He ate plenty of them, as he familiarized himself with the herb before he would begin his practice. Interestingly enough, the stalks didn't restore any mana when he ate them, but instead released a tiny amount of vital energy. Thinking back, he hadn't really eaten anything worthwhile for a very long time. It wasn't that he no longer needed substance, but that he managed to keep himself fed only through herbs. He had a habit of eating a few of those he found as he roamed about. Wait, am I a vegan now? He suddenly thought randomly, well, a pretty shitty vegan, considering that he killed beasts all the time, but hey, he didn't eat them, though he really should. Honestly, one can only blame the badgers for not looking appetizing. As his thought wandered far from the book in his hand, he finally saw the other end of the long tunnel with his sphere. Picking up the pace slightly, he found himself in another cavern, about the same size as before. Scanning the cave with his gaze, there were far fewer badgers, him seeing only 5 in total. The problem was the kind of badgers, however. 4 of them were the same big badger with the weird spiky hair. Alpha Venomfang Badger LVL. The only thing that soothed him slightly was the fact that they were all spread out. They all seemed to be very territorial, only staying within their designated area. At the end of the room was a hill with yet another badger lying upon it. This one was quite different from any of the others. It didn't have any spikes, but its hairs all seemed fine and smooth. It had white lines running across its sides in intricate patterns, looking quite beautiful, really. Its size was slightly larger than the alphas, but more importantly, it gave off a feeling that made Jake instantly aware that this beast was the real leader of this pack. Den Mother LVL, the beast was clearly stronger but still not evolved yet. It was a great relief, as he had feared the creature to have been degraded, something Jake had absolutely no confidence in facing. All of the alphas also felt only slightly stronger than the one had already killed. It was very slight, but it was there. Had he been thrown out of the main cavern or something? Jake wondered. It was imperative to figure out the intricate lore of the Badger Cave, after all. He had taken down one alpha, and he had confidence in doing so with these ones. Sure, they were slightly stronger, but he had also gained quite a lot. No, the problem was his current state. Ripped robe, punctured bracers, and all resources relatively low. His first order of business was to get that in order, with the second being practicing his alchemy and killing the alphas. He knew it wasn't a one-day project to finish the hemotoxin poison, so he decided to switch between alchemy and fighting, picking off the badgers one by one. If all went well, his poison should be ready for his clash with the Den Mother. With no reason to sit around, he started getting to work on restoring his equipment and finishing his preparations for his first crafting attempt. He read the recipes, ate the herbs, and fixed his things over the next couple of hours. With everything ready, he got started on the arduous process of crafting an entirely new poison. Differences between inferior rarity and common rarity weren't huge, but they were far from insignificant. The complexity required in the control of mana and the handling of the ingredients was at another level. Purified water, aged green moss, bloodthorn stalk, as well as a good whiff of his own blood empowered with blood of the malefic viper, and he was good to go. The first part went as expected, as he extracted the energy from the moss and integrated it with the water and his blood. This part was the same as with necrotic poisons, making him experienced in it already, hence finishing that part without any issues. Next, he started applying the sweet nectar found within the bloodthorn stalks. You didn't need the stalk itself, but only the juices found within. The highly concentrated liquid entered the mixing bowl with nothing unexpected happening. The juices and the rest of the mix acted like magnets with the same poles, pushing the other party away. But of course Jake needed them to mix, and not just mix, but merge and bring out synergistic effects. As he tried nudging them closer together, the small barrier that separated them unexpectedly broke apart, and the energy smashed together before Jake could even react. The entire concoction seemed to erupt as all the liquid flew into the air, splashing all over his clothes. He managed to close his eyes and avoid getting anything into them, but his newly restored cloak wasn't so lucky. The acidic properties of his blood still lingered in the brew, making his cloak once more full of holes as small patches of it had eroded. That went well, Jake thought to himself as he started restoring his cloak once more. He also had his skin hit, but his resistance and high toughness left him with nothing more than a few red marks. What Jake had just experienced was a great example of why alchemists specializing in toxins had high vitality and toughness. The mixing process was far more dangerous than a regular potion, and even if the same thing had happened during the brewing of one, the eruption would only have left Jake covered in harmless liquids. Of course, this was discounting that many alchemists who made poisons had to sometimes test and experiment with their toxins, and the best way to learn of the effect of poison was to experience it yourself. Jake hadn't done this yet, but then again, he hadn't really made that many different sorts of toxins, though his one original creation had nearly killed him. After his initial failure, he made a few more attempts, finding little but steady progress. No level was awarded for his efforts, still putting him at 47, but he wasn't discouraged. He drank one final health potion, topping up his health as he entered meditation to restore his stamina and mana. Those two were relatively easy to restore. Mana continually regenerated, while stamina was restored whenever he meditated or slept. Health was another story. It did regenerate naturally, but at a rate far slower than the other two. He had lost quite a bit of health against the Alpha Venomfang Badger, and if he wanted to have that regenerate naturally, it would likely take days. He doubted even a week would be able to fill it, which was why he used health potions to top it off. Without those, his progress would be far slower as he would be forced to take far too long breaks. This was also the reason why healers were so essential to have when leveling. Exiting meditation a few hours later, he checked his status menu, putting all his free points into perception. He had already done that with quite a lot of them before he had got Mark of the Ambitious Hunter, but now that he had that, it only confirmed his choice. Looking over the status, he was very satisfied. Titles: Forerunner of the New World, Bloodline Patriarch, Holder of a Primordial's True Blessing, Dungeoneer I, Dungeon Pioneer I. Class skills: Basic One-Handed Weapons Inferior, Basic Stealth Inferior, Advanced Archery Common, Hunter's Sight Uncommon, Basic Twin Fang Style Uncommon, Basic Shadow Vault of Umbra Uncommon, Splitting Arrow Uncommon, Big Game Hunter Rare, Infused Power Shot Rare, Mark of the Ambitious Hunter Rare. Profession skills: Herbology Common, Brew Potion Common, Concoct Poison Common, Alchemist's Purification Common, Alchemical Flame Common, Toxicology Uncommon, Cultivate Toxin Uncommon, Malefic Viper's Poison Rare, Palate of the Malefic Viper Rare, Touch of the Malefic Viper Rare, Sense of the Malefic Viper Rare, Blood of the Malefic Viper Epic. Blessing: True Blessing of the Malefic Viper, Blessing True. Race skills: Endless Tongues of the Myriad Races Unique, Identify Common, Meditate Common, Shroud of the Primordial Divine. Bloodline: Bloodline of the Primal Hunter, Bloodline Abilities Unique. The most significant growth was in his perception. He had gained nearly 150 points since he entered the dungeon with all the levels and his investment of free points. In reality, he had only invested 120 points or so, but the 25 bonus from his bloodline and title resulted in quite the increase, and he could feel the increase. It was in minor things, like when he focused on an object, he could more easily make out small details, and when he focused on his hearing, he could hear even the smallest thing. It wasn't like perception just straight up boosted one's senses, as it would be horrendously annoying if you had to listen to the sound of your own heart constantly. He had to focus on it, which means that it didn't help as much if he was distracted. Where he could easily see the growth was with his sphere. With every point invested, it slightly increased in its area of effect and clarity. It wasn't by much, but it was there. As for his danger sense and other things related to his bloodline, he had no idea if they even interacted with the stat to begin with. Then again, his bloodline was an intrinsic part of him. Would he even notice if they improved, or would it not just feel utterly natural to him, as it, in a sense, was natural? Closing his status menu once more, he briefly considered checking the tutorial panel but decided against it. Distractions would do him no good. In this dungeon, it was just him and a bunch of overgrown badgers, the rest of the survivors be damned. He identified the first prey, taking out his bow, as he prepared an arrow with his old, weak hemotoxic poison. He had been sitting still for long enough, and it was time to do some light exercise with a bit of mortal combat. He had been in the papers, praised by everyone, but he had always tried not to let it get to his head. His father had been treat the janitor like the CEO type of person. His old man had even refused to hire him at his own company, telling him he had to go his own way. Connections certainly had helped to begin with, but as he made his way into the corporate world, he once more excelled. At first, perhaps he was chosen because he was his father's son, but now Jacob was selected because he was the best man for the job, a mark of honor for him. But this shitty place wasn't one where he excelled. This god-forsaken shithole called a tutorial wasn't anything he had ever trained for or even dreamed of, and yet he had tried his best. He had tried to make sure they all survived and all returned home, but he had failed time and time again. His colleagues died one by one, and he was powerless to help them. His hands shivered whenever he held a sword, and his mind went blank when a beast came at him. He felt useless. Even where he was supposed to be skilled, he failed. He couldn't even help Jake, accidentally leading him into a trap and nearly getting him killed. His relationship with Caroline had soured after that. She had changed, perhaps in her own desperation. Jacob believed he could have still helped her, fixed their relationship, and got her back on the right path. Maybe it was a naive hope, but Jacob wanted to at least try. Could because even that he had fucked up. Not even something as basic as not parting without regret was possible for him. He had ignored Caroline when she left with Richard to attack the remnants of Hayden's camp. His last words had been, "Leave me alone, for God's sake," yet he tried again. Even after being broken, again and again, he got up. The tutorial counter was clear. Everyone was dead. After they saw the number drop dramatically, the entire base had gathered. When the killing finally stopped, Jacob had done a head count and found every single person still living present, besides two. Jacob had left together with Bertram to investigate what the hell had happened. What they found was pure mayhem. Corpses and shattered armor were strewn across a big area. They had called out for survivors, but silence had been their only answer. They didn't have any healing potions or healers left, so even if they found someone, it was unsure if they could save the person. They hadn't stayed for long as Jacob had seen something that made him send Bertram back alone. Jacob stayed a while longer, contemplating what to do before he also returned, which led to the current situation. Jacob had done what he could to try and keep things running, but the situation was terrible. Everyone had lost friends or family in the battle, many even showing clear signs of having given up, but he managed to keep them going. The two enigmatic survivors were a great boon there. No one knew who they were, which meant they could be anyone. Just that small shred of hope kept many going, and Jacob himself hoped that it was enough to ride out the rest of the tutorial. By then, hopefully, they could reunite with the rest of the world. Jacob also hoped to return to the real world alive. He would fight and he would survive, but Jacob knew who the two survivors were. He knew it was a false hope, but it was all he could offer them. On the battlefield, he had sent Bertram back because he spotted someone. It looked like a burnt corpse, but Jacob felt like he saw faint movement. It was William. He was barely recognizable, but Jacob knew it was him. Jacob wasn't stupid and quickly put together everything that had happened, especially when he saw Caroline's metallized corpse. William had killed them all, and there he was, unconscious and defenseless before him. With the starter's sword at his waist, he could kill him. Perhaps he should kill him, yet he turned and left. Even after everything he had done, Jacob didn't wish to see him dead. Not because Jacob necessarily believed that William could be saved or anything stupid like that. Jacob just didn't want to kill anyone. Sitting down in the middle of the battlefield, he stared up into the sky. He truly hated this place, yet he refused to let it break him. Everyone was losing hope by the day, but Jacob felt responsible for keeping it alive. Perhaps William would wake up before the tutorial was over. No, he would most certainly wake up and come to kill them all. If that is fate, then let it be so. He had been stuck at level 24 for a long time in his class, a very long time compared to everyone else. The prompt had never appeared for him like everyone else. As the only person in the entire tutorial that he knew of, the evolution eluded him. Class evolution available. He didn't know why it came, why now of all times. He hadn't killed anything, he had just been sitting alone, staring into the artificial stars above. Letting the system humor him, he accepted the evolution. But compared to what he expected, he wasn't met with a selection of classes. Many had reported having at least two, with some just being a big shift from their original class. But Jacob only saw a single one. He barely skimmed through the description before he just accepted it. Holy Mother has invited you to her realm. Accept. Umbra has invited you to her realm. Accept. Rigoria the Maker has invited you to their realm. Accept. Yggdrasil has invited you to her realm. Accept. The Deifather has invited you to his realm. Accept. Kamicus has invited you to his realm. Accept. The Eternal Servant has invited you to his realm. Accept. Artemius has invited you to their realm. Accept. Atlas has invited you to his realm. Accept. The Seeker has invited you to their realm. Jacob instantly received what he could only classify as spam. Hundreds, no now it was thousands of, invitations appeared before him. Every single invitation was not as simple as a simple message, however. All of them seemed to carry some kind of intent within, a faint hint of what the ones inviting Jacob were all about. Once more, Jacob just took in the feeling of them, but he knew that he would pick the first one, an action which immediately made his vision turn black as his entire world shifted. A blinding light appeared before him as he felt solid ground beneath his feet. With a startle, he looked around as his vision slowly returned to normal. He knew he had gotten many system messages before obtaining the class, but didn't feel like now was the time or place to go through them. He stood within a great hall. No, calling it great was an understatement. This place was beyond massive. He couldn't even see either end as he saw pillars shoot into the sky all around him, each larger than the most prominent building he had ever seen. There wasn't even a ceiling, but a layer of clouds which the pillars disappeared into. As he marveled at the sight, he suddenly heard a voice behind him. Quite beautiful, is it not? Turning around, he saw a woman, which was all his brain registered as he stood there dumbstruck. He couldn't see her per se, yet he knew that he stared at perfection. A feeling of reverence welled up in his chest that he didn't even feel the slightest desire to quench. After what felt like minutes, he barely managed to compose himself as he stammered, "Why, yeah, beautiful." The woman waved her hand as a couch, and a table appeared before him. The table even had what seemed like newly brewed tea just sitting there in a cup, ready to drink. "Take a seat, Jacob," she said as she ushered him towards the couch. Jacob didn't even think. He just did what she said and sat stiffly down on the couch. The woman herself sat on a chair on the other side of the table as she picked up her cup of tea and started drinking. She was showing no intention of addressing him. "What happened?" Jacob finally asked, after taking a few more seconds to compose himself. "What reasons? And why does getting a class upgrade lead to me being invited here? I didn't hear about this happening to the others." Jacob answered, his curiosity now exceeding his wariness. "So many questions." The woman laughed as she nevertheless answered them. "You initially caught my eye due to your affiliation with the Savant, which only got amplified with your connection to the Vipers chosen. A hunter, it would seem. As for why you are here far from everyone, has anything special happened during a class evolution, so it is normal for others not to speak of it. But know that you are not the first of your tutorial to have an encounter like this." Another major reason I chose you is that you have what I am looking for in my followers, a worthy shepherd, and one able to bring more light into the people's hearts. Your class now is perfect for just that. As you no doubt know, any god would gladly invite an augur into their fold. Jacob took a while to digest the information. Was he being recruited into a religion of some sort? Did he even have a choice? Was this entire thing happening a good or a bad thing? But more importantly, who or what is the hunter and the savant? The savant is of interest to a friend of old, and the hunter roused the viper. I can no longer see precisely who he is, no doubt due to the viper's interference, but he should be a friend of yours, she answered calmly as if she had all the time in the world. Jake is the hunter. He thought instantly. This also confirmed that he was alive, though Jacob had kind of expected that to begin with. Jake had escaped after all, and based on what he had seen, the guy could handle himself. But what was this about rousing the viper? Did he do something? Was this the reason why he became so strong? What do you mean when you say that he roused the viper? Jacob asked. The woman looked like she was reminiscing for a bit before she began. The malefic viper is who I speak of, an ancient being that has been around since the dawn of the system itself. After a tragic event, he secluded himself from the rest of the multiverse for many eras, but after your world's integration, he has returned. And your friend is the one who made him leave that seclusion. Is it a good or a bad thing that this viper has returned? Jacob asked, a bit confused. Time will tell, she answered with a smile. I hope it will bring good with it. On a personal note, I am happy to see him no longer mope around in that empty realm of his. Jacob nodded along, as he quite honestly didn't get half of what was being said. This may be presumptuous of me to ask, but is me coming here a good or a bad thing? He asked. You seem to care a lot about good or bad, Jacob. She answered with a giggle. It all depends on what you do with being here, but if you had to put it in a box, I would call it a good thing. Okay, he said as his brain kept trying to comprehend the situation he found himself in. Yet he didn't question her judgment, he felt unable to question it. Why did you bring me here then? I wish to offer you a gift as well as a responsibility, the woman answered. The gift my blessing, the responsibility to serve beneath me. To help spread my word to your universe. Jacob furrowed his brow at this. This did seem very much like some kind of religion. Jacob had never been the religious type, so he honestly wasn't sure how to feel about the offer. May I ask what spreading your word entails and to who exactly we pray? He asked, trying to learn what exactly he was getting himself into. On the other hand, the woman couldn't hold herself back from giggling once more, mesmerizing Jacob completely. He was very sure by now that her charm was in no way natural but magical of some kind. The word is easy, to serve me and to serve the holy light. My teachings are hope, justice, and righteousness, of fairness and love for one another, of the punishment of the wicked and self-actualization to become the best one can be, she answered. Jacob began to come to a shocking realization, one that he quickly got confirmed. As to who we pray, well, I don't personally pray to anyone. But my followers pray to me. Are you God? Jacob asked in disbelief. Was this God? Jacob had to take a while once more to compose himself after the bombardment of information and shocking revelations. If you wish to join me, I will give you a blessing and send you back to the tutorial. Our time here is limited, after all. I can only hold you here for so long before the system drags you back, she continued before Jacob could formulate a response. Wait, if you are a god, why can't you stop the system? And what is the system to begin with? What does it want? Jacob said, failing to hold back some of the many questions he was struggling with. I am not all-powerful. No one is. As to what the system is, well, that requires an answer longer than we have time for, she said patiently, despite the seeming lack of time. I understand that you struggle with the system as a concept, but from my experience, it truly doesn't want anything. It is simply there. It is like asking what gravity wants or why light won't stop being bright. If you truly wish to learn of the system, do so once you become powerful enough. Jacob nodded at the response, as it did kind of make sense. Enough sense for him to not want to think about it further, as that would just take him down another spiral of wandering thoughts. What does getting this blessing entail? He asked, getting back on track. One can only ever hold a single blessing bestowed upon them by a deity. As to what the blessing is, it depends on the god. But no matter what kind of blessing, it will open up paths, meaning more skills and evolution options. As to what I want, we can talk about that next time. As she said that, Jacob felt himself slowly start to fade away. So what is your answer? Gritting his teeth, Jacob decided to take the chance. Perhaps he was just falling for the woman's unearthly charm, but he still decided to give it a shot. Yes, with that she reached out her hand and slightly touched his still fading cheek. Goodbye, my child. May you fulfill your destined purpose. And with those words, Jacob felt his vision spin once more as he found himself back on the ground where he had disappeared from. It felt like hours had passed, but it had likely not even been an hour. Jacob even briefly considered if it had all been a hallucination until he checked his notifications. Greater blessing of the Holy Mother blessing, greater a worthy follower personally recognized by the Holy Mother. To become a speaker for the primordial herself is a great privilege, given to few throughout the multiverse. Through the vestige of karma given to you, you have tapped into a bit of her holy power. +5 intelligence, +5 willpower, grants access to many new paths. Only one blessing can be held at a time. This was the first one he saw, as he was taken aback. It even gave stats, though his stats were still meager currently. He knew it had to be significant later on. The other effects, such as opening up new paths, had to be related to those evolutions and skills that she know, the Holy Mother, his patron, spoke of. But this was only the beginning, as he had gotten quite the benefits. Still sitting only a few meters from the nearly dead savant, William, he went through all that had changed him, knowledge even entering his mind as he began going through all the notifications. Jacob felt a bit of excitement for the first time in quite a while reading his notifications. He had barely opened any of the system menus for weeks, and when he did, he only did so to either check the tutorial panel or his stamina. But now things had changed, as he had perhaps finally found a path for himself in this new world. With the blessing, a title apparently also came, the only other title Jacob had besides the one they all started with. He had honestly kind of forgotten the existence of titles before that moment. Holder of a primordial's greater blessing obtain the greater blessing of a primordial. In the vast multiverse, many gods exist, many pantheons rule, but the primordial are few. To be blessed by a primordial personally is a rarity, so bear it with pride. Grants the skill Lighthouse of the Holy Mother Epic, +5 all stats, +5 to wisdom, willpower, and vitality. Another massive gain and another stat increasing effect. They were even the same stats Jacob got a lot of from his class. As for the skill it granted, he wasn't too sure. Lighthouse of the Holy Mother Epic, a beacon amidst a sea of confusion. A light for all to follow in order to find safe shore once more. Allows you to take in emotions from those around you more easily, understanding their most profound inner desires. Passively makes you appear more trustworthy to those who have faith in you. The effect of Lighthouse of the Holy Mother is based on wisdom and willpower, respectively. It sounded downright creepy, the perfect superweapon of any stalker, but from the perspective of a leader, it was invaluable. Morale and happy employees were the cornerstone of a highly efficient company, especially one focused on knowledge rather than physical labor. Being able to convince others easier was also very helpful. It just rubbed Jacob the wrong way to imagine him quite literally manipulating others into it. At least the skill appeared only to reinforce the trust others already had in him. After the meeting, he had naturally also gotten the level as well as a whole bunch of lost skills. Ding! Class, Augur of Hope has reached level 25 stat points allocated, +8 free points. Skill lost, strike common. Skill lost, basic 1, handed weapon inferior. Skill lost, basic 2, handed weapon inferior. Skill lost, basic sword shield inferior. Skill lost, basic throwing weapons inferior. Skill lost, balanced approach common. Skill lost, basic blocking inferior. He had lost all of his skills but two. One called Amplify Voice, which did exactly what it sounds like. The other one was Motivating Presence, his only uncommon skill before the events that had just transpired. It was a skill that reduced stamina expenditure for all allies around him. But of course, he had also gained several skills. For to be exact, the first one, a Mana Affinity skill, something he had heard about before. Skill gained, Light Magic Affinity. Uncommon, the element of light is an affinity of two faces. The light can shine upon allies, bringing them comfort and strength, but also burn your enemies, along with a myriad of mystical techniques. Allows the user to turn their mana into the light affinity. May you walk where darkness never reaches. This skill was relatively simple, except for the fact that it was uncommon rarity. Jacob had heard that most affinity skills were of inferior rarity, meaning Jacob had skipped a tier when getting it. When he tapped into his mind, he could vaguely feel small wisps of knowledge on how to use the light element. However, as he had no idea how to use mana and had no skills to use the affinity with, it didn't do much currently. At most, he could make himself glow. The next skill was also a bit weird, but had a fascinating effect. Skill gained, Shepherd of the Lost Epic. The shepherd who leads the lost is the one who forges the path of all those he guides. Allows the user to more easily influence the records and thus future paths of others. Enables your teaching to grant a very minor amount of class and profession experience. Effect based on wisdom and willpower. He had no clue what all that influencing records thing was about. No, what he cared about was the second to last part, grant experience. He could help others gain levels without having to go through the horrors of fighting. The next skill was equally as cryptic in many ways. Skill gained, Divination of the Augur. Epic fate is ever-changing, but some can begin to understand the flow. Allows the Augur of Hope to peer into the rivers of fate and destiny to interpret the omens found within. The time between each available divination is based on the willpower and wisdom of the augur. Was this skill some kind of fortune-telling, prediction of the future? He had a feeling it was far more complicated than that, and the knowledge that came with the skill didn't help him much either. It just allowed him to know how to start divining, and he knew that it was a rather lengthy process. The final skill was just downright weird and non-descriptive. Skill gained, one more light legendary. When the lights flicker, your will remains. In the sky of a million stars, when one's time runs out, one more light remains. The augur of hope cares when the light goes out, even when a moment is all that we are. So his light shall remain alit to further guide the lost and the fallen, the lights that have flickered out. Hope is not so easily slain. It was a legendary skill, a tier Jacob had never even heard of before. He remembered Richard boasting about getting an epic skill, making others green with envy. But now he had obtained a legendary skill, one he couldn't even understand himself. The description was just so unbelievably vague. Whenever one gained a skill, one would generally get the basic knowledge of how to use it too. It was like that with all his other skills, but with this he came up blank. It seemed to do nothing, and he had no idea how to activate it. Was the skill passive, maybe? But if so, what are its effects? Jacob had no answer to that question. Even if he couldn't figure out, he had a feeling he would know what it was for in time. He felt like he had been reborn, like he had finally found a purpose, a path forward. One could live with the system without fighting. He could become someone leading people just like he had before. He could guide and help others. Perhaps he had finally found a new area where he could excel once more. Another person who excelled elsewhere was a man repeatedly stabbing a massive beast in the side as it tried to wrestle him off. But the man didn't let up but kept holding on as his hands grasping onto the beast gave off a faint green glow. The beast was already wounded all over, arrows sticking out of it everywhere, and a huge hole that had left one of its claws hanging limp. The blood was oozing out of every wound, and the sword was most certainly not helping with the situation. Finally, the beast stopped moving, as its attacker received a notification. You have slain Alpha Venomfang Badger. LVL 77 bonus experience earned for killing an enemy above your level. 114,000 TP earned. Ding. Class, Ambitious Hunter has reached level 44 stat points allocated, plus 4 free points. Ding. Race, Human E has reached level 46 stat points allocated, plus 5 free points. Jake let go as he fell backward onto his back, a smile hanging on his lips, not caring at all about the blood he had landed in. More than half a day had been spent in this cavern since he entered. All the 5 alphas were finally dead, with only the den mother remaining. He had gone through the cycle of preparing for battle, fighting a big-ass badger, doing alchemy, and meditating before rinsing and repeating. The common rarity hemotoxic poison was still underway, but he was getting close, really close. He had even managed to get another level under his belt with all the alchemy done. In total, he had gotten 4 levels in his class, nearly getting 1 per alpha. The second to last was the only one that hadn't awarded one. He didn't know if it was natural to get that many levels or if it was his mark of the ambitious hunter showing its worth. And oh, that mark was great. Before, he sometimes had issues when he ran away if the beast briefly exited his sphere, but now he could feel where it was anyway, showing great synergy with his bloodline. The increased damage was also more than noticeable. It didn't make his blade cut more or his arrows dig deeper as he had expected. Instead, the effect was more peculiar. Whenever he hit a beast, dealing damage to it, what felt like a wave or maybe a small wisp of energy drifting out and consumed just a bit of health from the target. It was subtle but noticeable over a long fight, and to make it all better, it even worked with his poisons. He could clearly see it being amplified, just straight up allowing the toxins to drain more life force than before. He had yet to try it properly with a potent dose of necrotic poison, but he could imagine the effects being very noteworthy. In other words, the skill dealt damage directly to health points. The badger he had killed the easiest was the second to last, coincidentally also the only one that didn't award him a level. His infused power shot had made all the fights a lot easier, allowing him to land an excellent blow to begin the battle with. He had managed to hit it from the side and penetrate through the ear canal and into the beast's brain. The damage released from the mark was insane, looking like a wave of energy washing over the creature. He said looking, but he was the only one who could notice the effect from what Jake could deduce. Applying the mark to a target was also easier than he had feared. The skill set it covertly, applied it, and luckily that had turned out to be very much true. None of the badgers had shown the slightest reaction when he used the skill on them, merely continuing their daily lives of loafing about. In the entire dungeon, only 2 living beings remained, the den mother and himself. He didn't know if he could defeat the beast. He had a feeling he maybe could, even without making the new poison. But he had already made the plan, so he decided to just stick with it. Besides, he needed another period of restoration. He had rushed the fight with the final badger quite a bit, not bothering to fully reconjure all his arrows, which was why he had to face it in melee for a bit, an endeavor that had only ruined his clothing again. It had to be said that Jake looked like the poorest homeless person around. The other survivors had banded together, meaning they had tailors in their midst. Jake, on the other hand, had to make do with his own measly skills. His cloak could be restored, but under that cloak, yeah. His chest was bare and had been so for the last many days. He had many clothes from within the challenge dungeon, but had decided to stop wasting the shirts by now. Nearly all of them had been ripped apart, and as they were just regular clothes, he had no way to fix them. He still wore pants, but even they were tattered and holed all over. He only switched them out when it was absolutely necessary, and even now they were more shorts than pants. And speaking of his chest, he had to admit that he looked good. Jake had always had a rather lithe figure, having to spend a lot of time to stay in shape for his archery. The habits of regular exercise and healthy eating had luckily stuck with him after the accident that stopped his pursuit of going pro. His current body had gone through changes since entering the tutorial. All the belly fat was gone, his muscles light and flexible. The evolutions had even resulted in his height increasing by a few centimeters. He had been of a rather average size before, while now he could be considered a bit above average. His face and hair had remained the same. His brown hair had perhaps grown a little, but it was hard to tell. The glint in his eye was a bit sharper than before, and perhaps his features had become a bit rougher on average, but it was hard telling if it was due to the system or all the hardships he had gone through. Of course, his journey wasn't over yet. There was, for example, a giant badger to kill. He decided to retreat to the cave entrance just in case the den mother unexpectedly made a move. He doubted it would, but better safe than sorry. Taking out his ingredients, he got concocting. Purified water, infused blood, aged poisonous moss, bloodthorn stalk juices, and a shitload of mana later, and he was good to go. His progress had been slow and steady over the last day. He had concocted many common rarity necrotic poisons before, and was no longer a rookie in the craft. In fact, he would say making that poison was easier than the inferior rarity stamina potion. The only part that still vexed him was the merging process of the two opposing elements for the hemotoxin. They rejected each other, but he had started to find ways to slowly make them meld into one another and not explosively clash, spraying the concoction all over. After having it explode in his face far too many times, that is, which was also the reason why he wasn't wearing his cloak at the moment. His skin had better resistance to poison than his clothing after all. The beginning part of the process went as expected. The water, moss, and blood mixed well together, and soon the first part was finished. Adding the stalk juices, however, Jake had started switching up the approach. Instead of adding it all at once, he would slowly drip it into the mix. As the first drop hit, it started sizzling as Jake wasted no time forcing it to merge with the rest of the mix. It struggled at first, but slowly it started getting integrated. The concoction's nature started slowly changing as it got affected by the energy within the stalk. One could compare it to the effect of a vaccine. Of course, the body would naturally reject what was injected into the body, attempting to crush it and push it out. If one increased the vaccine dose significantly, all one would achieve was to make the person sick. But with a small dosage, the body could get used to it, which was just like he was doing now. The rest of the brew could slowly absorb a small amount of the bloodthorn juices, and with Jake's careful guidance, not cause any adverse effects. This allowed Jake to soon put in another drop into the mix, and then another, and then another. Soon more than half of the required liquid was in the mix, and it still remained stable. The last few drops not even showing any unstable reactions but merely integrating on its own. With a bit of courage, he decided to put in the rest of the liquid all at once. The poison's purpose was ultimately for the bloodthorn stalk juice's hemotoxic properties to overpower the concoction and make it take on its effect. A bit of instability was, in other words, required for it to succeed. Something that, to Jake's great relief, finally succeeded when he saw the mixture turn entirely red as well as the system notifications appearing. You have successfully crafted hemotoxic poison common. A new kind of creation has been made. Bonus experience earned, ding. Profession, prodigious alchemist of the malefic viper, has reached level 49 stat points allocated, plus 5 free points. Smiling in satisfaction, Jake got out 2 empty bottles. Usually a batch such as this would quickly fill 4 or 5 bottles, but the first creation's output wasn't exactly good. He had taken a long time doing the crafting and had thus evaporated a lot of the concoction. But it was kind of expected, so Jake didn't think that much of it. It was a success, and that was the most crucial part. Bottling it up, he identified the poison. Hemotoxic poison common greatly increases bleeding on infected entities and makes any injuries harder to heal. The poison must be introduced directly into the bloodstream to have any effect. It was literally the same description of the inferior rarity version, save for it adding greatly at the beginning. But Jake could feel that it was quite a lot more powerful. The energy it gave off was palpable, as one should expect after expending more than 2,500 mana during the concoction. Not because the crafting process required that much typically, but because once more, Jake had done it super slowly and inefficiently, something that would surely improve as he got more practice. By now, his armor that could be restored by their enchants had been repaired. His mana was low, and his stamina also wasn't full. He had even lost a few health points due to the toxic fumes released during the crafting process, a hazard of the trade. Cleaning everything up, he gave one look at the den mother as it still sat unmovingly. Soon, he thought as he smiled to himself. Entering meditation, time passed as he slowly restored his resources. During meditation, all senses except for touch were cut off completely. He could still feel his and the energy moving within his body, but nothing outside of it. With his normal senses, that is. His sphere of perception was as always unaffected, and he had made it a habit to try and train it during meditation. In the beginning, he could only see material things through it, but after the first evolution at level 10, he had started to also faintly feel the mana in the air. It was only a slight nudge in the wind. When Jake focused, it was as if he could see a faint mist covering everything. As he practiced using his mana, and as his alchemy improved with his mana control, so did his ability to sense it. At all times, he could feel it around him. He could pull on it and attempt to bend it. He had tried a myriad of things, but so far, the only one he had ever really succeeded in was to weave his strings. It was one of the first ever accomplishments he had with mana, and it had stayed that way. But his limitation was that these strings had to be attached to his body. Something that shouldn't be necessary in theory, so he spent his meditation trying to do just that, manipulate mana without touching it directly. His largest obstacle was to have the mana not simply scatter. If he made a string connected to his body, the moment he made it dislodge from himself, it would just get swept up. It was like it had no substance, so it just integrated back into the atmospheric mana. As he meditated, the hours ticked by, and soon he started to feel a different kind of tired. His stamina was restoring, but he still felt more and more tired. No, exhausted had to be the word. An exhaustion one feels after being up for far too long, and the body finally putting its foot down. Thinking about it, he had been awake for a long time. He didn't need as much sleep as before. That much was obvious, but didn't he need any sleep? Meditation and stamina potions had kept him going for a long time, likely too long. The problem was though he didn't want to sleep. Doing alchemy, practicing mana control, fighting, all of these were something to do. These things kept Jake's mind active, occupied. It kept stray thoughts and worries away. But if he slept, the floodgates would open. The last time he slept, he dreamt, dreams that to him were nightmares. He saw his family, his friends, the ones in his life he cared about. The dreams only served as reminders of what he may have lost and what he didn't even know if he still had. It has to be remembered that upon entering the tutorial, Jake's lowest stat was willpower. He had never been the strong-willed type. He was the type to focus on one thing and then become utterly devastated for a long time if it didn't work out. When he had his accident that stopped him from doing archery, he was depressed for a long time. He never picked up any new hobbies but just wallowed in despair. It was only because he was set on the path of going to university by his parents that he recovered. He had a new goal, but he still never got seriously into any new hobbies again. The same happened with his first relationship. After that, he had never dared to pursue a new one. The experience had scarred him, and he now hid away from it. And now he was doing the exact same thing. He knew something bad had happened outside of the inner area, but he didn't want to go check. He didn't want to confront whatever it was. He preferred just to hide away and do his own thing. Fighting to the death was simple. He knew how to do it because the result of the fight relied on him in the end. But if his family still lived, if his friends were in the only now dozens of people outside who still lived, he didn't know. It was not up to him. He wanted to avoid anything outside of the one-mind track he was currently on, to put it in other words. He had learned throughout his life to do that wonderfully so, to focus excessively on one goal at a time and complete his set goal with excellent efficiency. It was why he was good at his job and why he was good at archery, to begin with. Now, however, the distraction of sleep was upon him. He had managed to avoid dreams during the challenge dungeon somehow. He had slept then, but he had managed to dream of alchemy, to dream of his task, something he feared he wouldn't this time. Retreating even further, Jake entered into the tunnel connecting the two caves. Fighting the beast was foolish in his current state. He felt sluggish, slow. He had to sleep despite his desire not to do so. Summoning the bed, he just threw himself on his stomach as his eyelids got heavier. The moment his body hit the sheets, his eyes closed and the embrace of sleep enveloped him. His mind started resting, so did the chains he had shackled down his thoughts with, and once more memories spiraled forth from his subconscious. A dream that instantly felt wrong. The dream this time was a memory, one that was depicting a period of Jake's life that was the darkest. He was at the time living with a roommate while he went to university. They were friends from before and had signed up for university at the same time. To save money, they had decided to get a place together and share the rent. It was only a small flat, but it was their flat. Everything was honestly fantastic. Despite a few hurdles at the beginning about who did the dishes and finally deciding to just get a dishwasher, their relationship only grew closer. Jake trusted his roommate with everything and believed that his friend trusted him back. At the time, Jake had even managed to land a girlfriend. She was in the same faculty, and they had meshed well together. Neither of them were the overly social types, so they found happiness by meeting up and watching a movie, enjoying their solitude together. Jake had two people he had let come close at university, Andrew, or just Andy, and Madeline. He was together with her for a little over 2 years, and things were also going great there. To sum it up, he had a close friend, a girlfriend, and things were just great. At least Jake interpreted it that way because he didn't want to deal with it being otherwise. It all went wrong on one fateful day. Jake had been visiting his parents for the holidays and planned to stay with them for a few more days between Christmas and New Year, but his mom convinced him to go back and spend some of the break together with his peers. Her thoughts had come from the right place, but the result was disastrous. Jake had thought his roommate was out. He had said that he would be at his parents' until the next day. His girlfriend had said the same. That day he got off the train and took a bus to their flat. He stopped by a small convenience store on the way to get some milk and other essentials on the way. He wanted to have it stocked up for when Andy returned, to be a good roommate. With 2 bags, he waddled up the stairs like a duck, a big goofy smile on his face as he had bought things to surprise the 2 people he cared the most about from his university life. His plans for a nice dinner the next day were set, and he was excited. Putting one bag down as he reached the door, he took out his key and unlocked it. It was evening by now, and the sun was already down. He had expected the apartment to be dark, but found the light was already turned on at the entrance. Weird, he thought as he entered. Andy must have forgot to turn it off when he left. But that thought was soon expelled when he heard some muffled sounds. Someone was there, after all. Had Andy come back before time also? He didn't think much of it as he went and put the groceries away. He was halfway when he noticed something off out of the corner of his eye. A blouse was on the couch, the one he had given Madeline for her birthday last spring. Not the best gift, but hey, she always complained about being cold. This should probably have made him suspicious that something was wrong, but he once more chose not to think about it too much as he finished emptying the bags. She must have come by or something after he left and accidentally forgotten it or something. After that, he went to take off his shoes to not dirty the place more than necessary. As he went to take them off, he noticed 2 pairs already being there. Andy's and Madeline's. What? A feeling started building in his stomach, a bad one. His mind was telling him shit was wrong. Very wrong. But he kept pressing it down as he kept making excuses. There had to be a logical explanation. Yeah, they had just both come back earlier than expected and decided to hang out a bit. Totally normal. Jake, however, still couldn't kill the feeling. Looking at the door to Andrew's room, he decided not to postpone. The muffled sound continued as he slowly got closer. Putting his ear to the door, he was dreading what he would hear. Luckily, what he heard was not what he had feared, a movie. He admonished himself for his stupidity and paranoia with a sigh of relief, as he no longer hesitated and opened the door with a smile that quickly faded. 2 people were lying huddled together on the bed, one black-haired man with a beard and a red-haired woman, and both turning their head to Jake as he stood there looking like an idiot in the doorway. Thoughts spun through his head as he observed them. No one spoke, as the silence was finally broken by Jake turning around and closing the door. He went and got his coat and shoes on once more and left the apartment without a word. He got on the bus once more and back on the train. The entire journey his face didn't change. The thoughts kept spinning. How could he be so stupid? Ignored all the signs for so long. He would lie to himself if he didn't hold any suspicions before, but he had trusted them. Arriving at his hometown, he got off the train and back on another bus. His phone had several missed calls from both Madeline and Andy, but he ignored all of them. When he made it to his parents' place, his mother was, of course, surprised to see him after only a few hours. She didn't even get to ask anything before Jake broke down crying on the kitchen floor. He missed the first month of that semester. When he returned, he already had a new place. His dad had arranged movers to do everything for him. He acted as if nothing happened as he ignored both Madeline and Andrew. Before the breakup, Jake was a middling student. Afterward, he soared to the top of nearly all his courses. Jake ignored anything and everything as he dived into his studies. He thought nothing of friends or love. That part of him was cut off from that point on, and it would take many years before a faint spark would reemerge, or that was what had happened. But dreams had a way of not being entirely accurate. Jake found himself back to after he had just discovered the 2 of them together. As Jake closed the bedroom door in the dream, he went to get on his shoes and coat as he had back then. But instead of a jacket and shoes, he took on his gear boots, cloak, bracers, rings, and necklace, along with his dagger and sword and, of course, his trusty bow. He left the apartment like last, but this time he found Andy in the hallway. Just going to leave like that? He asked. He was still naked as if he had just teleported here from the bed, yet on his face hung a smile Jake couldn't recognize. It felt wrong. Yeah, Jake answered as he tried to walk past him, his face blank. Like you left Jacob and the others, Andy asked. Yep, like you left the entire fucking world behind to go play hunter. Exactly, Jake answered as he turned back to regard Andy. By now, he was entirely lucid, the illusion of the dream broken. He was still dreaming, but he was aware. And he could feel it, the dunking of his heart as the blood ran through his system. His bloodline and instinct both flaring up. His sphere was observing everything. He felt the intent of the Andy before him. Manipulation, something he would have fallen for so many times before when he disregarded his instincts. Not that it matters, Jacob will betray you like everyone else. Oh wait, he already has, hasn't he? The fake person before him said, still smiling creepily. Jake shook his head. He felt what the being before him wanted him to do, and it pissed him off. He felt the thought of killing Jacob appear for a split second, but the way it occurred was too unnatural. Whatever the thing in front of him tried clearly hadn't worked, but he didn't let it show. Why he wanted him to go back for Jacob wasn't relevant, because this stupidity unfolding before him only made him reaffirm what he wanted: power. A being like the malefic viper could disappear for countless years, yet none would dare touch the core of his order, not because of respect, decency, or morals, but because of fear. A fear that the backlash would be far more than they could ever handle, a fear that untold power would descend upon them, a power that Jake desired more than anything. He was no longer the man who would break down on his mother's kitchen floor at a betrayal. He was the man who would make the situation right. If he had the power he held now back then, what would he have done? Spread tales of their affair to ruin their reputations, getting them expelled somehow, tattled to their parents, beaten one or both of them up, or worse, killed them. He didn't know, and quite frankly, it didn't matter. What mattered was that he could. He had the power to do so, or he would have the power to do so. Besides, if he had that power, would they have dared to betray him to begin with? The next moment, Jake disappeared from within the dream. From beginning to end, he had never shown the slightest reaction to anything that was said. With a sigh, Andy looked to the side as the entire apartment side of the apartment complex turned to dust. "I am surprised you didn't interfere," he spoke out loud. "Well, why would I?" A voice echoed out within the dreamscape. "I am pretty sure you just made him mad." Two green eyes opened in the sky of the dream as everything started slowly disintegrating. "Oh," and the voice echoed out as killing intent descended on the entire dreamscape. "Don't ever pull that shit again." With that, the entire dream turned to nothing, leaving only the fake Andy in the void. His eternal smile still on his lips as a spark of interest entered his eyes. Truly peculiar, he spoke before his karmic projection disappeared. His eyes snapped open as the remnants of the dream left him. But unlike normal dreams, he could remember every single detail vividly. Jumping out of bed, he threw it back into his necklace along with everything else. Right now, Jake was in a really shitty mood. He was angry, and sadly for the den mother, it had been chosen as his outlet. Jake was tired of feeling like he was stuck in some big game, tired of not knowing why the hell people kept messing with him. Even now, he didn't know exactly why Richard had wanted him dead, or why that red-robed spearman had believed he had murdered his son. No, instead, he would just do what he did best: challenge and improve himself. Taking out one bottle of hemotoxic poison, he recklessly splashed it over a bundle of arrows in his hand. He summoned his bow as he walked towards the beast. Applying the mark of the ambitious hunter was done as he lifted his bow, knocked the arrow, and charged an infused power shot. He didn't aim for the head of the beast, as it would likely miss. Charging it as much as he could without affecting his combat effectiveness afterward, he released the string. The arrow was released in an explosion of mana and stamina, as Jake didn't even wait for it to hit before knocking another. He was angry but also oddly focused. Perhaps he felt offended by his own thoughts, by his own perception of the weakness that he carried within. He was angry at himself for believing that he was weak. That the only reason why people wanted to manipulate him was because of his own weakness. And the best way to kill that feeling of weakness was to prove that he was strong. At least Jake believed it to be so. On the other end of the cavern, the den mother woke up abruptly when the infused power shot was released. It instinctively tried to dodge but was still hit in one of its hind legs, a minor injury, but more than enough for the poison to enter its system. The follow-up arrived far earlier than the beast had expected too. 5 arrows struck it simultaneously, penetrating only a bit, but penetrating nevertheless. The creature was surprised but not distraught as it located its attacker. With no hesitation, it charged towards the arrogant human who had dared to attack it. It had been the den mother of this group of badgers for such a long time, and now some lone human dared intrude upon its lair, one that felt far weaker than itself even. It felt the poison, it knew something was wrong, but it didn't have the mental faculties to comprehend what exactly it was. All it knew was that it had to kill the human in front of it as fast as possible. The first swipe was dodged by the pesky human as Jake's shadow vaulted to the side, still releasing arrows whenever possible. The den mother had predicted this, as it turned its head and opened its mouth. Out came a torrent of green gas that eroded the very ground it hit. It enveloped the human, as the den mother gleefully observed what it believed to be the death of its prey. Instead, it was met by another infused power shot that tore right through its shoulder and out the other side. With the shot, the usual explosion of mana occurred as it blew away all the gas. Surprised, the giant badger locked eyes with the human and felt something it hadn't in a long time. The feeling it had when it looked at its den mother back in the day, the feeling it felt when the king of the forest had confined it to this cavern. Fear, it had misjudged. What was in front of it was not prey, it was a predator, just like itself. Screeching in fear, it hoped to throw Jake off balance temporarily. The sonic wave passed over him, but he just closed his eyes as he stood unmoving, firing yet another splitting arrow. He felt his ears pop, and the blood flowed down the side of his face and onto his neck. He felt the pain, but he didn't care. He didn't need his hearing right now anyway, and the pain was easily suppressed by the pure feeling of ecstasy he currently felt. The den mother was far more powerful than the alphas in every way. It was faster and stronger, its hide was tougher, making his arrows do far less damage, and it had far more skills and what seemed like a higher level of intellect. But in this fight, Jake had something he had been lacking in many of the others: unwavering confidence and momentum. For the first time, Jake was the one entirely in the driver's seat, and the beast felt this confidence as it showed signs of hesitation in its movements and attacks. It had fallen into the mentality of prey, a dangerous situation if it wished to display all of its strength. But even with all that going for him, it was still the den mother. The beast sped up as it leaped at Jake, forcing him to shadow vault once more. Even in his arrogance, he wasn't stupid enough to take a swipe of the beast's massive claws head-on. However, he quickly returned the favor with another barrage of arrows. The den mother's wounds were slowly building up, as its once beautiful fur now carried a red sheen. Something unexpected happened then. The badger retreated, a first for Jake. It ran back to where he had initially pulled it from, as it made another screech. This one was not a sonic attack, but something entirely else different, a mating call. After it screeched, the ground rumbled as 3 explosions of dirt fell down from the ceiling along with 3 massive bodies. 3 alphas fell down around the den mother as they guarded her. The den mother itself started giving off a faint green sheen as Jake felt the effect of his poison's lesson with his sense of the malefic viper. Along with it, the wounds on its body started wriggling far faster than before as they rapidly started healing. Second phase, Jake thought, not discouraged at all. Luckily, Jake still had another bottle of the hematoxin poison left, as he quickly brought it out along with a handful of arrows as he doused them. He still couldn't see the level of the alphas, but he could feel that all of them were weaker than any of the others he had faced so far, the ones too weak to gain the favor of the den mother. Favor the alphas all seemed in a rush to earn as they charged towards Jake. They took a few seconds, allowing Jake to fire a fully powered infused power shot. The badger in the front didn't have any possibility of changing directions as its speed was too high, resulting in it getting hit square in the face and getting blasted backward as the arrow exploded. Jake had taken out one of the old common rarity arrows, going for the kinetic energy of that instead of a normal arrow's penetrative force. He knew he couldn't kill it with a single shot, but he could sure as hell make it roll around on the ground in pain for a bit. The arrow had disintegrated when it hit the beast, the shards of wood and metal all embedding themselves in its face, quite a few even finding their way into its eyes. One could only imagine the pain as the blinded beast rolled out on the ground, trying to scrape the pieces out, which left only 2 alphas for now. Jake managed to land a hematoxin-poisoned arrow on one of them before they reached him, but didn't have time to shoot the other. He hated to do it, but he was forced to return to kiting once more. He landed a few arrows, but quickly noticed something vital. The 2 badgers' teamwork was lackluster, to say the least. Whenever he shadow vaulted, the beasts both struggled to chase him individually, bumping into each other. With a flash of inspiration, he realized that the beasts weren't allies to begin with. They were competitors. Both wanted to earn the favor of the den mother, and the best way to do so would be to kill the puny human that had wounded her. So both cared more about being the one to land the killing blow than actually managing to kill him, a weakness he would gladly take advantage of. Switching up his tactics, he dismissed his bow as he took out his sword and dagger. While the beasts were stronger than him physically, the gap had only narrowed since he had entered the dungeon. His mark of the ambitious hunter was also still on the den mother. He decided to let it be to help keep an eye on the large badger. Besides, it was even damaging her little by little, as with every drop of blood that left her body, a pulse of energy that damaged her vital energy directly was released. Sadly, he could only have one active at a time. Charging towards the badgers startled them slightly, as they also accidentally made eye contact with him. They, like the den mother, felt a sense of danger from the gaze of the human. Their slight hesitation was enough for Jake to make his way to one of them with a shadow vault, as he stabbed an arrow in between its ribs. Only one of the beasts was poisoned before, after all, and it was only fair to share the love. The beast, of course, didn't take kindly to his attack as it snapped its maw of sharp teeth at him. He was, however, already long gone as he jumped behind it. In one fluid moment mid-dodge, he briefly let go of the dagger, as a bottle of necrotic poison appeared. Catching the dagger once more, he smashed the bottle, making liquid death splatter all over both weapons. Simultaneously, the other badger tried to get to him, but but its comrade was in the way, so all it managed to do was to try and go around it awkwardly. Jake started circling around the badgers as he landed minor cuts here and there. He made sure always to stay extremely close to them, making their big bodies a detriment, the necrotic poison seeping into their flesh. They got angrier and angrier as they started being more aggressive and less considerate of each other. The situation only got more interesting as the third alpha charged over. It could only use one eye, and from the looks of it, it was the one most pissed off. Contrary to what one would believe, Jake actually only found that the fight got easier as another one joined. Like completely feral animals, they tried to crawl over one another and tried to push the other out the way to get to him. Inadvertently, they also landed several wounds on each other, Jake of course gladly accommodating their carelessness. He honestly believed fighting one of the beasts would be more challenging than three due to their reckless style. He had also managed to poison the third one as he kept building up the wounds on their bodies. Naturally, he couldn't avoid feeling a bit of pain himself too. He had taken quite a few scratches here and there. Luckily, none of them used that skill to release their spikes of poison. Then again, it would likely help him if one of them did, as they would only hurt their allies. Briefly glancing at the den mother, he saw that it was getting closer and closer to being fully healed once more. The hemotoxin in its body had indeed shown its worth by slowing down the healing process significantly. A minute or so later, the first of the alphas fell on the ground, mark of the ambitious hunter being applied seconds before it died. Jake didn't want to miss out on that bonus experience after all. 2 minutes after that, the second succumbed to blood loss, leaving only a single badly wounded alpha left standing. It was too slow and weak by now to pose any real threat, as Jake simply left it to bleed out as he turned his attention back on the den mother. Taking out a health potion, he quickly downed it as his health was starting to dip relatively low. The fight had gone in his favor, but his victory had not come cheap. His entire chest and arms were marred with scratches and bites, with a lot of venom making its way into his system too. While he could resist most of it, it still burned away quite a bit of his health to fully eliminate. Feeling the warm flow of the health potion, his wounds started rapidly healing. All the minor scratches disappeared in only a few seconds, but the more extensive injuries remained, including a nasty bite on one of his shoulders. Taking out his bow once more, he focused on the den mother. The beast had its eyes closed as it seemed to focus intensely on healing itself. The skill it used seemed similar to meditate, as it hadn't shown the slightest reaction to the alpha's dying, albeit far more powerful as it also regenerated health. Smiling, Jake prepared to give it quite the rude awakening. He usually aimed for the middle of the body when using infused power shot to ensure a hit. The arrow flew in a straight line after all, and even if it was unbelievably fast, one shouldn't underestimate the instincts of these badgers. But now, it was utterly unmoving and unaware. It had made the mistake of trusting the alphas to buy enough time for it to heal. However, the hemotoxin in its system and the many wounds had made this healing process take far longer than expected. As Jake prepared his shot, he got the notification that the last alpha had bled out. With that, he switched the mark back to the den mother. Knocking an arrow with a good dose of some more hemotoxin poison, he started to channel an infused power shot. He took his time with this one, bringing the equilibrium right to the limit where either his body or bow would break if he went above it. He aimed right for the eye of the beast. He didn't know if he could penetrate all the way through its skull, but he knew that the eyes of these beasts were incredibly weak. Then again, few living things could claim for their eyes not to be a weak point. As he released his most powerful arrow yet, it encountered a barrier surrounding the den mother. It exploded the moment the arrow hit, making the attack miss, but it also removed any obstacles between him and the dungeon boss. He began charging another shot, the den mother still not reacting. This one he saw fly true as it struck the den mother right in the eye. It managed only to shudder as the arrow went right through and into its skull. A shriek like never before came out as it started thrashing about as a purple mist started secreting from its skin. Its glossy hide turned completely purple like the mist, as the hair grew sharper and started firing in all directions just like the alphas had done. But Jake was already more than 100 meters away, and the spikes were not aimed at all. The mist was also too far away to have any effect, so Jake just started shooting his arrows. He used splitting shot with every single one of them, just piling up the damage. His stamina was draining rapidly, so he kept the number of splits low to preserve it. He wanted to shoot another infused power shot, but he already felt sore from the ones used before. This situation showed one of the significant weaknesses of most living beings. While health points would prevent one from dying even if the brain was utterly destroyed, the functions the brain held would still be significantly disturbed. Like when a chicken had its head cut off and still managed to run, so would one lose control of their body. Skills still worked, however, independently of the brain for the most part. Of course, the senses no longer functioned properly, making the badger both blind and deaf, which meant that all it could do was thrash about as its body spasmed. In desperation, it released all of its skills, all to no avail. It couldn't feel the pain, but it knew its health was rapidly draining as the arrows struck it one by one. It tried to crawl away, but its limbs didn't listen. Its high vitality only served to prolong its suffering as it powerlessly grew weaker and weaker. If it had enough time, it could regenerate the brain, but sadly it would never get the opportunity. Vital organs took far longer to heal than anything else. Completely destroyed parts, as well as lost limbs, did so too. The beast had far more vitality than Jake, so it could likely heal its brain enough to regain close to standard functionality with only a few minutes. One had to say that the last phase of the fight was rather anticlimactic. The badger still had many more skills and strengths left to show, but never got the chance as it slowly died, unable to even fight back. Perhaps it was just a bad matchup for it. Jake had misunderstood its ability as it healed. Unlike meditation, it still retained some standard functions. It could still feel living beings and any mana that entered within 50 or so meters of it. Sadly for it, Jake's arrow didn't give off anywhere near enough mana to wake it up, and he, of course, hadn't needed to walk closer to it. With an ending not befitting a den mother, the very last vestige of life left it. As the den mother died, Jake felt like he had finally gotten out many of his frustrations. However, the feeling of relief was short-lived as his entire body started aching only mere moments later. He had pushed himself to the limit, perhaps even above limits he didn't know he had. His stamina was nearly depleted after only one fight. His mana had also taken quite the hit, as he had used more than a few infused power shots. This fight was likely the first time Jake had ever fully realized his body's potential. Experiencing a doubling in physical stats in only a few days had done much to increase his combat strength, and the results spoke for themselves. Jake had won a convincing victory with the odds more than stacked against him. Deciding to go through his notifications, he first saw that the 3 alphas had all been below level 70, which meant they were indeed all weaker than any of the other alphas he had met so far. Nevertheless, the 3 had still awarded a level as the last one fell, making him level up both his class and race during the fight. Apparently, he had been too focused to even notice, but he did notice the level he got when the Den Mother died. And speaking of the Den Mother, you have slain Den Mother LVL 82 bonus experience earned for killing an enemy above your level. 124,000 TP earned. Ding. Class, Ambitious Hunter has reached level 46 stat points allocated, plus 4 free points. The Den Mother had been level 82, and not just an average level 82, but clearly a potent variant. Only from what he had seen, the beast could wipe out any group of 5 he had met so far, and by a large margin. The first blast of poisonous gas alone would likely have killed most. Without Jake's high resistance from Palette of the Malefic Viper, he would probably have suffered a lot too, and even with the skill he had still taken damage. Overall, the Den Mother had been strong. Strong but exceptionally poorly matched up against Jake. He countered most of what it did. He did wonder a bit about its name though. How did it come to be called Den Mother? He doubted it was the name of its race, as he was pretty sure many animals out there in the vast multiverse had what one could call a Den Mother. Likely it was just something to do with the dungeon, but of course, he had no way to be sure. Moving down the list of notifications, it was far from done. The next ones informed Jake of him successfully clearing the dungeon. Congratulations, you have cleared Tutorial Dungeon, Badger's Den. Objective, defeat the Den Mother completed. Bonus reward for clearing the dungeon solo. Dungeon shutting down in 5,729. He was a bit happy to see that clearing the dungeon solo provided a bonus. He didn't see any treasure chests anywhere, but perhaps they were in the tunnel behind where the Den Mother died. A pleasant, though not unexpected, surprise was also the upgrade of 2 of his titles, meaning it wasn't new titles but changes to his existing ones. Dungeoneer II successfully clear a dungeon suitable for your level, plus 2 all stats. Dungeon Pioneer II be the first to clear a dungeon suitable for your level, plus 6 all stats. Both had doubled in value, rewarding him an increase of 4 in all stats from the upgraded titles. It didn't seem like much, but it was equivalent to 2 entire race levels, or 36 stats totals. Not a measly sum at all. It did make him wonder how high the titles went, though. He seriously doubted they doubled every time, as that would quickly escalate to the level of ridiculousness. Or maybe the most powerful being in the entire multiverse was indeed the mighty Dungeon Pioneer 25, with his or her plus 53,31648 all stats. All jokes aside, even if the title only added plus 3 all stats per level, it was still a very significant bonus. Jake believed that there had to be a limit, and if not, were everyone in the entire multiverse just farming dungeons all day, every day to get titles? Oh well, something to ask the Viper about next time, he thought to himself. Anyway, the titles were excellent and all, but the main thing was the very last message Jake received, or more accurately, the quest he received. You have been granted the tutorial quest, the Beast Lords. The forest murmurs with rumors of a king ruling from the shadows. The four beast lords each guard their dungeon as their king commanded, waiting for a suitable challenger to appear. With the death of his lords, the king is sure to be forced into the light. But be warned, the lords will not meet their end that easily. Objective: defeat the beast lords. Current progress: 1-4. The first thing was, of course, a realization that quests exist. Of course they do. The system had already proven itself to love a whole slew of game elements, so quests also being a thing was entirely unsurprising. As for the contents of the quest, that too was very interesting. Jake remembered the initial tutorial message when they entered, mentioning something about the beast lords or something. Quite honestly, he hadn't paid much attention to it at the time. He had been a bit busy with his entire life and reality itself being flipped upside down. You know, the usual stuff. Of course, before he could meet this fabled king, he would have to kill the four lords. Very fantasy-esque. It didn't take him long to piece things together. The inner area had 5 mountains, with 4 of them surrounding one colossal mountain in the middle. The dungeon he was in currently had been found at the top of the first one, making it somewhat reasonable to expect the other dungeons to be placed inside the other mountains. But all of that was for when he got out of here. For now, he still had loot to get to the first piece, perhaps right in front of him on the badger itself. His sense of the malefic viper kept giving off a strong reaction even after the den mother died. Whenever the badgers, including the alphas, died, the poison on their claws and fangs lost all their effect. Without the supply of energy from the body, the venom couldn't keep up its toxicity, but the feeling still had yet to subside from the den mother, making it quite apparent that something highly toxic was still within it. He didn't really want to, but he got out his sword and went towards the corpse of the beast. It felt disrespectful to cut it up. But then again, using the natural materials found on an animal was often seen as a sign of respect in many cultures. Yeah, that is a good excuse, he thought to himself. Cutting the hide was far easier now that the beast was dead. It was still strong but far more manageable. He cut towards the source of the toxin, as he finally managed to move the innards out the way and saw what it was. It was a small bag-like thing. It was integrated into the beast's stomach area by many small tendrils going into the flesh. He didn't hesitate as he cut it out, making sure to not spill anything of what was within. Feeling like a plastic bag filled with water, it made squelching sounds as he took it out. It was disgusting, to say the least. It took him a good 20 minutes to get it out, as he had to walk away several times to get a breath. Not because he lacked air, he just lacked not horrendously smelling air. One had to remember that the den mother was several times larger than himself, forcing him to quite literally step into the body of the beast to get it out. Finally, having the squishy flesh bag on the ground, he used Identify on it. Den mother's poison gland, rare A gland containing a highly concentrated toxic liquid, condensed by the den mother over a long period. At least it was worth it, Jake thought to himself as he smiled a bit. One part of the smile was due to the item, and another was due to him seeing a new challenge before him. A rare poison to create something new with, perhaps his first real creation above common rarity. Taking out a piece of cloth from his bag, he bundled up and put the gland in his necklace. The thing was big, weighing a few kilograms easily, which meant that it likely contained liters of highly toxic liquid. Oh, the things he would make with it. Nodding towards the corpse of the den mother one last time in acknowledgement, he went towards the exit of the cavern, where he, of course, found himself in another tunnel. Because why wouldn't there be another tunnel? Luckily, this one was short, as he soon found that the tunnel broadened. Before Jake even turned the corner, he already saw the 2 black holes in his sphere of perception. Lockboxes. He walked over to them with a smile, a bit giddy to see what he would be rewarded. One of the boxes was small and rectangular, while the other was slightly bigger but relatively flat. What mattered more, however, was the rarity. The rectangular one was rare and the other one uncommon. Jake wasn't overly excited or surprised by this, perhaps a little disappointed even. After clearing the challenge dungeon, he had gotten an epic along with a rare item. Then again, this dungeon had been far faster and in many ways easier. Not saving the best for last, he first opened the rare box. Inside was a small weapon. At first, he thought it was a spike or something, but looking closer, one could see it was actually a carved tooth, or a fang to be more accurate. It had a simple-looking handle and a slightly curved blade, and from its looks seemed more suitable for stabbing than cutting. Using Identify, he got a good look at its specs. Venomfang Rare, the fang of the den mother, still carries substantial remnants of its condensed records, granting this weapon strength akin to when the beast still lived. The fang itself has taken shape resembling a shiv, fit to be wielded by the humanoid races. Enchantments, Venomfang. Requirements, LVL 45+ in any humanoid race. The whole thing was relatively simple. The dagger only seemed to have one single function, poisoning. It seriously made him think precisely how much the system tailored these lockboxes to the receivers. He needed a second weapon to go with his sword, and the system gave him one. It was even made of bone, making his twin fang style work. Heck, his skill was called Twin Fang, and he had just gotten a goddamn fang. With it even being enchanted with venom also made it all the more suspicious, though Jake had yet to find out if the poison even worked with his concocted ones, and more importantly if his skills had synergy with the enchantment. Either way, the weapon was a great addition to his repertoire, which led him to the next lockbox. Opening it up, he found a black cloth of some kind. Taking it out, he noticed that it was pants that were very smooth, almost silk-like, but looking closer, he could see that it was actually woven out of a multitude of long, small pieces of hair, or fur to be more accurate. On the inside, the pants had something resembling leather. It too had little padding, making the pants look incredibly comfortable. Identifying the pants, it quickly became apparent what it was made of. Alpha. Venomfang Badger Pants. Uncommon pants made from the hide of an alpha. Venomfang Badger. The hide is refined and comfortable, granting high resistance to slashing and corrosive attacks. Enchantments self-repair, plus 25 endurance, plus 25 agility. Grants the ability Badger Jump Common. Requirements LVL 40 plus in any humanoid race. Another Badger-themed piece of equipment, not entirely unsurprising, considering the entire dungeon had consisted solely of badgers. The stats on them were higher than anything else Jake had encountered so far in this tutorial. But then again, so was the level requirement. And talking of the levels, it was also slightly suspicious that all the items he found he could use right away, or he was extremely close to being able to. One would think that a dungeon with a level 80 plus final boss would drop items better than level 40. Again, it was likely that the loot was designed for whoever cleared the dungeon. Interestingly, these pants also provided an ability. This was Jake's first time encountering such a phenomenon, and it was quite interesting to see how it worked. As for the ability itself, well, it was rather basic, to say the least. Badger Jump Common. Make a jump empowered with the power of a badger, increases jump height and speed, adds a minor increase to the effect of badger jump based on agility. Having no reason to delay, he bound the pants to himself and put them on. The first thing he noticed was how comfortable they were. This was also the first piece of gear where he truly experienced the system's ability to fit it to his body. The waist shrunk in to sit perfectly on him, while the legs got slightly less baggy after putting them on and binding them to him. The pants in their entirety taking on a sleeker look. He didn't know if it was somehow linked to the self-repair enchant, or if it was just something the system did by itself. His boots had also fit perfectly the first time he put them on, but that could just be brushed up to luck, as he hadn't noticed them changing in any way. The pants, however, had clearly gotten smaller overall. He also tried to use the skill. When he used it, it simply increased his leg strength slightly while jumping. He found that it worked best when jumping sideways, compared to up and down, and even better if he did a jump from being down on all fours. He didn't plan on using that part very often, if at all. Eventually, he found it most comfortable to just slightly lean in a direction and then take off. The more horizontal his body was, the more effective the skill was, perhaps to emulate a badger as they were usually on all fours. Feeling a bit experimental, he tried taking off the pants again and found his ability to use badger jump gone. He could remember how he did it, but it just didn't work whenever he attempted to. The stats did remain, though, so that was a bit weird, and after putting the pants back on, the skill worked just like before. A bit sad that farming equipment wasn't a way to permanently gain a plethora of new skills. He made his way towards the dungeon's exit. Finally, after all this time, he looked a bit less like a hobo, or maybe just a hobo with nice pants. Either way, he felt pretty good about his gains from the dungeon as he walked out the eerie-looking doorway that marked the dungeon's exit, his next target already in mind. Jake was enjoying his trip towards the next mountain quite a bit, though he had a faint suspicion his current prey didn't. The raptor struggled and writhed as it was held down by its throat. Its assailant's second hand didn't give it time to muster a response before it brought down a knife-like bone on its temple. Even with the knife in its brain, it didn't die instantly. However, when the venom from the dagger was secreted into its brain, its vitality quickly gave out as the beast stopped moving. Another raptor jumped Jake but didn't even get close before he whipped around and punched it hard on the side of its head. It stumbled a bit from the blow, giving Jake ample time to wrap his arm around its neck, holding it in a chokehold. The highly distraught raptor panicked as it started trying to get him to let go, but Jake easily held on to it as he used Touch of the Malefic Viper on the beast. It took a few seconds, but the creature soon stopped struggling as he got the sweet kill notification. Letting go, it fell down to join its brethren. Jake looked at the 5 dead raptors on the ground around him as he briefly cleaned his dagger and put it into his storage. It had been far too easy. The raptors Jake had been slightly struggling with only days ago now didn't even present a proper threat. Then again, his stats did experience explosive growth during the dungeon run. His status, of course, agreed with that notion. It was mostly his agility, endurance, and perception showing growth, which was quite natural considering his class mainly provided stats to those 3 stats. His new equipment only boosted him further, with his pants adding 25 to both agility and endurance. His perception had experienced the most significant growth by far. He had decided to stick with his tactic of just throwing all his points into the stat. He feared that perhaps he was spreading himself too thin, and looking at it, nearly all his stats were at a pretty reasonable level, maybe a too reasonable level. Becoming a Jake of all trades, yet master of none, was a dangerous path. If you looked at his stats, then a lot of them did little to nothing during an actual fight. Having less wisdom, intelligence, willpower, and even toughness and vitality in exchange for strength and agility would significantly impact his ability to actually kill stuff. Then again, Jake wasn't merely a hunter, but also an alchemist. Without the means provided by his profession, he would be a far cry from where he was today. What this all came down to was Jake being slightly apprehensive about entering the next dungeon right away. He knew that he was on a timer, the tutorial panel, ever the reminder. Tutorial panel. Duration, 18 days, 155,411. He had a bit over 2.5 weeks left to clear 3 dungeons and then deal with whatever this king of the forest was. The next dungeon, of course, being his immediate objective. But before that, he wanted to accomplish a few things. One of them a must-have and the other one would be nice to have. First of all, get his Alchemist of the Malefic Viper to level 50. Another skill from that was bound to help him. His Blood of the Malefic Viper had helped him tremendously, and he hoped to get an equally helpful skill. Second of all, he wanted to try and improve his advanced archery skill. He had upgraded it to common rarity by only spending a few hours with Casper back during the beginning of the tutorial, and by now, he had improved by a lot. He felt that he was close to upgrading it even before his class evolution, and now only a thin line separated him from finally getting it. What exactly he needed to cross that line he wasn't sure of, which was why he chose to wait a bit before entering the next dungeon. What he needed wasn't to have the stressful situation of a life and death fight function as a catalyst. Instead, he needed to find that little thing he was missing, and the problem was that he didn't know what that was. The skill could get upgraded within the hour or in years for all he knew. This is why he was currently taking his sweet time getting to the next volcano-like mountain. He had decided to clear one of the valleys and at the same time do some relaxing practicing. The raptors had been an outlier. They had run at Jake from behind while he was just trying to read a damn book, and he had ended up just smashing them in melee. He had quite honestly seen no reason to bring out a bow and start kiting around. He also saw quite a lot of value in familiarizing himself with his new Venom Fang dagger and correctly practicing his Twin Fang style some more. Honestly, he barely focused on technique during close combat, but simply moved according to his instinct most of the time. The hours slowly ticked by as he started clearing out the valley closest to the next volcano mountain thing. This one was mainly inhabited by the Lucenti deer and stags, making Jake suspect that the dungeon would be the same. The valley closest to Badger's den had been filled with badgers after all. As he practiced his archery, he focused on the entire process, the act of drawing an arrow from the quiver, nocking it, pulling back the string, taking aim, and finally releasing it. He was already very intimate with archery before even entering the tutorial, which had netted him the upgrade of the archery skill. To get the upgrade, he simply had to confirm the knowledge he already held, and the system recognized it. Compared to back then, Jake had experienced remarkable growth in the art of archery, his most prominent development in the field of speed. His training before had been formal and competition-based. It focused on the proper forms and techniques to remain focused on aiming and landing that one shot on the target, but combat was very different. In a tournament, Jake would have time to aim for sometimes dozens of seconds, have time to focus on his breathing, and then finally release the arrow once he felt like it was the optimal time. In combat, however, the enemy didn't give you time to relax and take your time. A charging alpha would force anyone to fast-track the entire process and fire the arrow as fast as possible. A second area where he had improved was shooting, while moving a field where he still had plenty of room to improve in. Even now, he mostly shadow vaulted away, took a stance, fired an arrow, and then shadow vaulted away once more. Instead, it would be far more effective to shoot while moving, especially while airborne, as Jake sometimes jumped out of the way of an attack. In other words, he needed to improve his multitasking. He had great form and technique in general, but he had to change elements of his style away from some of the habits he had formed. The habits were useful in an archery competition, but only a hindrance during mortal combat. He needed to hammer out his faults and to focus on improving them. He showed skill above what he actually possessed, as his instincts were more than happy with helping him during combat. But with a renewed focus on what he was doing, he started to notice and iron out the small faults he discovered. He often overcompensated with how far he drew back the string, or how he sometimes overanalyzed an enemy's movements and ended up missing. After half a day or so of practice, he finally decided to put down the bow. He hadn't used a single skill the entire time, and the only thing he ever did to spice up the fighting was sometimes to fight a deer or two whenever they got in melee. The stags were his favorite practice partners. They seemed smarter than badgers and actively tried to dodge his attacks. On top of that, they preferred ranged combat, firing magic attacks from their antlers. It was mainly glowing bolts of light and the odd beam here and there, along with the occasional barrier of light that blocked an arrow. To make the fights even more interesting, the beasts could even heal themselves and others, and not a slow-acting heal like the den mother, but nearly instantly. When there was only a single one of them, it wasn't that bad, but when he ended up against 3 of them and they repeatedly healed each other, it got a bit complicated for the poor stags, that is. All it did was to extend their suffering. The fight ended up being far longer than it should have been, as the 3 stags healed each other. Jake even gave them time to heal and practiced aiming at specific areas of the creatures. His default approach was always to aim for one of the common weak points, such as eyes, nose, mouth, ears, pretty much the face. But the face was also the place the beasts protected the most, especially the stags with their barriers. Their spells were all cast from their antlers, and surprisingly the antlers were quite close to their faces. All in all, he had learned a lot about the beast's knowledge that would surely become useful whenever he entered the dungeon. As for the spoils of his efforts, he had only found a single lockbox. In it was a common rarity upgrade token, which he promptly put in his spatial storage. He still had a few swords and daggers that could be upgraded, but he decided to save it if he ever needed it. The famous last words said before forgetting a consumable in your inventory forever. Having found a lovely tree to sit under, he took out his alchemical supplies. He wanted to get that level 50 skill, so he decided to make the final push. Besides, he needed more necrotic poison. The hemotoxin had worked wonders on the badgers, but the stags could cure the poison before it managed to increase his damage much. Necrotic poison, on the other hand, was fast-working and did far more immediate damage. Jake did briefly consider trying to make another type of poison but decided against it. He had to recognize that he had limited time left in the tutorial, and he had set the goal for himself to at least see this so-called king of the forest. Sitting comfortably, he started concocting the poison. His body relaxed while his mind started working as he focused his mana. He had already taken out all the ingredients and placed them on a cloth beside the bowl. To better practice mana control, he even used his mana strings to pick up and add the ingredients, becoming more and more adept at using them. He had considered if his application of mana was correct. He had ended up making strings and threads out of it initially and had kind of stuck to that approach. He could still fire out pulses and use it with his skills, but besides that, he didn't really use it daily. Which kind of made sense as his only combat skills that used mana was infused power shot and touch of the malefic viper, both of which were far too complex for him to analyze properly. The hours continued to tick by until he finally heard the satisfying sound of a successful craft, followed by the even more satisfying sound indicating his level up. The silent clearing seemed ever so tranquil as the mole rats feasted on the vast amounts of meat. Many of the corpses were easy enough to eat, but many of them were still wearing armor, clearly annoying the beasts. One rat scratched out meat from within a chest plate, while another was eating out of a boot. The last one approached another of the many corpses. It didn't look or smell particularly appetizing, but the food was food. It was a burned body, charred all over. The only thing uncharred was a shiny breastplate. Just when the hungry rat tried to take a bite, a sword lying nearby flew over and skewered it to the ground. Instantly, a flurry of movement was kicked up. The mole rats panicked as all the metal scattered about in what had once been a battlefield started vibrating. The vibration soon turned to more as they all flew towards the corpse with the shiny armor, but instead of crashing into him, they were instead absorbed by the corpse. Tens of swords, spears, axes, and arrowheads, everything metal, disappeared into the body, leaving all non-metal parts behind. The 2 surviving rats tried running, but were both skewered by the same sword that had killed their kin just seconds earlier. Soon the noise died down as the battlefield returned to silence once more. Several minutes passed without anything happening until suddenly, a small twitch was seen. A single finger on the corpse moved as the ashen shell cracked, revealing healthy skin beneath. The primal hunter Ding, profession prodigious alchemist of the malefic viper, has reached level 50 stat points allocated, plus 5 free points, Ding. Race, human E has reached level 48 stat points allocated, plus 5 free points. Briefly basking in the ever-satisfying feeling of level-ups for a while, he decided to get into the meat of things without unnecessary delays. Prodigious alchemist of the malefic viper profession skills available. It had sure been a while since he last unlocked any skills for his profession, which did make him a bit excited to see what would present itself. Skimming the list, he noticed all the usual ones, but also quite a few new ones, 4 to be exact. the first of which was a quite interesting common rarity skill. Spectral hand common sometimes. All you need is an extra hand. Summon a hand of mana able to interact with and hold physical objects. The hand is weak and lacking in dexterity, making it unsuitable for strenuous activities. Adds a minor bonus to the effect of wisdom when using spectral hand. While he couldn't be totally sure, he was 99% sure he unlocked this one due to his practice with mana. He was already using his strings to add ingredients, effectively acting as hands, and Jake believed this was the system recognizing those efforts, not that he had any interest in picking it. He could already do what it did, albeit a lot worse. He was sure one of the other skills would prove far more valuable than a common rarity third hand. Besides, he felt like he would eventually learn to conjure a hand of mana even without using a skill, but just through pure mana manipulation. Moving on down the list, he got to the uncommon skills, of which only 2 new ones had appeared. The first of which was a skill that he had seen mentioned in many of the alchemy books, so it wasn't exactly a surprise. Distill powder uncommon poison can come in many forms and is far from limited to a liquid. Allows the prodigious alchemist of the malefic viper to distill a concocted poison, making a powder that holds similar effects. If the powder is burned, release the poisonous product into the air. The effect and nature of the poison are dependent on the poison distilled. Adds a small bonus to the effect of wisdom when using distill powder. This one was a bit tempting, mainly due to giving him a far more solid area of effect attack. It would be a way to do continual damage to more enemies at once. If he had been able to release a cloud of poisonous gas into the dungeon, it would have, without a doubt, done untold damage. On the other hand, the thought of the skill just rubbed him the wrong way on so many levels. He had gotten over using poisons on beasts, but he feared what the road could lead to if he started using more and more extreme means. He was pretty sure chemical warfare was outlawed for a reason, yet he couldn't deny how effective poison was. It would make him stronger if he could burn necrotic poison and just release a cloud of death upon others. Skipping over the skill, for now, he moved on to the next one. Brew flask uncommon for when you need that little extra push to win the battle. Allows the prodigious alchemist of the malefic viper to craft flasks, which provide temporary bonuses. The nature, magnitude, and duration of the flasks vary based on the material used. Adds a minor increase to the effectiveness of created flasks based on wisdom. This skill was far more fitting for an alchemist, the kind that isn't a walking war crime. He had already read many different kinds of creations an alchemist could make, and flasks were one of the most common products along with potions. Potions carried short, temporary effects, and most of them only lasted for a few seconds. Flasks, on the other hand, could last hours or even days. They could give a vast array of bonuses, such as bonus health and mana, increased stats, or other buffs. It could be compared to equipping a new item for the duration of the flask. The skill was extremely tempting, but it came with one issue: time. Jake didn't have that long left in the tutorial, and he quite frankly didn't feel like he had time left over to get into crafting something entirely new that very likely had its own entire methodology behind it. He also doubted that his first creations would give any worthwhile effects compared to the effort required to craft them. And even if they did, it wasn't even a sure thing that he would manage to craft one before the tutorial ended, not even if he focused all his time on it. It would also get in the way of his quest to kill the king of the forest. It was also assuming he already had the required ingredients or could find them. He was far better at making poisons anyway. He was an alchemist of the malefic viper and not an alchemist of tasty flasks, after all. Besides, his profession and all his skill set were just more suited for poisons. It was still a skill he would pick up later if he ever got the chance. It had many pros, but the lack of time and immediate usefulness eliminated it for now. The final skill option only further cemented his decision. Scales of the malefic viper. Ancient. The malefic viper's scales are the first, and often the only required, line of defense. Allows the prodigious alchemist of the malefic viper to turn parts of his skin into scales, vastly increasing the effect of toughness and adding a certain damage threshold. All damage below the threshold is nullified. The scales are exceptionally resistant to magic, allowing the alchemist to handle toxic substances better. Passively provides 1 toughness per level in any profession related to the malefic viper. May you continue down your path, O chosen of the malefic one. Reading the description, he had to double-check it to make sure he hadn't read it wrong, especially the rarity of the skill. Ancient. Discounting Shroud of the Primordial. This was the highest he had ever encountered. Jake still wasn't sure about the different rarities, but he was pretty sure Ancient was above Epic, but below Divine. But by how much it was above or below those two, he didn't know. The skill itself was more than he had hoped for from a defensive skill. He had hoped for something like a mana barrier, maybe even a parry or blocking move or something from his class, but this went way above his wildest wishes. It even provided him more stats, another first from a skill. Well, permanent stats. His big game hunter did give stats during actual combat with high-level enemies, but it was only temporary. This one, however, would be a permanent addition. almost as if his profession now provided more per level, which made him think, does it work retroactively? If it did, the skill would instantly provide him with 50 toughness. 55, in fact, if you counted his title giving an extra 10, if the percentage bonus also worked, of course. It worked with stats gained from titles, so shouldn't it work with stats from skills? Not that it ultimately mattered, as he would pick the skill anyway. He needed a defensive skill, and this one was just far too good ever to pass up. Picking the skill, he instantly felt a warm flow go through his body, a quite intense warm flow. Gained skill. Scales of the Malefic Viper. Ancient. The Malefic Viper's scales are the first, and often the only required, line of defense. Allows the prodigious alchemist of the Malefic Viper to turn parts of his skin into scales, vastly increasing the effect of toughness and adding a certain damage threshold. All damage below the threshold is nullified. The scales are exceptionally resistant to magic, allowing the alchemist to handle toxic substances better. Passively provides 1 toughness per level in any profession related to the Malefic Viper. May you continue down your path, O chosen of the Malefic One. The warm flow going through his body was more significant than any level up he had experienced so far. His skin itched all over as it strengthened, and he had to hold himself back from scratching himself. A few minutes later, the discomfort disappeared and everything returned to normal. Well, a new normal. Checking his stats, Jake saw that it had grown by not just 50 points, but 55. Without waiting, he lifted his arm and activated the skill. His skin's texture was instantly replaced with dark green scales that seemed to reflect the false sun above. They were nearly identical to the ones he had seen growing all over the Malefic Viper while in his humanoid form. He tried poking them with his fingers and felt the tough surface. Weirdly enough, it didn't feel much different than when he touched his skin directly. It was an odd feeling, like if he just had a lot of calluses there or something. Taking out his venom fang, he tried cutting himself. The blade managed to cut through the scales quite easily, leaving a small wound on his arm. Maybe testing with his new rare dagger wasn't the best, but he did feel some resistance. After he removed the dagger, he waited a bit to see if the scales would regenerate, which they, to his disappointment, didn't. Instead, they disappeared after only a few minutes as his skin returned to, well, skin. It hadn't consumed much mana, but then again, he hadn't transformed a huge area. Which of course led Jake to a realization. He finally had a skill that used mana that he could use actively in combat. Maybe his vast mana pool and high wisdom would prove more useful now. He spent the next few minutes doing various tests until he decided to put his new skill to a real test. The description said it was strong against magic, and he happened to have an army of angry stags with light beams nearby. Gathering all his alchemist equipment into his storage, he made his way further into the valley. It didn't take him long to encounter a small group with 3 deer and a single stag. The deer were not that exciting, as they mainly engaged in melee and acted as guards for the stags. Taking out his bow, he fired an infused power shot and instantly killed the first deer. The next 2 didn't even make it to him before they were riddled through with splitting arrow and a bit of necrotic poison for good measure. The stag had tried to heal its companions in vain, but they died too fast for it to do anything. Instead, it turned its attention to Jake as it fired off a beam of light. Jake happily received it as he raised his now scaled arms in front of his body. A bit of the beam went through and hit his chest, causing burns, but the part of it that hit his scales did absolutely nothing. It was as if the beam just disappeared whenever it encountered the scales, and Jake only felt a bit of warmth there. He let the beast fire a few more beams at him as he blocked attack after attack. The stag was level 54, and yet it was utterly unable to cause him any real damage with the beams whenever they hit his scales. Finally, after 7 beams, the stag decided to mix things up as it started charging its beam. The stag would have no time to do this in normal conditions, but its enemy was just standing there and taking its blows, making it take the chance. After a handful of seconds, the beam was released. The beam was far more intense than the others, and Jake panicked slightly when his sense of danger warned him. Instinctively, he covered his entire upper body with scales as he was somewhat pushed backward. As the beam dispersed, Jake was surprised by how little it had done. He felt a bit hot and a tingling sensation, but otherwise he was completely uninjured. He had only lost a few health points even after taking the attack. By now the stag was well and truly scared. The human had just taken everything it could muster and yet stood there completely fine. And to make it all worse, the man was now covered in scales. The beast didn't release any more beams, but instead made a final gambit as it charged towards him. Jake happily met its charge as it took the opportunity to test his new scale's physical defense. With his entire upper body still covered, he decided just to let the beast hit him with all it had. Which could have gone better. The stag lowered its antlers, and with only a few meters between them, it suddenly sped up and took Jake by surprise as it hit him square in the chest. The impact sent him backward like a rocket as he smashed into a tree. It may have seemed dramatic from an outside perspective, but the damage done wasn't that bad, his danger sense making him aware of that fact before he was even hit. Getting up, Jake easily dodged the follow-up charge as the stag impaled the tree. Not bothering to waste any more time, he took out his dagger and finished off the beast in only a few venom-doused strikes. Looking himself over, he saw several scales on his chest with small indentures and cracks. Clearly, their ability to soak magical attacks was far above their physical resistance, not to say that their physical defense was weak in any way. One had to remember that Jake was currently going with the pants-only style, having a bare chest, meaning that the scales were the only obstruction between his bare skin and a row of pointy antlers. He did still have his cloak too, but he was honestly getting tired of it being ripped and torn during every fight, ultimately just getting in the way. Clearly, the item was meant for lower-leveled individuals, and on the point of equipment, he decided to keep going further into the valley. His bare chest, common rarity starter bow, and shitty cloak meant that he had plenty of upgrades still to find. Even his bracers were getting quite old, providing far fewer stats than his newer loot with their measly 5 agility and 3 strength. The hours went by as he did several more tests for his new scales. In conclusion, they were brilliant, pretty much an overpowered defense against magic, and decent physical resistance. On the con list was without a doubt the mana consumption. To cover his entire upper body had drained more than 1,000 mana, and when the scales got damaged, he had to pour in even more mana. Less than to summon new ones, but it was still costly. When the scales were summoned, he could maintain them relatively cheaply, but they still drained far too much to have them up for long periods. He doubted he could keep the scales active for more than a few hours on his entire body, even with his full mana pool. Without mana to keep them up, the scales would last for around 3 minutes. After that, they would disappear as if having never been there. Jake did find that his skin was still pristine beneath, even if the scales had been damaged, which was nice. His final test had been with poison, but he discovered that he didn't have anything potent enough to do a proper test. Perhaps the gland from the den mother would be good enough, but he felt like it was a waste of an excellent future ingredient. Half a day later, he was finally done scouring the valley as he looked disappointed at his bounty 2 more common rarity tokens, as well as another pair of stupid uncommon steel boots that provided strength and toughness. They were worse than his current boots in every way. Besides, they looked uncomfortable as hell. He had gotten a level, though, reaching 47 in his ambitious hunter class, so the time wasn't wasted entirely, but it was far less efficient than the dungeon. He had briefly considered grinding to level 50 in his class before entering the next dungeon, but decided against it. It would take far too long, and besides, he felt like he could handle the next dungeon. Feeling ready, he looked up towards the second smallest volcano-like mountain, the location of the second dungeon and beast lord if his assumptions were correct, and hopefully also the location of a damn shirt. The path up to the mountain wasn't as easily traversed as he had hoped. Unlike the Badger Valley, he didn't find any easily accessible way forward. Instead, he was met with a wall of stone, a steep cliffside. He tried climbing it a few times, but quickly found that his climbing skills, coupled with the smooth stone surface, made it improbable that he could climb up there. He tried to use his weapons to climb, but it was more than a little unwieldy Venomfang was too strong, and the cold from his sword made it break the stone as it cooled down. After walking back and forth for a few minutes trying to find a spot to climb, he got an idea. Could he use his mana strings? He had made several strings over time and even used it to retrieve dropped weapons and such. In theory, he should be able to make a rope of his strings and climb up the cliffside. Thinking it was quite a shot in the dark, he was surprised when he quickly strung together an invisible rope of mana. After practicing for a few minutes, he managed to make it longer and sturdier, and even managed to hoist himself up in a tree using it. Damn, I am good, Jake thought to himself as he marveled at the immense progress he had made in his mana control. He had slacked a bit recently, but with his stat growth and alchemy skills improving, he had gotten quite good without even noticing. It still hadn't materialized as a skill, discounting Spectral Hand. He remembered that his focus on the practice came from those few words given to him by the Malefic Viper during their first meeting. Those words had opened him up to the possibility that mana control was possible outside of using it for skills. By now, he was sure that many others had also caught on, but he still felt like he had an early starter advantage compared to many others. With this new mana rope, Jake managed to attach it to small protrusions on the cliffside. Climbing to those protrusions, he made another rope attached further up and slowly made his way up the cliff. Granted, it would have likely been faster just to go back the way he came and find a more direct path, but he believed that he hadn't wasted his time in the grand scheme of things. Finally, reaching the top, he smiled triumphantly. The ropes had dispersed already as they turned to nothing whenever they lost contact with his body. He felt like controlling mana outside the body, without him touching it, should be entirely possible. He just wasn't sure how to do it yet. Having gotten out of the valley, he didn't delay as he rushed to the dungeon entrance. The layout was incredibly similar to the other mountain, and he quickly reached the long passageway leading into the hollow volcano. He had a sneaking suspicion that he was in for another mountain filled with long passages whenever he entered the dungeon itself. Only a few raptors were in his way, but they were swiftly handled with a few barrages of splitting arrow. Reaching the mountains inside, he quickly spotted the door to the dungeon and wasted no time rushing to it, placing his hand on it. Tutorial Dungeon discovered. Dungeons throughout the universe offer groups and individuals a chance to pursue strength and treasures through exploring the pocket dimensions known as dungeons. This variant is only found within the tutorials provided by the system to newly integrated races. Requirements to enter, NA. Requirements to enter met. Warning, only 5 challengers allowed per party attempting the dungeon. Only 1 party allowed at a time. Note that dungeons can be entered and exited at your own discretion. Enter dungeon, YN. The message was exactly the same as when he entered the Badger dungeon. He accepted the prompt and felt his vision and body shift. Totally gonna be another shitty cave, Jake joked with himself. His sphere was the first to register his new surroundings, and it made him aware he was in a rather large open space. The next thing he felt was a breeze, in a cave, but as his vision returned, he found himself not standing in his anticipated cave, but instead on a small hill surrounded by a broad plain. You have entered the dungeon, Lucenti Plains. Objective: defeat the Great White Stag. He was quite honestly taken aback. The change of scenery was far more extreme than he had anticipated. Every dungeon he had entered so far had been enclosed spaces, one an ancient temple and another a cave. But this was a goddamn open plain, the sky above, with a large open space before him. On his small hill, he could see a large number of beasts running around. They were groups of deer with a stag or two generally leading each small group. The plains themselves were a mix of tall grass and open ground. The grass was easily 3 meters tall where it was tallest. Looking behind him, he saw that perhaps this space wasn't as large as he had first imagined. While it looked enormous, it soon became apparent that it was, in fact, quite limited. He saw that only 100 meters or so behind him, the plains suddenly stopped and it turned to stony ground. Activating Hunter's sight, he peered into the distance and saw only nothingness. It was like he was in an oasis in the middle of a desolate world, an oasis consisting of a plain with herds of deer running around. Turning his attention back towards the beasts, he used Identify on one of the groups. Just like Badger's den, it was the same beasts but with higher levels. The levels themselves were only slightly higher than the Badger's had been, making Jake feeling quite confident, but he quickly identified a few problems, the biggest of them soon entering his sight. Great White Stag LVL, the beast was majestic. He honestly had no other way to describe it. It stood drinking from a pond in the middle of the plains. It had antlers that looked like they were made out of the most delicate ivory, the purest white color covering its entire body, making it appear albino. A bit further away were tens of deer, all split into smaller groups. Each group had a few dozen and a stag or two in them. They all seemed to keep a reasonable distance from the Great White Stag, but that didn't mean it was alone. Around it were 3 nearly equally beautiful creatures, also pure white but without the antlers. They seemed almost to give off an aura of gentleness as they stood by the stag. Identifying them, it became clear that they were also far from ordinary beasts. The levels were higher than any of the other beasts besides the stag itself. On a side note, this identification did help confirm a theory he had about the Identify skill. He had wondered where the line between it showing question marks and the actual level appeared. He noted that he could see the level 72, but not any of the others. This made him guess that this was likely the maximum. His current level in his race was 48, making those with quick math realize it quite easily. He had already kind of theorized it before, but now he felt pretty sure. Jake believed that he could identify things up to 50 above his level, meaning 72 was his current limit, but he would have to test it further to fully confirm it. If he was lucky, then one of the other does would be level 73. Of course, he needed to level up for that to matter, which shouldn't be a problem considering the many meat bags of experience populating the plains. This abundance of prey, however, led him to a second problem. Or well, the quantity itself was not the problem, the issue was what they were doing. As he saw right away, these deer were not stationary like in the Badger's den. Instead, they ran around, making it far too hard to pin down a group. To make matters worse, there was a good chance he would get engaged by a second group after attacking the first. Each group of deer did not strike him as particularly powerful. They were the same deer and stags that he had hunted many of before, save for their higher level, and even without his new scales of the malefic viper, he felt like he was more than capable of hunting them. But that didn't mean he was eager to engage an army of the beasts. He decided to take his time to observe from where he stood. It didn't take him long to notice that there seemed to be a pattern to their movements. The same routes were followed, as paths had been made in the tall grass. From where he stood, he couldn't see exactly where to and from they were running due to the damn grass. He tried marking one of them with Mark of the Ambitious Hunter as he followed it. He noticed it going into an area he couldn't see due to the tall grass where it stopped. It didn't move for a good 20 minutes before Jake got impatient. He felt like he was wasting his time just sitting there. Sneaking down from the hill, he decided to put his basic stealth to the test as he entered the tall grass. He snuck towards the deer he had marked, as he made efforts to avoid the other groups as they ran around. However, this was a relatively short journey, as he noticed that these beasts had a far larger area of engagement than the badgers did. One had barely entered his sphere before it seemed to become alert and turn its attention his way. The rest of its group also stopped up as they looked into the tall grass where he was hiding. Jake tried to make himself smaller as he stood utterly still. In his sphere, he could see the deer move its ears back and forth as its nose sniffed the air. Jake controlled his breathing as the beast stood there, still a good 19 to 20 meters away from him. As the stag walked up to the edge of the tall grass, he closed his eyes as he focused on calming down his beating heart and held his breath while, at the same time, trying to suppress his own aura. Slowly lowering himself to the ground, he made sure not to rustle any of the stalks of grass as he lay flat on his stomach. This turned out to be the right decision as a beam of light cut through the air where his chest had been only seconds before. Through pure willpower, he managed not even to twitch an eyelid as the unexpected attack swept across the grass above him, cutting off the upper half. The cut-off grass fell down as it collapsed, covering the completely unmoving Jake. Having not hit anything seemed to satisfy the stag that had fired the beam as it did a bellow to its followers, making them move on. Jake, now entirely covered in the fallen grass, did not budge, but a small smile could be seen on his face. Not just because he had avoided a potentially shitty situation, but because of the system message he just got. Skill upgraded, basic stealth inferior, advanced stealth common. He honestly didn't feel like he had done much to deserve the upgrade. Then again, his archery had a similar upgrade just because he thought about how to do archery for a bit. Looking at the new description, not much had changed. Advanced stealth common, the deadliest blow is the one not seen coming. A proven artisan in the arts of stealth, you have learned to stay undetected far better than a mere novice. You now find it even easier to blend into the environment, waiting for just the right moment to strike. Adds a minor bonus to the effect of agility and perception while successfully remaining undetected. It was clear to him that it was just a straight-up upgrade. Upgrading stealth had not been on his to-do list, but it was welcome for sure. Thinking back, he had actually done a lot of sneaking around in the tutorial. He had crept around the dinosaur-filled mountains, and his time in the outer area had consisted of him trying not to be found by other humans. He also had a theory that prior knowledge did play in quite a bit. Just like with his archery, Jake did inadvertently have some experience on how to sneak, something he suspected most people who liked to stay up too late in their parents' house had. However, Jake's thoughts on the implications of the upgrade were interrupted as he was brought back to reality. Stag he had marked earlier had started moving once more. Taking it as his cue to stop wasting time, he started sneaking towards the spot where it had been sitting still for a good half an hour. Managing to stay undetected for the rest of the trip, he soon found himself overlooking a small downward slope into a mini valley of sorts. The middle of the valley contained a spring and a pond not unlike the one the great white stag was at. From where he was hiding, no deer was close enough to spot him. He, however, had a clear view of the pond and the animals around it. The stag that had nearly discovered him was currently drinking some of the water along with its compatriots. Jake briefly considered attacking them but decided against it. It was too risky with the groups running around. Instead, he made a trip around the clearing, finding to his surprise that no deer was within a few hundred meters. At the same time, he felt that his mark had stopped once more. It was a good kilometer to the north of the pond he was currently at, making Jake take a risk and rush towards it, still hidden in the tall grass. It didn't take him long to get there, discovering yet another, almost identical, valley and pond. His marked deer was happily drinking the water, just like the deer at the other pond. Once more, he decided to wait a bit when an idea of what was going on occurred, which proved to be the right idea as the group stopped drinking and left once more, this time towards the big pond in the center with the white stag. Less than a minute later, a new group of deer appeared, this time from the north, which meant it was not the same one that had nearly spotted him earlier. Jake decided to make his way back to the pond he was at before, at which he discovered a new group of deer. A few minutes later, they too left, running back towards the center pond. In waiting 5 minutes or so, a new group appeared. Yeah, I think I got it, Jake thought to himself. It was pretty simple. At any point, only a single group would ever be at a pond, and every time they would stay there for a good 20-30 minutes. Afterward, they would either move on to the next pond or return to the middle, and then a new group would appear within a few minutes. With each pond being isolated, this was without a doubt the intended design. The ponds were the killing area, and Jake was on a timer to take down every group before the next one would come. At least that was the theory that Jake was sticking to. As the group left the pond, Jake waited patiently for the next one to arrive. It was time to put his theory to the test. The wait was short as he heard the sound of cloven hooves hitting the ground. Soon he saw a group of deer approach the pond, just like all the others had, but the fate of these beasts would not be just another peaceful drink. He had already prepared his arrows with poison aplenty, and his resources were full, which meant it was killing time. Jake saw no reason to delay his attack as he stood up from his hiding place and took out his bow. Knocking an arrow and drawing the string, he started charging an infused power shot, aiming for the stag in the middle. The moment he started charging the mana, they all turned towards him in a startle to his slight surprise. He was a good 60 meters away, far further than he expected for them to notice him. His reaction, however, was swift as he released the arrow. Despite them noticing him, it still hadn't even been a second from them turning their heads to an arrow arriving, penetrating the skull of the stag before it had a chance to mount a defense. Despite the damage, Jake had not actually managed to kill the beast. However, he had managed to temporarily disable it, as it staggered and fell down on its hind legs. With their leader out of commission, the 4 remaining deer briefly showed confusion before they charged towards him in unison. An expected response as they were met with a barrage of splitting arrows. Without their leader and designated healer, the deer had a hard time putting up a proper fight. 2 fell before they even reached him, and a third one died as Venomfang stabbed it in the abdomen, releasing deadly toxins. Before he got the opportunity to finish off the last beast, a light fell over it, making its wounds heal at a visible rate. The damn stag had gotten up once more, and from the looks of it, it was completely unharmed. Bloody healers, Jake complained as he kept fighting the deer. The fight quickly got prolonged, as he time and time again failed to land fatal blows due to the stag erecting barriers, and whatever damage he did inflict got healed right away. The damn stag didn't even try to attack Jake a single time, seemingly satisfied with just healing the deer. The standstill continued for a good 5 minutes before the stag started running low on mana. Jake had been okay with just slowly draining the beast, as the deer had yet to do any damage to him. He knew the necrotic poison, and the toxin from Venomfang wasn't that easily healed. He had been honed against far more challenging opponents. While the deer was stronger than most beasts, it was still weak compared to an alpha badger, and Jake had only grown stronger since he faced off against those. When the final barrier shattered under his dagger and penetrated the neck of the deer, it collapsed with a yelp as the venom took hold. A swift stab with his sword finished it off before turning his attention back towards the stag. He had expected it to be already charging his way, but was taken aback by what it did instead. It ran. It bloody ran back towards the center pond, aka back towards the location of the great white stag. Shit. Jake pulled out his bow once more, simultaneously focusing his senses on the mark of the ambitious hunter he had just placed on the stag. Knocking his arrow, he drew the string as the beast disappeared from his sight, hidden by the tall grass. The paths created by the beasts were not straight lines, far from it, but luckily Jake knew precisely where the thing was even without a direct line of sight. He took his time to line up the shot. When it felt just right, he released the arrow as it exploded forward. The grass was parted like the Red Sea as it tore through everything in its path. The stag didn't even register it coming before it was hit in its hind, penetrating through its midsection, out the neck. With it out of mana and far from an optimal condition, this spelled instant death. Jake barely saw it all happen before the grass flowed back into its original place, obstructing his view once more. But the notification of the kill was all he needed to confirm his success. You have slain Lucenti Stag. LVL 67 bonus experience earned for killing an enemy above your level. 94,000 TP earned. Ding. Class, Ambitious Hunter has reached level 48 stat points allocated, plus 4 free points. Ding. Race, Human E has reached level 49 stat points allocated, plus 5 free points. Finally, getting some levels again felt great. It was weird, considering he had leveled less than a day ago, but after his trip into the Badger dungeon, he had gotten impatient with his leveling speed. He felt like he needed more, and he needed it faster. Fighting prey far above his level, coupled with Mark of the Ambitious Hunter, undoubtedly helped him level far faster. He wasn't sure of how big the bonus was, as it just said that it gave him bonus experience whenever he killed a marked target higher level than himself. It wasn't like he got an exact number of experience earned per kill to begin with. Could it even be quantified into a number? But he did make it a habit to mark every beast before he killed it. It barely had any cost to use, and the effects were more than worth it just for the damage. The duration seemed partly based on his enemy's level, making it expire faster on stronger foes. He had tested it while doing alchemy by just marking the highest leveled thing he could find and then just leave it be. He had considered just marking the great white stag, but decided against it as he would likely have to swap it around a lot. His intuition told him facing the great white stag with his current strength was a bad idea, but the deterrence was not absolute. It was like he had first felt as he stood before an alpha badger. It would be a bad idea, but it was not impossible. But banking on getting a skill upgrade just in time to win the fight like with his first alpha wasn't exactly a reliable tactic. Not that it mattered currently. Jake had ample time to gain more levels from all the beasts running around before he would have to face the big boss. There was one thing that intrigued him, though: the ponds that the deer seemed to patrol around. One still needed sustenance at E grade, but it seemed like overkill to go about drinking it all the time. Jake himself barely needed to eat and drink anymore, making the fact that these deer drank all the time suspicious, to say the least. It didn't take him long to discover why as he made his way to the pond. The water was as clear as it could get, but that wasn't the important part. It gave off an aura and even a faint feeling from his sense of the malefic viper. He decided to use Identify on it to confirm his suspicions. Lucenti water, common water infused with strong light affinity mana, making it purer and hold certain magical properties, can be used as an ingredient in many alchemical recipes or simply consumed in its raw form to restore mana for those possessing the light affinity. His Identify yielded him quite the information, once more proving the worth of his knowledge-related alchemy skills. What he couldn't explain, however, was the feeling from his sense of the malefic viper. It was only a faint sensation, but it was clearly there. It was telling him a herb was nearby, but the water was clear, with not a single living thing within it. Several shining rocks were scattered on the bottom, but his Identify didn't give him any proper response. On a closer inspection, he found what may be the explanation for the trace energy of herbs in the water. On the pond side, submerged half a meter or so, several small holes were hidden. They were nearly impossible to see with one's eyes, but his sphere of perception made them clear as day. But what was more important was where the holes were leading. They were clearly extending towards the center pond, which would mean that whatever was infusing this water with mana would likely be found in there. For now, however, he focused on this pond. He wanted the shiny rocks, and he wanted the water. While he couldn't identify the stones, he could feel the mana in them. The water itself was at least a common rarity alchemical reagent that he was sure to find a use for at some point. He still had a library worth of books, and there was sure to be something on light affinity water. Speaking of affinities, Jake did wonder what exactly was required for obtaining an affinity, or if it was even something one obtained. More specifically, he wondered how one unlocked the skills. Currently, he had the nature affinity offered from his class, but that was still the only one. I can figure that out later, Jake thought to himself as he started collecting the water and stones. However, it didn't go as planned, as when he touched the water it felt like his hand got scalded. Grimacing, he pulled back his hand and saw that it had turned red. He had even lost a few health points. Well, there goes my plan for trying to drink it. His body clearly disagreed with the water, but he was still adamant about collecting it. The water would hurt his skin, but he would like to see it hurt his scales. The dark green scales soon covered his hands and arms as he took out one of the barrels he had borrowed from the challenge dungeon. Luckily, the water didn't affect the wooden barrel, so it was easily stored. The water still clearly tried to burn Jake's hand, but was utterly unable to harm the scales. This meant that he safely collected 2 barrels of the water and the stones, which also tried to burn his hand. Pretty sure having the light affinity is off the table, he sighed as he put the collected items into his spatial storage. As he prepared to head onward, he spotted something out the corner of his eye. A deer had come from the north path and was currently staring at him and the 4 dead does around him. It was with a group of 2 other deer and a single stag. He was, however, once more surprised at its action. Instead of attacking, it charged towards the path leading towards the center pond. Simultaneously, the 2 other does headed towards Jake as the stag started charging up its antlers. With no time to consider the situation further, he took out his bow and focused on the doe running towards the center. He didn't need his intuition to tell him that letting it get away would result in a bad time, a very bad time. He marked the beast as he fired a quickly charged, infused power shot. The shot flew true as it struck the doe in its hind leg, the impact cutting the limb off. To his displeasure, this didn't stop the beast as it managed to get up quickly and continued limping forward. He wanted to shoot another arrow, but was interrupted by the 2 deer closing in on him. Every second counted as the fleeing deer got further and further away. Jake decided not to risk anything as he tried to disengage from the beasts attacking him. He used his rather unassuming skill badger jump to fire straight up into the air in a flash of inspiration. Followed by a shadow vault, he became ethereal as he made it even further up, perhaps a bit further than he had planned. The entire dungeon lay bare before him as he looked down. He had wanted to jump out of reach, but had managed to get a good 100 meters up instead. It wasn't the plan, but Jake didn't have time to consider his horrid estimation of his own ability to travel vertically as he quickly locked onto the still running doe below him. With ample time as he fell, he fired an infused power shot down towards it. It soared through the air and hit the beast right on its back, utterly smashing it into the ground. He didn't need the notification to know that it was dead, not that his problems were solved just like that. He still faced the minor issue called gravity as he accelerated downwards. He did take advantage of his falling, as he fired a strong splitting arrow that split into 9 as it rained down on the 2 does awaiting him below. The stag managed to block 2 of them with barriers, but the rest cut into the 2 beasts. The moment before Jake hit the ground, he took out his venom fang and short sword of icy winds. He impacted not the ground, but the top of one of the beasts, as he managed to take advantage of their momentary confusion caused by the arrows. 2 downward thrusts penetrated deep, as the joint force of his fall and his high strength tore into the beast. His forearm smashed into the deer just before his legs hit the ground. The deer smashed into the soil from the impact, taking the main brunt of the damage as it softened Jake's fall, not to say that Jake had gotten off completely unscathed. The fall resulted in both of his legs hurting like hell, his forearms being bruised and his wrists aching. The deer was, of course, completely and utterly dead, the other one not so much. Still not wholly prepared, Jake got kicked by the remaining deer, stumbling to the side. It hurt, but the damage was minimal as the beast didn't have time to put proper force behind the blow. Mildly annoyed, Jake swung his weapons following his twin fang style, slicing and stabbing the beast again and again. The stag was still healing it, but Jake had learned his lesson. The slow and steady approach would only lead to more reinforcements coming. While circling the deer, Jake finally saw his chance. After a solid stab, Jake shifted the situation by kicking the deer, launching himself backward in the direction of the stag. A shadow vault, borrowing the momentum, accelerated him towards his new target as he brought down his vicious attacks once more. The stag had a far harder time healing the wounds inflicted on itself when it had to at the same time focus on avoiding fatal blows. Jake wasn't holding anything back either, as he stabbed Venom Fang up through its jaw, penetrating all the way through to the brain. The blow made the beast unable to cast its spells any longer, which in turn allowed him to finish it off swiftly. The assault had happened in only a few seconds, giving the deer no chance to come to help the stag. Not that it stopped the doe from still attacking, netting it a quick death as it had lost its designated healer. With no remaining beasts alive, Jake retreated back into the tall grass. If his prediction were correct, then a new batch of deer would soon arrive, so all he had to do was wait patiently and observe from a safe distance. The wait took 25 minutes, but unlike the usual group appearing, he instead saw the enormous white form of a stag towering above all the other beasts. It turned out the big boss had arrived to check out the crime scene. The otherwise peaceful pond was now disturbed by blood and dead beasts, a situation that seemed to not sit well with the great white stag as it slowly walked in. Jake was a bit more than 100 meters away at this point, as he observed from a small hill. His head barely popped up to the top of the grass, leaving it still partly covered. He was unsure if this distance was safe, but he guessed it was. If it weren't well, he would handle that problem if it presented itself. The great white stag slowly walked around the clearing for a bit, sniffing the ground here and there and inspecting every single one of the corpses. The 3 does following it did so silently, though Jake could clearly feel that they were very alert and ready to spring into action at any moment. He couldn't help considering attacking now. The stag was alone with only its 3 usual followers with it. In the center, it was always surrounded by close to 100 other beasts, but he didn't attack. His mind told him yes, but his instincts and intuition gave him a resounding no. Something felt off about the entire situation. Why would the big boss come here only with 3 followers? It seemed far too convenient, so he waited. The clearing's perimeter was scoured carefully by both the great white stag and its followers, forcing Jake to duck down a little lower. At one point, he felt his danger sense vaguely warn him that they got close. Too close. The white stag kept sniffing around the area for a few minutes before it suddenly seemed to get bored. It bellowed at the does around it, as they all sprung into action. Jake momentarily thought he was discovered, but quickly calmed down when he saw what they were doing. They bit into the dead deer that he had killed and started dragging them across the soil. The stag merely watched them work as they gathered up the corpses and put them all in a big pile. When they were all gathered up, the stag finally made its intentions clear as its antlers started giving off light. Jake instantly felt it in the air. The very atmosphere seemed to change as the fake sun above darkened. The sky turned black as a bright white orb appeared, a moon, or more accurately, a representation of a moon. It wasn't the moon from Earth, but an entirely unblemished marble. There were no craters on it, nothing at all. It looked like a perfectly round pearl floating above. What happened next, however, made him aware that this was not merely an illusion. The antlers of the great white stag pulsed with mana and light as the moon above came alive. A beam descended on the pile of corpses less than a second later, enveloping it entirely. It had to have a radius of at least 3 or 4 meters, with a mana intensity far above anything Jake had ever seen before, discounting whatever the malefic viper had done, of course. A few seconds later, the light stopped just as abruptly as it came. What was left was nothing. Not a single piece of the beasts remained, not even a single drop of blood on the grass, which led to the second point: the grass was completely untouched. In fact, it seemed to have more vitality than before the light descended. With its work done, the stag's antlers stopped glowing as the sky returned to normal. With its does in tow, it sauntered back towards the center pond once more. Jake was left astonished by the display. The power behind it was above what he had imagined, but what was even more incredible was how the hell the beast had done it. He had a pretty good sense for mana by now, but whatever the hell it didn't do entirely with its own power. It was like it had pulled pure, unadulterated power out of nothing. That, or it had somehow amplified whatever mana it did use to create a bigger phenomenon. Like how a single spark could lead to a house burning down, it too had merely released a spark, starting the entire process. He knew that the power he released from his infused power shot was more than just the sum of its parts. The system amplified it, but whatever the great white stag did was on an entirely different level. There was something more behind it, but he couldn't figure it out no matter how much he thought about it. But for some reason, despite his astonishment, he wasn't deterred at all. Its display of power was noticeable, yes, but it wasn't above and beyond what he could face. It was more the concept behind the attack that stunned him. In fact, the display only made him more excited to face it eventually, to discover what more it would have in store for him to overcome it. But first, he still had a lot of other deer to kill. He could likely wait at the pond for another group to appear, but decided to head north instead. He would move swiftly from pond to pond and eliminate the groups one by one. Then finally, he would strike at the great white stag. Based on the number of enemies, he should easily reach level 50 in his class before the final battle, giving him yet another edge. With a plan and tremendous motivation, he dove into the tall grass, already looking forward to the next battle. William dreamt as he experienced memory after memory of the things he had done in the past and how he had dealt with it. Countless visions of his behavior and rationalizations superimposed on each other, forcing him to reflect on his path, whether he liked to or not. He remembered how he had killed his brother, the pain he had inflicted upon his parents, and all those he had hurt through his actions. The nurse who got fired and sued, the people he had manipulated to get what he wanted. In some ways, emotions could be considered a weakness. In certain scenarios, they could lead you astray or to make the wrong decision at the wrong time. Get emotional and do something you would come to regret. William had only two memories where the emotions felt truly real. One was when Herman died, and the other was during the final battle, where he had, for the first time ever, felt hatred in killing someone not for pragmatic reasons, but because he truly wanted that person dead. How he in the final moments had displayed strength above and beyond what he should be able to, but it was chaotic, uncontrolled, too close to the weakness that led to the escalated war, the suicidal actions of Hayden and even Herman himself. No, William would transcend above that because the dreams made something absolutely clear to him. This tutorial was his to claim, his foundation to build his power upon. He felt the whispers in the back of his mind, guiding him. The specter of Herman proudly showing him his rightful path. William understood. Through this, he could reach beyond perfection because that was his destiny. Jacob sat cross-legged in the square, surrounded by all the other survivors of their camp. He was speaking of hope and bringing up the spirits of the people. Most of them had been non-combatants to begin with. Most of the survivors were middle-aged office workers who never had any desire to fight. They were understandably distraught after the death of every single combatant except for Bertram, and it wasn't like he had ever been a top fighter. But with his new class, all of that had changed. The hopeless had turned to an optimistic view of the future. Jacob spoke of the wonders of the system, the existence of gods, and how he had even met one. He spoke of a way out of this tutorial. He had segued into the thought that perhaps death was not the final end. Everyone knew of religious messages, and with gods being a real thing, it led many to the natural conclusion of an afterlife existing. At first, he had met resistance, but as he got better, so did he get more convincing. He had also disclosed his new class, not by name but by function. He had called himself a guide of sorts. To prove his claims, he had enlisted Bertram's help to teach him a bit about combat, just the theoretical stuff. With this knowledge, he had taught the warriors, and in only a few hours, one of them got a class level. The survivor was only at level 14 before he leveled, but it did prove the possibility of leveling a class without fighting, which was, of course, another source of hope. As for Jacob himself, well, his progress was on another level. Ding! Class, Augur of Hope has reached level 36 stat points allocated, plus 8 free points. In only a few days, he had gained 11 levels, from merely talking and teaching. He was ecstatic at the new possibilities opened up before him, and his enthusiasm for the system and his new class only seemed to speed up his progress further. As one knows, an engaged and interested teacher is far better than a bored one, and Jacob was at the peak of interest. At level 30, he had also earned another skill that only helped him further. Enlightenment of the Holy Pantheon epic blessed by the Holy Mother herself. You have become her spokesperson among your race. To fulfill your role, you must know what to teach. Grants knowledge of the teachings of the Holy Church directly from the Holy Pantheon itself. Increase the effect of all light affinity mana. Grants a karmic path connecting you with the Holy Pantheon. When he gained the skill, he felt an influx of knowledge like never before. He suddenly knew of many gods, and of course also of the Holy Mother herself. It was only surface information about the specific members, but he did discover that the pantheon consisted of many gods, with the Holy Mother being the supreme leader. What he gained the most, however, was the knowledge of their teachings of compassion and working together, of the importance of cohesion and in guiding others towards a greater path, teachings against the chaos that so often ruled. To embrace fate and move to realize one's true destiny, it was a path of order, to be civilized and taking care of one another. Compared to the tutorial nightmare, this path was far more aligned with the old rules of Earth, but it did have some rather significant differences. First of all, the act of killing was viewed as a necessity. In the end, the system was supreme, and to advance, combat and killing had to be done. The teachings were not complicated at all. They were simple and easy to understand. Like a normal religious text, the skill also granted Jacob a plethora of stories to tell stories that exemplified the teachings. Most important out of all of the teachings was the power of faith, the possibilities open to mortals through aligning themselves with gods, the synergetic relationship between a god and his or her followers, the god and their followers acting as teachers and guides, leading the mortals towards a brighter future, while the god would be supplied with even more followers and the power of faith. The knowledge given by the system was far from complete. It was like a study guide of information he could now access, giving him something to go through whenever he used his newly gained meditation skill. Jacob had also received something he didn't expect to. After he became an augur and determined himself to lead them, the system responded as it gave him a quest. Tutorial quest: a leader is born. Objective: become a respected leader of at least 95 of the other humans during the tutorial. Current progress: 98. Quest completed, reward given upon the conclusion of the tutorial. After he got the quest, it only took a day to complete it. He didn't know if getting the quest was a good or bad thing, but he chose to believe it was good. Looking out at the fervent believers in front of him, Jacob smiled, satisfied. All of them had come to follow him, and in turn, the Holy Church. It was incredible how easily people grab on to the slightest shred of hope in what they otherwise believed to be hopeless situations. His only regret was the knowledge that this hope sadly wouldn't last. The fate of every single one of them, himself included, had already been written. Jake dismissed his bow as the stag fell to the ground, never to move again. The fights with the beasts had only got more comfortable as he got accustomed to all their tactics and fighting styles. In the end, they were just beasts, making their strategies repetitive and straightforward. It had started getting a bit boring as they stopped being real challenges, but at least the experience was good. Only 4 pawns cleared out, and Jake had reached his first goal. Ding. Class Ambitious Hunter has reached level 50 stat points allocated, plus 4 free points. Ding. Race, Human E has reached level 50 stat points allocated, plus 5 free points. He waited for a few moments after the notifications. After a few seconds, it became disappointingly clear that he wouldn't get anything for getting his race to level 50. He had kind of hoped to get some amazing bonus or something, at least a skill or something. His only consolation was that his class, of course, didn't disappoint. Ambitious Hunter class skills available. Yet again, he decided to take the slow approach and go through the skills one by one. He quickly dove into the tall grass once more as he hid far away from any potential enemies. The pattern of other deer coming to investigate the pond he had just cleared was sure to repeat itself. When he found a safe spot, he sat down and entered meditation as he went through the skills. He was low on both stamina and mana anyway. He had a total of 5 new skills to pick from, the maximum he could be offered. The first one not being overly exciting though. Stealth attack common: the most decisive blow is the one not seen coming before it is too late. Increase the power of the first attack made to an otherwise unaware foe. Works with both ranged and melee attacks. Adds a minor bonus to the effectiveness of agility and strength when using stealth attack. He was 99% sure this one came from him advancing his stealth. He could see the usefulness of the skill, but the common rarity tag just put him. He was sure that he could get better at some point. If he advanced stealth more, chances were new skills would follow suit. So he skipped it as he swiftly moved on to yet another common rarity skill. Grappling shot common: getting to the right vantage point, or merely climbing whatever impedes you, is invaluable to any hunter when hunting his prey. Shoot an arrow with a string of mana attached. The arrow will easily stick to any surface it encounters without doing any notable damage to said surface. Adds a minor bonus to the effectiveness of agility and wisdom when using grappling shot. This one was at least a bit more interesting. Jake assumed he unlocked it through his small rock climbing session and by his constant use of mana strings. But while the way he had unlocked it was interesting, the skill itself was not. Discounting any fantasies of cosplaying as a vigilante in a bat costume, he didn't see many practical uses. If he really needed to climb something badly, he could just use the same tactic he used before. The only other exciting thing he could find about the skill was that it scaled with wisdom and agility like his Shadow Vault of Umbra, not that it had any effect on his decision to skip it over. His next option at least looked quite a bit better. Descending Fang Uncommon, a fang descending like the clamping mouth of a snake. Do a downward strike with a melee weapon, significantly increasing penetrative power and damage inflicted. Damage improved further if the weapon is benefiting from Twin Fang style. Adds a small bonus to the effectiveness of agility and strength when using Descending Fang. This was the first true melee skill he had been offered that he would have to use actively. The skill was also clearly linked to Twin Fang style and was likely also influenced by his liberal use of Venom Fang. The skill itself was without a doubt useful. Jake's favorite move was to stab to begin with, and it also made applying the venom far more effective. Besides, it was far more suitable for stabbing than cutting with the dagger formed like a sharpened fang, hence the name Venom Fang. To say the skill didn't tempt him would be a lie. It fit right into his style, and it would prove incredibly useful. He decided to reserve judgment, though, until he had also checked out the last two skills. The first of which was also incredibly interesting. Conjure Spectral Weaponry Uncommon. One does not need to carry a weapon if they can manifest one at any time. Summon a replication of any weapon used prior composed solely of mana. Only the form of the weapon is replicated, and it does not retain any enchants or material integrity. The summoned arm's power and durability are based on wisdom and the mana expended during their creation. This one likely had similar roots to the grappling shot skill, Jake's mana practice to be more exact. He also had the option to learn Spectral Hand in his profession, so it was pretty clear that his improvements were recognized. As for the skill itself, it was useful for sure, but Jake nevertheless felt unsure. There were many unanswered questions, such as how well the conjured weapons would hold up to his current gear and other details, such as how long it took to summon things. His quiver took a few seconds per arrow, and if the speed of conjuration from the skill were anything close to that, it would prove pretty useless in combat. It took him practically no time to dismiss and summon things from his spatial storage, making that far more effective. And of course, there was the last point. Jake felt like he could do what the skill did without it. He could learn how to make a bow or a dagger from mana. Not that he felt anywhere close to able to do that, but his mana string's tangibility and strength got more robust by the day, which left the last skill one that felt very familiar. Bestial survival instincts. Rare the ambitious hunter has learned from the beasts he hunts and can now imitate their superhuman senses. Has a small chance to feel a distinct sense of danger from any attack and improved reaction time for a brief duration after triggering the effect. Adds a small bonus to the chance and the accuracy of the extra sense based on perception. The skill seemed just to explain what his bloodline ability already did, though in more detail and from the description just straight up worse. It only had a chance to activate and it improved his reaction time. His bloodline already did both of those things far better. But if he took the skill in isolation, ignoring his bloodline, it would surely be useful for someone that wasn't him. His danger sense helped him immensely in combat and helped him gauge how strong a blow would be before it hit him, as well as warn him of any attacks he hadn't seen coming. Thinking back, he remembered many of the beasts he was hunting to have some kind of danger sense, but none of the humans he had fought had it. Perhaps it was just something many creatures got, but humans had to pick special skills for, or maybe it came with levels as one's combat instincts were honed. The best example of a beast with the skill had to be the alpha badgers and the den mother. Both of those showed near precognition level power to react, though he would still call it far less reliable than his own. It seemed to not really differentiate between harmless attacks and lethal ones, like how the alpha dodged a random glass bottle tossed at it. Yet despite all these cons, Jake got curious. How exactly would the skill work for him? Would it improve his already existing abilities? Double down on the same, and just give him massive headaches from two danger senses activating at the same time. Maybe just do nothing. Jake couldn't help but be attracted to the skill, like it resonated with him somehow. His intuition didn't really give him any details as to what would happen either. He did, however, get the feeling that it wouldn't bring him any harm to get it. He went through the list once more and hovered a bit on one of the skills he had passed over at level 40. There was still the one rare skill that offered him better mental defenses. It was attractive for sure, but it just didn't excite him that much. There was also the active camouflage, but at the point he began thinking about taking that, the thought of what would happen from picking bestial survival instincts had already overwhelmed him. In the end, curiosity got the better of him. Well, here goes nothing. Gain skill, bestial survival instincts. Rare the ambitious hunter has learned from the beasts he hunts and can now imitate their superhuman senses. Has a small chance to feel a distinct sense of danger from any attack and improved reaction time for a brief duration after triggering the effect. Adds a small bonus to the chance and the accuracy of the extra sense based on perception. The second he gained the skill, he initially didn't feel much except for the cold sensation of instinctual knowledge of how the skill worked enter him just like with every other skill. The feeling, however, quickly changed as he felt a warmth spring up. He began to have a vague sense of annoyance at the new skill, an annoyance that soon turned to disdain. Distinctly, he heard the sound of his heartbeat. Thump, the sound felt all-encompassing. The sound didn't come from his physical heart, but something deeper within. Thump, the warmth got more intense as he felt like his blood was heating up, but it didn't feel uncomfortable in the least, but more like something within him had stirred. Like the intrusion of this new skill upon the domain of his bloodline had awoken it, angered it in him. He felt angry, as if he wanted to just rip the skill right out of his status menu. Thump, the feeling kept increasing as the heartbeat continued. Time itself seemed to stand still as the system message appeared. Synergy detected. Due to your bloodline, the skill. Bestial survival instincts rare is evolving. Skill upgraded. Bestial survival instincts rare extreme bestial survival instincts epic. He read the message as the warm flow increased, but he didn't feel any better at all as even more instinctual knowledge began to enter his brain. His heartbeat showed no intentions of stopping either. Due to your bloodline, the skill. Extreme bestial survival instincts epic is evolving. Skill upgraded. Extreme bestial survival instincts epic supreme bestial survival instincts ancient. Once more knowledge came, and once more he found it wanting. It was weak, a downgrade, not good enough. Due to your bloodline, the skill. Supreme bestial survival instincts ancient is evolving. Maximum rarity reached. Evolution unsuccessful. Jake finally felt the warmth slow down as the skill seemed to cap out. The knowledge entered his head throughout the entire process as he got a far better understanding of the skill and its full evolutionary path. A logical part of him knew that it was a great skill, but that part of him wasn't what was in the forefront. No, that part of him that was his more impulsive and instinctual side wasn't satisfied. It was still so weak, inferior to what he already had, what he already was, a lesser part of himself that he had no need for, that was better off culled. Thump, a heartbeat that reverberated through his entire soul, sending out a pulse of energy. The warmth returned with a fury, unwilling to give any room for the new skill. His bloodline had been challenged, its territory entered without permission. And like a primal beast, it refused to give any leeway, a fact the system quickly recognized. Synergy detected. Congratulations, your supreme bestial survival instincts ancient has successfully transformed. Skill transformed. Supreme bestial survival instincts ancient moment of the primal hunter legendary. Congratulations, you have successfully created a new legendary skill, a great accomplishment for any being, but even more so one still so early on their path. Title Legendary Prodigy earned. Jake instantly knew that now it was truly over. His bloodline had won. No, that wasn't right. He had won. Jake's face was grimacing with a toothy smile as blood trickled down his neck from biting himself in a fury before. A brilliant smile of victory, his fists closed, blood hitting the ground from him, clenching his fists so hard. He felt like he had just wrestled a mighty beast to the ground, like he had continuously dominated it despite all its struggle. The windfall from his moment of curiosity was immense. The warm flow disappeared a few moments later. He felt more powerful than ever before, and it didn't take him long to locate the source as his new title. Legendary Prodigy, a true talent standing at the pinnacle of his generation. Young, yet showing promise above even the elders of yore. Due to your immense accomplishment of creating a legendary skill while still below D grade, you have proven yourself a true legendary prodigy. +10 all stats, +10 all stats. The title was as good as his holder of a primordial's true blessing, a title he had gotten from being blessed by a literal god. An extra +10 in all stats was immense, granting him a total of 90 stat points right off that bat. This was, of course, ignoring the 10 to all stats. As with the other titles, it worked additively, putting the percentage increase on top of the bonuses he already had. Not that it made the bonus any less massive. That 10 represented an increase of a few hundred total stats, a bonus that would only grow as he did. Jake couldn't help but briefly feel like the title wasn't earned. It had been luck and pure coincidence, but then again, could he genuinely claim that? It was due to himself that he got the bonus. It was what he was that made it possible. His bloodline was a part of him. It would be like blaming himself for being good at archery because he had functional arms. Besides, it wasn't the first time he had been called a prodigy. As for the skill itself, Jake wouldn't dare to complain. Moment of the primal hunter legendary instincts ascended to touch upon the concept of time itself. Through your supernatural instinct for survival, you seize the moment of crisis and turn it into one of opportunity. Momentarily slows down time if a blow would otherwise deal substantial damage to the hunter. The hunter is unaffected by the slowdown and can move uninhibited for the duration. Has an internal cooldown between each activation. Effect and internal cooldown of the skill are based on perception. He honestly had no idea what to think about it. From the description, he couldn't imagine it being weak, but at the same time, he had no idea exactly how powerful it would be. He knew that the rarity of skill alone wouldn't instantly make it the best, but often also had a lot to do with the skill's complexity, and from the looks of it, this one was pretty complex, right? The skill said that it touched upon the concept of time itself. Did that mean it literally controlled time? That it wasn't just his instincts going into overdrive or something like that? He had felt the momentary slowdown when a blow approached. It was something familiar. The brain goes into overdrive when one is in danger. A usual concept, even before the system. An idea that he had apparently brought to an entirely new level. Separated by the endless void, two gods both looked on at this, one chuckling and the other sighing, a smile still on his lips despite his despondent mood, the first cheering as the strings of fate got jumbled up once more, the second shaking his head as yet another complication appeared. Jake clenched his fists together, feeling the strength in his grasp. He felt invigorated, without a doubt stemming from the massive influx of stats and the new skill. Funnily enough, this was the first skill he had ever unlocked that didn't come with a single iota of knowledge. Usually he would know at least some basic things about it, like how to activate it, how many resources it generally consumed, potential cooldowns of the skill, and so on and so forth. But with his moment of the primal hunter, he only got what the description gave him. He understood why, though. It was a skill he had created, named after his bloodline itself. Perhaps the system didn't have the info, or it was just the normal thing to happen when one made their own skill. Or maybe, it kind of assumed he already knew since, well, he was the creator. He opened his status menu for the first time in quite a while, and it was starting to get quite impressive, if he had to say so himself. Titles: Forerunner of the New World, Bloodline Patriarch, Holder of a Primordial's True Blessing, Dungeoneer II, Dungeon Pioneer II, Legendary Prodigy. Class skills: Basic One-Handed Weapons Inferior, Advanced Stealth Common, Advanced Archery Common, Hunter's Sight Uncommon, Basic Twin Fang Style Uncommon, Basic Shadow Vault of Umbra Uncommon, Splitting Arrow Uncommon, Big Game Hunter Rare, Infused Power Shot Rare, Mark of the Ambitious Hunter Rare, Moment of the Primal Hunter Legendary. Profession skills: Herbology Common, Brew Potion Common, Concoct Poison Common, Alchemist's Purification Common, Alchemical Flame Common, Toxicology Uncommon, Cultivate Toxin Uncommon, Malefic Viper's Poison Rare, Palate of the Malefic Viper Rare, Touch of the Malefic Viper Rare, Sense of the Malefic Viper Rare, Blood of the Malefic Viper Epic, Scales of the Malefic Viper Ancient. Blessing: True Blessing of the Malefic Viper, Blessing True. Race skills: Endless Tongues of the Myriad Races Unique, Identify Common, Meditate Common, Shroud of the Primordial Divine. Bloodline: Bloodline of the Primal Hunter, Bloodline Abilities Unique. He had experienced tremendous growth across the line, the massive title being the main culprit behind it. Jake's still massively growing perception was even more insane. Every single free point had been dumped into perception. Everything added together meant he got 9 for every level in his class and 7 for every level in his race, a truly massive amount amplified further by a huge percentage increase, which ultimately meant Jake's perception was more than 250 points above his second highest stat. And so far, he hadn't regretted it. With every point in the stat, his bloodline ability grew stronger. The two last skills he had gotten in his class scaled with perception, and he felt like he could only get more skills scaling with it. A split of his free points between strength and agility would likely have made him stronger here and now. But Jake wasn't satisfied with just being strong here and now. He knew there was an entire world out there to explore and that this tutorial would only be a minor point in his life. If he survived, of course, and if he didn't, well, who cares? If he died, he wouldn't be able to feel regretful anyway. The fact that his new legendary skill scaled with perception did make it all a little bit better too. He would still have to test it in actual combat, but since it required him to be in potentially deadly danger, it wasn't something he could just practice. This dungeon wasn't ideal for it either. Deer constantly moved around, and the ever-looming danger of the great white stag appearing in the middle of a practice session, quite frankly, made it a terrible training ground. Not that the prospect was as scary as it was only a few minutes ago. Even before this power-up, Jake felt confident in facing the beast in one-on-one combat. Now even more so. But first, he had to finish his meditation. Running out of stamina in the middle of a fight would make any power-ups irrelevant after all. Before he entered meditation, he chugged a stamina potion, restoring a good portion. Cutting off the outside world, he started meditating. He felt his regeneration speed up as more energy started condensing within. Where exactly all the energy was stored, he still didn't know. But if he had to guess, it had to be in some metaphysical way, just like how his bloodline didn't actually seem to have anything to do with actual blood. Taking advantage of the fact his sphere continued to function during meditation, Jake wasn't wholly paralyzed from doing anything productive as he practiced mana manipulation. Speaking of the sphere, he still had no idea exactly how fast it grew in area. It had stopped at a bit less than 30 meters in all directions, and been like that even before the massive stat gain he had just gotten. What did improve, however, was the detail of what he saw. Color was still out of the question, but mana had started getting more visible to his inner eye. It was still faint, but at least he now knew it was there and could even see it. His string of mana that was invisible to the eye was visible to his sphere at least, likely due to how condensed it was, which made it far easier to practice. Like he had done so many times before, he started making strings. The fact that mana constructs were possible was only made more evident by the spectral hand and spectral weaponry skills, and if a skill could weave it together, so could he. Even before today, he had tried to make more complicated things. Ropes were just strings woven together, but if he wove enough together and focused on keeping them straight, he suddenly made a staff, making the strings weave together in a sharp point, and he would have a spear. It was simple for him to do. To create the form itself took little effort, but the problem was maintaining it. No matter how much he focused, he couldn't make the things he made more robust. They always felt fleeting, like a strong wind could blow his constructs apart. Of course, that was ignoring the colossal problem of them instantly dissolving the moment he stopped being in physical contact with the mana. So far, he didn't see any solution to the problem, so he kept focusing on merely making his strings stronger. His approach was simple: push in more mana and try to condense it. If he just pushed in more mana, all he would get was to make it longer. Instead, he needed to put more mana into every individual string, squeezing it together. The progress for that was slow but steady. To use a rope of mana as climbing gear just a few weeks ago would be a pipe dream. Even lifting a dagger off the floor or use it to retrieve his bow from the ground in the badger's den was slightly challenging. Waking up, he drank yet another stamina potion, nearly filling the resource pool entirely. His mana consumption was far lower during his practice than what he regenerated during meditation, allowing that pool to stay full too, which meant that he was currently in top condition. He still had groups of deer left to slay before it was time to take on the white stag. He felt more confident now, but it was still unnecessary to engage the boss without proper preparation. Besides, who knows what tricks the beast would have up its hooves, so he continued his hunt, a process that was only easier than before as he took down stag after stag. They weren't even a real challenge before today, now even less so. It took him only half an hour or so in between every pond, where he quickly brought down any beast he encountered before he rushed on to the next. The great white stag had no way to keep up or pin him down. Every time the white stag came upon his kills, it called down the moonbeam, which in turn told Jake exactly where the big boss currently was, making it far too easy to avoid. Nearly an entire day later, he couldn't find any more enemies. There were 7 ponds in total spread around the plains, with an 8th in the middle, the largest one. After going to all 7 of them, even being slightly reckless in staying close to the natural paths between them, he still didn't find any deer. So he went towards the middle pond. There he found what he had hoped for: a single white stag and 3 white does standing around, not a single other beast anywhere. Still being a bit cautious, he decided to wait a bit to see if any more would come. He drank one final stamina potion, committing himself to wait an hour before he would engage the boss. While waiting, he entered meditation as he checked his notifications. Quite a few levels were gained after he had killed close to 100 enemies in less than a day, which was clearly reflected on his notification window. Ding! Class, Ambitious Hunter has reached level 54 stat points allocated, plus 4 free points. Ding! Race, Human E has reached level 52 stat points allocated, plus 5 free points. He had gotten a bit less than he had expected, though with how easy it had been, he nearly felt like he had gotten more than he should have. Jake didn't know how he measured up to equally leveled people, but he sure did well even against higher-level beasts. Then again, he did have a class suited for it. His big game hunter skill gave a constant bonus to his agility and strength as he always fought higher-leveled enemies, helping him close some of the stat disparity. Besides that, he was clearly just stronger than whatever he met. It was pretty clear to Jake that beasts grew far less in strength per level than humans like him. Or maybe it was just a result of him having a variant class and profession, while the beasts he fought were generally just more ordinary types. Perhaps it would be more accurate to compare a human with something like the veteran archer class and an equivalent more common profession upgrade. In that same vein, it would be fairer to compare Jake to beasts like the alpha badgers or even the great white stag and the den mother. If he went by game logic, then dungeon bosses should have hidden amplifiers or something to make them stronger beyond their level. But Jake was quite sure they were just powerful variants. Jake wasn't delusional enough to believe that he had the best available class and profession imaginable. Far from it, in fact, as he thought that his class was just good, but not great. However, he did have his bloodline of power outside of classes, professions, and his race. It granted him advantages, tangible as well as intangible. His high proficiency in combat, for one thing, was made possible due to it. It likely even provided him a bunch of other benefits he hadn't even noticed yet, the recent skill upgrade and transformation just being one such example. The next time he met the Malefic Viper, he would have to ask about bloodlines more in depth. Opening his eyes, he noted that it had been an hour since he had entered meditation. not due to some magical internal clock, but because he became aware that the cooldown for drinking another potion was over. Both his mana and stamina were above 90, with his health being full. Jake wasn't sure what poison would work best for the great white stag, so he decided on his most potent kind, Aka necrotic poison. It was the kind he had created the most of, and the type he was most confident in concocting by far. He was, however, not quite ready to go yet. He quickly created a few more potions and poisons before initiating his final hunt to finish the dungeon. He needed to make another batch of stamina potion, as well as another batch of necrotic poison. Only the best was good enough for the final boss, after all. So far, he had just used his blood infused with blood of the malefic viper to coat his arrows. It was quite a bit weaker than the actual poisons, but it only consumed a bit of mana and health to use. The concocting and brewing both went well, and the created poison and potion were his best yet. They had also been his fastest creations so far, proving that his stats were not just for show when it came to his profession either. He coated all 60 arrows in his quiver, after which he flung the quiver with now poison-soaked arrows over his shoulder. The poison would last for a while due to the often forgotten effect of malefic viper's poison. As he had gained ample levels, he attempted to identify the beasts one last time before engaging. This time it yielded results. The white does were all at a higher level than any of the alpha badgers by quite a bit, but still below the den mother. With his current level, his maximum identify went up to 78, meaning the great white stag was above that. Not surprising, as the den mother had been 81. Before he started meditating, he had already picked out the spot he was currently at as the ideal vantage point to attack from. It was a small hill with tall grass growing on it, with clear sight to the middle pond. Nearly 150 meters separated him from the great white stag, giving him ample time to land decisive blows before they could make it to him. The great white stag would surely have ranged methods of attack, but Jake was confident in battling at range. The issue was the three does that, if the other does were any indication, would charge him in an attempt to engage him in melee. Contrary to what he perhaps should, he didn't feel any fear, but only excitement. Show me what you got. He summoned his bow and nocked an arrow. He felt his mana and stamina churn as he pulled back the string and activated infused power shot. He let the power build up as the intensity increased by the moment. The veins on his arms bulged as a visible shimmer of energy emitted from his entire body. Now. The arrow was released in an explosion of might, pushing down all the human-sized grass surrounding him, with the closest strands being utterly annihilated. It was without a doubt his most powerful infused power shot to date, one that the doe in its trajectory didn't notice before it was too late. The arrow met the doe's turning forehead, as it didn't stop in the least upon encountering the hard skull, but cut through like it was made of butter. It went through the brain, and because of the upwards angle it was shot from, into the beast's neck. There, it went through its throat and out beneath its right hind leg. However, what came out at the end was not an arrow, but merely a few remnants of energy. In its wake, it left everything destroyed. The entire head blew up, and the internal organs were shredded into a paste. No amount of healing could save the doe. It was dead before any of its companions could even react. Even if they had tried to react, they now had their own issues to deal with. Another, albeit far weaker, infused power shot pierced through the air right towards the great white stag. It managed to block it with a barrier, but the arrow still shattered it and managed to penetrate a few inches into the stag's side. Less than a second later, a third shot arrived, aimed at one of the two remaining does. Even with its reduced power, it was not to be trifled with as it hit the beast in its left front leg. The arrow pierced right through, resulting in the doe stumbling to the side. However, the fourth arrow found no purchase as the last white doe dodged the blow with elegance. Jake's initial assault had held nothing back. With no regard to his stamina and mana consumption, he had managed to kill one and injure two. Despite the two damaged ones only being minor, it was enough to deliver the arrowhead's liquid death. As he observed, he could already see the necrosis setting in at a visible rate, not that he was about to let up just yet. The arrows continued raining down, this time with splitting arrows. His aim was on the already injured doe, hoping to capitalize further on its limited mobility. He delayed the splitting of the arrow as long as possible to increase accuracy, forcing it to only clone itself when it got closer, another perk of his increased ability to control energy. Finally, when it was only 30 meters from the doe, it split as Jake could no longer hold back the split's activation. But he had achieved his goal. The first barrage managed to hit with 5 of the 9 arrows from the split. The great white stag had managed to help its companion in the last moment, but only blocked one of the arrows that would have hit. Sadly, the one stopped arrow was the poisoned one, a deliberate move by the stag, no doubt. With the initial element of surprise over, the beasts started to organize themselves. The wound on the stag was already gone, its hide back to pristine condition once more. The wounded doe was also healing fast as light descended upon it, but it was not in fighting condition yet. The last white doe had already begun its charge towards Jake. Individually, the does had never been a big issue, they only got annoying to deal with a healer behind them. Jake felt no pressure from a single isolated beast. He kept bombarding it with arrows while it ran towards him. Every shot was a splitting arrow, and coupled with its momentum, it was unable to avoid all of them. It did, annoyingly so, avoid every single poison one. It only suffered minor injuries here and there before it was only a few dozen meters away. Jake believed he still had time to fire a few more arrows, but was interrupted as the doe subverted his expectations. In a flash of light, the doe did what Jake could only describe as teleportation. Like a beam of light, it appeared right before him, but what surprised him even more was its method of attack. A bright blade of light was now protruding from its forehead, not an antler-shaped one, but an edge of pure energy. Its head was pointed downwards as the blade was clearly aimed towards his midsection, and with a swipe of its head it attempted to cleave him in half. But Jake was fast enough to react in time. He awkwardly jumped backward, resulting in the blade still cutting into his chest with its very tip. Instead of soft skin, it instead encountered dark green scales. The edge was stuck dead in its tracks, its swiping motion interrupted. The tip of the blade chipped as the blow did nothing, clearly leaving the white doe distraught. Capitalizing on the momentary display of weakness, his bow disappeared, and a weapon appeared in each of his hands. A sword and a fang-shaped dagger approached the beast from both sides as it still had its head lowered at an awkward angle. In a moment of panic, the beast hesitated, which allowed him to land a solid blow. His venom fang penetrated its neck, while his sword went for its head. It never arrived, however, as the doe was awoken from the dagger. With a loud bellow, its entire body exploded in a flash of light. Jake felt a searing sensation on his whole body, but the blow was more physical than energy. Like a bubble expanding around the beast, he was pushed back slightly. The flash had blinded his eyes, but he ignored it as he relied on his sphere anyway. At first, he had believed that it had tried to blow itself up, but it seemed only to try and create some distance. The blade of light reformed as it attempted to ram him, clearly trying to take advantage of his temporary blindness. An incorrect assumption he gladly took advantage of. Acting as if blind, Jake let it nearly hit him before he moved slightly to the side, simultaneously summoning another set of scales to protect his flank. The blade scraped under his raised right arm as its head followed suit. He quickly brought down his arm as he put the beast in a chokehold. A touch of malefic viper quickly invaded the beast's body, making it bellow once more, this time in pain. It exploded once more in the same bubble of light, but his hold was too strong. He kept channeling the touch as the health of the doe slowly drained. With his other hand, he started stabbing the beast in its abdomen with his venom fang, doing even more damage. The doe struggled for only a few seconds, releasing light constantly as it seared Jake's unscaled skin. However, in the end, it succumbed to the constant influx of poison, wrecking it from within. He let the beast go as it dropped lifelessly to the ground. Not even 10 seconds had passed from the moment the beast teleported before him till it died, not even allowing any of the other beasts to engage him. It had been an uneven fight from the beginning. His eyes were still scorched, and his sphere didn't detect any enemies within it. He refocused his vital energy, healing one of his eyes as fast as he could. Opening it, everything was blurry, but it was enough to land his mark. He landed it on the doe, which was fine as that was his next target anyway. Summoning his bow once more, he resumed his attack. Without his eyesight, one would imagine that his accuracy would suffer immensely, but it didn't matter with his tactic. He could feel where his enemy was, and that was enough for now. Pulling an arrow out of his quiver, he nocked it and started shooting once more. He could feel the beast's reaction instantly, meaning their attention had undoubtedly been on him. But from how slowly the doe avoided the blow, it had to still be wounded. Jake was a bit surprised the great white stag hadn't managed to heal it, but didn't have time to question it. Pressing his advantage, he continued firing. His ammunition was limited, but he had to make do. Rushing into melee was an option, but he preferred to buy time for now while hopefully still doing some damage. He could already feel his eyes healing. As he fired, he focused on the movements of the doe. Jake, as an archer in the secular world before the integration, had concentrated on shooting stationary targets. He had improved immensely in technique over the last month or so in the tutorial and learned to hit moving targets far better. Now, without his eyesight, he was forced to push this notion to the extreme. With 150 meters between himself and his target, he was sure to miss if he simply shot directly for his foe. Splitting arrow helped, but it didn't make his aim foolproof. Focusing on the doe's movements, he released an arrow aimed slightly to the right of the beast, followed swiftly by an extremely fast infused power shot to the left of it. His hope was to feint it into dodging the first arrow, a feint that worked. As it moved slightly away from the first arrow, the second far faster infused power shot hit it straight in its chest, penetrating all the way through and out the other side. Far less damaging than his initial infused power shot, but the damage was done. With it lethally damaged, the next two arrows quickly finished it off. Jake, of course, couldn't directly see his infused power shot hitting, but the beast's reaction to the shot was enough for him. The notification of the kill 2 arrows later sealed the deal. Now all that remained was the great white stag. It hadn't moved at all for quite a while, and he was slightly confused at its actions. It hadn't put up a single shield to protect the white doe he just took down. From how fast other stags healed, it should have had ample time to heal it too, but it had only done some quick healing. His vision still blurry, he barely managed to see it and land his mark, the system without a doubt helping him. He fired an arrow at the stag but got no feedback from the shot. If he had to guess, the stag must have blocked it. Jake pushed his vital energy to heal his eyes faster as the seconds ticked by. The stag did nothing, and he felt that shooting any arrows towards it would be a waste of time. With him actively focusing on healing his eyes, it only took 10 or so seconds for him. Opening his eyes once more, the first thing that struck him was how dark it was. The sun was gone and the sky was filled with stars. The stars and a single moon was floating far above. Jake's eyes widened as he quickly looked around. 7 pillars of light sprung up from around the dungeon, all shooting towards the moon above. Looking at them, he could almost feel the immense mana within. Each source of light originated from one of the pools around the dungeon. But that wasn't all of it. The paths between the pools also started to give off a faint glow. Like a spark had been ignited, a pattern of light was drawn on the plains. Each pond connected, each path aligned upon a more extraordinary work of art, and in the middle of it all was the middle pond. The stag stood inside it, the water nearly reaching its belly. Its entire body gave off an ethereal glow as it seemed to be the one directing it all. Whatever the hell was happening, Jake seriously doubted it was anything good for him. He would have to stop it, one way or another. His first attempt was to take down the stag. He charged his infused power shot, imitating the first one he had shot. It was his full power as it carried everything he had. He released the arrow as it fired towards the stag, but the second it reached the edge of the pond, it encountered an impassable barrier of light. The barrier shimmered as it was revealed to be a near-transparent pillar of light descending from the moon. Around the pillar appeared more than 100 ghostly apparitions of does and stags. All were running in concert as they defended the great stag, powered the shield that protected the middle pond. He even saw 3 particularly powerful figures, identical to the 3 white does. The great white stag didn't even seem to register his attack. In fact, it seemed only to continue shining brighter and brighter. He could clearly feel the amount of mana condensing, meaning the stag only got more and more powerful the longer it stood there. With his most potent attack utterly ineffective, he quickly tried to find a new plan. Would the barrier block him if he approached it in melee? Could he break it with a continued assault? Should he just let it run its course? All the ghostly beasts protected the central area, and Jake quite honestly didn't feel like approaching would be wise. As he considered his options, his eyes darted around until it landed on one of the closest ponds. An idea sprung to mind. He would have to somehow stop the transfer of power from the ponds. Rushing down from his vantage point, he ran at full speed towards the pond. Should he maybe collect all the water? Or could he somehow drain it all off somewhere, or perhaps somehow cover the hole? All of his solutions seemed either stupid, ineffective, or extremely slow to pull off. He would have to do something sooner rather than later. He made it to the pond only a few seconds later. It was indeed the ponds giving off light towards the moon. The water was glowing with power, the mana intense. Jake understood. The dungeon was a giant formation, a pattern, a circle of magic, or whatever term one wished to use. It was the reason why the deer ran between the ponds. They created the lines between the focal points of the ponds, and now that formation was active, and from the looks of it, empowering the lord of the dungeon, the great white stag. Perhaps the deaths of all other living beings in the dungeon had all been a part of this grand ritual, a grand scheme he had walked headfirst into. Now he understood why he never felt any particular fear from facing the stag in open combat, because it never planned on fighting him openly to begin with. The mana in the air was almost visible by now as Jake was forced to make a decision. The exit of the dungeon was long gone, meaning the fight was unavoidable, not that he would have ever run. As he looked at the small pond before him and the massive amount of mana within, he couldn't help but think of alchemy for some reason. His concoctions and how much the pond reminded him of a mixing bowl. That stray thought led to an idea. Why couldn't he make it into a concoction? The idea was insane, but Jake didn't need to create anything worthwhile. He just needed to freak up the mix. He needed to make the most unstable shit show of a concoction he could manage. And feed that clusterfuck of toxins straight into that damn moon. As with any concoction, one first needed ingredients, but of course, Jake had no ingredient list to go by with this one, so he decided to just go for whatever he felt like would do the most damage. The first of which was a little gift from the Den Mother herself. Den Mother's poison gland, rare A gland, containing a highly concentrated toxic liquid, condensed by the Den Mother over a long period. The gland was a big sack of liquid venom. While it most certainly would be considered an atrocity by many well-renowned alchemists to use such a precious ingredient so wastefully, Jake quite frankly didn't give a damn. As for other ingredients, what could be better than a lot of blood infused with blood of the malefic viper? If there was something he still had plenty of left, it was health after all. His entire body was a highly toxic ingredient in itself. Jake took out a mana potion and quickly drank it, feeling his pool fill quite a bit. The last part of this brilliant creation would require quite a bit of mana after all. Standing in front of the pond, he couldn't delay any longer. He summoned the gland from his spatial storage, tossing the thing right into the pond. As it entered the pillar of light, it started getting burned up, but it was too late as the gland's contents entered the water. Without waiting, Jake took out his dagger as he cut both of his wrists while at the same time suppressing his natural healing. Finally, he covered both of his arms in scales of the malefic viper as he plunged them into the pillar and the water. Instantly, he heard the sizzling sound of the water burning into his scales. The water was already starting to turn darker from the gland's contents, and the addition of his blood only made the situation all the more volatile. His last move proved to be the nail in the coffin, touch of the malefic viper. Not a single thing was held back as he poured his mana into the skill. Both his hands took on a dark green glow as all the water around them began changing color. At the same time, Jake started manipulating the water with concoct poison. His influence was minor as it was clearly not a controlled concoction and without help from the enchanted mixing bowl, but it was enough. Jake didn't need to make a controlled creation, he just needed to infuse his will into the pond. It took only a few seconds for the pond to go through drastic changes. The water started bubbling as if it was boiling. At the same time, the otherwise bright white beam also started changing. At first, a faint green gleam could be seen within the light, a gleam that soon turned darker into a dominating dark green color. Jake felt himself connect to the concoction. He felt his connection to the moon above and to the entire formation that controlled it all. He felt the mind of another being wrestling him for control of it, the great white stag. But Jake wasn't fighting for control. It was a losing battle from the beginning, as his connection was far too weak. Besides, he didn't need it. He just needed to break it from within, corrupt it, something he was more than capable of. The dark beam continued to feed energy into the moon as it started darkening, festering. Cracks formed on the moon above as it got more and more unstable. He felt the madness and anger from the great white stag. He felt its struggle. From the other 6 ponds, the light grew more assertive, the power increasing. Simultaneously, the moon started to repair itself, with only the small area where Jake's beam hit it still remaining corrupted. He felt himself lose the battle as his mana kept draining, while the great white stag seemed to have an endless supply of energy. He needed more. Jake leaned forward, allowing himself to tumble into the water. The burning sensation wasn't gone, but different. It was no longer the power of light, but the overpowering toxicity of the pond that now burned into him. But Jake could use that. He opened his mouth and started drinking the poison. He hadn't used that part of the skill for a long time to avoid burning through his supply of ingredients, but Jake had never forgotten the usefulness of palate of the malefic viper when it came to regenerating mana from consuming toxic materials. And now he needed mana, and he had plenty of toxicity. He felt his mana instantly surge as he drank the concoction, but at the same time his health dropped. His skill could only negate a part of the poison and use it to regenerate mana, while a big part of it did what any poison does, as it started to drain his vital energies. With the increased mana, so did he raise his output. Touch of the malefic viper allowed him to inject poison into anything he was in physical contact with. And currently his entire body was in physical contact with the water. In a burst of poison from the skill, his mana pool drained faster than ever before, but at the same time the toxicity around him helped regenerate it. He reached a slight equilibrium. However, his problem was the third part of the equation. His health points were draining rapidly. He had taken little actual damage from any of the does, but he still couldn't keep up the current status quo for too long. Yet he pushed it further, as he released a whole batch of toxic ingredients from his storage, as well as nearly 100 bottles of his weaker poisons, the ones he didn't need to begin with. The toxicity of the pond exploded upwards, becoming more and more deadly by the second. The beam of light had lost all semblance of white at this point, as it ate into the moon above. Corruption spread through the moon faster than before. The ground gained by the other ponds was quickly retaken as the celestial object cracked and turned darker. Like veins of black blood, the cracks expanded and pulsed with power. The great white stag tried to fight back, but the corruption was too strong. It wasn't because it was weaker or because it had fewer resources available. It was just a simple fact that corrupting something was far easier than purifying it. For but a moment, Jake felt the control of the stag slip. He capitalized as he made a final push, his mana control on full display. A pulse of power hit the moon as a crack spread from top to bottom. The crack seemed to mark the end of the conflict as the entire moon shattered like a broken mirror. All the power that had built up slammed downwards towards each of the ponds. Jake felt it coming, but was unable to do anything as it hit the pond. The water flew everywhere as Jake got tossed out of the pond, flying nearly 15 meters through the air and landing in the grass. He heaved for breath as he finally became aware of the state of his body. He looked like he had been submerged in acid, a sentiment that wasn't entirely inaccurate. Without his high stats, he would have been dead a long time ago. All the scales on his body had disappeared already as he had stopped supplying them with mana. But they had lasted long enough for his arms to be in a less horrible state than most parts of his body. His entire body was bloody as he had infused every ounce of blood that left his body with blood of the malefic viper, which had been quite a few liters, considering how he currently looked. He had also taken a lot of damage internally as he had consumed parts of the concoction, eroding him from within. A human before the initiation would have been dead 10 times over, but Jake was more than alive as he started scrambling to get on his feet. The fight wasn't over yet. As the pulse hit his pond, so had it hit all the others. The moon was shattered, and now only dim stars remained above. It was black as night as he saw the creature stumble through the tall grass in the distance. The majestic demeanor was gone, the fur no longer a beautiful white color. It had dimmed and grayed, its crown of antlers now broken on one side. It only seemed to have a single functional eye, and it walked with a slight limp as it made its way towards him. Its one eye, however, did clearly convey all it had to say. Burning hatred directed towards the accursed human that had broken the ritual. Two broken bodies stood, staring at each other for a while. Jake swayed slightly from side to side as he stood, his legs not quite as stable as he would have liked. But his eyes didn't show the slightest hint of weakness as he stared into the bloodshot eye of the stag, unable to suppress a smile from how much he was enjoying himself. Both their mana pools were utterly dried up. Everything had been expended. The stag had the slight advantage of being in a better state physically. In contrast, Jake had the remnant of poison still in his body, slowly being consumed by palate of the malefic viper, regenerating mana. The stag made the first move as it charged, likely provoked into action by the human's smile. A dim flash of light enveloped its broken antlers as it tried to impale him. It was a sloppy attack, but so was his dodge. He jumped to the side, rolling on the ground as the stag struggled to stop its charge. It staggered as Jake wobbled to his feet, at the same time pulling out his venom fang as he met the next attack. It was yet another sloppy charge, but this one managed to scratch him on his left shoulder. At the same time, he managed to land a cut with his dagger, evening out the trade. This continued for a while as they slowly made minor injuries to each other. While Jake managed to recover mana faster than the stag, he also had to use more. Several shadow vaults had to be used to avoid getting impaled. Simultaneously, the stag was relying solely on physical strength, slowly regenerating a bit of mana naturally. No winner was clear after the first few minutes of struggle. Wounds accumulated on both of them, the poison seeping into the stag, making it weaker, while Jake's blood loss and still falling health made him slower too. Jake finally managed to land a solid blow as he pulled out a bottle of necrotic poison, catching the stag by surprise when he tossed it in its face. He managed to use the opening to cut into its remaining eye, blinding it entirely. He believed he had finally got his victory, the beast blinded and weakened. That belief was quickly snuffed out at the very next moment. With a bellow, the stag raised its head towards the sky. Mana, more than he believed it could possibly have left, shimmered over it as its fur returned to the brilliant white it had originally been, whiter, in fact, as it started shining. The moonlight returned as Jake looked up and saw the moon he had destroyed earlier. It was far smaller, but its power was still unlike anything the both of them should be able to muster at this moment. He quickly saw the reason. All of the great white stag's herd had created the new moon with their ghostly apparitions, giving their last vestige of energy for their leader. The light from the makeshift moon descended on the stag as its antlers shattered completely. However, they didn't fall to the ground, but turned to mist as they rearranged themselves in a pattern in front of the stag, a formation nearly identical to the one Jake had ruined. Power surged as the formation exploded with mana. A beam of pure light energy flew towards Jake's battered body as his sense of danger warned him of the lethal attack. He could try to dodge, but he didn't. Instead, he began running towards the attack that would, without a doubt, end his life, and then it slowed. For but a moment, everything seemed to come to a crawl. The beam of light continued onwards, no faster than walking speed. The swaying grass around them now stood almost entirely still. Everything was moving in slow motion, except for Jake. Moment of he didn't think, he simply moved. He ran forward, right towards the stag. He sidestepped the beam of light heading his way, and the millisecond he was out of its path and right in front of the stag, time resumed to normal. In real time, not even half a second had passed. But to Jake, it had easily been 5 full seconds, more than enough to close the distance. The great white stag didn't even understand what had happened. One moment the human was about to get obliterated by the beam, and the next he was nearly in front of it. It couldn't see but could still feel that it had missed. To make things worse, the beam was still firing, the stag unable to stop it. Jake got closer as the circle of magic started fizzling out as the beam disappeared. The moon was gone once more, the stag returning to its dull gray color. It was exhausted, and not ready for his attack at all. He didn't stab it. Instead, he grabbed its front leg as he lifted the stag off the ground with a spinning motion. He spun around as he tossed it through the air, right towards the still half-full pond that now resembled a toxic swamp. It couldn't do anything as it fell right in the middle of the concoction of death. It could only bellow towards the silent dimming stars above as it tried to get out of the pond. But it was already too late. The once great stag was too injured to muster enough strength to fight off the toxins. It tried, but when it finally thought it could get out, an arrow hit it right in its midsection, sending it tumbling back into the pond. It kept struggling, but soon its legs gave out as it stopped moving. Soon after, it was no longer able to hold on as Jake got his notification. You have slain Great White Stag, LVL 93 bonus experience earned for killing an enemy above your level. 146,000 TP earned. Having seen the notification and seeing that he had completed the dungeon, Jake, tired and spent, fell backward onto the grass. He couldn't truly rest quite yet, though. Objective: defeat the Great White Stag completed. Bonus reward for clearing the dungeon solo. Dungeon shutting down in 5,951. Scoffing at the message, he closed his eyes and entered meditation, hoping to restore enough to be able to move about just a bit. No rest for the wicked, I guess, he thought as he kind of hated the system for only giving him an hour this time. At least it was fun. Power comes in many forms. A single individual may be able to strike fear into countless others. They may be able to annihilate civilizations. But can they bring life to a new generation? Educate them. Grow in the soil what we need to grow as people. No, they cannot. A lone wolf is just that, alone. We all have our own limits, our own destinies. We cannot all be the protagonists of fate, but we can nurture those who are. None of us here are fighters or those who shall stand against our enemies. We are instead the ones who forge and sharpen their blades, who take care of their children when they fight the ones who build their homes, their abode to rest. It saddens me, but we are that lost generation. The ones to pave the way for the heroes of tomorrow, the ones to illuminate the path ahead for our children. We will build the foundation for a better future. We will sacrifice ourselves, but we can do so with pride and with the smile of the Holy Mother upon us. We will be a part of a greater destiny, a greater whole, the unsung heroes of fate, and in turn we will find deliverance and new life within her halls. Many of us have already fallen, we are but a scattered pack. Our warriors have fallen, but we still have hope. So hold no fear, for with hope we shall fear nothing. Jacob finished as he looked out at the fervent flock in front of him. They were the scared and traumatized ones who couldn't or wouldn't fight. His sermons happened several times every day. He would talk about different topics each day, but they all held the same message. The message that they were stronger together than apart and that there was no shame in serving a greater purpose. After shaking hands and reassuring them once more, he excused himself to his cabin, only followed by Bertram and Joanna, the one man and woman who didn't hold a fervent gaze. "Do you honestly believe all that stuff?" Bertram asked when they were finally alone. "What matters most is that they do," Jacob answered with a relaxed smile. "Hope is good, even in a hopeless situation." "False hope is not," Bertram answered. "Are you still sure that skill is actually accurate?" The divination was quite clear. "Far more so than I expected it to be," Jacob answered with a sigh. Something he didn't disclose was just how weird it was for it to be so precise. Fate was not so easily peered into, yet his very first vision had been so clear because it truly was already written. Only hours after getting his new class, he had used the skilled divination of the augur. He had expected vague imagery, but what he had seen was indisputable. A tornado of metal would enter the base to shred everything and anyone in its way. Those that ran would surely still be struck down. It wasn't hard to interpret. But the next part was what was more challenging to interpret fully. It showed the people in prayer, each holding a candle. One by one their lights would die, and they too would fall to the ground, their lights joining together. In the end, only two would stand. They would meet the tornado outside and they would greet it. One a winged man, the other a golden warrior. The winged man would soar towards the sky, surrounded by the motes of light from the candles. The golden warrior would fall to the tornado, yet join the man in his ascension. The tornado would find no lives to take, but only meet an empty camp. That was where the vision ended. Jacob had been confused for a long time, but he had begun to understand. They would not survive the tutorial. At least they would not exit the same as they were. He had tried to divine different paths, but he soon understood he wasn't meant to fight fate. He was meant to realize it, a realization that alone netted him 5 levels instantly. Jacob had grown over these few days, grown far more than he believed possible. As the survivors' belief grew in him, so did their speed of levels and Jacob's own. Most of them had only gotten 2 or 3 levels in their classes, but he had gotten far more. This speech today had pushed him all the way to level 50. It was a truly meteoric rise, and he believed that he was faster than even the most talented of hunters had been. Lantern of the Augur. Ancient, the fallen souls are never truly lost to the augur. Summon a lantern that can store the souls of the fallen. While in the lantern, the souls do not experience any decay but are instead nurtured. The souls must enter of their own free will. Capacity and power of the souls stored are based on willpower and wisdom. The lantern was a magical object. It was tangible to no one but Jacob himself. Jacob and one other person, the one he suspected to be the golden warrior seen in his vision. When he reached level 50, he only had this belief strengthened. The skill he had unlocked being the reason, of course. Appoint Guardian unique. The Augur of Hope is not a warrior, but his loyal guardian is. Appoint a guardian, intrinsically linking your karma and destiny to theirs. The guardian will receive a new class, as well as an entirely new path. But be warned, for that path will not and cannot diverge from your own. As long as you live, so will your guardian, and should you fall, so will your guardian. Can only be used on a willing participant. Skill can only ever be used once, so choose wisely. He had many exciting choices, but he instantly knew this was the one. But he didn't pick it right away. While Jacob already knew who he wanted to be his guardian, he was not arrogant enough to just assume his chosen person wanted to as well. Luckily, Bertram had agreed without a second thought. The middle-aged man didn't show much emotion, but Jacob still picked up through his skills that the man was happy. Happy at being asked and happy that he would not have to leave Jacob's side. Bertram had been with Jacob his entire life, the one part of his life his father had forced upon him. When young, he was a babysitter, a butler, and most importantly, a friend. He had driven him to school every morning, picked him up, and helped take care of him. He had always been the stoic sort. He didn't talk much, and he never had. At the company, he had been Jacob's personal assistant, more or less continuing on the legacy he had already built. In the tutorial, he hadn't shied away from his role either. Jacob had initially feared that he would be left behind, but Bertram had remained by his side. A sentiment that touched Jacob deeply, as he knew how much the man sacrificed. Out of everyone in their group of colleagues, Bertram would be the one Jacob assumed to have the highest chances of excelling in this new environment. Of course, he no longer thought that, with both Jake and Caroline going above and beyond all expectations. But now one of those was dead, and the other unknown. Though based on his conversation with the Holy Mother, Jake still lived. But through all of the hardships and fights, Bertram had remained by his side. He had stayed behind when all other fighters went to war. No matter how much others had tried to push him to join them to hunt beasts, Bertram had stayed. He had still managed to evolve his class, but only through the hunts that Jacob had compelled him to participate in. And now, at the end of this tutorial, Jacob could offer the opportunity to appoint him as his guardian formally, to make their fates truly intertwined. And you are sure you wish to do this? There will be no way of going back. If I die, you die. We will be together if we want to or not, Jacob asked as he looked at his oldest friend. No different from normal then, Bertram answered with a slight chuckle. I guess so, Jacob answered with a relaxed smile. So shall we just get it out of the way? Hit me with your best shot, kid. Jacob gladly did so as he pointed at Bertram and used the skill on him. On Bertram's side, he got a notification. It was not something that could be forced upon him, after all. An easy choice as he accepted. Jacob and Bertram had both expected something to happen, but it was over just as it began. A faint light shimmered over Bertram as he got bombarded by a list of notifications. Skills lost, others gained, but more importantly was what they both felt. A connection like no other. A golden thread of karma thicker than any other, one forged by the system itself. Wait a second. Jacob said with a faux horror, we totally forgot to discuss the salary. Jake opened his eyes when he saw the countdown for the dungeon shutdown reach 13 minutes. He had initially decided to get up at 15, but 2 more minutes shouldn't hurt, right? During his meditation, he did have time to go over his notifications. Ding, Class Ambitious Hunter has reached level 55 stat points allocated, plus 4 free points. Ding, Profession Prodigious Alchemist of the Malefic Viper has reached level 51 stat points allocated, plus 5 free points. Ding. Race Human E has reached level 53 stat points allocated, plus 5 free points. Ding. Class Ambitious Hunter has reached level 56 stat points allocated, plus 4 free points. Ding. Class Ambitious Hunter has reached level 57 stat points allocated, plus 4 free points. Ding. Race Human E has reached level 54 stat points allocated, plus 5 free points. He had gone a grand total of 4 levels between his profession and class. After killing the second white doe, he got a level in his class, and after finishing off the last doe in the Great White Stag, he had gotten 2 entire levels more. It hadn't been level 93 for nothing. The level in his profession was also an unexpected gain. It also reinforced the notion that one didn't necessarily need to create potions to level, but doing difficult practice could also lead to levels. He reckoned the same would be right for classes, actually. Would he be able to level by just practicing with his bow? A fascinating but utterly useless thought that Jake quickly suppressed as he only had a dozen minutes left before the dungeon would shut down. It took quite a bit of effort, but he managed to get himself on his feet. He also took out a health potion, as the cooldown was over by now. Like a desert meeting rain, his body greedily absorbed the potion's vital energy, instantly making him feel a lot better than before. Thank the malefic viper, I am an alchemist, he thought with a slight chuckle, already walking towards the pond where he had thrown the great white stag. To his surprise, the concoction that had once filled half the pond was gone. When the formation overloaded, it had sent half of the water flying. It was now splashed around the area. It was quite easy to see where it had landed, as it was where all the grass had died, but there was still a lot left, enough to nearly submerge the entire stag. But the pond itself was completely empty of any liquid now. Even the corpse of the great white stag was gone. However, where the stag had died, there now was a single out-of-place item, a small pebble-sized object, no larger than a fingernail. He could easily feel the mana pulse out of it, his identify making it clear it wasn't a simple item. Corrupted Mooncore Shard Epic, the shard of a Mooncore, corrupted by an immense amount of toxicity. It is unstable by nature and will not last more than a few months in its current state. Contains highly concentrated volatile energy as the energies clash within. The mana of the moon and the foreign mana in a constant cycle of mutual destruction. Requirements: cannot leave the tutorial area. Jake, like the description, had no idea what to use it for. It seemed like a ticking time bomb that he couldn't take out of the tutorial based on the description. Very intriguing if he had to say so himself. He had clearly been the source of the corruption, but that also meant it had been uncorrupted before his interference. Had this been the item that the stag poured all the mana from the moon above into, was he meant to get this item in its uncorrupted form? He didn't know, and as the countdown to the dungeon shutting down hit 8 minutes, he didn't have time to find out either. What he did know, however, was that he shouldn't try to inject mana into it, or he was pretty damn sure it would go boom. Not that he planned on leaving it behind, as he threw it into his storage before moving on. First, he rushed towards the middle pond. If the last 2 dungeons were any indication, then he would gain a lockbox or 2. Maybe he would even finally get a jacket or something, as he was getting a bit tired of running around bare-chested. Even just a cloak would be fine, just not the shitty archer cloak. Less than a minute later, he reached the center pond and inspected it. The water had lost all luster, and a quick identification yielded no result, which meant it was indeed just normal water now, holding not a single magical property of note. What was, however, of note was what was in the water. In the center was a magical circle carved into the bottom of it, exactly where the great white stag had been standing to control the formation. It didn't take a genius to conclude that this was the controlling circle or something. Not that it mattered anymore, as it was clearly broken based on the cracks all over it. There was one fascinating thing about it still, though. In the middle of the circle was a book that brought back a sense of déjà vu. It reminded Jake of the giant tome that had granted him his profession back in the day. Though this tome was gray with the depiction of a moon on the cover, it was beautifully designed, to say the least, and of course he used Identify on it. Akashic Tome of the Lucenti Mage Unique allows the user to acquire the class Lucenti Mage if compatible. Requirements: LVL 2499 in any class. Compatible user. Jake picked up the tome and noticed that it wasn't wet in the slightest despite being underwater. It was like the liquid didn't even make contact with its surface. When he picked it up, it instantly made him aware he couldn't use it. Clearly, he wasn't what was deemed a compatible user, though to be fair, he wouldn't have wanted it anyway. He had chosen to be an archer and not a caster, and he was more than happy with that choice. Throwing the tome in his spatial storage, he looked around the area a bit more as he scanned it with his sphere. He didn't spot anything worth noting, at least nothing containing mana or was identifiable. He did note what looked like the remnants of a few withered plants, but nothing useful. With nothing else of note at the center pond, he rushed back towards the entrance. It didn't seem like there was a dedicated exit, which didn't really surprise him considering the dungeon's open design. Making his way to the exit, he finally spotted something. A single lockbox sat at the entrance, and Identify told him it was rare. Based on the size and the shape of the box, it appeared to be a long weapon of some kind. Jake couldn't help but hope for it to maybe be a bow. It was a bit long for it, but it was still possible. Opening it, he instead found a staff. Staff of Lucent Realms, rare staff made from the great white stag's antlers and ordained with a moonstone. The concentrated power of moonlight within makes it suitable for most light affinity casters. Allows the user to borrow the power within the moonstone once a day, reducing the cost and significantly increasing the power of any skills related to the concept of moonlight. Requirement: LVL 50+ in any humanoid race. Jake read the description and had to admit that the staff did seem strong, if utterly useless to him. Touching it, he also felt that he clearly had a great sort of nature situation all over again, aka incompatible with him. Tossing the staff into his storage together with the tome, he placed his hand on the door as he exited the dungeon. As he exited, he also checked out his last 2 notifications. Tutorial Quest: The Beast Lords. The forest murmurs with rumors of a king ruling from the shadows. The 4 beast lords each guard their dungeon as their king commanded, waiting for a suitable challenger to appear. With the death of his lords, the king is sure to be forced into the light. But be warned, the lords will not meet their end that easily. 2 lords have fallen. The king has taken notice but has yet to make a move. Continue with the quest and you shall inevitably meet. Objective, defeat the beast lords. Current progress, 2-4. It had gotten a bit foreboding. Jake wondered who or what this so-called king was, but he would eventually find out if the system were to be believed. Of course, he had a few more dungeons to clear out first. The second notification he got was about his titles upgrading, now providing 1 and 3 more overall stats. Dungeoneer III successfully clear a dungeon suitable for your level, +3 all stats. Dungeon Pioneer III be the first to clear a dungeon suitable for your level, +9 all stats. Overall, his gains from the dungeon had been significant. While he hadn't gotten any new gear, he had gained 10 levels in his class and 1 in his profession, and it had only taken him a bit more than 2 days. Checking his tutorial panel, he found that he had ample time left to clear out the 2 next dungeons at his current pace. Tutorial panel. Duration, 13 days, 224,510. With nearly 2 weeks, he didn't see what could stop him. But first things first was to get back in peak condition. His current resources were still dangerously low, and he had no intentions of getting into a fight at the present time. While he could move naturally, he still felt weak all over, so he began meditating inside the mountain-like volcano. After a bit less than an hour, he exited meditation, chugged a healing potion, and closed his eyes once more. This repeated for nearly an entire day as he alternated between potions until he returned to peak condition. He had honestly underestimated how much damage he had taken. To fully heal, his body had taken far more vital energy than he had first believed. Healing corroded and heavily poisoned internal organs wasn't that easy. The poison itself wasn't the issue, it was the damage left by the light affinity mana. After the first half a day, his mana was up to a healthy level, allowing him to resume doing a bit of mana practice while he was just sitting there anyway. It was unsurprisingly boring to meditate, and trying to weave constructs of mana was a pleasant pastime. He honestly felt a bit bad for those without a sphere of perception who could only just sit there and do nothing. Walking out of the tunnel leading into the volcano, he again found himself overlooking the inner area. Nothing had really changed since he entered, and he was more than happy to just move on to the next dungeon. Dungeons were clearly far more efficient than the beasts outside at this point. Besides, enemies outside of the dungeons were only in their low 60s at the highest, and those were often solitary beasts like the buffaloes. Scanning the geography, he quickly found an easy way towards the next volcano-like mountain. It was naturally the 3rd smallest, which should be the 3rd dungeon to do. He briefly considered maybe clearing a valley or 2 in the hope of finding some more equipment, but ultimately decided against it. The loot in the dungeons was far better anyway if Jake could use it, that is, and even if it weren't, the levels would make up for it either way. Getting good gear was all well and good, but he would eventually outgrow it. As an example, his bracers only provided 5 agility and 3 strength, along with their minor bonus to stealth while hidden in shadows. His cloak had become useless, to the point where he didn't even wear it. Even the smallest scratch or attack ripped it up, forcing him to spend time mending it. Even then, it didn't provide any meaningful defense against anything but projectile attacks, and it wasn't like there was anyone else around to see him run around in only his pants, boots, and a pair of bracers. As he ran towards the dungeon, he came across a single pack of raptors in their early 50s. Surprisingly, the beasts didn't attack him, but ran away the second they noticed him. There was no good reason to waste time chasing them down, so he decided just to let it go. All other beasts on the way reacted the same. The moment they spotted him, they tucked their tails and advanced in the opposite direction. Jake couldn't help but wonder if he really looked that scary. It did, however, result in him quickly making his way to the mountain with the dungeon, yet another tunnel that he found himself within. While the first 2 had lush greenery within, this one was just soil all over. There was only one change in the ground, a vertical hole right in the middle. Jake jumped down from the entrance into the volcano and landed on the soil. He felt it was relatively soft and reminded him of the earth that had been in the challenge dungeon. Jake held himself back from collecting some of it. If he really wanted it, he could get it after the dungeon. He walked up to the hole and looked down. It was around 10-11 meters deep. He only knew that due to his sphere of perception, though. His eyes didn't allow him to see a single thing, no matter how hard he tried. Even Hunter's sight didn't give any result. It was like a strange kind of mana was within the hole, one that made it pitch black. And while he could see inside with his sphere, everything did appear a bit obscured and blurry still. It didn't feel dangerous, though, so Jake decided just to take a plunge as he jumped into the hole. A few meters down, everything went black as the darkness enveloped him. Landing, he found stone beneath his feet, and not just ordinary stones, bricks. The walls, too, were made of bricks, making it clearly man-made, or alien-made. The point is that some kind of intelligent race constructed it. In front of Jake was the usual door that marked the entrance. Placing his hand on it, he received the standard message and didn't hesitate to accept it. Time for the third dungeon. His entire body ached with pain, pain unlike any he had ever felt before, but he could only smile at the sensation because pain meant that he was still alive. When he had regained consciousness, he didn't know, but he did know that it had been several days since he had nearly fallen. His entire body cooked inside his armor, his skin cauterized, the blood in his veins boiling and his eyes popping out from the heat. But despite all that, he had lived, held on to his last sliver of health. He should have died, he knew that, but hadn't because death was not his destiny. He was chosen, so his body refused to die, and slowly he started to heal. His entire body healed at once, meaning that all parts healed at a nearly equal pace. It only took a few days before his limbs started returning to peak condition, but his internal organs had still taken a long time to return to a functional state, and today, for the first time, his sight returned. He could always see through the breastplate still on him, but now he could finally observe the world through his own eyes. Today he was finally ready to make himself known once more. The ash on him scattered as he moved his body. His skin revealed below, healthier than ever. His mind, sharper than before. William felt reborn like a phoenix experiencing nirvana, reforged in both body and mind. Looking around, he saw the now already half-eaten corpses of the ones he had slaughtered. He saw the dead rodents that had dared to think him just another cadaver to consume. He had absorbed the armor and weapons of the fallen. He had regained his mana and was now far more potent than before. His skill to absorb metals had even upgraded in rarity, now allowing him to absorb even enchanted metals. With his mind, he extended his armor to cover his entire body once more, only leaving his face visible. As he looked around for useful items, he was disappointed to find not a single enchanted item anywhere. It didn't take him long to put and two together. The other survivors must have come to gather the loot. In the end, no matter a herbivore or a predator, humans would be forever greedy. William saw no scenario of them leaving good stuff laying around. He was lucky they hadn't found him. He had been entirely burned, likely being why no one had recognized him as being alive. Luck was but to be expected. For a protagonist to experience supernatural luck wasn't out of the ordinary in the least. At least that is what William believed. His domination of the tutorial was, however, not over. As his tutorial panel clearly showed, he had more to kill. He had gotten at the moment he also got the notification for killing Richard, a sweet notification indeed. Despite the level difference, William had gained several levels from that one fight. But then again, he had killed a lot of people. He had gotten revenge. He had fulfilled the final wish of his first friend, Hermann Schmidt, and now he could return to his own agenda. Over these last few days, William had a lot of time to think and dream as he slipped in and out of consciousness. With his body idle, he only had his own mind to keep him company. William had, for the first time, felt anger and had become illogical because of his emotions, and the feeling was oddly liberating. Before, he never felt anything when he killed, just a mild satisfaction from the levels and whatever else he got. He enjoyed the benefits from the kills, but not the act of killing itself. He did make a game out of it, but that was just to spice up the monotony. The concept of emotions had been opened to him. He was acutely aware of it, but unlike an average person, William viewed it as only another tool. He had seen that emotions could allow one to perform feats above what they should otherwise, but he had also seen it corrupt them. Herman had been corrupted, the trapper Casper had been corrupted. So many people in this tutorial had been infected with the curse that was chaotic emotions. By guilt, loss, depression, bloodlust, and uncontrollable urges for revenge. He would not fall to the same fate, yet he could not simply write them off. Herman had made armor far stronger than he should have been able to make, and Casper had displayed power that even the current William couldn't comprehend. It had been close during his fight with Richard. He had lost himself towards the end, felt the inklings of corruption enter his mind. His thoughts turned cloudy, his desires illogical, his actions emotional, but with a long time spent laying there, he managed to find his footing once more. He healed himself of much of the affliction that had come over him. He felt close to what he did before entering the tutorial once more. Through the many dreams that came to him, he felt enlightened as he came to a new understanding. He was now beyond his prior definition of perfection. His potential had increased. He had already reaped the benefits once. He would have never upgraded a skill like that without the massive stimuli from the near-death experience coupled with his raging emotions. It was a cocktail that forced him to overcome what he currently was, drag everything out from within to realize his desire. And William was acutely aware of his desires. He wanted power. At first, he did so only as an instinctual craving, but now he truly desired it. He desired to reach perfection, to become an insurmountable existence, and he would stop at nothing to realize that craving. Richard had held power, but it was the fragile sort, power reliant on others. He had been betrayed by those he believed to be his allies, which had ultimately contributed to his death. A fate William had no intentions to repeat, which was why he didn't care much for the quest. William did not see himself as a leader. not because he believed himself incapable of leading, but because it wasn't necessary. Yet his dreams made him aware that he was to complete it. Right now, he had earned the loyalty of 2 of the tutorial, a rounded-up number, he was sure. He was the leader of only one survivor, and that was himself a fact he had no desire to change. Even in all his arrogance, William didn't believe it possible to make them all loyal to him, so he would have to do it the hard way. There was also the other leader, who William already knew was Jacob. It had to be. Weirdly enough, he didn't really feel any desire to kill the man, but he knew he would have to. It was possible to force him into leading the camp into being loyal to him, but William had kind of killed his girlfriend. So he started walking back towards the base. He hoped they had not scattered to the winds at the loss of Richard but had stayed. It would be easier that way, and he would be able to get the unpleasant business out of the way faster. It did not take him long to return. He didn't even bother to attempt a covert approach as he simply strolled through the open gate. He feared for a moment that the survivors had left, but just as he entered, he spotted 2 people sitting just inside. Jacob and that warrior guy who was always around him. "Hello, William," Jacob said, being the first to open his mouth, the warrior at his side silently observing. "Well, hello there, Jacob," William answered, returning the man's smile. "Been a while, eh? It has. I see that you have healed up all right. You looked terrible the last time I saw you." At that, William's eyes sharpened. Had Jacob found him on the battlefield? William didn't remember seeing him, which meant it was during the first days when he was still blacked out. But if that was true, why hadn't he killed him? The man in front of him was also clearly not on guard at all. He was too damn relaxed. He couldn't help but use identify on him and was instantly taken aback. Human LVL 37. What the hell? William thought to himself as he lifted his guard instantly. He also identified the warrior, with a level that at least wasn't much of a surprise. Human LVL 26. He had no idea what the hell had happened this last week. What had the otherwise utterly useless manager done to become so strong? And his previous comment also vexed him annoyingly so. "So you went to the battlefield?" William asked, the mana in his body churning, ready to strike at a moment's notice. "I did, but I am not talking about your injuries. You looked confused last I saw you, distracted, like you had lost something and that you had a wrong you had to make right. And from the looks of it, you have succeeded in doing so," Jacob answered, still smiling at the young man in front of him. "I am happy for you that you have found yourself again." "What the actual hell is wrong with this guy?" William questioned. He knew Jacob was many things, but stupid was not at the top of that list. Naive, idealistic, passive, a pushover, all of those were on the list. But not stupid. He must know that William was the instigator of the slaughter that had happened. That he had been the one to kill Richard, and yet he seemed just not to care. William had thought a lot about desires for the last week, which made it natural for him to ask, "What the hell do you want? Does it matter? You have clearly chosen your path already, and my wants won't change your actions. You have come here with a goal to accomplish, and my words will not dissuade you," Jacob answered. "So you are just going to sit there and die, or what, while I kill you and everyone else here?" William asked, clearly annoyed, an annoyance that only got worse as the warrior didn't even react at the apparent threat and Jacob just kept smiling. "The others have already found their peace. I have no desire to die, but once again my desires will not change the outcome. This is how it is meant to be. We can only hope to struggle against fate, and that hope is enough for me. I have altered the course slightly, made the transition ideal." "Oh, really?" William asked as his mana churned. Without warning, a colossal sawblade was fired out from his hand, hitting the warrior, to which the warrior just tilted his neck upwards, displaying only a faint smile as the sawblade cut his head off. But before the severed head even hit the ground, his entire body turned to light that entered Jacob. William didn't get a kill notification. "Sorry, William, he does not die so easily. As long as I live, he will return to my side once more after a while." Jacob answered the question the teenager had yet to ask. He didn't even try to hide the sadness of imagining his friend die. While death was not permanent, Bertram would still feel pain, but at least he had died nearly instantaneously. Jacob knew this was not a fight they could ever win, not that he had ever had the intention to fight. Even with all the survivors in the camp, it would only be a one-sided slaughter. They had all known, and they all joined him only a few minutes before William arrived. "Oh yeah, and what about the others?" William asked, trying to wrest back some semblance of control of the situation. He felt like he was just doing precisely what the fucker in front of him expected from beginning to end, a feeling he definitely did not desire. "As I said, they joined me earlier," Jacob said as he summoned a lantern. Around it, many motes of light flew, 45 motes to be exact. William instantly opened the tutorial panel with his mind and widened his eye at the number. Total survivors remaining, 3,1200. "Wow, and people call me a psycho. You already killed them all," William whistled. He honestly hadn't looked forward to killing them. The thought of it alone made his still slightly rampant emotions protest annoyingly, so it was a welcome surprise that Jacob was just another hypocrite that. "No, that wasn't necessary. They simply accepted the inevitable and agreed to join me in reaching for a fate above their station. They put their hopes in me, a burden I agreed to carry happily, with a promise of deliverance to the Hololand, Jacob said as he got up. William considered attacking at the sudden movement, but felt not an ounce of threat from the man in front of him. Come with me, Jacob said as he motioned for William to follow, which he did, partly out of curiosity and partly out of some weird power compelling him to trust the man in front of him, a power which he was very aware of, but only piqued his interest more. They walked to the middle of the base, where he saw a sight he hadn't expected. 45 people sat with their legs crossed in the square, all of them pale with a smile on their lips. Not an ounce of life remained in any of them, yet not a single wound could be seen anywhere. In front, a woman William clearly remembered to be a colleague of Jacob's, but she too sat lifelessly. I spared everyone from the unnecessary pain this act would bring, Jacob said. I apologize for making the decision without you, and I hope my death can help alleviate any frustrations. My only request is that you make it quick. I know my own fate, but I have never been a big fan of pain. William only got more and more confused. Had he walked into some freaking Kool-Aid drinking cult? The people were clearly deader than dead, and not a single one of them seemed to give a hoot based on their facial expressions. So that is it, you are just offering up your neck? William asked, standing a few steps behind Jacob. William, you have already found a path. Your path. I cannot say if it is one towards oblivion or greatness, but it is yours. I have nowhere to guide you, and I doubt I would be able to even if I tried. You already have a teacher who can offer you far more than I ever can, Jacob answered as he turned to look at the teenager. Besides, would you spare me if I struggled? That quest won't be completed on its own. You are fucking weird, Jacob, you know that, right? William asked. Just so you know, this isn't personal. A spear appeared in William's hand as he stabbed it through the head of the man in front of him. It pierced right through and out the other side as the curse within starting turning Jacob to metal, a process far harder than William expected as the curse struggled against the augur's high vitality and willpower. But with Jacob not struggling in the least, the curse quickly found purchase and transformed the still smiling man into a statue. William didn't feel an ounce of satisfaction from the kill. He did, however, take notice of the notification. First was the class augur. He couldn't quite remember exactly what that word meant, but he was pretty sure it was religious or something. At least the guy had been preachy as hell. The second part was the lack of experience gained. Why hadn't he gained any fro? Just as he thought this, the statue before him lit up with light. Its surface cracked and exploded as light consumed the entire camp. A beam descended as William was knocked back, but unharmed. The final thing he saw a figure floating up before all light disappeared, and for a brief moment, the entire outer area of the tutorial was covered in darkness. Once light returned, he saw that the metallized statue of Jacob was gone. All of the corpses of the crafters had also turned to dust. William stood confused, wondering what the hell was going on. What a peculiar fellow, he thought, as he actually found the developments welcome. At least it was interesting, and he had a feeling he would meet the augur again sometime in the future. Checking the number of survivors, he saw what he expected, no surprises there at least. Total survivors remaining, 1,200. This tutorial's final curtains were drawing closer, and with that the true protagonist of this trial was soon to be found, and William was more than confident that he would be the one standing in the end. Only a single afterthought remained, a single challenger, a lone archer who William didn't even see as a threat, just another bullet point to get checked off. Tutorial panel. Duration, 13 days, 230, 5,110. Something he had plenty of time to do, because if William's dreams had made one thing clear, it was that this tutorial was his stage. The first thing that struck him was the smell, an all-encompassing stench that seemed to mask any other scent. Jake was happy that perception didn't just straight up make his sense of smell more potent, or he may have just fallen over and died there and then. At least he would have wished that he was dead. The second thing he noticed was that the unnatural darkness persisted even within the dungeon. Jake couldn't see a single thing, no matter what he tried or did. It was clearly magical, though he couldn't find any immediate explanation. The notification upon entering did help inform him why the smell was there, at least. You have entered the dungeon, the Forgotten Sewers. Objective: defeat the Nest Watcher. He didn't even bother questioning how he had gone from a mountain to a sewer. Dungeons obviously didn't exist physically in the world outside, but were some kind of alternate space, a bit like his spatial storage, just on a far grander scale. He had already gone to an old temple during the challenge dungeon, so a sewer wasn't that far off. What did surprise him, however, was how modern the notion of a sewer like this was. It also didn't seem to have much to do with beasts at all. There wasn't any noticeable movement in this sphere either. The only thing of note was the dripping water from the ceiling and small water streams running across the floor in places. While Jake couldn't see anything with his eyes, he could still see plenty through his sphere of perception. It was, however, affected. When it was at its max range at nearly 30 meters, everything felt murky. The air itself looked almost liquid, obscuring everything. It was mana, extremely dense mana. And the mana wasn't the pure kind Jake was used to, but altered in some way. If he had to make an educated guess, he would say that it was dark affinity mana, or maybe shadow affinity mana or something like that. What mattered was the effect of it. It obscured sight completely, making anyone in it blind. Jake decided to try creating some light as he took out some wood from his spatial storage. His alchemical flame didn't produce much light, but heat it made plenty of, allowing him to set fire to the wooden stick quickly. The wood caught fire as a flame sprung forth, but that was where the expected stopped. It clearly burned and he could see the flame. The light, however, was as if contained within the flame itself, like a dark barrier blocked any light from reaching beyond the flickering fire. He tried putting his hand into the fire, and it only got eerier. It was like a vacuum of light appeared wherever his hand was. He didn't see his hand, but merely a black hand-shaped object enter. It was as if the concept of light itself wasn't allowed to exist. Was that the gimmick of this dungeon? That one had to do it in absolute blindness. While it wasn't optimal, Jake would be able to manage with his sphere, but he had to do something about the murkiness. He closed his eyes, more out of habit than function, focusing on the sphere. He had done so many times before, either extending the range slightly, or, as he did currently, limiting the range. 30 meters quickly became 2,521,180,1613.111. When it reached around 10 meters, Jake stopped as everything was now far clearer. Like putting on prescription glasses, everything had turned from a blurry outline to nearly perfect once more. He could now finally begin to inspect the details around him. While he couldn't see them, he could easily guess from their shapes what everything was. He also became aware that it wasn't because his sphere couldn't see through the darkness, but because it could see too much of it. The mana was so dense it started flowing together, but with his sphere reduced in size, he could far more easily distinguish the physical objects from the dense mana. The walls were made of bricks, the floor beneath him made up of cracked and dirty tiles, while the ceiling above was arched. Overall, he would call it a very stereotypical sewer. He started walking forward as he got more used to the new environment. Weirdly enough, he actually liked the darkness. It felt comfortable, like a warm summer breeze. He didn't like the whole not seeing part and the horrible stench, but otherwise it could be worse. After walking less than 10 meters, his sphere picked up something ahead a crossroad. There was a hallway leading to both the right and to the left. He could also just continue onward, but this did make him stop and think. Oh God, is this a damn maze? Jake cursed internally as he stood in the middle of the crossroad. Why the hell did it have to be a maze? All the damn hallways were identical, with not a single sign of enemies or any markings anywhere. So Jake did what any reasonable person would do when in a maze and went left. Not because of anything particular, he just kind of had to pick left. He had decided to with the age-old method of just always turning left and following the left wall until he found the exit. If the dungeon had an exit, while it wasn't the fastest method, it was far safer than just walking around randomly. Besides, it wasn't like he had to slowly walk all the time. Picking up the pace, he started running through the sewer as he stuck to the left wall. It didn't even take him a minute and a few hundred meters before he encountered a change. On the wall was a pipe of some sorts. It was rather large, easily big enough for Jake to walk through if he lowered his head a bit, that is. The thing about it that made him stop, however, was what lay within it. A four-legged figure was within the pipe, less than a meter from the entrance. It was unfurred with two big front teeth sticking out of its mouth. The rest of its face was just two big holes for its nose. It didn't have eyes or ears from what Jake could observe. As he inspected the unmoving beast in his sphere, he got the thought to try and identify it. The skill didn't specify that one needed to use one's eyes to identify something. It was just the most natural thing, and he had never needed to not just look at whatever he identified. He tried focusing on the beast as he mentally tried using the skill. It didn't work at first, but it was like a switch flipped, and suddenly the skill reacted. Molret Creeper LVL 76. The first thing he was a bit taken aback by was the level. It was as high as the White Does and nearly as high as the Den Mother had been. Of course, he had also to consider other factors. The Molret was alone, and the level wasn't everything to consider when determining how strong a beast is. It was still pretty high, though. More annoyingly, though, was the layout of the maze. Jake had no conceivable way to attack the beast from range in front of the pipe, was a wall only a few meters away, and there was only one way forward or going back from where he came. It was pretty clear from the Molret posture that it was sitting in ambush as the nose rose up and down slightly. It had likely already detected Jake long before he noticed it, and was now just waiting for him to get closer. Jake thought for a bit before he pulled out his bow. The beast didn't have any ears from what he could see, but maybe it could still hear somehow. He raised his bow and as silently as possible nocked an arrow. He carefully pulled back the string as he fired a weak arrow, aiming for the wall in front of the pipe. The arrow flew out and hit the stone, making a very audible clink echo through the entire tunnel. Jake gritted his teeth at the noise, while the mole rat only seemed to slightly raise its nose a bit more, both blind and deaf. Jake noted mentally, likely their only way of perceiving anything was through smell. Of course, it was also entirely possible that they had some kind of extrasensory ability. Jake decided to take the risk and started walking forward as if he hadn't noticed the rat. He walked at the wall opposite of the pipe as he got right in front of it, his already poisoned dagger and sword ready. The instant he did, the beast lunged forward. Of course, Jake was ready as he instantly stepped backward, making it smash into the wall. It clearly hadn't expected him to do that, as it seemed to hurt itself quite a bit. His next action didn't leave it much room to maneuver as he attacked it with his dagger and sword. It didn't even manage to collect itself before it got several deep cuts. It jumped backward, losing half of its snout in the process. However, it was Jake's time to be surprised as the beast was attacking him again. What surprised him was the precision of its attack and how it aimed straight for his neck. It clearly couldn't see anything, and yet it managed to go for his jugular somehow. With its snout cut off, he also doubted it could smell anything. So how the hell did it see him? Was it magic? It hadn't used any magical skills yet, making Jake doubt it. He wrestled a bit with the beast, kicking it back once more. He didn't finish it off as he was more interested in learning how it located him. He tried jumping back into the side, but it followed him quickly. Jake tried a few different things. His first thought was that it somehow detected mana. He tried to summon a ball of strings in his hand, but found it quite challenging to do for some reason. He eventually managed to do it anyway, but the mana consumption was way above average. Something for later, he noted mentally. What was most important was that it didn't seem to react to his mana at all, it just continued its frenzied assault. He tried a few other things until he tried summoning his alchemical flame. He instantly felt the beast focus on his hand as it attempted to bite it off. Smiling in self-satisfaction, Jake rushed forward, no longer wasting his time with the wounded beast. A solid stab to the heart later, and the rat stopped moving, followed by a kill notification a few moments later. It was the heat. The beast could see his body heat despite the dark affinity mana. It was an evident strength, but also a massive weakness if exploited, something he was happy to do. He continued onwards for a while until he came across yet another pipe. This one had 2 creepers within it, though. It didn't matter much to him, as the things weren't all that strong, weaker than the white does by far despite the similar levels. Standing 10 meters away, he took out his bow and got an arrow from the quiver. The conjured arrows imitated reality very well, even to the point of the wood being flammable. His flame sprung forth on his hand as he ignited the arrow. He could clearly see the rats react within the hole as they seemed very interested in what he was doing. Firing the arrow at the wall as he had tried with the last rat, he this time got the response he wanted. Both beasts jumped out towards the arrow without hesitation as Jake followed up with a splitting arrow. The creatures discovered nearly instantly that they had been bamboozled, but his feint had bought enough time for them to be peppered with arrows. 10 meters didn't seem like a lot, but in a relatively narrow tunnel, it sure as hell wasn't when a dozen or so arrows were flying at you at once. Both beasts were hit with arrow after arrow as they attempted to rush towards him. One died before it even reached him, while the second one fell shortly after. Of course, he had remembered to poison the arrows beforehand, only the best for his new creepy rat friends. Moving on, he thought about how one was meant to do this normally. Without his sphere, that is, unless one had some powerful light affinity item or... Oh, Jake smacked himself mentally as he looked into this storage and fished out an item he had collected plenty of. A small stone he had found within one of the many ponds in the Lucenti Plains. The moment it appeared, the darkness was pushed back for nearly 2 meters around him as light and color returned. There was only one minor problem: the stone hurt to hold, and it only took a few seconds before it ran out of energy and became inert. Jake assumed you could channel more mana into it to make more light, but sadly Jake couldn't do that, as the light affinity and he clearly didn't get along. Besides, he actually preferred the total darkness. It felt more comfortable than the light affinity mana given off by the stones. Throwing the broken rock on the ground, he moved on, focusing on his sphere and the dense mana all around him. Well, maybe this isn't going to be that bad after all, Jake thought to himself as he continued onward. Following the left wall, of course, the archer had been their corpses on the ground all around, badgers dead in droves. An entire valley cleared out, in fact. William had entered the inner area right after getting rid of Jacob. He couldn't help but frown when he entered the inner area. He found many corpses after searching around for a bit, many of them killed days, maybe even more than a week ago. The tutorial panel still showed 2 people alive, and William refused to believe it not to be that bastard Jake. But after searching for a long time, he didn't find anyone. Not wanting to waste much time, he of course began grinding some levels. Being level 54 in his class, William didn't gain that much experience from the lesser beasts he encountered, but he managed to make do with sheer numbers. He started clearing the valleys and mountains one by one. Like a meat grinder, he slaughtered everything living he saw. Eventually, he found himself before a hole in one of the 5 weird mountains, a tunnel of some kind clearly. This was the smallest mountain with all the badgers around it, and William couldn't help but inspect what may be found inside. Within, he noticed a door sitting in the middle of it, all a totally out-of-place wooden door. Floating down by manipulating his armor, he landed in front of it as he inspected it for a while. Summoning a sword from the armory in his armor, he tried pushing the door open. It didn't work as the sword couldn't even touch the door, as if a force field surrounded it, less than an inch from its surface. William tried a few other things until he tried poking it with his finger. When he did so and saw the system message, he couldn't help but make a giant grin, and with a thought, he disappeared into the badger's den. Jake walked through the shithole that dared call itself a dungeon with sloppy steps. Once in a while, a damn rat jumped out at him before swiftly being executed. He had stopped caring about elaborate tactics many hours ago. The first few hours went fine and all. Shoot a burning arrow, kill rats, repeat. It got a bit tedious after the 10th time, sure, but Jake kept it up. The experience was frankly shit compared to what he had gotten in both of the other 2 dungeons. He had kept up his tactic of following the left wall all along, but he felt like he was getting nowhere. That was until he saw the corpse of a rat he had slain earlier, meaning he had started circling back again. Jake kept going, however, thinking at worst he was just going to end up at the crossroad around the beginning of the dungeon. It was as expected when he came across a bunch more corpses, but it started getting weird after that. Taking a few turns, he found living rats, which he quickly got rid of. A few minutes later, he once more found himself in front of the same dead rats from earlier. Jake began marking the walls here and there, something he should have likely done far earlier. It took him hours where he kept walking, seeing his signs left behind at times, but when he came across his first sign for the second time in an hour, he started to realize that something was well and truly off. After several more fruitless hours, he finally found the problem: the damn walls were moving, or at least something made the layout change all the time. In other words, following the left wall had proven not to be a foolproof strategy. He had to find some other way out, and sooner rather than later. He was still on a timer if he had any hope of facing the king of the forest. 2 days had already passed since he entered. It wasn't all bad, though. Jake had managed to gain 2 levels during those 2 days. It was far less than the other dungeons, sure, but it was something. Still faster than the outside 2 probably. The darkness was a bit tiring, though. This had put him at level 59, only a single level away from his next class skill gain. He couldn't help but be hopeful of unlocking something akin to his moment of the primal hunter once more. His speed had been fast if he said so himself, even considering the bullshit that was this dungeon. But he had a strong feeling he shouldn't bank on getting random legendary skill upgrades. The rest of his time, he had just spent trying to practice with his mana threads. They were far harder to summon in here as the mana in the air seemed to suppress it. It made him consume far more mana than usual and make the threads disappear the instant he stopped focusing on them. Weirdly enough, he hadn't needed to drink a single mana potion, though. For some reason, his mana regenerated far faster within the dungeon than outside, likely because of the high mana density he theorized. He also began to be able to make his threads of mana last longer and longer. He wanted to find a way to let his threads remain in the air without him having to provide them with massive amounts of mana continually. The method he was trying was to make use of the mana in the atmosphere. He would do this by mimicking the mana, allowing his own to survive within it. Maybe even tap into the mana around him to be self-sustainable if he really outdid himself. So far, it was actually looking promising. Jake seemed to slowly adapt to the environment as the dark affinity mana became more familiar to him. Another thing he practiced was his senses. He had relied overly much on his sphere and sight for the entire tutorial. He had begun realizing if he was in an environment where the sphere got completely suppressed along with his sight, he would have no recourse at all, which was why he also tried using his hearing, and with much suffering his sense of smell. The mole rats could somehow smell him despite the all-encompassing stench permeating the sewers. He wanted to see if he could replicate some of that. It had been less than successful, especially on the smelling side. Jake had started getting used to the stench, but whenever he tried to focus on his sense of smell, he felt like someone threw a stink bomb in his face. In the hearing department, he had some more progress, though. He had gotten better at zoning out unnecessary noise, but it was far from having any practical applications yet. But as he had freak all else to do while walking through the shitty maze, he decided to at least be constructive. The one thing he wanted to avoid was not doing anything. Not doing anything meant that he had time to think about things. He didn't want to think about distracting thoughts unrelated to his current goal of defeating the 4 beast lords and finally the king of the forest. And that was something he wanted to avoid at all cost. He continued his multitasking practice as he kept himself entirely occupied both mentally and physically as he continued walking forward. He decided to ignore his stay on the left strategy and switch to a just go wherever strategy. which turned out to actually help, as in only a few hours he found himself back at the crossroad he had first chosen to go left at. He decided to check the dungeon's entrance and found it exactly where it had been before. However, he didn't even consider exiting. He had come here to defeat the dungeon boss, cost what it may. So he turned back and delved into the dungeon once more. He didn't turn left this time, but decided just to sit down and meditate at the crossroad. He wanted to learn how to properly control his strings before he continued. So with his full focus on the dark mana around him, he entered meditation as countless strings of mana sprung out from his entire body, as he also began formulating a plan. He walked through the grand hall with a relaxed smile on his face, a silent guardian walking by his side, marveling at his surroundings. As fate would have it, Jacob had not perished, but he still instantly knew that he was no longer in the tutorial. He had failed it, if one could say that. His tutorial panel was still there, but was inactive. He had lost half of his tutorial points, not that there were many of them to begin with, and he could no longer see the number of survivors. The only thing he could see was his amount of points and the countdown for it to end, not that he ultimately cared much for the entire tutorial. In fact, he was happy to no longer be there. He was unsure what his future would be like, but he was looking forward to whatever was ahead. After leaving, he had tried to divine the future, but it had been far too vague for him to see anything, confirming to him that the tutorial had been abnormal. As to how he had survived, his legendary skill won more light. He was still unsure exactly how it had worked, but he didn't feel everything suddenly becoming black after he died, but was instead surrounded by light. After what could have been hours or days, he found himself standing on a magic circle. His spirit form was enveloped by light as he once more returned to life. Shortly after reviving, a slight tug was felt in the back of his mind. He responded to it as he knew exactly what, or more precisely who it was. His mana, health, and stamina all drained down to less than half as it poured into an outline of a tall man beside him. It didn't take long for the process to complete and Bertram to appear. They had one minor problem, though. Both men stood naked, clothes apparently not being transferable across realms in the form of a spirit, a problem that was quickly resolved as they looked around the room they had appeared in. Everything was made of what appeared to be pure white marble, with only golden motifs and patterns as decorations. There was nothing really in the room, except for two white robes laying on a small table right in front of the circle. Jacob and Bertram took the hint as they got dressed and walked out of the room, and now they walked through the hall. Bertram looking all around him with Jacob, simply feeling genuinely relaxed and serene for the first time in a while. "Does this whole resurrection thing mean you are immortal?" asked Bertram after a while. "Pretty sure being immortal means not dying of old age, something I'm pretty sure I still will," Jacob answered jokingly. "Very funny. You know what I mean," Bertram answered, not as amused by the joke as his young master. "No, I won't simply be able to cheat death once more." The skill was called 1. More light for a reason. It only works once. I still have the skill, but I can feel that I would truly die if I were to die once more. Maybe things will change later, but for now I am as mortal as anyone else, Jacob answered thoughtfully. Disappointing, Bertram grunted as they continued walking in silence. The hall was long, far too long for what could be considered reasonable. Then again, it was likely not made with weak mortals like Jacob and Bertram in mind. Countless rooms were on either side of the hall, all closed off by shut doors. They didn't try to enter any of them. It was faint, but they both felt the call from the end of the hall. Something or someone was making it very clear that they were supposed to go there. So they did. Half an hour later, they found themselves exiting the hallway as they entered yet another, somehow far grander, room. Golden chandeliers hung from the ceiling, tiled white floor, and furniture that looked to be made of silk. The most interesting thing, however, was the walls. All of the walls were either covered by indentures of bookcases or beautiful floor-to-ceiling paintings, all depicting female figures in an abstract style. The paintings gave off a strong feeling as they stared at it, and both felt themselves be drawn in by the absolute beauty of the artistry. In particular, they both stared at one showing a woman in a yellow robe, surrounded by children. However, even more so than the artistry of the piece was the strong mana and aura given off by the painting, giving them both a feeling of relaxation and inspiration. "A fine piece, is it not?" They heard a voice speak out behind them. Turning, Jacob and Bertram saw a woman in a white robe, not much unlike their own. Her appearance could only be compared to the beautiful paintings around them, with her perfect, unblemished face and long blonde hair. "Indeed it is," Jacob said, quickly collecting himself. Not because of her beauty, but because of how much she resembled Caroline, almost eerily so. "A gift by my sister. I will be sure to share your admiration with her next we meet," she answered with a smile. "Perhaps she will even gift you one in appreciation." "I am unworthy of such a kindness, Miss Priestess Anira," she answered as she bowed slightly. "It has been a while since anyone arrived here, everyone being busy with the initiation and all." Jacob raised his eyebrows but kept his composure as he joked. "Apologies, I still had a bit of dying to do." "What?" she asked, clearly quite confused by the guest. What happened? Complications, no biggie, he answered as he touched his forehead where the spear had gone through. Not a pleasant experience, I must say. But enough about me, could you tell me what we are here for? Jacob asked as he led the conversation forward. Oh yes, sorry, I was just distracted a bit, she said as she scrambled over to one of the desks to pick up a weird-looking gem. Where did you say you come from? It is unusual for new members to come here directly. I haven't seen you before, so I assume you are new, right? But I also just started, so if you have been here before, I am so sorry. Jacob was amused by her panicking. He had spent far too many years around people faking everything about themselves, and he could tell that the girl in front of him was genuine. Of course, it only got more comical considering her aura. Jacob couldn't feel it clearly, but she was clearly stronger than him, and not just by a bit. He felt a bit of suppression from her but managed to keep his calm, a lot better than the sweating Bertram at least. I came from the tutorial, Jacob answered, not thinking much of it. Huh, she turned her head with a look of shock. What tutorial? The one run by the system, dear. A man's voice interrupted as yet another figure entered the room. It was a tall man, nearly 2.5 meters tall, who made even the tall Bertram appear tiny. He looked not a day older than Jacob himself and was solidly built, muscles practically brimming beneath his simple clothes. What was more noticeable was his aura, far beyond anything Jacob had ever felt before. "The Grand Master," Inira spurted out, bowing deeply. Jacob was about to repeat her action when the man stopped him. "There is no need for that, augur," the man said, as he stopped Jacob from bowing. "By the will of the Pantheon, I am to be of assistance until it is time for you to return to your own universe once more," the Grand Master said as he motioned to the still bowing priestess. "I believe you have already met my daughter." With a nod, Jacob confirmed as the man continued. "Our time is short, so let us not delay. Over the next few days, we shall prepare you for your return and study. Let us together bring the glory of the Holy Church to the 93rd universe and spread the word of our Holy Mother." Jacob felt an almost magical pull from the words, but resisted it. "No, not yet." The Grand Master looked at the augur, confused for a moment before Jacob summoned a lantern with 45 motes of light floating around it. "I have done as I was meant to, and now it is time for you to do what you have promised," he spoke into the open air. The Grand Master was confused as to whom the augur spoke as he cut in. "We can handle this at an opportune time, but for now, it's more important tea." "No," Jacob answered. "Ding. Class, Augur of Hope has reached level 51 stat points allocated, plus 8 free points." "We made a deal." "Ding. Class, Augur of Hope has reached level 52 stat points allocated, plus 8 free points." "Ding. Race, Human E has reached level 38 stat points allocated, plus 5 free points." His aura soared as the Grand Master finally became aware of who the augur spoke to. His face went white and then red as his eyes were wide at the audacity. "I am aware of the pact, but as unblessed mortals, they will first need to be." "I didn't make any deal with you," Jacob dismissed him as he looked towards one of the paintings on the wall. "I made it with you." "Ding. Class, Augur of Hope has reached level 53 stat points allocated, plus 8 free points." A divine aura spread in the room as the Grand Master, Inira, and Bertram were all brought to their knees, only the latter against his will. The motes of light stirred as they entered the largest painting, the one depicting the Holy Mother herself. Not long after, each of the motes disappeared. "Ding. Class, Augur of Hope has reached level 54 stat points allocated, plus 8 free points." "Ding. Race, Human E has reached level 39 stat points allocated, plus 5 free points." Jacob smiled as he saw the final wisp disappear, and he knew he had done his part. While he could not save their bodies, he had at least saved their souls. Fate had been realized, even if it was an unpleasant one. "Ding. Class, Augur of Hope has reached level 55 stat points allocated, plus 8 free points." "Pleasure doing business with you," he said with a smile said towards the painting as the divine aura faded, him still the only one able to remain standing. "Now, let us prepare for what's to come." The darkness permeated his entire being as he sat in meditation. His regeneration was far higher than it had ever been before as the mana poured into him. Meanwhile, tendrils of dark mana spread throughout the hallway, making him look like some eldritch octopus with tiny arms. Occasionally, his entire body would turn into a shadowy, ethereal figure for a few moments, until it returned to being flesh and blood once more. 3 whole days had passed without Jake moving a single finger. The tendrils of dark mana were, however, more active than ever before. They wrapped themselves into different shapes and sizes as they reached further and further away from him. Jake opened his eyes once more as he looked forward. Yes, he looked. The darkness that had blinded him now only seemed like a mist slightly obscuring everything. At the same time, his sphere expanded back to its usual 30 meters, functioning nearly the same as outside the dungeon. Everything had finally clicked as he began to comprehend the mana around him better. Unlike the mana he was used to, this mana was oppressive and consuming, far less accommodating to whoever or whatever resided within it. Raising his hand, he tried gathering the mana into the shape of a ball. Strings of mana sprung up in his palm as they rung around each other, forming his desired shape a few moments later. Throwing it at the wall, he smiled as the ball persisted even after losing contact with him. It did start fading, but it existed long enough to strike the wall and dissolve into a puff of smoke. Inspecting it further, he felt it had left a small mark, meaning it hadn't been entirely harmless. While it was useless in combat, it did mark him passing a huge milestone. He had tried to imitate the mana bolt he remembered the casters making, and had succeeded somewhat, which had in turn helped prove his theory he could make things from mana even without a skill. The fact that he could make dark mana wasn't to say that he couldn't make normal mana anymore. His mana was still innately the same pure mana, he had just found a way to change its affinity, and it wasn't like the transformation was seamless. He had the tendrils of darkness active all the time because of the time-consuming process involved in changing the affinity of his mana. It wasn't as quickly done as just thinking about it. It was more akin to doing alchemy, where he had to change the energy's nature to either restore health or stamina. Of course, there were differences, but his starting point had been that thought, and it appeared that by understanding the mana, he could better adapt his body and senses to it. Naturally, it also helped that the mana was passive, merely existing in the atmosphere. It didn't have any intent baked into it, unlike what would happen if someone used a skill with dark mana. If, for example, someone made an area filled with dark mana like the dungeon Jake was in, it would still blind and affect him. It would be less than a few days ago, but it would still work. As the mana was passive, it also meant that it didn't fight back when Jake tried to consume it to regenerate his mana pool faster. In fact, the dark mana was even more comfortable to absorb than the mana outside. His fastest regeneration had still been while he was in the challenge dungeon, though, and he was starting to suspect that it had something to do with the affinity of the atmospheric mana. The mana in the sewers was made up nearly entirely of the dark affinity, and whatever wasn't would quickly be consumed by it. Jake had observed the mana in his alchemical flame be consumed, as well as the light stones he tested out a few days prior. It reminded him of what he had read and encountered during all his practice for alchemy. The reason why one had to use purified water while making potions was twofold. First of all, one purified it to eliminate any impurities, and second of all to remove whatever affinity the mana in the water held, which pretty much always meant removing any water mana within. Water inherently holds water mana, and a fire had fire mana, and so on and so forth. This didn't mean all the mana in those objects was of that affinity, but some of it would often be. Most mana everywhere was still pure mana, and the mana in the air was ordinarily just pure affinity less mana. That the forest outside would hold mana other than just pure mana was just a logical conclusion, but it likely wasn't as pervasive as the dark mana and didn't have the nature of consuming light and other kinds of mana. But it did mean that if the mana weren't compatible with him, he wouldn't be able to absorb it, hence regenerating mana slower. The mana outside was clearly less compatible with him than the mana in here. Luckily, the vast majority was still pure, making it only a slight annoyance in retrospect. If he had to guess, then he would say a lot of the mana outside was nature affinity. It would make sense with him not able to use the great sword of nature and the description he had gotten from the nature affinity skill. Ultimately, this resulted in Jake concluding that he had the darkness affinity. At least manipulating dark mana was something he could do. Jake shook his head as he returned to the matter at hand and attached several strings of mana to the walls around him. By now, hundreds of strands of mana were flowing through the air, waving as if weightless. He began walking down the central path as the strings stretched behind him. Every now and then, he placed one of his strings on the wall or floor. He didn't run as he still focused on maintaining his connection with the lines and feel for any changes. After 15 minutes, such a change occurred as one of his strings moved unexpectedly. He kept track of it as he felt it move around, suddenly appearing somewhere entirely else. It had to be noted that the walls were solid. And when Jake said solid, he meant solid. Their thickness was more than his sphere, meaning they were at least 30 meters of solid material. In other words, dungeon fuckery was going on a subcategory of the almighty system fuckery. As he walked, he felt more and more strings move. It was the earliest ones he had placed, and it was almost like they were following him, like the dungeon moved together with him as he moved, a suspicion that turned to all but confirmed as he continued moving forward. When he briefly tried backtracking, the strings' mana didn't move but stayed where they were. But this didn't mean he could just start walking back the way he came and end up at the entrance. He felt his strings' mana not just move straight towards him, but also shift slightly in height and verticality, which meant that the layout was shuffling behind him. Did this mean that he could potentially randomly reach the exit by just wandering around? He doubted it, but he couldn't rule it out. Along the way, he encountered several rats sitting about in the tunnel. They all fell quickly, as Jake didn't pay them much attention. He had no interest in prolonged fights, as it would only make it harder to maintain control of the mana. He did, however, take note of one thing, the only thing that marked any real difference in the layout: the pipes. Jake peered into one with his sphere and found it continuing into the wall more than he could see. Jake stood in front of one for a while, but decided to not climb in one just yet. Instead, he placed a string of mana on it as he continued onward. Continuing onward, nothing more of interest happened until he finally felt a reaction from the string on the pipe. It suddenly started vibrating as he felt his string of mana snap as he lost connection to it. It was as if the pipe had simply disappeared. It hadn't moved like the rest of the dungeon, but simply ceased to be. Jake had an idea but decided to continue forward, and to no surprise, he found yet another pipe shortly after. This one didn't have any rats in it, a regular occurrence, but he felt something familiar. A small vestige of his own mana was still on the pipe and had nearly been consumed by the all-encompassing dark mana around it. If it weren't because of him spending 3 days focusing solely on feeling his own mana, he would have missed it. The pipe hadn't disappeared. It had moved instantly. Does this mean there's only a single pipe? He asked himself as he stood before it. He decided to finally just climb into the dumb pipe. It was small and dirty, and he quite frankly didn't want to, but it was the only thing that seemed to act differently than everything else. It had to be the key to continuing onwards. Climbing into it, the first thing he noticed was the stench that seemed to be even worse within the pipe. The bottom of it was covered in a steady stream of water, with the entire thing being perfectly circular. It was difficult to move through as getting a grip on the sides was hard, and he could barely crawl on his hands and knees while within it. But he soldiered on as he kept focus on his strings behind him. 10 meters in, and none of them had reacted, the same with 20 and 30 meters. When he was 40 meters in or so, something did happen, but not with the strings. In front of him, his sphere picked up a figure moving at him fast. Jake barely had time to summon his dagger before the rat reached him, mouth open and teeth aiming straight for his head. He somehow managed to avoid it in the small enclosed space by lowering his head, smashing it into the water stream below. At the same time, he stabbed forward with his dagger at an awkward angle, hitting the rat in its shoulder, making it squeal in anger. The blow seemed to do little more than making it angry as it snapped forward once more. However, it didn't miss as Jake felt its jaws close around his shoulder, and the teeth sink in deeper. Relying on his instinct, he pushed a leg forward as he pushed himself upwards, pressing the beast into the top of the pipe, pinning it. Its mouth was still open and its teeth deep in his shoulder, resulting in the bite doing far more damage, but it did also mean that the beast was stuck. Jake started stabbing the rat with the hand that wasn't hanging limp from the bite. It tried to retaliate with its claws, but they were too short and weak to land anything more than a few scratches. He kept stabbing again and again until the notification appeared. He released the pressure on his leg as he collapsed to the side. The damn rat was still stuck in his shoulder, so he lifted it out, seeing the teeth slowly exit his deep wound. Throwing the dead beast to the side, he winced in pain. Drinking a healing potion, he felt the calm energy enter his body as he felt his wounds start healing. He wanted to take a break badly, but he also knew it wouldn't be a good idea. If one rat could come through the pipe, who was to say there couldn't come more? In the enclosed space, he didn't even feel confident in escaping if he somehow got swarmed. To make the situation even worse, his bow was longer than the pipe was broad, meaning he couldn't use it in there even if he wanted to. Climbing further, he kept notice of his strings as he moved forward as fast as he could. It was a bit hard with one of his arms still weak and healing, but he managed to suppress the pain. The damn rats also had some kind of magic imbued in their bites. It wasn't poison, but something else, possibly a curse or some kind of dark mana spell. Either way, it was annoying but manageable. Luckily, he wasn't attacked again before he saw the end of the pipe. He quickly exited it as he scanned the area he now found himself in. It was identical to the sewer he had come from, but he knew there was a difference. His strings of mana were still attached on the other side of the pipe, which meant this new area wasn't merely a reshuffling of the old. It was somewhere new, which meant he had progressed. "I hate this fucking dungeon," Jake cursed as he began attaching even more strings of mana to the area around him. Oh, how he wished this area wasn't just a damn repeat of the other one. Luckily, the wish came true after walking for a while as he noticed a change. On the ceiling ahead of him hung something, a beast with its claws embedded deep into the stone. Jake kept walking as if he hadn't noticed while he identified it. Mulret Snatcher LVL 71. The level wasn't anything notable, and the aura it gave off wasn't any more substantial than any of the other rats. His shoulders still hurt, but against a single rat, he should be able to manage either way. He didn't feel like using his bow either, so he just went forward with his dagger. As he got below the rat, it dropped down silently as it tried to bite his head off. Jake quickly reacted by raising his venom fang, skewering the beast through its mouth. It tried to bite down on him anyway, but he quickly stepped to the side and kicked it into the wall. A follow-up stab and repeated kicks kept the thing down until he managed to finish it off. The rats were honestly just too weak. Jake would have to compare them to level 50 deer when it came to open combat. Of course, he had to commend their stealth skills, as he honestly would have never noticed them without his sphere. Even with his sight partially restored, he still didn't see the rat. It was as if his mind didn't register it before his sphere picked it up. After he was aware of its presence, he could suddenly see it as if it'd been there all along. It likely possessed a powerful stealth skill, and if its ambush failed, it was weak and quickly finished off. Continuing onwards, he did find a few more snatchers, but he didn't even bother using his melee weapons. With 30 meters between them, he could easily pick it off with his bow before it had any chance to do anything. It was easy and it was boring. At least another kind of beast spiced up the monotony a bit. He didn't see any new pipes even after nearly half an hour of walking. None of his strings had been moved either, which meant this part of the dungeon wasn't shuffling. His strings still did help a lot, though, as they helped him understand the layout better. He felt like he walked straight, but he was slightly curving to the left as he walked through the long tunnel. Jake felt that he would end up curving back to where he started if he continued straight ahead, so he began correcting it by taking turns whenever possible, and he felt like it made sense. This did mean that he at least covered new ground. He did feel his first strings from beyond the pipe start snapping after a while, but it wasn't because anything had happened to him or them, he just wasn't able to maintain them due to the distance. It wasn't a big deal as it only helped confirm to him that he was progressing, a confirmation that only got stronger as he spotted something else new ahead, a room. Yes, not just another damn tunnel. Instead, the tunnel opened up to reveal a new area. Standing at the new area entrance, he had to revise his assessment of it being a room. It wasn't but was more akin to what had once been a water reservoir. Only a few centimeters of water remained at the bottom now, but it looked like it had once been a big basin. At the moment, he stood at an overlooking platform with stone steps leading down into it and a path all along the wall to either side. He couldn't see the end of the room with both his eyes and sphere, which meant it was a relatively huge place. As he moved another step forward, the tunnel behind him was cut off as a barrier of dark mana appeared. Jake turned back abruptly as he touched it. However, he was quickly interrupted as he started hearing sounds of loud clattering from the empty basin below. Since entering the dungeon, his intuition had been annoyingly silent. He never got a feel which way was better or not, at least nothing he noticed. Yet now, it made itself known to tell him the most obvious thing: this isn't good. The clattering got louder as Jake felt tensions rise. He summoned his bow and nocked an arrow, prepared for whatever may appear. He could hear the sound coming from the far end of the basin below. Whatever it was coming from there. The barrier of mana felt completely impassable when he touched it, and it had also cut off his strings of mana. With even those strings cut off, he seriously doubted he had any way of getting through it, even with Shadow Vault, which meant he was stuck with whatever was coming towards him. As the sound echoed, he saw the first sign of movement in his sphere. Dozens of small rats entered his sphere at once, heading towards the stairs leading up to him. Jake didn't even hesitate as he released a splitting arrow. He multitasked and identified one as he nocked another arrow. Molret Swarmer LVL-46. His first arrow gave him several kills, but it barely made a difference. Hundreds of the things inhabited the basin below and were all now swarming towards him. Jake managed to shoot 4 more splitting arrows, killing more than 20 rats before the first one reached him. He cursed his injured shoulder that had slowed down his speed as he summoned his sword and dagger. The first rat was cut cleanly in two as it jumped towards him, with the second one suffering a similar fate. They were all the size of common house cats, which made them huge for rats, but relatively small compared to anything else he had encountered so far. 5 more rats died before one managed to slip through and tried to bite him on the leg. Its teeth didn't sink into flesh as expected, but were stopped by the fur pants he wore. It still did some damage, but it failed to draw blood. This made Jake jump back from the pain as he attempted to keep the beasts at bay. Individually, they didn't pose a threat. Heck, a dozen didn't even matter to him. The issue was that he wasn't dealing with just a few dozen rats. In his sphere, he only saw more and more rats entering. It was as if an endless wave of rodents had been unleashed upon him, and if he didn't do anything, he would soon drown in it. The only thing giving him any respite currently was the limited space on the stairs leading up to him. But even that advantage was slowly being removed as the endless stream of rats started piling up below as they all tried to climb towards him. Rats also began ascending the walls of the basin below, slowly closing in on from his flanks. He was well and truly surrounded. The only place with no attackers was behind him, where the barrier blocked him off. He cut them down one after another until he could no longer keep them all at bay. A rat slipped through and was about to land a bite on his stomach when a set of black scales appeared and blocked it. Instead, its teeth chipped as if it had tried to bite steel. Jake no longer held anything back as he covered his upper body in scales. His pants and boots protected his legs and feet, but his exposed upper body needed protection badly. His blade and dagger danced through the air in a reckless assault to anything around him. He no longer focused on defense, but only on killing anything in his vicinity. He instantly started to feel the mana drain. While the rats couldn't bite through his scales, they still wore them down and forced him to spend mana repairing and maintaining them. It was unsustainable in the long run, but for now, it was still manageable. Minutes passed, but it felt like hours to Jake as he was in a constant state of focus. His instincts and sphere worked in tandem as he fought less like a human and more like an efficient, almost bestial killing machine. It quickly became clear to him, however, that this wasn't going to end well. Despite the hundreds of dead enemies, he didn't feel like he had even put a dent in their numbers. He had reached level 60 already, but he didn't have the option to choose a skill despite that. The system wouldn't allow him to do so while still fighting, closing off the possibility of getting a skill to get him out of the situation. No, he had to try something else. Instead of staying where he was, he charged forward, slicing and dicing anything in front of him as he advanced. He had to find the source of the rats. Fighting through the basin was slow and tiring. Jake's progress was impeded by waves of rats trying to climb over each other to bite him. He stepped on several, nearly falling, and was repeatedly forced to expend more and more mana to maintain scales of the malefic viper. He had somehow managed to carve a path through the beasts for over 60 meters when his sphere finally picked up something, a figure, unlike the army of rats attacking him. A tall figure stood at the opposite end of the basin, in front of yet another dark barrier, blocking off what he assumed to be the path forward. At first, he believed it to be a human, but soon it became clear it was barely humanoid. It stood on two legs but had a chubby body covered in fur and a staff in one of its claws that even had an extra growth resembling a thumb. Its face looked a lot like an average rat, but it wore a ragged robe covering its fur. He focused on it through his sphere while he fought and managed to identify it. Ratman Swarm Controller LVL-81. Its level was far higher than any of the rats, and the name made its role pretty damn obvious. With a target in sight, he continued with renewed vigor. The problem of the constant swarm of rats didn't diminish in the least, however, as they kept coming. There was a finite amount, but their total number was in the thousands. They were spread throughout the basin initially, and many were still just gathering, likely at the controller's behest. Jake had to finish it off and finish it fast. Taking a risk, he started building up mana within himself as he continued getting closer to the controller step by step. After a few seconds, he felt that he had built up sufficient energy as he released it. An explosion of pure mana appeared around him, briefly pushing back everything. The rats, even the dark mana was pushed back. It hadn't done any real damage to the rats, but it had created the opening he needed. With a badger's jump, he shot up to the ceiling, nearly smashing into it. At the same time, threads of dark mana shot out of him as they attached themselves to the stones above. Instead of falling back down, he hung by thin threads of dark mana. It wouldn't last for long, but all he needed was a single shot. Taking out his bow, he began channeling an infused power shot. His stance was shoddy, and it wouldn't be the best he could fire, but it would have to make do. The rats didn't idle as they still tried reaching for him. They climbed on the walls and even managed to dig their claws into the ceiling as they tried crawling towards him. At the same time, the rats around the controller started building a barrier with their own bodies. The controller was just barely inside his sphere, and even without it, he had used Mark of the Ambitious Hunter on it before he jumped. His energy continued building up in his arms and bow as the rats got closer and closer. Right before the rats reached him and his threads broke, he released the stored energy as the arrow flew forth. The explosion of mana broke his mana strings and sent him falling towards the ground as he kept his focus on the controller. It summoned a wall of dark mana in front of it in a last-ditch effort, but to no avail. The arrow shot right through the wall of rats and pierced the dark mana like it hadn't even been there. It continued right into the controller's chest, blowing a hole the size of a fist through the ratman. The moment the arrow hit, all the rats seemed to freeze up briefly. Those on the ceiling and walls lost grip as they fell down, and the rats fell over each other in their moment of confusion. Jake didn't receive a notification meaning the controller still lived, but he had a golden opportunity. While falling, he quickly soaked his dagger and sword in blood of the malefic viper, ready to continue his assault. He sprung forth upon hitting the ground and used Shadow Vault in one fluid motion as he launched towards the still reeling ratman. It held one claw to its chest and raised its staff with its other, smashing it into the ground. When it hit, it echoed throughout the basin, and all the rats around Jake started moving to attack him once more, but it was already too late. Jake reached the controller and tried to stab it. The ratman managed to block with its staff at the very last moment, but it failed to stop the follow-up kick to its gaping wound, making it tumble backward. It didn't manage to collect itself before a blade swept in from the side, decapitating it. With the controller dead, the rats around him once more lost their cohesion. Jake reached out and grabbed the staff dropped by the ratman and quickly checked the description. Swarm Control Rod, unique, a rod used to control the mole rat swarmers. Lost upon exiting the Forgotten Sewers. It can only be used with compatible skills. Upon the destruction of the staff, kill any bound by it. That description said all he needed to know as Jake tried smashing the staff into the ground as hard as he could. Sadly, all it did was hurt his already aching arm as he didn't even scratch it. Even his venom fang didn't do anything. The rats were still confused, but soon they started collecting themselves a bit. They were no longer acting with cohesion, but instead individually. And individually, they still wanted to take a bite out of the tasty human in the basin. Jake desperately tried breaking the staff to no avail as the rats closed in on him once more. He tried injecting mana into it, using Touch of the Malefic Viper, and even putting it into his spatial storage. Nothing worked, and he couldn't put it in his storage at all. As he was about to just throw it aside and try and fight the damn things, he thought of his alchemical flame. The flames were the hallmark of many alchemists, allowing one to break down materials and ingredients while also acting as a heat source. He summoned the flame around the staff, and momentarily thought it another failure until a small crack appeared on the staff's body. Pushing even more mana into the skill, the flames erupted in power as the staff slowly started getting broken down. As it did so, he swung the burning staff at nearby rats to keep them at bay until finally, it broke in two mid-swing. The rat he had tried to hit dropped lifelessly to the floor along with all the others. Instantly, the basin went from a flurry of activity to complete stillness. Jake got flooded with many notifications for the kills, but only got a single level despite the thousands of rats that just died. Ding. Class Ambitious Hunter has reached level 62 stat points allocated, plus 4 free points. During the course of the battle, he had earned 3 levels in total, counting the final one. It was pretty apparent that he got less experience from them due to how he killed thousands of rats by breaking the staff. If he didn't, he would have likely gained 3 or maybe even 4 levels just from smashing a rod. And speaking of the staff, he noticed ashes left behind by burning it. The wood had a strange purple color, almost as if it was ground up crystals. Using Identify confirmed it wasn't anything ordinary. Lesser Ethwood ashes, uncommon, the ashes left behind by burnt lesser Ethwood, used in a myriad of recipes related to the soul and mind, has no effect upon direct consumption. Using his necklace, he didn't have to scoop up the ashes as he simply deposited it directly into the spatial storage. There wasn't that much left after burning the staff, and he had no idea what to use it for, but with so much space left remaining in his storage, he saw no reason not to hoard. Jake sat down on the floor amidst the corpses of rats as he breathed heavily. He was pretty damn drained of both stamina and mana, as he had freely been using skills during the entire fight, not holding anything back. His pants had small holes in places, but by supplying mana, the self-repair enchant got to work as they started mending. The fight had gone as well as one could expect, though. He must have multiplied his total kill count by many times during this one dungeon dive. One point that especially experienced a lot of growth was his tutorial points. He had earned full points from all the rats he had killed, even those that died after smashing the staff, making his total amount multiply instantly. He still had no use for the points currently, and his current guess was that they only show their worth after completing the tutorial, which meant that they were of no importance or consequence for now. If he failed to defeat the king of the forest, it wouldn't matter anyway. Jake couldn't help but find it kind of funny, though, that the shitty sewer dungeon had gone from being the least effective source of experience and tutorial points to the most rewarding in such a short period. Then again, it came with associated risks. Without his scales, he would have been eaten up whole, and without his bloodline allowing him to be aware of his surroundings, he would have likely died before even reaching here. He could only imagine how horrible the dungeon would be for a regular party entering, though of course they would have their own methods to survive and progress. After examining his body and waiting a bit to be entirely sure no more enemies came, he entered meditation. Finally, he had the time and opportunity to pick a new class skill. Jake was 2 levels above the required one for choosing a new skill, but luckily, it didn't seem to have any adverse effect. He had feared that delaying it for too long would lead to complications, but then again, the restrictions about skills gained in combat were system-imposed, so it would be kind of bullshit if it punished him. Before checking the skills available, he quickly made a small prayer to finally get some kind of area of effect skill. If he could shoot exploding arrows or maybe emit poisonous mist or something like the Den Mother, he could have easily dominated the controller and the army of rats. If he couldn't get that, he could maybe settle for another time manipulating legendary skill. That wouldn't be too much to ask, right? Ambitious Hunter class skills available. Opening his system menu, he began going through the skills where 5 new entries had appeared, aka the maximum. The first skill he started with was weirdly enough both exciting and boring at the same time. Dark Bolt, common, the starting point for many aspiring dark casters, allows the hunter to summon bolts of dark mana to defeat your foes. Those hits suffer a penalty to perception and suffer damage over time as the dark mana ravages their very being. Adds a minor bonus to the effect of intelligence when using Dark Bolt. Reading the skill, he found it interesting he even had it. It seemed like a caster spell and not a hunter one at all. But then again, he had learned how to condense bolts of dark mana and could do so without a skill, so maybe the system was just offering up a skill to do the same. If it became an official skill, he could likely use it without any long wind-up. It would also undoubtedly be stronger, if not just for the effectiveness bonus from his intelligence the skill provided. That was the exciting part, with the massive drawback of the skill itself being how little it appealed to him. Jake was an archer, a hunter above anything else. He wasn't going to start becoming a mage anytime soon. If it was a skill that complemented his hunter skills like Shadow Vault, he could roll or vault with it, but this skill was clearly aiming towards an entirely different path than his own. In other words, he would prefer to choose some other random skill he had unlocked prior. While throwing magic around seemed like a fun thing to do, it wasn't really him. Maybe in the future he would pick up some more mage-like skills. Moving on, he read the next skill. Tendrils of darkness, uncommon of all the senses, perhaps the one of touch is the most universal. Summon invisible tendrils of darkness that allows you to feel the area around you. The tendrils are weak to energy attacks, but their ethereal nature makes them immune to physical ones. Range of the tendrils scale with perception. Adds a small bonus to the effect of intelligence and perception when using tendrils of darkness. This one was very similar to the Dark Bolt one. It was just a skill apparently mimicking what he had already done, albeit likely in a far more efficient and effective way. This was likely a skill stemming from his exploration method of placing strings everywhere. But to Jake, this skill made even less sense than the Dark Bolt. The only reason he had used it was due to the unique circumstances he had found himself in. He could easily see it being useful for someone without his sphere of perception. If one spreads the tendrils out around oneself, it would be tough for anyone to sneak up on you. Of course, his sphere already had that part covered, and quite honestly, he believed his sphere was leagues ahead. Yet the skill was different enough that he doubted it would a repeat of moment of the Primal Hunter. It also kind of carried the same caster-like sentiments of the Dark Bolt, though a bit less. While it did hold some uses for him, he believed that he could teach himself to do those things without a skill. With that in mind, he moved on to the next option. Distracting Shot, uncommon. Every arrow is not necessarily meant to strike your foes, but simply to create an opportunity to do so. Shoot an arrow copying your mana signature and aura, distracting those of lower intelligence or those unaware of your current position. Adds a small bonus to the effect of agility and perception when using Distracting Shot. This skill was at least quite a bit different. Nothing about dark mana with this one. Jake didn't know if this was related to him distracting rats earlier in the dungeon though. Back then, he had just shot some burning arrows after all. And while it had worked out rather well then, the skill didn't really excite him. It was just dull. If Jake wanted to distract something, he could do it by just firing a regular arrow, and if the enemy were smart enough to know that was a diversion, it would likely not fall for this skill either. Heck, it directly said that it only worked on stupid things. Sure, it was way better than a burning arrow, and while it likely could be useful, but it didn't really mesh with Jake's current style of combat. He could incorporate it, but it didn't really appeal to him. So with that in mind, he continued down the list of skills. Descending Dark Fang, rare, a fang coated in dark mana, descending like the clamping mouth of a snake. Do a downward strike with a melee weapon, significantly increasing penetrative power and damage inflicted. Dark mana makes the wound harder to heal and drains energy until dispelled. Damage improved further if the weapon is benefiting from Twin Fang style. Adds a small bonus to the effect of agility, strength, and intelligence when using Descending Dark Fang. The first rare skill finally appeared. It was pretty clear from the name and description that this skill was an upgraded version of the Descending Fang skill he had skipped when he reached level 50. Interestingly enough, he could also still pick the normal Descending Fang along with this one. Jake had wanted a good melee skill for quite a while. He had to admit that the Descending Fang skill had appealed to him quite a lot, and this upgraded skill even more so. All the benefits added by Dark Mana appeared to synergize well with the damage over time, effects from his poisons, and the venom from Venom Fang 2. Increasing penetrative power would also make it easier to apply his affliction to ones with strong resilience. If he had met someone or something with a skill like Scales of the Malefic Viper, he would have difficulty dealing proper damage without using infused power shot. Overall, the skill seemed like a great addition to his arsenal, finally giving him an excellent melee combat option. He was already pretty competent in that department due to the massive benefits from his bloodline. His high stats were also helping quite a lot. The fact that his Venom Fang, the most potent weapon he had by far, benefited from the skill even more due to being made of bone only made it all the better. Besides, using Descending Dark Fang with Venom. Fang just seemed fitting. Unless the last skill was a significant surprise, he had pretty much decided on this one already as he checked the final skill, which was a surprise. Dark Attunement unique. You have shown yourself to have exceptional dark affinity, allowing you to create and manipulate dark mana more easily. permanently transform a part of your mana pool to dark mana, empowering and reducing the cost of all dark affinity skills. This mana innately limits the perception of those affected and consumes other types of mana affinities. Also allows the user to absorb mana of the dark affinity more easily. Beware that while attunement opens many paths, just as many are severed. Jake had to read the skill over a couple of times. In fact, he wasn't sure that calling it a skill was correct. It was something far more than that. It was to choose a path of decision that would matter far more than anything outside of class or profession selections. Didn't take a genius to figure out that turning his mana into that of the dark affinity would have lasting consequences as well as perks. He would become a hunter using dark magic. A powerful path for sure, he surmised, but he didn't like it. It didn't feel right. He wasn't even sure if it would work properly with all of his skills. Or would it just upgrade things like his infused power shot? Would Touch of the Malefic Viper work the same as before? Perhaps it would immediately make him more powerful, but he feared the sense of permanence in the skill. The commitment to a path, one he could likely never reverse, and even if he could, it would come at a high cost. The fantasy did have great appeal to a more juvenile part of him, the thought of being a hunter hidden in the dark, killing all before they even knew of his presence. It was a great fantasy, but fantasy is all it would ever be. This didn't mean he would cut himself off from the use of dark mana. The skill had confirmed that he held a great affinity for it, which had a lot of value in itself. So in the end, he skipped it. Perhaps he would embrace an affinity at another time, but for now he wanted to keep his paths open and his future an open book. Thus he picked the Descending Dark Fang skill. Skill gained, Descending Dark Fang rare. He felt the influx of instinctive knowledge on how to use the skill as he continued his meditation. He hadn't gotten the area of effect skill he had hoped for, but instead a strong single target one. On the other hand, the gains from just the skill choices information carried a lot of value. Overall, it had been a fruitful session of meditation and skill selection. Jake continued his meditation for half an hour more or so before opening his eyes, drank a potion, and re-entered meditation once more. As yet another hour passed, he awoke again, drank a potion, and meditated a bit more. Another hour passed as he drank another potion, but this time he didn't re-enter meditation. Getting up on his feet, he felt rather good. His health and stamina were still not full, but his mana pool had been topped up due to the high mana density environment coupled with his own affinity to said mana. He still had some questions about affinities, such as why the dark mana helped regenerate his regular affinity less mana, but those were questions for another time. Stretching a bit, he decided to move on further into the dungeon. He did so at a relatively relaxed pace as he took his time. He still needed time for the potion cooldowns and in concert his body to heal. The exit to the reservoir was indeed the barrier the controller had been standing in front of. After the controller died, the barrier disappeared, opening the path forward. If he had to guess, then he would say the Ratman was a mini-boss of sorts. The Ratman Swarm controller had been weak on his own, with his magic somewhat subpar and his physical strength only a tiny bit better. It was clear that the role of the controller was to, well, control the rats. Walking through the basin's exit, he found himself in yet another sewer tunnel, but at least this one was a bit more spacious than the others. Any change was a good change in this damn dungeon, according to Jake. As he walked for a few minutes, he still hadn't encountered anything until something new appeared in his sphere. Contrary to what he had expected, it wasn't another rat or even anything living for that matter. Instead, strings of mana extended from one end of the wall to the other. Jake briefly felt like someone had stolen his shtick, but soon noticed that the strings served an entirely different purpose. The stones on the floor that were covered by a steady stream of water concealed long spear-shaped objects right below where the strings were. It was a goddamn trap. The first proper one Jake had encountered in a dungeon since maybe the challenge dungeon, and it was a quite vicious one at that. Those spears were clearly covered in a dense layer of dark mana, meaning getting skewered by them would do far more damage than just a flesh wound. Quite extreme for what to many will be their first encounter with a trap, Jake thought to himself as he observed it in his sphere. As this was a tutorial, this would indeed likely be the first trap for many, and for most that first encounter would be lethal. Of course, Jake had also to consider that the dungeons were made for parties to enter together. If a dedicated healer stood behind with an armored warrior in front, he would have a good chance of surviving. But Jake, in his solitude, didn't even consider that. To him, these dungeons had been solo adventures after all. Jake didn't even take out his bow, but instead condensed a bolt of dark mana in his hand and threw it into the strings. The moment it hit them, the entire floor exploded upwards in a cloud of smoke as the stones broke and the spears extended. The power behind them was quite honestly insane. Even with Jake's high stats, he would have been skewered before even having time to react appropriately. While he didn't think it would kill him outright, he sure as hell didn't want to test it. Jake waiting a few moments but noticed that the spears didn't re-enter the ground as he had expected. Cautiously walking up to them, he noticed that the spears were made of a similar material to the staff he had taken from the ratman. While he could get past the spears around the sides, he instead summoned his alchemist's flame and got to work. He had time to spare while he regenerated, and while he didn't know what the weird ash he had gained from the staff could be used for, he didn't believe that one could have too many materials of uncommon rarity. The process was slow, but he managed to burn down all the spears in less than 15 minutes before continuing onwards. Collecting the ashes, he was starting to get a worthwhile pile in his storage. Soon, he encountered a few more traps and a few hidden rats sitting and waiting to ambush him. Wow, this dungeon has it all, an encounter with traps and rats, he scoffed internally. All of it was passed relatively quickly as he killed the rats and ignored the traps. Sadly, he only encountered 2 more spear traps, meaning he didn't gain that much ash. The other traps were just other boring things like the walls smashing together, pitfalls, and even a trap that caused the floor to erupt into black flames. As it was starting to get a bit too annoying, he finally saw the end of the tunnel, and if he was lucky, the end of the damn dungeon. The tunnel opened up once more as Jake found himself in a small circular cistern. Water was stored below, and a cross-shaped bridge allowed one to get across without getting wet. The road straight ahead led to another hallway, while the path to either side led into pipes. Jake had just entered the area when a rat appeared directly opposite him. He was prepared to take it down when it took the path to the left and entered the pipe, and that was when something truly interesting happened. The pipe disappeared for just a few seconds before a new, perfectly identical one appeared. Jake couldn't be sure if it was the same pipe. All he knew was that some dungeon fuckery was going on. Was this perhaps where all the rats in the dungeon came from? He knew that he was looking for a nest of some sort. His objective was to kill the nest watcher after all, and to watch a nest. There needed to be one. And for the nest to be where the rats came from also seemed rather logical. I'm a genius, he joked to himself. Checking his stamina and health one final time, he proceeded forward. The trap-filled tunnel had given him time to down a few more potions, topping him up entirely. Walking at a brisk pace, he crossed the bridge and entered the tunnel headed towards what he presumed to be the nest. A prediction that proved correct as he soon found himself on yet another platform overlooking a reservoir. But unlike the last, this one didn't appear to be filled with thousands of weak rats. The darkness still obstructed his vision, making him unable to get a good look, but he could feel something down there. 4 strong presences, none of the auras weaker than the den mother had been. Unless the dungeon had decided to up the bullshit even further, this had to be the end. He prepared his arrows and sword and dagger with poison as he waited the last 20 minutes for his potion cooldown to be over. Good to go, he began his assault. Jake jumped down into the basin, his bow already out and an arrow nocked, ready to be drawn. Advanced stealth on full display, he advanced as sneakily as he could. He could feel the auras of the 4 powerful beasts, but none others. Perhaps they were hidden by a stealth skill like most rats possessed in the dungeon, or there were indeed only 4 of them. Soon the situation became clear to him, and it wasn't what he had expected. 4 giant rats were lying on the ground together, surrounded by a massive number of smaller rats. The big rats were quite frankly far too big for it to make any sense. They looked like they couldn't even move. They were hairless like most of the other rats in the sewer, but their proportions were just all off. Their bellies were inflated to ridiculous sizes, and their external limbs looked like they could barely carry the beast. It didn't even have any claws. He identified one of the enormous rats and got at least a partial answer through it as to what the hell these things were. Mole rat incubator LVL. The name made it quite clear what the function of these rats was, and it also explained the many tiny rats around them, one of which he also identified, Mole rat LVL-10. They were indeed just pups, far too small to pose any threat, yet Jake knew that leaving them alone would be unwise. This was a dungeon and not the actual world. The death of these pups would mean nothing. They were never going to mature, they were just background noise added to the real challenge. Jake looked around a bit further but didn't spot the so-called nest watcher. If it doesn't want to show itself, then I will make it, Jake thought as he covertly marked the first incubator with mark of the ambitious hunter while he made tendrils of shadows attached to the 3 others, none of them even reacting to his actions. After that, he retreated to the entrance of the reservoir once more. There were no obstacles between him and the incubators, meaning he had a free line of sight. Well, he couldn't actually see them, but his arrows would move unobstructed. With the mark as a guide, he started channeling an infused power shot. There were roughly 90 meters between him and his target, giving him ample time to bombard them before giving them the chance to retaliate. He was unsure of the incubator's combat capabilities, so he decided that it was better to be safe than sorry. Maybe they would awaken and be true monsters after he attacked it. When he reached the limit of energy he could charge, he released the arrow. The explosion of mana pushed back the dark mana around him for a brief moment and shattered the stones directly below him as a testament to the power behind the shot. A power that soon tore into the first incubator's head, obliterating it entirely. You have slain Moleret Incubator LVL 86 bonus experience earned for killing an enemy above your level. 132,000 TP earned. Focusing on his tether attached to the second incubator, he managed to focus on it enough to place a new mark. Knocking another arrow, he prepared another shot right away and released the string once more towards the next target. You have slain Moleret Incubator LVL 85 bonus experience earned for killing an enemy above your level. 130,000 TP earned. Ding. Class, Ambitious Hunter has reached level 63 stat points allocated, plus 4 free points. Ding. Race, Human E has reached level 57 stat points allocated, plus 5 free points. Surprisingly, it also died in a single shot. The second attack hadn't even been close to as powerful as the first, yet it had proved lethal. But the momentary surprise didn't slow down his movements at all as he marked his next target, charged, and released yet another attack. This one didn't manage to kill it directly, but he felt it hitting through the mark. He instantly fired another, but this arrow didn't hit at all. The incubator still lay unmoving where it had always been, so something had blocked his attack. He quickly tried switching the mark to the next incubator. Firing another arrow, it too got blocked. Jake decided to just charge a powerful infused power shot once more before shooting. He guessed that the last two had erected a barrier or something, and the best way to break that would be through sheer force. Charging it up, he felt his danger sense explode, followed by something entering his sphere, something fast. Jake fired the arrow prematurely at one of the incubators as he ducked. Where his chest had been only milliseconds prior, a crescent wave of dark mana passed. The wave continued as it cut deep into the stones behind him, making the entire wall explode and crumble. To his surprise, he heard the sound of a kill notification on yet another incubator as he was forced to once more jump to safety from another dark wave of destructive mana. And just as he was starting to get his bearings, he saw it enter his sphere. It was tall and standing on two legs, easily towering over two Jakes put together. It had hair all over its body and looked almost human except for its head. It was another Ratman, a Ratman wearing a helmet. It was a lot like the Swarm controller, but this one was far bigger in every aspect. It wore heavy armor that looked to be made of some kind of black exoskeleton, and over its shoulder, it carried a huge crude black sword that looked to be made of stone. He could see the muscles hidden beneath the fur, making it crystal clear it was the warrior type. But as Jake observed it, it observed him back, and to his surprise, opened its mouth in a roar. "Human, why kill?" Jake was taken aback by the words. No, by the fact that it could even speak. He had assumed all the enemies he met in dungeons just to be common beasts. While some, like the white stag, had shown signs of intelligence, it was nothing close to speaking. This Ratman, however, overturned his expectations. As he took too long to answer, the Ratman roared once more. "King Send, why come?" Jake finally collected himself as he answered honestly, seeing no reason to hide anything. "I have come to defeat the beast lords on my way to kill the king of the forest." Now it was the Ratman's time to be taken aback for a moment before it started laughing with a bizarre rat-like laugh. "Ha, you pup, king strong, human weak. Must be embarrassing to die to a pup," Jake answered as he once more lifted his bow. He didn't bother chatting with the Ratman any more than this. They would have to fight no matter, as he had already identified his opponent. Nest Watcher LVL, if the fight was inevitable, why delay it? It was doubtful that he could learn anything useful from the Ratman. On the other hand, it would give the Nest Watcher time to maybe call for reinforcements or have the one remaining incubator to do something. He also wasn't sure if there was only one Nest Watcher. The Ratman reacted as Jake fired a splitting arrow towards it by swinging his oversized blade, releasing a crescent wave of black mana. The arrows, still in mid-flight, were annihilated by the wave as it continued onward straight in the direction of their shooter. Dodging, Jake fired another barrage of arrows, but was met by another wave of mana, released by the now charging Ratman. The Ratman didn't look like it had any intention to chat anymore either. Jake decided to switch it up a bit as he used Badger Jump to create some distance as he charged an infused power shot. This time, the Nest Watcher didn't attack but blocked the arrow with the blade's flat part. It was pushed back a few steps but didn't seem otherwise affected as it continued its charge. Jake continued firing a few more arrows, but they were either blocked or pushed away with a wave of the giant blade. Soon he could no longer keep the distance as he came face to face with the giant figure. He barely reached its waist, and he felt the overpowering aura as it brought down its sword upon him. He dodged to the side as the ground where he had once stood exploded in a flurry of dust and dark mana. Jake managed to make use of the opening as he landed an arrow in the leg of the Ratman. Physically, it didn't do much damage, but it had managed to penetrate the skin. Soon the area around the wound was black from the necrotic poison, clearly doing worthwhile damage. Not that it could be seen on the bipedal rat, as the assault continued with the same vigor and power as before. Jake kept dodging its blows as he managed to land potshots once in a while. The damage slowly accumulated as the poison ravaged the system of the Ratman from within. After a solid shot to the knee with an infused power shot, Jake finally managed to stumble the nest watcher and making it fall on its knee. This allowed Jake to open up a worthwhile distance between them. A quick badger jump coupled with a shadow vault put a good 50 meters between them almost instantly as he began charging yet another infused power shot. The entire reservoir was a mess at this point, with broken stone everywhere and considerable gashes in the walls and ceilings. He felt the power build up as the Ratman got up once more. But contrary to belief, it didn't charge again, but instead pointed its blade towards him. Black mana condensed around the blade as it started being charged with energy too. To Jake, it only looked like a black hole condensed somewhere in front of him, his sight still impeded by the dark mana, an affliction the rat clearly didn't suffer from. Jake welcomed the challenge with a smile, however. The battle seemed to come to a standstill as both charged their attacks for nearly 10 seconds. The hunter was the first to release his string. The attack was the most powerful one he could muster with his current stats and skills. Right after, the Ratman also released the energy he had built up. A torrent of dark mana poured forth and condensed into a blade-shaped beam headed straight for the incoming arrow, and of course, the one who had shot it. The attacks crashed together in an explosion that seemed to shake the entire dungeon. However, it was clear that the dark mana won out as it continued onwards, weakened but far from weak. Not that Jake had any intention of being in its way. He had already used a shadow vault to the side even before the attacks hit each other, as he had no confidence in winning a direct confrontation of power. He was faster than the Nest Watcher, but he was far behind in the strength department. His most considerable advantage, as always, was in his instincts and high perception, allowing him to read the situation better and make the best split-second decisions in the spur of the moment. And now was one such moment. Quickly he fired yet another, far weaker infused power shot at the Ratman. It was something he had clearly not expected as the arrow hit him in the chest, blasting him backward and shattering a part of his armor. Jake followed up with a splitting arrow towards the still shaken giant, managing to land additional wounds. They were minor, but everything was starting to add up. The Ratman roared as he released a barrage of black mana waves, forcing Jake to retreat once more. He could feel that draining the Nest Watcher of mana likely wasn't going to happen due to the atmospheric mana, but its health and stamina had to be lacking at this point. This was the first dungeon boss that Jake had faced in what he would call a genuinely straight-on fight. The Den Mother had been poorly matched against him, and he had partly cheesed the battle, while the fight with the Great White Stag had been more about the moon and pawns than any direct confrontation. It felt good just to have a fight like this. The Nest Watcher was powerful, but not above what he could manage at his current level of power. Overall, it was quite a lot stronger than him, but he was now about to bring it down with his instincts and effective kiting tactics. Of course, he knew that 90% of the damage he had done was due to his poisons, but all of it was part of his strength. Jake continued his assault as he continued dodging wave after wave, as he kited around the hall, never allowing the Ratman to get in melee range and land a blow. As victory was in his grasp, something suddenly changed. The Ratman stopped attacking as he stood up straight and regarded Jake, who had also stopped attacking. "You strong, but king stronger," the Ratman said as it heaved for breath. "Right now maybe this king is, but I only grow stronger. Perhaps I can't win today, but I still have time," Jake answered as he already expected the fight to be over. The Ratman was a dead rat walking with all the poison in its system. It was a foregone conclusion already, and he had nothing against waiting for the last of its life to drain away. "No, you not," it answered. "King too strong. He apex you do lose not that matter." With those words, the Nest Watcher exploded in a torrent of darkness that consumed all light, and Jake's sight disappeared completely once more. Energy pressed down on him as he felt like a tsunami of dark mana suddenly washed over him. "'Cause you die now." Jake felt like he was suddenly submerged in oil. Everything went completely black, and his entire body felt like he was deep underwater. Even sound seemed to disappear as he was left with nearly no external stimulus. He said nearly as two things still worked his sphere and his roaring sense of danger at what was heading towards him. He tried jumping back fast enough, but took a deep cut across his chest as he jumped backward. It was followed up by another strike that sought to impale him through his heart. He managed to barely weave to the side of the blade as he felt it brush past him, the dense mana surrounding the huge sword burning his side. It wasn't just that Jake had gotten slower. The Ratman had gotten stronger and faster. It moved as if it hadn't taken a single injury during their entire fight, but in his sphere, he clearly saw what was truly going on. The Ratman was burning up with mana. It came out of every orifice, and even the puncture wounds Jake's arrows had caused earlier. Every vestige of energy was being burned, and it was only a matter of time before it would collapse. But Jake didn't have that much time, as he barely managed to avoid a swipe of its sword but was still caught in the wave of dark mana, blowing him back. He felt the dark mana dig into his body as he felt the energy within him being drained. Health, stamina, and mana all took a hit as the mana ravaged through him. Dodging once more, he used his shadow vault to dodge an overhead blow and instantly regretted it. The moment he turned into the ethereal shadow, the dark mana dug into him, draining him at an alarming rate as he quickly disabled the skill. To make it even worse, this resulted in him failing to dodge away as far as he wanted and was blown away by the blade smashing into the ground. He knew he couldn't keep it up. He needed to change the status quo. Dodging was not an option, and he was slowed down far too much by the domain of darkness to flee. His evasion skill was more than useless, so instead of trying to avoid the enemy, he charged. The Ratman was faster and stronger than him, but it did have one major disadvantage: its weapon and fighting style. The heavy sword was great at medium range, and its waves of dark mana allowed it to even fight well at long range. At short range, it had issues. The blade was too long to properly land hits, and coupled with the Nest Watcher's giant size, the small human was a difficult target to pin down. However, Jake needed an opportunity to get in close, and the Ratman seemed more than content to keep him away, so he played one of his final cards. He ran straight towards the rat without any intention to dodge his venom fang in one hand and his short sword in the other. The Nest Watcher responded with an overhead smash. The raised blade descended like a meteor as his danger sense exploded out with warnings of him being obliterated. But just before the blade hit him, it seemed to stop mid-swing. The roaring waves of mana slowed down, the smoke-like mana pouring out from the Ratman moving in slow motion. Moment of Jake, the only one unaffected by the warped time, dodged the blade easily as time resumed to normal once more. The Ratman was still confused as the dagger cut into its right knee. The hunter had held nothing back as the descending dark fang penetrated the wound left by an arrow earlier and utterly shattered the kneecap. Despite the dark mana's effects buffing it up, the Nest Watcher still could no longer use the leg as he knelt down on the other one. The Ratman would likely be able to do a quick repair and resume motion in a short time, if Jake let him. A sword and dagger cut into it once more from behind, stabbing into its back and shoulder. It tried to swing its sword behind it but failed to hit anything as the two weapons dug into its flesh again. Jake avoided the armor covering the Nest Watcher with his blades. It only covered parts of the body, and a lot of it had broken off by now anyway. After landing 2 more blows, he decided that enough was enough and retreated backward once more. He had injected far more poison into the Ratman, and even if the dark mana was keeping it at bay currently, it would still spell the doom of the Nest Watcher. The Ratman kept kneeling as he tried standing a few times but failed. Soon the domain darkness was dispelled as everything returned to normal once more, as normal as a sewer dungeon filled with constant darkness could be. By now, the Ratman was well and truly spent, down on both knees with the blade dropped to the side. Cracks covered the Ratman's entire body as the dark mana had clearly taken its toll. The Ratman looked up at Jake, who stood only a few meters away now, its eyes fixed on his. "You kill King Truth?" it asked, the words barely coming out. "That or I die trying," Jake answered truthfully. "King strong, very strong." "Trapped nest," the Nest Watcher said as it picked up the fallen blade slowly. Jake didn't react as he could see that it genuinely could barely lift it. "I hate. If you truly kill, I help." "Nest died long ago. You do revenge. Help me?" "How?" he asked, a bit confused. He doubted the Ratman could exit the dungeon even if it wanted. "I make plan but I weak. Trapped. Never leave, but you leave. I give curse, you kill king," it said as it lifted the blade and held it in both hands. "You accept?" "Sure." At his confirmation, dark mana started leaving the body of the Ratman as it entered the blade. At the same time, the blade started shrinking down into a small marble. As the mana was channeled, he clearly felt the Ratman grow weaker and weaker. "I done. Take gift. Kill king. Revenge nest." The Nest Watcher barely managed to get out before the last remnants of life left its body. Its eyes closed as he saw a final wisp of energy enter the bead in its hand. "You have slain Nest Watcher. LVL 96 bonus experience earned for killing an enemy above your level. 152,000 TP earned. Ding. Class Ambitious Hunter has reached level 64 stat points allocated, plus 4 free points." It was a solemn end, but it had been a good fight. He fought well, Jake thought as he walked up to the dead Nest Watcher. He nodded at the corpse as he accepted the gift it had used its last remaining life to hand him. Dark Bead of the Nest Watcher epic, a bead made of condensed dark mana. The last hope of the Nest Watcher to get revenge on the king of the forest. Can be thrown at foes to inflict them with a powerful curse of darkness upon shattering. The curse will severely limit perception and drain energy until dispelled. All of the resentment of the nest will be unleashed if used on the king of the forest. The bead was clearly a powerful weapon. It was a one-time use attack, one clearly made for the king of the forest, and Jake would happily reserve it for just that. It would maybe give him the edge he needed. Jake put the bead in his storage. While he planned to face the king all along, he now had just a little more motivation. He started limping towards the dungeon's exit when he was reminded of the one remaining incubator. It was still just lying there on the stones, seemingly unaware of everything that had happened. The small mole rats surrounded the three other incubators' corpses and appeared to be nipping at them. With disgust, Jake downed a healing potion and took out his dagger and sword. No matter how much respect he held for the nest watcher, its nest was now dead. There was nothing left to salvage, and he may as well finish the job. 10 minutes later, he walked out of the reservoir with two bloody blades in his hands. The job was done, and the final incubator, as well as all the rats, were now dead for good. You have slain Mole Rat Incubator LVL 85 bonus experience earned for killing an enemy above your level. 130,000 TP earned, ding. Class Ambitious Hunter has reached level 65 stat points allocated, plus 4 free points, ding. Race, Human E has reached level 58 stat points allocated, plus 5 free points. He read the notifications and continued onwards. As expected, this was indeed the end of the dungeon as he entered a new small room with a wooden door leading into it. The room held 2 lockboxes summoned by the system, but also many other things. In one corner was stacked hides from what appeared to be dead deer. The hides were faded, gray, and dirty, obviously having been there for a long time. It wasn't hard to conclude that this was where the nest watcher had lived. The rest of the room was simple. There were no books or any type of entertainment, just a bunch of old hides and some rudimentary furniture such as a single chair, and tables all made of the same bricks as the walls and floor. For the powerful nest watcher to live in such terrible conditions, Jake could understand why he hated his existence. It also explained why he had been so slow to react to the hunter's initial assault, which allowed him to kill 2 incubators before he even appeared. Jake felt a tinge of sadness. It reminded him of his own experience in the challenge dungeon, except the nest watcher didn't have any endgame. He was stuck in the hellhole that was this sewer with no way out, and with the door to exit the dungeon in his very room. Jake shook his head to dispel the thoughts as he turned his attention to the lockboxes. He could do nothing for the nest watcher now but get stronger and kill the king of the forest. Perhaps this was the Ratman's intention all along. Find someone powerful enough to possibly stand up to the king, and then give them the bead that he had clearly been preparing for a long time. One of the 2 lockboxes was large and rectangular, with the other one small and square. Jake decided to open the small box first. Within, he found a rather nice-looking pair of black gloves. Picking them up, they felt leathery and not the cheap imitation leathery. The gloves only covered the hand and only extended a few centimeters up the arm, meaning they didn't get in the way of his bracers at all. Gloves of the Nest Watcher rare gloves made from the cured leather of an unknown creature, provide strong protection against both physical and energy attacks. User can channel mana through the gloves that can then be released as a blast of mana. The blast's power is based on the user's wisdom and intelligence, along with the mana consumed on use. Enchantments, self-repair, plus 35 intelligence. Requirements, LVL 55 plus in any humanoid race. Reading the description, he was rather pleased just by the simple fact that he could use them. Interestingly enough, they didn't appear to be of the dark affinity at all. It wouldn't have stopped him from using them as he wouldn't encounter compatibility problems like with nature and light mana, but he still preferred affinity-less equipment. He felt like it fit him more. The effect was also exciting, but had to be tested before he could draw any worthwhile conclusion. It appeared to be strong, and he was always looking for ways to better use his mental stats during combat. Enchantment-wise, it was relatively simple. Self-repair appeared to be a staple of system-made equipment, and while the stats on the gloves didn't benefit Jake much, they were nevertheless welcome. Intelligence, if nothing else, did make his infused power shot marginally more powerful. Turning his attention to the other box, he opened that one too. What was revealed was leather armor for the upper part of the body. It appeared to be made of the same material as the gloves and even sported the same colors. It had long sleeves and covered everything from the bottom of the neck to the edge of the pants. Jake couldn't help but be ecstatic. Finally, a goddamn shirt. For far too long had he gone with a bare chest. Far too long spent getting scratches all over his upper body and having to feel half naked. Some decency had finally returned to his life. His happiness only increased as he identified the armor. Armor of the Nest Watcher, wear a chest piece made from the cured leather of an unknown creature. Provides strong protection against both physical and energy attacks. The Nest Watcher's life force runs through this armor, blessing the wielder with great vitality and toughness. Enchantments, self-repair, plus 75 vitality, plus 50 toughness. Requirements, LVL 55 plus in any humanoid race. The armor didn't have any ability or extra effect. Instead, it just provided a buttload of stats and solid defenses, which quite honestly suited Jake just fine. Though he would have worn it even if its only ability was not to be torn whenever something even remotely touched him. Yes, he still hated that damn cloak. He took on the armor first, and he felt the warm flow of stats after he injected mana into it, binding it to him. He felt like it would take a few minutes before his body adapted to the increased stats. More than anything, it just felt great to finally have some measure of defense between his bare skin and the claws and teeth of the beasts. Next, he picked up the gloves. Putting them on, he once more felt the increase in stats after yet another injection of mana, binding them as well. They fit like a glove, Jake joked to himself, the horrible joke fully intended. Perhaps the solitude did have some adverse effects. He did a few stretches in the new armor, feeling out the flexibility of it. It almost didn't impede him at all, and he felt great wearing it. He had nearly forgotten the feeling of being fully clothed after going the better part of a month not being so. Heck, he even looked quite good if he had to be honest, though a bit edgy with the whole all-black theme going on. Well, all black except for his old brown boots that still looked like they were about to tear and break at any point, an appearance they had had since the moment he got them. Feeling comfortable in his new armor, he flopped down to the ground to meditate. He considered doing it outside, but decided to get as much meditation time before the dungeon would kick him out, making full use of the faster regeneration from the dark mana. One dungeon left, Jake reminded himself as he entered meditation. Fucking die already, William yelled as the huge beast in front of him refused to submit. It was far from the first time he had fought the damn thing, and this had to be the time he would win. The den mother was covered in wounds as the huge sawblade cut into its side, managing to cut into its guts until its dense muscles stopped it. The damage from the blow was far from lethal, but it was starting to build up. William heaved for breath as his mana pool was far closer to empty than he felt comfortable with. It was barely enough for one more spear. It had to be enough. Spear of Ferora's. He summoned the ornate spear and pushed himself forward with metal manipulation. The beast was one step too late, exhaustion making it slow and sloppy, as the spear penetrated it through one of its eyes. With every last point of mana, he pushed himself and the spear forward, forcing it into the brain of the damn dungeon boss. You have slain Den Mother. LVL 82 bonus experience earned for killing an enemy above your level. 124,000 TP earned, ding. Class Metal Savant has reached level 59 stat points allocated, plus 6 free points. Seeing the notification, he let himself fall backward as he laughed out loud. Fucking finally. He had spent more than a week in the shitty den, but it had all paid off in the end. He had finally defeated the last boss and cleared the dungeon. It had been quite the journey. It took William only 2 days to get through the first alpha, but then another 5 for the next room with the alphas and the den mother. He had to leave the dungeon a few times between to exit and grind out a level here or there to get an extra edge. He even went outside at one point after he saw something interesting. After only a week remained of the tutorial timer, the dinosaurs were no longer confined to the inner zone. He had gone out and found tens of them rummaging through where Richard's base had once been. It was quite comical that he had even considered not killing them when they would all have been ripped apart by beasts anyway. No way they could have resisted dozens of level 40-plus raptors storming the camp. The dinos gathering in the camp had allowed him to kill a good deal, though. It had been a long grind, and now it all felt worth it with the damn den mother lying dead. It was his 8th attempt where he finally managed to kill it. Luckily, the design of the dungeon made it easy as pie to retreat if shit got bad. The tunnel between the rooms was too small for both the alphas and den mother to fit through, allowing him just to leave whenever, which was especially good after he was very close to dying after his first fight with the den mother. When 3 freaking alphas had appeared in the middle of it all and started chewing him out, he barely managed to retreat to the tunnel where he hid and meditated. Afterward, he went in and out of the tunnel, killing the alphas around the den mother one after another, retreating and regenerating between kills. Finally, he had only the final boss alone, allowing him to focus solely on the oversized rodent. He didn't know if he would call it lucky or unlucky that the dungeon didn't reset upon leaving and entering again. On the one hand, it was nice that his progress stayed, but on the other, a resetting dungeon would be a godlike grinding spot. The grinding with the current setup had been rather mediocre, averaging just a bit over a level a day. It did get harder to level the further he went, so it really wasn't that bad. His main limiter was the long time it took for him to regenerate. His ability to absorb metal did help a bit, but it was far from enough. Getting up from the ground, he looked at the corpse of the large den mother. He didn't bother dissecting it, but couldn't help himself with kicking the corpse a few times and spitting on it before he moved through the last chamber. A single lockbox with the loot was there, making him smile. He doubted he could get anything close to the armor Hairman had made him, but he wasn't going to complain about getting free stuff. He opened the box, grabbed the loot, and exited the dungeon. He did get a title giving him +1 in each stat, which he honestly didn't care for. There was less than a week left of the tutorial, and he still had that one last survivor to get rid of. He didn't know how strong the archer had grown, but William doubted Jake would be worth much. From what he heard, he nearly died to Richard and Hayden, even taking severe injuries. Besides, he had spent a week exiting and re-entering the dungeon without catching sight of the guy or any kills left by him. If William didn't know better, he would guess that Jake was just hiding in some hole somewhere, hoping for the tutorial to end, a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. But before finding him, William decided to grind out one more level, reaching 60 and getting yet another skill. No reason to take any chances after all. He could almost hear the begging and pleading from the archer that had once nearly ended him. It was going to be so sweet to cut him up, one little piece at a time. Checking the time, he began grinding once more, still daydreaming of ripping Jake apart. Tutorial panel. Duration, 6 days, 230,145. After finally getting the level, he checked it one last time and saw 16 hours had passed. Being drained from the dungeon and farming, he decided to take a quick nap before continuing his grind while looking for the archer. One where he dreamed once more in it. A figure with green eyes came to him and whispered what he wanted to hear, his praise location. Jake didn't even exit the dungeon but was just thrown out the moment the countdown finished. Well, teleported out was perhaps more accurate as he found himself, still in meditation, suddenly in the dark hole outside the door where he had entered. He continued his meditation for a bit and soon noticed an odd phenomenon. The dark mana in the hole started disappearing as he meditated. Only half an hour later, one could see through the once perfect darkness with the naked eye, and a full hour later, there was no trace the mana had ever been there at all. Jake opened his eyes and saw that the door still appeared to leak small shrivels of dark mana, and in a day or so, the hole would likely return to the same darkness as before. Not that it was any of his business. A quick badger jump later, he found himself atop the hole once more within the hollow mountain. Finally, he bothered to check his notifications, seeing that his titles had indeed upgraded once again. Dungeoneer IV successfully clear a dungeon suitable for your level, +4 all stats. Dungeon Pioneer IV be the first to clear a dungeon suitable for your level, +12 all stats. He was beginning to wonder if those two would ever cap out or something. It seemed ridiculous if he could continuously clear dungeons and upgrade the title infinitely. He could only imagine someone with Dungeon Pioneer M increasing all stats by 3,000. Actually, that didn't sound that bad, considering one would have to be the first to clear dungeons 1,000 times, and the levels alone from that would likely make those stats insignificant in comparison. He still suspected there was a cap, though. He wasn't sure, he just had a feeling. The next part that had been updated was his one quest, tutorial quest, the Beast Lords. The forest murmurs with rumors of a king ruling the forest from the shadows. The 4 Beast Lords each guard their dungeon as their king commanded, waiting for a suitable challenger to appear. With the death of his lords, the king is sure to be forced into the light. But be warned, the lords will not meet their end that easily. 2 lords have now fallen. The king has taken notice but has yet to make a move. Continue with the quest, and you shall inevitably meet. With the Nest Watcher's death, your presence is now beginning to become truly worthy of notice. The king of the forest will not sit idle as you attempt to dismantle the careful balance his domain has attained. With only a single beast lord left standing, your quest is soon complete, and the king shall come. Objective, defeat the Beast Lords. Current progress, 3-4. Reading it, he got a bit giddy as he finally faced the big bad king of the forest. But before that, he still had a dungeon left to clear out. Checking the time remaining, he noted that he indeed was a little pressed on time. Tutorial panel. Duration, 6 days, 44,932. The sewer had been far longer than he expected. If the next one was the same, he wasn't confident in doing it and still have time to prepare and face the king. But he would have to make do with the time he had and hope that the final dungeon turned out faster. Chugging one last healing potion, he began moving forward, his health, mana, and stamina all at a healthy level. He didn't have the luxury of delaying any more as he made a beeline for the next dungeon. It was a bit lucky that he hadn't suffered as terrible wounds in the sewers as he had against the great white stag. Perhaps it was because the type of damage he received against the stag was of the light affinity, while the Nest Watcher's damage was dark affinity. He had been a lot more injured overall back then, though. It was evident that he had great dark affinity and horrible light affinity. It did make sense that the two were opposing forces, and it was likely the same with fire and water affinities. He would have to ask the Malefic Viper or someone else with a bit more experience dealing with the system. Running at a brisk pace, he headed towards the next dungeon. He did meet a group of raptors who decided to leg it when they noticed him, clearly not interested in a fight. It was a bit disappointing as he would have loved to try out the new mana blast from his gloves as he had decided to call it. Not that it stopped him, as he practiced a few times while running. It reminded him a lot of the explosive punch he had unlocked quite a while ago. This attack didn't require blowing up his own arm, though, so it was a huge step up. The other difference was, of course, that this one used mana. And while Jake didn't know how powerful the blow was, it sure did wonders on the boulder he tried it on, blowing it to pieces. It was like walking with a hand grenade in your hand, ready to explode whenever he willed it. In other words, it was awesome. Continuing, he soon saw something he hadn't expected, a corpse. and it wasn't when he had killed himself, as he had never been there before. The wounds also appeared to have been made with blades or maybe daggers. Humans, not beasts, killed it. He stopped up to look at them for a bit. Had some of the other survivors made it to the inner area? It doesn't matter, it has nothing to do with me, Jake thought to himself as he prepared to keep going. Barely managing to turn around, he spotted something standing there on the hill leading up the mountain. A humanoid figure completely covered in what appeared to be silver. It looked like a mannequin, but it was clear that it wasn't as it started walking towards him. As he walked, metal peeled away from the face, revealing a smirking face that Jake recognized. "Missed me," William said as he looked down on Jake, both figuratively and literally. "What was your name again?" Jake asked, genuinely unsure. "It was something with W, right, William, I think." William, however, froze briefly, not expecting that response. Had the idiot hit his head at one point? "Are you fucking daft or what?" he asked with evident annoyance. "Sorry, you haven't exactly been on my mind. I just remember you as this metal-casting backstabber," Jake answered as he considered what to do. "I don't know, can you just go? I'm kind of busy." "Come on, stop playing around, you have to know what this is," William declared in a mocking tone. Two people remaining, the final confrontation between the last survivors, the decider, an epic battle of destiny where the true champion is found. "What the hell are you on about?" Jake asked with real confusion. "Last survivors, what did he?" "Total survivors remaining, 1,200. How hadn't he seen it? He had checked the timer so many times. The number was always there, right below. Had he somehow overlooked it? Maybe it had for some reason not appeared. However, William understood what was happening far faster than Jake as he saw the conflicted look on his face. "Holy shit," William said as he started laughing. "And people call me a fucking lunatic. Holy shit, you're for real, you cold bastard. I killed the last one like a fucking week ago." Jacob, that guy, had apparently become a lunatic and made them all go full on Kool-Aid. "Ah, but no worries, I killed him quickly, and I actually felt a bit bad about it, so we're all good, right?" Jake just stood there as the guy kept talking, mocking him as his brain was trying to catch up. "And you managed just to ignore it. I am honestly impressed, not even I could do that. And I even had a doctor tell me that I am indeed a fucking psycho, but you are just winging it." William spoke as he walked closer to Jake, now only a few meters between them as he continued. "Or are you just a coward, too scared to check? Ah, that's it. You are just a damn coward hiding away in your own little world. So afraid of being a disappointment to everyone that you'd rather never see them again. So afraid of rejection that you would rather let them die while you do nothing. Hey, this is a fucking comedy, man, and you're the butt of the joke. Just." Oh, the coward's speed die. The distance was closed on an instant, the move far faster than the teenager had ever predicted. He covered his face with the armor in panic, but it didn't matter. A dagger coated in dark mana exploded down onto his chest, smashing into his prized armor and into his chest with a loud crunching sound. He was pressed into the ground, creating a small crater. His mind rattled as he failed to muster any response. Jake didn't let up and give him a chance to either as he punched down, releasing a blast from his new gloves. The crater only grew as Jake released another and another. He continued hitting, soon without any bursts of mana being released when he ran out of mana, but he kept slamming his bloody fists into the distorted armor below him. He didn't stop even when he got the notification. He just kept rampaging, until suddenly, he stopped halfway through yet another punch. "What the hell am I doing?" he muttered to himself as he fell backward on his ass. He was sitting in a crater that had grown to several meters wide and nearly a meter deep, the distorted armor encompassing the metal caster's body at the center, blood leaking out of every small crevice or tear in the armor. Tears started to gather in his eyes as he punched his broken fist into the ground. What the hell am I doing? Jake didn't have a lot of close friends growing up, but he did have some. One of them was Patrick, or Pat for short. Pat and Jake went to daycare together and even entered the same school. They were in different classes, but they still met up during recess and went to each other's places after school nearly every day. They had the same hobbies. If one got a new cool comic book or movie, they just had to watch or read it together. Everything was idyllic and pleasant until one small thing came between them. Jake had lent Patrick one of his new video games for the weekend, but when Patrick came Monday, he didn't have it. Jake didn't chew him out or anything, but believed it to be a genuine mistake and asked him just to bring it Tuesday. Tuesday came around and still no game. Jake asked again and again. Finally, Patrick broke down and claimed that he had accidentally broken the disc and had lied about it. Jake was furious and told him their friendship was over if he didn't get him a new copy of the game. Patrick cried, but Jake was steadfast and ignored it, until he got home where he too cried. His parents told him to forgive and forget, but Jake was too damn stubborn even back then. A week passed and the two of them hadn't spoken a single word. Well, Patrick had spoken, but Jake had ignored him. 2 weeks passed, and Jake kept ignoring his oldest friend despite the pleas and apologies. At that point, Jake had already begun to forget about the game as he had moved on to newer and better things, but nevertheless, he refused to forgive. On the third week, Patrick came up to him and said that he had something for him during recess. But when the break came around, he couldn't find Patrick anywhere and found out that he had left school early that day. From then on, Jake completely ignored him. No matter how his former friend tried to explain, Jake didn't listen for even a second. 2 months later, Patrick changed schools. Jake didn't care he had moved on then and had just started getting into archery. He learned a few months later that the reason Patrick changed schools was because of bullying, and not the tough-it-up kid kind but the trauma-for-life kind. He was beaten, isolated, belittled, and as Jake learned later, stolen from. Patrick never lost the game. One of the bullies stole it the day he came to return it. Patrick, being non-confrontational, didn't want to get Jake involved and just lied. Instead, he tried to fix it himself. He managed to pool together all of his allowance and money from some odd jobs to buy a new game 3 weeks after he lost it. He had brought it to school and wanted to give it to Jake that very day. Instead, his bullies emptied his bag, found the game, and decided to play frisbee with the disc. When Patrick stood up to them, he was beaten and his parents were called and took him home. And what did Jake do the moment he learned all this? Absolutely nothing. His old friend lived less than a kilometer away from his house, but he didn't go over. A simple apology, a single "I am sorry," and perhaps he would have had his friend back. But Jake just continued ignoring him. Jake never heard from or spoke to Patrick again. He moved away a few years later. And the most pathetic part. More than a decade later, Jake received a friend request on social media. It was from Patrick. The message attached was just a simple "hey, remember me" kind of message at first, but in the end, it finished with an apology for never returning the game as promised. It was phrased as a joke, but Jake couldn't move past it. It was an olive branch, an opportunity to make things right once more. And what did Jake do? He pressed the red cross on the Windows border, leaving the request pending even when he entered the tutorial. Jake didn't know why he remembered Patrick specifically at that very moment when he sat on the ground, hands bloody and heaving for breath. Maybe it was because the entire situation with his former friend exemplified exactly how pathetic Jake felt. He was a goddamn coward, and he had always been. Jake was a loner. It was hard for him to let people in. People represented a nearly inarticulable way for him to hell something up. If he did let someone in, he started to care, and he feared letting them go once more. He would ignore anything that could break the careful balance established, to the level of ignoring his girlfriend's blatant cheating, to ignoring the obvious fact that she did it with his best friend. But perhaps the only thing he feared more than letting those close go was to let them back in once more. It was to confront the broken balance and try to restore it once again. He feared the conversation he would have with Patrick if he let him in once more, so he just avoided that conversation. It was the same in the tutorial from the very beginning. When Joanna lost her leg due to something Jake did, be it his fault or not, it broke the balance. Every second he was with her was one where he had to address that fact. Being presented with an opportunity to get away and be alone when Richard appeared, he pounced on it right away. It was a way for him to escape the consequences, a way for him never to confront her and have a difficult conversation. Jake, however, still had to admit that no matter how much he enjoyed solitude, he still craved companionship. He didn't fear being lonely, he feared being truly alone. Jake had wanted to reunite with his friends once more. To see the always handsome and cool-headed Jacob and his butler Guy Bertram, the passionate Casper, the two energetic cousins Dennis and Lena, even Caroline after the betrayal, he wanted to know why she did what she did. He had truly missed them, so he tried establishing contact. Instead, he was met with his biggest fear, an ambush that broke the balance completely. The one he had a crush on wanted to kill him for reasons he didn't understand, his former friend Jacob appearing not to understand the situation at all. It was a mess, chaos. It was a situation that Jake didn't want to confront, so he ran. Once more, he was ignoring the problem, but he still held on a small sliver of hope. And then the day came where the number of survivors fell from hundreds to only around 50. And that was the last day he remembered ever seeing the number of survivors. That was the day the balance was broken beyond repair. He had worked with statistics long enough to know that many of the dead were bound to be his former colleagues and friends. He had even reached the conclusion that among the dead, Jacob had to be one of them. He hadn't proven himself capable of proper self-defense, after all, so Jake had continued his quest to conquer the tutorial. He had replaced everything with the single goal of killing the king of the forest and ignored everything else, the same as he had always done. He had ignored Patrick and focused solely on archery, ignored his cheating girlfriend and former best friend to concentrate on studying. It was how Jake dealt with every situation, pretending like it didn't exist, and either hope it resolves itself or everyone forgets about it, or the worst option, for no one to be alive caring about it. What had triggered him, in William's words, was that it was all true, that a psycho teenager mass murderer understood him better than he possibly even understood himself in that very moment, that the fucking psycho could relate. However, the final straw was a faint feeling in the back of his mind when he saw that number of only 2 survivors, relief. He hated himself for it. He hated that he felt like a burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He hated that he liked never having to confront any of his colleagues for the choices he had made, for the choices that could have possibly saved their lives. Jake hadn't known that Patrick was bullied. He never saw it, and he was only a kid. But after their friendship was over, he did notice it, yet he did nothing. Back then, Jake was never bullied. He was always tall for his age growing up, and he had never been the type to back down from a fight. He would often win a fight, as he seemed to have a natural talent for beating up others while not getting himself beaten, which back then was enough for all the school bullies to mark him as off limits. When Patrick stopped hanging around with Jake, he became an easier target. With Jake, he had been safe from the bullying, at least when they were physically together. He had acted as a shield, but when Patrick lost that shield, the bullying escalated. Yet despite knowing Jake did nothing to help his former friend, he was willfully ignorant, and even then felt a sense of relief when he moved away, because Jake knew he could have helped his friend, but he had failed him, just like how he knew he had failed Jacob and all the others after he saw the number of survivors drop drastically. He could have gone there. He could have gone and checked on them, and he would likely have been able to help them, but doing so would require him to confront the broken balance. To face the fact that Caroline betrayed him, the fact that many of them were dead, the fact that their relationship was not the same as it had been before. As Jake sat there submerged in his own deep thoughts, something changed in the atmosphere. The trees' rustling leaves stopped, the wind ceased, and Jake sat completely still as if frozen. In fact, the entire tutorial seemed to freeze like a still picture at that very moment. A man appeared out of nothing, as if he had simply walked into a picture. He had long white rustled hair and an even longer beard, but most weird was his smile, a smile that didn't appear to hold any meaning but simply was. The man walked towards the crater as he headed for the broken armor and the one within it. Such a mess, he mused to himself as he waved his hand. William and the armor both disappeared as the man turned his attention towards Jake, or more accurately, the one standing behind Jake. "Not very nice of you to steal someone else's kill like that," the scaled man who stood beside Jake said, as he regarded the white-haired one. "It is of no consequence," the old man said as he ran his finger through his beard, a trace of annoyance in his eyes. "Besides, were you not the cause of this? You told me to leave your chosen alone, and yet you go and mess with mine." "Oh, that is of no consequence," the malefic viper said mockingly. "But the body of the mortal you just stole is of consequence." The old man raised an eyebrow as he kept on smiling. "Oh, I cannot possibly see what you would want the dead body of a mortal. Why is that, if I may ask?" "You may not," the viper answered. "All that matters is that the kill belongs to my chosen. I have more claim on it than you do. Are you truly going to steal what is rightfully mine?" The man looked back at the viper as his eyes sharpened. His smile still there, yet his tone didn't reflect any jovial mood. "What do you want?" "If you want the body, you owe me one. Simple as that," the malefic viper said, returning the smile. "We both know that is no simple matter. How about I compensate our young friend over there?" he said, motioning towards Jake. "Yeah, as if I am ever letting you do that. Either you leave the body here or you owe me. Have you not done enough damage already? Has the interference of you and your chosen not created enough chaos? Why do you needlessly attempt to ruin this tutorial?" "I don't know, why don't you ask fate? Oh, but before that, leave the body and let your little experiment end here. Or you owe me," the viper said, the last 4 words heavily emphasized. "Fine," and with those words the white-haired man disappeared. As if the illusion had been broken, everything started moving once more. The change was that the body was now gone and the viper still standing at the crater's edge. "Who was that?" Jake asked, his head still lowered. "Oh, you saw," the viper said as he walked over to him. "That is actually quite interesting. Time was kinda stopped, you know." "Yeah, I get it. So who was it and why take that damn body?" Jake asked. "He is an old soul like me. Goes by a versmile, though of course that isn't his actual name." Guy hasn't stopped smiling for air as it is actually quite creepy. The viper joked. "As for why he wants the body, because he is a maniac. What is important is that he now owes me one." "Right," Jake answered as he looked up at the sky. The appearance of what he presumed was a god, and the stopped time had at least served as a nice distraction. For a few moments, that is. Sitting down beside him, the viper joined him in looking towards the sky. "Out of all the character flaws to have, it's not the worst, you know, right? I would say that William Guy had way more severe issues. Right. All right, deflection's not working, got it," the malefic viper said as he turned his head towards Jake. "But seriously, is it really that bad? Have you really done something so inexcusable? Is being selfish really that big a sin? Heck, this isn't even being selfish, it's not wanting to deal with someone else's unrelated problem. How the hell is it not my problem when I ignore my friends and leave them to die to some psycho?" Jake yelled at the god. "How is it? Is their weakness your responsibility? Why is it not their fault for not getting their shit together?" the viper asked with a laid-back tone. "So I should just go full-on selfish psycho and ignore everyone around me?" Jake kept yelling. "You could, and it would be perfectly reasonable," the viper answered. "No one else is your responsibility unless you make it so. No one ever deserves your forgiveness or compassion. No one is ever entitled to your goodwill, so the best way is just to end up alone and sad until the end of time. Jake said, but instantly realized, sorry, I didn't mean. No, you are right, that way also sucks, the god said with a melancholic smile. Letting others in sucks too. It creates a weakness and opportunity to be hurt, but being alone also sucks. It is quite a conundrum. I guess all I am saying is to pick those you let in carefully. Avoid those who will eventually end up hurting you. Living alone isn't the solution, but neither is bearing the burden for everyone around you. And how exactly do I know who to trust and who not to? Jake asked. You don't, that's why it's hard. But if it helps with anything, then your pal Jacob is still alive together with that Bertram guy, Casper too. You picked good friends there at least, the Viper smiled teasingly. Wait, how? I thought William killed them, Jake asked, a mix of surprise, happiness, and skepticism. Oh, he did. But Jacob, for example, is now the kind of guy that is annoyingly hard to kill. Heck, when it comes to getting a powerful variant class, he has both you and that William guy beat 10 times over. Is he still in the tutorial? Jake asked a bit expectantly. Nah, he is out and done, officially failed it, left prematurely. To the system he is counted as just another dead survivor, the malefic Viper said dismissively. Oh, but Casper did kinda die anyway. You will see them after the tutorial, it will make more sense then. Oh, Jake said as he fell into thought. Just coming out and saying it right now, you will be a goddamn coward if you don't at least speak with them when you get back on your planet, the Viper said, this time only half teasingly. Right, Jake answered, feeling a bit better. So what to do now? 2 things. First of all, I may or may not have been the one who sixed William on you today, partially to get revenge on Eversmile, who is also the bastard in your dream, by the way, and partially because I wanted to be a good friend and let you punt that psycho for killing so many of your friends. Also, it will do you good in the long run. Oh, he will probably be revived or something. Oh, and good riddance for smashing that little shit the first time around. He gets a full 10 out of 10 for being annoying. Either way, just kill him again next time and that will be that, though I doubt Eversmile will allow him anywhere near you moving forward. Now, on to more important things, the Viper said, as he pulled out 2 bottles from the empty air, drinking. Where the hell did you get beer from? Jake asked, clearly confused as he looked down at the familiar bottle. Your fridge, the Viper said as he popped it open. How the god things, oh right. At the edge of a crater in the middle of the forest, 2 figures sat drinking. The crater's epicenter still carried the outline of what had once been a person with small smidgens of blood here and there. Around the 2 people drinking were several empty bottles. They chatted as they drank down the familiar liquid that Jake hadn't tasted for over 2 months. It was oddly nostalgic despite it not even being that long. It took him back to simpler days with way less fighting and death. Of course, he was still thoroughly grounded in his new reality by the scaled man he was drinking with. They had chatted about useless stuff for the most part. Jake had asked a few questions about the system, though, and gotten some useful pieces of information. Halfway through the conversation, Jake took out a small notebook he had kept with many questions he had built up surrounding the system. It took a bit of convincing, but he managed to get the Viper to spill the beans on some details. They both knew that it was just Jake's attempt to keep his mind occupied, but the god relented. One of the questions were related to the dungeon titles. Nah, the dungeon's titles are as normal as they come 5 levels to the title at E rank, increasing with every race evolution. Don't worry too much about it, you will get those done quite naturally more often than not. The stat bonuses increase as well. It is pretty normal for most everyone at the higher ranks to cap out at least the Dungeoneer title before every evolution. Jake did try to get some info on actual dungeons, but got shut down on that one. The Viper seemed quite adamant that for Jake to find out himself would be way more fun. The only thing he said was that dungeons came in many different forms, some of them not even recognized as real dungeons. They were also apparently temporal abnormalities that could remember who entered it and generated a new subspace for every new party or individual. He also managed to get some precious info on the loot he had received, gear. It has pretty set rules, actually. One can only get so much in a specific stat before equipment no longer gives anything 20 per individual stat. You can only get a maximum increase of 15 to your total stats, so you can't get the full 20 in all of them. And yes, that's after all other bonuses such as titles, skills, consumables, and so on, making the number of stats you can get from gear increases even further. Strong gets stronger and all that. Though the stats from gear, as you have no doubt noticed, don't receive any percentage bonuses. He even managed to get some excellent info on affinities. Affinities are just what kind of mana your body is naturally aligned with. Most of it is innate and cannot be changed unless you do some really wacky shit. Classes can also offer a skill that grants you affinity towards a type of mana, even one you usually would never be able to achieve. That isn't to say that affinities are set. They get more locked in the stronger you get, but it is possible to influence them somewhat at a low level. Environmental factors often do play a role. In other words, if you're born on a planet filled with water, chances are you are going to have water affinity. And if you wanted to, for example, get the water affinity, it may be possible if you decided to reside within a space with only mana of that affinity for a long enough period. But your level of affinity likely won't ever reach a high level, so most just stick with whatever they have. As for how many different affinities there are, not telling. Jake had to be honest that he felt a lot better after only a few hours of chatting. He still felt like a piece of shit, but it was better. But the Viper did have one question. How did you know about a versemail? Pretty sure time was stopped and you look like you were very much affected, the Viper asked. I don't really know. At one moment I am just sitting there and the next I feel an influx of information in my mind, just a bunch of impressions bundled together. Showed the guy appear, make the corpse disappear. You coming, some talking or something, and then he was gone again, Jake answered honestly, trying to describe the weird feeling. It clearly came from his sphere. It was as if his sphere had kept observing even after his mind was stopped, and upon resuming, through everything that had happened at him. It wasn't painful or anything, and the knowledge was way more comfortably digested and understood than even what he got through a skill by the system. Interesting. Not to snoop, but it is related to your bloodline, right? The malefic Viper asked. Yeah, Jake answered, not wanting to hide anything. He knew that if the Viper wished to do him harm, he would already be a goner either way, and his intuition told him that the god in front of him genuinely didn't have any malicious intent despite his name. I figured as much. But the next time anyone asks you that, act stupid or something. Bloodlines aren't to be spoken of liberally, the Viper warned. Yeah, I guess you shouldn't share the details of your skills, Jake answered, seeing the logic in the words. Skills are one thing, bloodlines are another, the Viper said, shaking his head. The details of your bloodline should be your closest guarded secret. The fact that you have one cannot be hidden, but what it does most certainly can. And while even the general power of it can be sensed by certain means, the specific details are only ever known to you and those you have shared it with. Why bloodlines specifically? Jake asked, a bit confused. Yes, his was most certainly extremely powerful, but why did he need to keep it under wraps? Because bloodlines have a few distinctions that set them apart from everything else, one of them being the Viper said as he turned a bit grave. They are hereditary. I remember reading it somewhere, Jake said before asking. How the hell does that even work, Jake? Do you know what bloodlines even are? The Viper asked, still sober. From what I gathered, innate abilities of some kind, the hunter asked. They are so much more than that and yet so much less. Bloodlines are innate, as you say, but to call them abilities would be wrong. Bloodlines simply are, the system has granted all the skills you possess they are given, controlled by a particular set of rules. Bloodlines aren't. A bloodline exists outside the system. They aren't controlled by it, simply interpreted. One could say that a bloodline is the one thing that truly belongs to you. That has always belonged to you, always been a part of you. Which isn't to say bloodlines and the system don't affect each other. They most certainly do, just as much as any other part of what makes you you, if not more, so I hope you can understand why many covet a beneficial bloodline. Why many factions, clans, and powers want to have a bloodline enter their fold. It represents a vast advantage above others. A bloodline doesn't take up a skill slot, it isn't capped or controlled. If it gives anything positive, it is pure gain with no drawback. I cannot even begin to tell you the advantage a good bloodline can give you. But remember that while a bloodline can be a blessing, it can also be a curse. Not just because others want it, but because the bloodline itself can be more a burden than a gift. From what I have gathered, you have one of the good ones. Treasure it, explore it, but keep that treasure buried deep and only share it with those you truly trust. I'm not saying that you shouldn't enter a faction or create connections with your bloodline as a bargaining chip. All I am saying is to do it with caution. And if anyone ever tries to force you, well, throw me a thought. I haven't done a nice massacre for a while. The long speech contained a lot. None of the books he had ever read contained even close to that much on bloodlines. Everything he knew about them was from the system or some vague mentions during the challenge dungeon. He did ask Casper after he unlocked it back then, and he didn't know a thing. He had a lot of questions, but especially one burned in the back of his mind. How did I get a bloodline? And what determines what it does? You didn't get a bloodline, you have a bloodline, and nothing determines what it does. You are your bloodline to talk about the two of them as if separate is nonsensical. You have always had your bloodline, even before the system. Albeit far weaker and inactive for the most part. I think I would remember having supernatural powers before the initiation, Jake answered, a bit skeptical. It may have been inactive, but based on the feeling it gives me, I doubt it. Think about what it does very carefully. Can you truly say that you haven't felt even a tinge of its effects in your life? It wouldn't be much, just small occurrences or areas where you did almost impossible things. Jake fell into thought at the question. Maybe he had. Thinking about it, his bloodline just made him better at ordinary things. It gave him great intuition, enhanced instincts, and great awareness of his surroundings if he had to boil it down. He had always had a pretty good gut feeling about things, which is also why he did so well at his job. Of course, his personal fault of often ignoring his gut feelings to avoid problems hindered that effect a bit. As for better instincts, who is to tell? He had great reflexes and the ability to control his body, one of the reasons why he had been good at archery. His bloodline also increased the perception stat, and the only stat he had entered the tutorial with at 10 was perception, which meant it was already as good as it could be. Yeah, maybe I did, he said after a bit of thinking. It was honestly hard to say. It was as the Viper said. His bloodline just made him more him. It increased innate things that all humans had. Everyone had gut feelings, everyone had instincts, and that weird eyes on the back of their head feeling if someone stared at them. Jake had just taken it all to the next extreme level. Just keep it to yourself is all I am saying. It is quite possibly your greatest advantage over others, the Viper said as he emptied the bottle in his hand. How common is it to have a bloodline? Jake asked. Quite rare, though more common the higher rank you get. They are a lot more common for new initiates like you, but new bloodlines appearing in older universes are quite rare. Especially the useful ones, the god said, fishing out yet another bottle from empty air. Why is it more common at higher ranks? Didn't you say that it is something you are born with? Jake asked, a bit confused. Yeah, that is how bloodlines appear, but it isn't always how they are attained. Some bloodlines are also just awakened at a higher rank. How could you then attain a bloodline at a higher rank? Is it possible to steal a bloodline? The hunter asked, considering the horrible implications of that. No, I told you already, you are the bloodline and the bloodline is you. Absolutely inseparable, the Viper said with a small laugh. I guess I have to explain a bit about souls. The bloodline doesn't really exist in your body, but within your soul, the deepest part of your soul. A soul is made up of many layers, each serving a function. The outermost layer is what you use to interact with the world. It holds your senses, your thoughts. If it is broken, you lose consciousness. That layer will just regenerate with time. Heck, yours has already been broken a time or two. A lot of skills and magics interact with this layer. The second layer holds memories and experiences. This layer is far harder to get to, but it is possible through magic. This is the layer that many schools of magic, such as mind magic, hypnosis, and illusions, touch upon. The third layer is the subconscious layer. This is quite similar to the second layer in that it pretty much still holds everything the second layer does, just in a weird condensed form. This is where your personality and your motor skills and such reside. Touching this layer with magic is only done by the most powerful, and even then, it is often only to affect it slightly. The fourth layer holds your energies, your mana, your stamina, and your health. Affecting this layer is far easier than any of the others, funnily enough, but to permanently affect it is borderline impossible. Finally, there is the core. This is often referred to as the true soul. This part does only one thing, and yet it does everything. It holds your records, everything you are, everything you have ever done, all your stats, your skills. No skill can touch upon the true soul. It is only the system that can ever touch this layer. It is deep within this true soul that your bloodline dwells. It has come to be without the system, and it is intricately interconnected with your records. In fact, some say that the status menu is just an overview of your true soul given by the system. Jake sat quietly listening to the useful exposition. Without a doubt, this conversation had been the most informative he had had since the initiation by the system. But one thing did bug him. You said that one could attain a bloodline though, and if it is in this true soul, then how can anyone get it? Didn't you say that bloodlines were outside the system? The system cannot create bloodlines, but it can recycle them. When you genuinely die, your true soul returns to somewhere. It returns to the system. From there, it can be recycled. While the system cannot or perhaps will not touch the bloodline, it can extract it. This bloodline can then be granted to someone else. This isn't to say that it is easy to get one. It is among the highest tier of rewards the system ever gives out. It can only be earned through extraordinary means and or incredibly difficult trials or tests. From this, it's quite clear how much the system values bloodlines. The Viper finished as he handed Jake yet another bottle of beer. Kind of curious, do you have a bloodline? Jake asked, knowing full well that he had just been told that sharing it was not advised. Well, yeah, but I wasn't a lucky bastard like you. Mine is the attained kind, the Viper said in a mocking tone. Sorry for being born, oh mister, I am a literal god, Jake joked back. So what rank were you when you got your bloodline? Getting an inch and asking for a mile, the poor god shook his head in faux disappointment. I was already a god when I got mine. So yeah, I had to get all the way to godhood without being a cheat. Once again, I humbly apologize, O Supreme One, Jake snickered. Does your bloodline also give a stat increase? Raising an eyebrow, the malefic Viper asked, does yours, percentage or flat value? What stats? It increases perception by a percentage. Was 5 at that weird G rank, 10 at F rank, and now 15 at E rank, Jake answered as he took another chug of his beer, savoring the taste. And I assume this is far from the only thing the bloodline does, the Viper asked. Nah, it does a bunch of other things. Even upgraded a rare skill straight to ancient rarity before just transforming it entirely and allowing me to make a legendary skill. Oh yeah, that netted me another title, Jake said nonchalantly. It shouldn't be that fantastic in his own mind with how powerful bloodlines sounded, but still somewhat useful. Jake, the Viper said, from this day on, never talk about the details of your bloodline again, especially not the stat part in the skill. Wait, why? Is there something wrong with that? Jake asked, taken aback. Doesn't your bloodline do something similar? No, it doesn't, the malefic viper said with a severe look. Not even close. Okay, no talking about bloodlines, Jake said, a bit hesitant but not arguing back. They both sat in silence for a while before the viper spoke again, but it does explain quite a few things. What do you mean about this entire tutorial of yours? This tutorial was more than a little unique. Eversmal said that it was ruined, but I think changed would be a better word. Again, what do you mean? The malefic smiled at him as he leaned back. I guess we should talk about it, so let me tell you a story, Jake, about a particular tutorial during the integration of the 93rd universe. In this story, we have two main characters, one who enters with his 9 colleagues, and one who enters on his lonesome. The lonesome one quickly finds his stride as he discovers a wand and kills the ones he entered with. This shall be the impetus for him to realize his destiny. As for the other, he struggles a bit more, but he has some competent people around him who help him in the start. But already on the first day, it goes wrong when a large beast attacks them, and they lose too. Jake looked confused as he interrupted. That isn't what happened, This isn't your story, Jake, so stop interrupting, the viper said with a playful smile. This is the story of what was to happen, a story of fate and destiny. Now, where was I? Oh yeah, 2 dead colleagues. Anyway, they struggle to survive and end up making camp to rest for the night. One of our protagonist's colleagues sits watch alone for a while as they try to get sleep, but the night would not turn out to be a restful one. 3 attackers appear in the night, and despite his efforts, the one on watch dies. Jacob mourns as he has lost 3 friends that day, Dennis, Lena, and Jake. Now even more confused, Jake did all he could not to interrupt, as he had even forgotten the bottle of beer in his hand. They fight off the ambushers but take injuries. They are soon found by a man named Richard and his lieutenant Nicholas. Half coerced, they join him. After that, the viper pretty much summarized what had happened to his colleagues while he was in the dungeon. How they had struggled and how many had died as they were split up, but there were some differences that Jake quickly noticed. I killed Nicholas, he said, instantly giving an apologetic look as he had interrupted. That you did, Jake. You not being dead at this point sure screws up the story, right? Anyway, let me continue. Now our second protagonist is our old friend William, the chosen one, born with an incredible innate talent for mana manipulation and a mentality very suited for one striving for the top, ruthless and determined, but he is also broken in many ways. He is arrogant, delusional, and most importantly, he is limited in comprehending the world. He does not understand emotions, which will come back to bite him in the ass down the line, but is very beneficial in the early days. But I wouldn't worry because the screenwriter will fix this through some character development. The screenwriter, Eversmal, will pay off other divine actors, and they will outsource to their mortal counterparts in the tutorial. Make sure he develops in the intended direction. Gets the things he needs when he needs them. He teams up with a few essential side characters. While Richard manipulates William, Richard himself is slowly being manipulated by his former right-hand man, Nicholas. The viper then once more summarized what happened after he left the dungeon. Again, with slight changes that the god made sure to point out. When he came to the final fight, he summarized it but added. Without Nicholas' betrayal at the final moment, William got put out of commission for far too long. In this version, William is also betrayed because Nicholas fears his power, and he ends up fleeing the battlefield wounded but still alive and able to keep up his leveling speed. Hayden is also still alive in this play, which is why the fight is so equal to begin with. Nicholas returns to camp, where things go downwards. He's even crueler than Richard and forces the second protagonist Jacob to still work for him and keep everyone in line. Those who step out of line are openly killed or worse. Yet Jacob holds on to hope and gives them hope too, finally realizing his own destiny as he becomes an augur. He begins to truly lead the camp as he grows in levels, with even Nicholas coming to respect him as a spiritual guide, with Jacob happy to remain a supporting character. Until one day, William returns. Far more powerful than before, he slaughters every single fighter in the camp, Nicholas included. He did not come for the crafters, but he changes his mind when he gets the quest to be a leader. He is a perfectionist, after all. Jacob pleads and in the end is allowed to save the souls of the crafters. After that, he is killed and ascends like in your version. After that, William goes and does his own thing, the sole survivor of the tutorial. With the quest in the bag, he travels and kills until the end. And as such ends perhaps the most interfered with tutorial of the 93rd universe, if it isn't the most messed with ever. With Eversmal having spent far more resources than reasonable, but getting a disciple out of it, the Holy Mother and Augur and your pal Casper still an undead. Counting the bodyguard of the Augur, Bertram, only 4 survivors out of 1,200 remained. Me, still within my own realm, doing nothing. But that isn't how it went, Jake concluded. No, that is what was meant to happen. What fate had in store, and what had been divined by the most powerful of gods. Yet introduce one new element, one single actor not following the script, and destiny goes down the shitter. a single hunter that didn't die the night he was supposed to, holding a bloodline that was not part of what was divined, and the will and determination to shatter the chains of fate over and over again. So to summarize, a bunch of dickwad gods played well, gods, and manipulated everything in this tutorial to get what they wanted, or at least tried to, Jake asked, more than a little annoyed at the notion. Pretty much, the Viper smiled. I'm still not sure I get that whole destiny or fate crap, Jake said, wondering out loud. If a single variable, a single moment of chance, can alter the course so significantly, can you even call it fate? Eversmile, the Holy Mother, and those gods that Eversmile paid off did much to direct fate in the direction they wanted. They divined what would happen and made slight changes to get what they wanted, sacrificed pawns and played their game, Jacob being a willing pawn. This is likely why he could become an augur to begin with. Augurs don't challenge fate, they work to realize it, and when fate is written by the gods. Yeah, I get it, I still don't like it, though. When am I to know if I am doing things because some god wants me to or if I make my own decision? How do I know I'm not just following some fate or destiny that you created for me, and that this entire conversation is just an attempt to make me do something? Jake muttered, clearly frustrated. You don't, but I can promise you that I won't try to guide you down some preset path I want you to walk. That isn't how friendship works. I can give you tips and advice, but I will never tell you what to do. The reason why I gave you Shroud of the Primordial is because I abhor those who try to manipulate destiny and fate. With it, only the most powerful of gods can possibly influence it. You will be a constant spanner in their carefully constructed machine of fate. Every single one of your actions will freak it up to the level of them not even bothering, the malefic Viper explained with a toothy smile. So I will piss off a bunch of gods just by existing. Nah, don't take it that bad. Most gods don't try to mess with fate. Even the powerful ones, such as the Holy Mother, only tend to follow fate and use it as a tool to judge who is worthy of uplifting and who is not. Only maniacs like Eversmile freak with it on a large scale like this tutorial. Wait, won't William return to Earth too? Won't that mean that Eversmile fellow will keep fucking with things there to try and wait? What does he even want? Question he should likely have asked a long time ago. I don't know, but if I am candid, I don't even think he is that annoyed at what happened here today. In his mind, it will just spice up whatever insane experiment he has ongoing, the Viper said with a shrug, though I am positive he is at least a little annoyed. This is all a lot of information. I don't have any idea what to do with. Jake sighed as he looked up towards the artificial sun. It all feels needlessly complicated. Malefic Viper couldn't help but hold back a laugh as he spoke in a cheerful voice. And that, Jake, is why I have never cared much for the concepts of fate and destiny. Because the actors that truly matter are unconfined by it. They are the ones who go above and beyond what their destiny has in store. Not a single god has ever been divine to godhood, not one genuinely remarkable being destined to reach their station. I was once divine to die at only D grade, tens of times at C grade. Hundreds after that by seers, soothsayers, augurs. One after another, I shattered their feeble divinations. So all I ask of you, Jake, is to keep doing exactly what you already are. Keep telling destiny how much of a little idiot it is and reach for power that was never fated to be yours. Because freak fate, freak destiny. The path you forge is your own, and don't ever let anyone tell you otherwise. You call it complicated. Well, it fucking is, so stop giving a shit about it. You do you, and I think you'll be just fine. Learn from your mistakes, improve yourself, never be satisfied with where you are or what you have. Anyway, today you shattered fate and fucked up Eversmile's plans with a slight assist from me. Just put William out of your mind and focus on what you need to do. If I recall correctly, you have another dungeon to clear. No problem. That's what your best bud god is for, the Viper said, returning the smile. But there is one thing that has been bothering me for a very long time, Jake said, as he suddenly turned severe. Don't you have a name? The Viper looked at Jake for a few moments before he burst out laughing. I totally forgot. Man, this is just fucking awkward. Extending his hand forward, he made a big goofy smile. Name's Villastramas, better known as the Malefic Viper. Taking the hand, Jake shook it as he smiled. Jake Thane, better known as just Jake. Nice to meet you, Villy. Grimacing a bit, the Viper chuckled. While I have been called Vilas before, that one is a first. I am pretty sure I know of at least a handful of religious organizations who would have you lynched for such blasphemy. Oh, come on, Villy, what if I promise never to badmouth blue mushrooms again? Jake laughed at the threat of being hunted down by several multiversal forces. Deal. Villastramas, or Villy, said with a victorious grin. You escaped righteous retribution this time. Lucky me, Jake said before he actually turned a bit serious. You told me he would bring William back to life, right? Yeah, but it is a one-time thing through the method I am suspecting. The psycho kid won't be able to be revived again, so his next death will very likely be his last, the Viper explained. About that, could you promise me something? Depends. If I ever die, Jake said without hesitation, promise not to revive me. Wait, why? The Viper asked, genuinely confused. Because it would feel hollow. I don't want to have some divine measure up my sleeve that can save me or some literal deus ex machina descend to fix me if I freak up. I want my battles to be of life and death. my opponent is risking their lives, it would feel unfair not to do the same. It would take the excitement out of it, lessen the value of the challenge. It wouldn't feel right. To know that I won't really die would be boring, Jake said, trying to explain his emotion as best he could. The Viper looked at him with hesitation before he answered, all right, as long as it's your challenges and your fights. I don't want you killed because of some rogue element who wants revenge on me through you. Deal. Deal, Jake said as they shook hands for the second time that day. Anyway, time for me to head off. I got stuff to do, and I am kind of on a timer. We aren't all bored immortal gods after all. Yep, you better get going. Sigh around and don't get in over your head, Villastromas said while he swept up all the beer bottles, making the area look like he had never been there. The moment Jake was out of sight, however, he frowned a bit. He had spoken a lot about fate and how he had masked Jake through the shroud of the primordial. It was enough to hide him from any but the strongest of gods who specialized in divination and karma, even enough for it to obscure a Versmile's sight slightly. But there still was one person who could predict it, himself. When he made his prediction to see what would happen if he made William go to Jake, Villastromas clearly saw the result, but he also saw a bit beyond that. It wasn't perfect, as even his own skill obscured his prediction slightly, but he saw enough, and no matter how he looked at it, the result was clear. Jake wasn't fated to win against the king of the forest. The smiling white-haired man stepped through the void, into what appeared to be an ordinary western suburban house. But outside the windows was not the streets of the suburb, but a vast void of nothingness. He waved his hand and summoned a broken, nearly body-shaped mess of metal, blood, and gore. With another wave, time itself reversed, and the armor returned to pristine condition once more. Everything returned to normal, except for the life of the person inside the armor. Death, even with the system, was not that easily circumvented. To restore a broken body was simple, but to truly revive someone who has died difficult and costly, even to the gods of the highest order. Even if one managed to revive the dead, it often came with several drawbacks: mental issues, inability to utilize their stats, missing skills, etc., but perhaps most crippling was the loss of a future, the inability for the revived to progress properly further on their own path. There were ways to truly revive the dead, ways for it to have not a single drawback, but that required several conditions to be met, and often special items or skills with a considerable cost. Luckily, Versmile had all of those. Flicking his wrist, he took out a small golden leaf of Yggdrasil, an item far from easily obtained, and one that couldn't be bought no matter how much money one spent. To Versmile, it had cost him a favor to the old tree herself. A hefty price, but he had believed it to be worth it. Yet, it had cost him another favor for something as simple as retrieving the body of an E-grade mortal, a cost he had not expected. Versmile did feel an ounce of annoyance towards his fellow primordial for exploiting his desires, but it was par for the course for the malefic one. Versmile moved the body of William to a bed in the room and lay the leaf on the young teenager's forehead. Moments later, it started shining and sunk into his brain, disappearing. Moments later, the teenager's eyes opened wide as he screamed towards the ceiling. William's last memories flickered in his mind: the sudden pain, the shaking, the disorientation, and the feeling of powerlessness. And then nothing. He had died. William felt it. He remembered dying. He remembered how it all turned to nothing. Everything he had been, everything he could be, snuffed out in mere moments. Good, you seem awake and aware, William heard a voice say as he sat up with shock. He saw a weird-looking man with a creepy smile on his face. What the freak happened, and why am I here? The teenager asked as he jumped up from the bed. You died, of course, the old man said, and I revived you. William looked with wide eyes at the creepy old man as he kept smiling. He had really died. Why would you do that? Because, little one, he said as he ran his hand through his beard, I find you worth studying. So what, you revived me to be some fucking guinea pig or something? No, not at all. I revived you for you to continue being you. Of course, your death changed things a little, but perhaps I can turn this to my advantage, Versmile said, smiling as always. What would you say to becoming my disciple, little one? To become my student, and on your path to power, so shall I learn from you. I believe this would be very mutually beneficial. Disciple, what are you on about? Where the hell am I, and what happened to the damn tutorial? What the hell is going on? William asked, distraught at the situation. In a few minutes he had gone through dying, being revived, finding himself transported to who knows where, and now asked by a creepy old smiling man to become his disciple. What the hell was this? The tutorial is over for you. You failed at the moment you died. But don't worry, you will still get a reward of some sort, but you have lost half of your points in the qualifications to receive any extra bonus awards based on what happens in the tutorial moving forward, Versmile answered patiently. I took your body from the tutorial to where we are now. Just a small spot I picked, and I hope you like the surroundings. I hope they are comforting. William looked around him for the first time and noticed this was his damn house, his parents' house. He saw the familiar globe on his desk, his bookcase, dresser, and he had been lying on his own bed. Are we on Earth? He asked, his eyes darting around the room. No, it is still transforming. I just assumed that familiar surroundings would prove helpful. Where the hell are we then, and how did you get my house to wherever here is? William yelled out as he tried looking down a window that only showed pure darkness. This isn't truly your house, I just remade it to look like it. Copied it, if you will. Why do you not find it suitable? Eversmal asked, raising an eyebrow. No, I fucking don't. This is creepy as hell, you are weird as hell, and this entire fucking thing is fucked. William screamed out. Now, calm down, little one, Eversmal said, still smiling amicably. I do not wish you any harm at all. I understand your frustration, but please ask of me anything, and I shall try to accommodate or explain. First of all, get me out of this creepy-ass house and tell me who the hell you are already. William yelled, veins showing on his neck. The first one is easy, the old man said, as he waved his hand. The entire house turned to small wisps of lights little by little, as William lost his footing but kept floating where he had been. The whole house disintegrated in a matter of moments, leaving the two floating in the vastness of nothing. The only source of light left a single lamp from the building still suspended between them. As for who I am, he said, his smile growing a bit larger, I am known as Eversmal of the 12 Primordials. I am a god, but more than that, I am a scholar. I hold many other titles, little that hold any meaning to you, just know that I wish to learn about you, from you. Having once more lost his bearings, William looked around at the void surrounding him as he felt genuine fear. He felt that with a single thought the being in front of him could make him cease to exist or condemn him to live out the rest of his days in this nothingness. Well, what do you want? William stammered out. I want you as my disciple, my follower. I wish to teach you and see you prosper from that knowledge, Eversmal answered, unconcerned with the mortal's apparent fear. His aura was bearing down on William, indifferent with the distraught it brought him. Why, what do you want me to learn? The teenager got out after a bit. Karma, little one, the old man said. The bonds that bind us all together, the connections we form willingly or unwillingly, the feeble strings of fate that bind us together, the unbreakable chains that make two lovers inseparable, the power that binds our words and actions together, the power that judges the truth from the lies. A concept none can escape from, that affects us all. The favors owed, the promises made, and perhaps the one most interesting of all for you, the blood debts owed. William just looked at him, unable to comprehend what was going on, but a single figure appeared in his mind when he heard the last part. He shook unwillingly as the memories just before he felt his mind rattled come forth like a tidal wave. The final word he heard a cold die. The last thing he saw was those two eyes staring at him. William was afraid he didn't want to meet those eyes again. Ever they regarded him like he was some pathetic bug. Aye, don't, he muttered. Eversmal just kept smiling as he saw the young man before him slowly deteriorate mentally. While Villistramas and his chosen had sidetracked his experiment, it didn't mean it was ruined. Oh no, far from it. This was good too. But he did plan on making sure that the subject didn't encounter the Vipers chosen anytime soon. He had a feeling the results of that would be unfortunate, and not for the chosen. Jake walked through the forest once more, still savoring the taste of beer in his mouth. It was amazing how something so normal for him less than 2 months ago felt so damn good now. He had learned a lot from the conversation, and it had helped him get his head straight. It felt nice to know that apparently, his bloodline was pretty damn good. The things about fate and destiny and all that crap were really far above his pay grade. Jake just wanted to hunt and challenge himself right now. He didn't want to or feel like he had the time or desire to think about such needlessly complicated subjects. Also, it made him think back on something he had asked just after the Viper had summoned the beers. Won't it mess up the tutorial that you have come here? Nah, I didn't do anything, did I? The system can be pretty lax when the interference is non-existent like this. But if I went and actually did something to help you, well, I don't even think I could, the Viper had answered, shrugging. Jake wasn't sure exactly how much or how little the gods could actually do in the tutorial. He assumed there were some limitations. Why wouldn't Eversmal have just saved William before Jake killed him if there wasn't? Walking through the forest, Jake was finally able to think a bit more clearly about what had happened. The entire fight, if you can even call it that, had been over in an instant. William had clearly not been prepared and had underestimated Jake to the extreme. He hadn't been even 5 meters away at the end, hadn't been on guard at all. If he had been ready, perhaps it would have been a fight. But instead, he was smashed into the ground before he could react, the dark mana, as well as the impact, disorientating him. He hadn't managed to muster any retaliation as Jake had bombarded him with blasts of mana right after. The caster had low vitality and toughness, something entirely normal for a caster. Jake had far higher agility, as one would expect from an archer. Coupled with a powerful weapon, a rare quality skill, and the element of surprise, it wasn't that surprising of a result. Opening his notification, he finally saw the messages he had received, the first one of the kill itself. You have slain human E LVL 42, metal savant LVL 60, novice smith LVL 24, experience earned. 72654214 TP earned. He was a bit shocked that he had reached level 60 in his class, especially considering how easily he had died. Also, what was better, prodigy or savant? Maybe similar. Damn, he should have checked the notifications before the Viper left so that he could have asked him. The other part that surprised him was the number of tutorial points. That was actually a lot. Jake had more than William, even before he had just got half of his, but that still meant William had gathered nearly 150 million tutorial points. That was the same as around 4,000 level 40 mobs, which quite honestly was just far more than Jake had imagined. But if he thought about it, how many beasts did the parties kill to clear the entire outer area? And William had apparently killed close to every other survivor. The number of creatures they must have killed together had to be immense, and William had gotten half of that. Now Jake had got half of his. He opened the tutorial panel, the full one, for the first time in a while. His tutorial points were honestly quite insane. 257 million, more than 100 million of those from the sewer dungeon alone. He had killed a lot of rats, a lot. He had spent around 5 hours talking with the Viper. Considering how little time he had left to clear an entire dungeon and then face the king of the forest, it did seem like a waste of time on the surface. But Jake didn't regret it at all. Mentally, he had been a goddamn mess, and he honestly still was. At least it wasn't repressed anymore, and he could face it openly and work to better himself. He already had very few people in his life he considered close. It was just a few of his close colleagues, most now dead, and his immediate family. His parents and brother, to be more exact. He had steeled himself to seek out his family first thing after the tutorial. He did miss them. He hoped that they survived, and now actually had started thinking about it. Before, it was just another thought he had ignored, but now he had faced it, and perhaps even begun preparing himself a bit mentally. Their death was probable, especially if you took his tutorial as a reference. The fact that he was the only human left in the tutorial did weigh on his mind quite a bit, but it was manageable. If he had to look on the positive side, it did mean that there would be no more disturbances, that he had absolutely no excuses anymore to not succeed in his quest to slay the king. His only source of failure would be his own incompetence. He preferred it that way. Jake had to admit that no matter how many soul-searching conversations and meaningful reflection, he was still in the end very much a one-track mind type of guy. He excelled when he had a goal to work towards, and he was good at doing just that. Now he just had to try and not let it destroy everything else around him. Returning his attention to his system messages, he went to the last thing on the list, which he had neither expected nor ever thought of. Upon killing William, he had received and apparently completed a tutorial quest. Tutorial quest, a leader is born. Objective, become the sole leader of at least 90 of the other humans during the tutorial. Current progress, 100. Eliminate other leaders, 00. Quest completed, reward given upon the conclusion of the tutorial. He had never asked for nor wanted this quest, and yet he had completed it. He didn't know why he got it, and he honestly didn't care. If Jake was sure of one thing about himself, it was that he wasn't suited to be a leader. He was already terrible around people. He could only imagine how awful he would be at leading them. Who knows, maybe the reward will be okay, Jake thought as he tried to cheer himself up a little. Closing the notification menu, he moved on to the next course of business, which was the second largest mountain-like volcano in the tutorial area, the location of the final dungeon and the final beast lord. But before that, it was time for some spring cleaning. Jake practically flew through the terrain as he ran across the valley, scanning it with his sphere wherever he went. He didn't really encounter any enemies on the way, something he very much appreciated. William had done an outstanding job of clearing out a lot of beasts in the inner area. Not that it particularly mattered, as all the beasts he came across avoided him like the plague, all except for a single buffalo that had chosen to stand up to him, which netted it a quick infused power shot to the face. He was currently scanning the valleys for those sweet lockboxes. It was cleanup time. His rationale was that he still required a few critical pieces of loot, and if he were stronger, he would be able to clear the final dungeon more easily. Likely even take some more risks to do it faster, or compromise on how he liked to fight. The malefic Viper had told him about equipment, and he had done the math on how much more he could get. As he could have a maximum of 20 in any given stat, but only 15 of his total stats could be from gear, he saw that he had ample space to grow. Currently, he had a total of 353 stats from equipment. It felt like a lot, but the total amount he could get was 603, meaning he was only a little over half of what he could at maximum have. A quick calculation of his stats showed how much he could. The only stat he had maxed out on was intelligence, and it appeared that it had been maxed out the moment he got his gloves. The ring he had taken off the ice, which what felt like ages ago together with the gloves, did indeed provide precisely 45. None of the other stats were capped at all. Where Jake really wanted to find some equipment was to get some more strength and agility. He felt like those two would have the most immediate value. Not that he would complain about getting some more perception either. His perception was already at a ridiculous level, having reached over 1,000 with all his titles and his bloodline, 1033 to be exact, yet he had kept investing all his free points into it as it just seemed efficient. He had to admit that he was starting to feel the lack of value in it, besides the raw number just going up. While it did increase his reaction speed and his senses, his body could no longer keep up. For a while, it had been like that, actually. His agility and strength were simply not able to follow the commands he issued it. Having gotten the mark of the ambitious hunter was quite fortunate. The damage increase it was meant to provide was likely meant to be far less than what his version of the mark provided. But as it scaled with perception, Jake's increased the damage done by quite a bit, especially coupled with his primary damage source being through poisons. Still, he likely should have considered investing some more points in the two physical stats, but it wasn't like they were at a terrible level, and he often made up for his lack of raw power in stats through his infused power shot and newly gained dark descending fang. Of course, he also got the bonus from Big Game Hunter, an often forgotten skill that raised his strength and agility against higher-leveled foes, meaning it was pretty much always active during fights. The bonus wasn't that big, but it did help him to close the gap somewhat. So if he had so much available space to improve just by being a bit lucky and finding some lovely baubles, he wasn't going to ignore it. Getting only 100 stats more would be the same as several levels. If he got lucky, he could even find some more unique items, and if he got really lucky, a bow. Besides, it was calming to run through the valleys with his speed, as he scanned at the wind blowing through his hair, the feeling of freedom and ease of movement as he jumped forward, sometimes tens of meters in a single long leap. He spent nearly 3 hours doing this, going through most of the valleys in the inner area that he hadn't been to earlier. He had pushed himself both physically and mentally with his sphere, and it felt great when he looked at the pile of loot he had gathered. First, he sorted all the useless stuff. He had a bunch of gear clearly suitable for heavier classes, such as breastplates, greaves, steel gauntlets, two-handed axes and swords, a shield, and so on and so forth. He had collected more than 50 things in total, of which only 5 held any value or were interesting enough to note. The first of which was an upgrade token. Tutorial equipment, upgrade token uncommon, upgrade any common rarity starting item from the tutorial to uncommon rarity. This one was pretty self-evident, and he had been very tempted to use it on his bow right away the moment he found it, but had held off in case he actually found a better bow. The second item was something he found interesting, but had no intention of ever using. Hatchet of Halfdan the Brave, rare hatchet infused with records of a fallen warrior Halfdan. With his axe in hand, he fought for his family and fell for his home. The axe is made of simple wood with an iron head. Grants the wielder a small part of the once great man's bravery. Enchantments grants the skill, Halfdan's Bravery Rare. Requirements, LVL 50+ in any humanoid race. This one was interesting because it came with actual history, and of course, because of its rarity. Jake had wanted to try to use it to see what the skill was, but found himself unable to bind it. It was weird because he didn't feel like it was related to mana affinities. It was just like the weapon didn't like him or something. Quite rude, actually. The third piece of loot was one he would actually use, an upgrade to an item he already had. Ring of the Ruby Eye Tiger uncommon, a ring created by embedding the crystallized eye of a ruby eye tiger into a band. The records of the tiger powers the enchant, granting some of the beast's might to its user. Enchantments plus 30 strength, plus 20 agility, plus 20 perception. Requirements, LVL 40+ in any humanoid race. This ring would replace his Ring of Brilliance, which would lose Jake 10 intelligence, 10 wisdom, and 5 willpower, but it would be more than a worthy trade-off. He also found it interesting to compare it to the other ring he already had, Ring of the Jade Eye Tiger uncommon, a ring created by embedding the crystallized eye of a jade eye tiger into a band. The records of the tiger powers the enchant, granting some of the beast's might to its user. Enchantments plus 20 perception, plus 15 agility, plus 15 strength. Requirements, LVL 30 in any humanoid race. Apparently tigers with special eyes were popular to make rings from, or maybe the system had just selected that archetype for some reason. Nevertheless, it was just the kind of ring he had wanted. He did get 2 other rings too, but neither of those were of any interest to him. Jake had also discovered through this that he could only have 2 rings on for some reason. Well, he could technically have as many on as he could fit on his fingers, but he would only get the benefits of 2 of them. Whenever he tried to bind the third ring, it wouldn't work before he let go of one of the 2 he already had. The weird ability that all rings carried that made them not get in the way by making them effectively intangible also only worked on 2 rings at once. It was weird that he had to put his rings on before the gloves, but he could neither feel nor see he had a ring on upon putting the gloves on. System fuckery to the rescue, Jake laughed a bit internally. The fourth item of interest he had found was one of those special items he had hoped to find, one that could hopefully prove useful against the king or perhaps the final beast lord. seed of entangling roots, uncommon, a seed filled with the dense power of life and nature. Infuse with mana and throw it to the ground for roots to sprout and entangle your chosen foe. Seed is consumed upon use. It could temporarily incapacitate, something he could see a myriad of advantages with. At first, he had feared he would be unable to use it due to lack of affinity, but luckily it had responded positively to his mana. He also had one more idea to maybe make it a bit interesting. If he used his alchemy skills to infuse some poison into it through touch of the malefic viper, and then used cultivate poison to make it fester and work its way through the item, he could perhaps make it do a bit more than just entangle foes. But he wasn't sure if he would ever find time to try that out. As for the final item of value he found, it was a weapon rumored and foretold of for ages, one he had only dreamed of yet never truly imagined he would get: a new bow. Windsor bow, rare, a bow made from a tree inhabited by wind elementals, the string made from the sinew of the beast that dared destroy their home, now restored to a form made for hunting down the beasts hated by the young elementals. The elemental's spirit and mana have left their mark upon the wood, making it light and flexible. The remnant will of the spirits within blesses any arrow fired. Enchantments: Windsor. Requirements: LVL 50+ in any humanoid race. He was very, very pleased when he found the bow, but he did have one sneaking fear in the back of his mind. Could he use it? He still remembered the nature affinity blade and the light affinity staff that had both been unusable. Heck, even the axe he had just found didn't like him. This bow was clearly of the wind affinity or something like that. Heck, it clearly had both a mana affinity and a history attached to it. Jake knew he had dark affinity, but did he also have wind? With more than a little internal fear, he had grabbed the bow in his hand and injected mana into it after sending a little prayer the way of his friendly neighborhood god, and praised the viper, for he felt the mana slip into the bow with no resistance and instantly felt the connection with it a major success, to say the least. It had also inadvertently confirmed that he had the wind affinity as well as dark affinity. Feeling the bow out in his hand, he got used to the weight as he noted how light it was, unnaturally so as it felt practically weightless. Luckily, it didn't affect the bow itself as he knocked an arrow and pulled the string. As with his old bow, the pull strength was magically altered somehow, making him struggle to pull the string, but not overly much. Firing an arrow, he instantly felt one big difference from his old bow, however. While the arrow's power had only increased by a little, he could feel the changes around said arrow. As it flew through the air, it was as if the wind gave way to it, like it gently moved out of the way and pushed it forward towards its target. Upon striking the tree he had aimed at, the arrow went straight through and out the other side. If he had to estimate, then he would say his standard shot was around 10-15 stronger with the new bow. It wasn't as much as a melee weapon provided, but it did have one more significant advantage. Currently, his largest limiter on infused power shot had been his bow. He knew that if he pushed more mana into it than he currently did at his maximum power, it would explode just like his first bow had done during his fight with the Alpha Badger. But with this new bow, he could push it further. His own body still limited him, but the bow wouldn't be the bottleneck for now. Infused power shot had been his bread and butter for quite a while. He had nothing that could come even close to a fully charged infused power shot. The power behind it was quite honestly ridiculous. Power shot before he had upgraded, it was already great, and infused power shot simply made it better in every single way. He truly felt like he had lucked out in getting the upgrade. It had been what catapulted him to his current strength, without a doubt. Of course, he knew it was only possible because of his adamant body. Jake smiled to himself as he put all of the loot into his spatial storage. Most of the items he couldn't use were thrown in one of the corners, while another corner held leather gear and even another common rarity bow he had found. The pile in that corner had the name of backup stuff. It was for if any of his current equipment broke or was lost. Better safe than sorry after all. His last piece of business before heading off to the dungeon was to spend his uncommon upgrade token. As he had found a bow, he no longer needed to upgrade the old one. His only other two pieces to upgrade was a dagger or his cloak. Even if he upgraded the dagger, he wouldn't use it. Upgraded, it would still not come close to Venomfang in power, and his short sword of icy winds would very likely also still be better. Besides, he had kind of begun getting used to fighting with a dagger and a short sword. Daggers sucked at blocking, while a short sword was quite a bit better. It also gave some more much-needed reach to his blows. It was still a short sword, but it was far longer than a dagger, so he was left with only one thing to upgrade: his cloak. The cloak he had hated for a long time due to its uselessness and frailty. Now, however, it would finally be able to become useful again. He took out his old cloak and identified it, noting the absolute lie that said it was strong against slashing attacks. Archer's cloak, common, a cloak handed out for the tutorial, now upgraded with a token, made of resilient cloth that is resistant to slashing attacks. Enchantments: self-repair. Requirements: tutorial attendee, Archer class. Use upgrade token on Archer's cloak, common YN. He used the token on the cloak and saw it get enveloped by light, just like it had been when it went from unranked to common rarity. Soon the new cloak appeared, looking just the same as before, brown and rather unassuming. But when he identified it, it became clear it wasn't as simple anymore. Archer's cloak uncommon, a cloak handed out for the tutorial, now upgraded with a token, made of resilient cloth that is resistant to slashing attacks. The cloth automatically helps the wearer meld into his surroundings when supplied with mana. Enchantments, self-repair. Requirements, tutorial attendee, Archer class. An extra effect had been added. Jake didn't waste any time picking it up and injecting mana into it. After binding it to him, he put it on and tried supplying it with some mana. The entire cloak soon turned different colors, looking like camouflage. He even vaguely felt that other signs of his presence were suppressed, such as his mana signature, aura, and likely even emitted heat. But more importantly, upon bringing a common rarity dagger down on it, he felt the resistance on his blade, making him unable to tear it in a single slash. Finally, the cloak had graduated from uselessness. With the cloak on, he felt all geared out and well covered from head to toe. He had spent a bit over 3 hours collecting items, and it had given him an increase of 50 stats, a new cloak and a new bow, along with some other exciting collectibles. All in all, time well spent, time he should easily make up for in the dungeon with the final Beast Lord. Checking the time, he started sprinting onward. Titles: Forerunner of the New World, Bloodline Patriarch, Holder of a Primordial's True Blessing, Dungeoneer IV, Dungeon Pioneer IV, Legendary Prodigy. Class skills: Basic One-Handed Weapons Inferior, Advanced Stealth Common, Advanced Archery Common, Hunter's Sight Uncommon, Basic Twin Fang Style Uncommon, Basic Shadow Vault of Umbra Uncommon, Splitting Arrow Uncommon, Big Game Hunter Rare, Infused Power Shot Rare, Mark of the Ambitious Hunter Rare, Descending Dark Fang Rare, Moment of the Primal Hunter Legendary. Profession skills: Herbology Common, Brew Potion Common, Concoct Poison Common, Alchemist's Purification Common, Alchemical Flame Common, Toxicology Uncommon, Cultivate Toxin Uncommon, Malefic Viper's Poison Rare, Palate of the Malefic Viper Rare, Touch of the Malefic Viper Rare, Sense of the Malefic Viper Rare, Blood of the Malefic Viper Epic, Scales of the Malefic Viper Ancient. Blessing: True Blessing of the Malefic Viper, Blessing True. Race skills: Endless Tongues of the Myriad Races Unique, Identify Common, Meditate Common, Shroud of the Primordial Divine. Bloodline: Bloodline of the Primal Hunter, Bloodline Abilities Unique. His status was starting to get rather large. He could still remember when it barely contained anything and even had a few NAs in there. His stats had all grown a lot, especially his perception that was truly at a ridiculous level by now. He really hoped to get a skill to make better use of the high perception at level 70. His mark already did so, as well as his moment of the Primal Hunter, but that was about it. Of course, the stat did still help passively, but most of his skills did scale with agility first and strength second. But that was for when he reached level 70. Rushing up the mountainous path, he soon found himself at another tunnel leading into the volcano-like mountain. He ran through it quickly and found himself within. The layout of this one was relatively simple. It was all made of stone with pillars of rock everywhere. Overall, he saw nothing of note but the entrance to the dungeon. On the far most side of the area was the dungeon door, and he didn't waste any time as he rushed to it, placed his hand, and accepted the prompt. His vision went black for a few seconds before he regained sight. You have entered the dungeon Valley of Tusks. Objective: defeat the Horde leader. He found himself in a deep valley made of only rock and soil. Curved, jagged spikes poked out from all sides of the cliffside around him, making it all seem somewhat intimidating. It was perhaps more accurate to call where he currently was a gorge rather than a valley. It was only 20 or so meters across, after all, with vertical cliffs to each side. They extended upwards farther than his eyes could see, with the spikes only multiplying the further one got up. However, the first thing he noticed when he entered the dungeon was not how it looked, but how it felt. After the sewer dungeon, he had begun to focus on the mana in the air far more, and the mana in this dungeon also felt different. It somehow felt more solid. Not dense, just solid, like it had weight to it. If Jake had to take a guess, he would say it had to be that a lot of mana in the area carried an affinity. Perhaps earth, rock, soil, or something like that. Interestingly enough, it didn't seem to have any adverse effect on his mana regenerations. It had increased ever so slightly, if nothing else. He couldn't tell if it was due to his incompatibility with the mana outside or his compatibility with the mana inside, though. And with the timer ticking down, he didn't have time to sit down and meditate on his environment. He had yet to spot any enemies, but he saw the path curved slightly ahead, obstructing his vision. The left side was blocked off, leaving only the right direction open. The dungeon appeared relatively linear, which was totally fine with Jake, most certainly better than another damn maze, especially with his limited time. Jumping down from the small cave on the side of the gorge, he had entered from his sphere, instantly picked up a barrier of mana forming behind him, blocking off the entrance. He looked up and saw a shimmering wall of mana with yellow and brown colors. This was the first time he had experienced the entrance being blocked off right after Ent. Crash! An explosion of stone and rubble erupted from the left side of the gorge as Jake whipped his head around to see what was happening. Through the dust at the path he thought blocked off emerged tens of huge hulking figures, thick skin and two huge tusks, with far too much muscle, running on all fours. Jake didn't need to use his skill to identify them at all. Boars, but that wasn't the issue. The issue was the fact that they were all charging straight at him in a small, narrow gorge. Well, damn, he thought as he turned tail and ran as fast as he could. Fighting dozens of the hulking monstrosities at once didn't seem like the wisest course of action. Luckily for him, he outpaced the beasts. Unluckily, they had other means of attack than trampling. The gorge's rocky walls seemed to come alive as spikes of rock erupted from them, firing straight towards the lone running human. Jake managed to barely dodge as he felt more and more head towards him. Soon it wasn't just massive pillars, but small shards of rock, pebbles, and even a freaking boulder tossed at him. While he managed to avoid most of it, he did get hit by many smaller attacks. To his pleasant surprise, none of the shards managed to draw blood as the combined defense of his cloak and armor blocked most of the damage. It still hurt like hell though. The damn gorge seemed to continue endlessly as he kept running and dodging for several minutes. It did curve slightly, but all that did was to make any end always out of sight. He was starting to get impatient as he took out his bow and attempted to retaliate. He didn't even manage to knock an arrow before he was forced to jump out of the way, making him quickly shelve that idea again. Hundreds if not thousands of attacks battered him from behind as he kept running. It improved as he got further and further away, and the larger attacks no longer reached him. While pebbles and shards of rock still annoyed him, they were bearable. Finally, having a bit of leeway, he got the chance to assess the horde of boars following him properly, and a horde it was. He estimated at least 60 boars in the stampede, all large and bulky, each and every one of them easily the size of a van. Steel-tusked boars. Jake had encountered them before, but never in this number and never at this level. His identify only confirmed what he already knew. Steel-tusk boar LVL 79. The level was higher than he had expected. They were nearly at the Ratman swarm controller's level, and if he had to estimate their strength, he believed them all to be roughly equal to the alpha badgers, which is to say that a direct fight against a damn army wouldn't end that well for him. This wasn't to say he couldn't take potshots with the increased distance. With a leap forward, he used Shadow Vault and increased the distance between himself and the horde further, as well as outrunning any projectiles currently aimed at him. With a bit of room, he took out his bow once more and in a spinning motion, fired a splitting arrow behind him. He wanted to use infused power shot, but using it while moving was inadvisable. His goal was to sow chaos among the beasts rather than actually cause them worthwhile damage, so splitting arrow was better at that anyway. The arrow split into 10 as it traveled, hitting the beasts in the front. The arrow's speed, coupled with the boar's own charge, resulted in them not mounting any defense. 4 of the porky boys in front were hit and squealed in pain and anger. One of them tripped due to the arrow hitting its leg, making it stumble slightly. While it would hardly matter usually, the charging boars behind made it a massive problem for the beast. The slight slowdown made the one behind it bump into it, and soon a boar traffic jam resulted in several of the beasts smashing into and tumbling over each other. Jake took the opportunity to once more Shadow Vault and shoot yet another splitting arrow behind him. He had also poisoned the arrows with a bit of his blood, but he honestly didn't expect it to do much damage. However, it slowed down the entire horde enough for Jake to get all the way out of their attack range. Being free of attacks, he kept running and firing arrows until he could only hear and not see the stampede behind him. He had hoped that they would trample each other to death, but it appeared they were simply too bulky to do so effectively. After the first few shots, they had also started to defend themselves a bit, making his attacks even less effective. A few minutes later, he finally saw an end to the ridiculously long gorge. Keeping up his sprint, he made it out as he saw the entire area opening up before him. A vast valley appeared before him, nearly utterly flat with nothing of interest in sight. The only thing was huge pillars of stone littering the entire area. With his hunter's sight, he could easily see all the way to the other side of the valley. The entire thing was circular and was formed like a massive hole in the ground. The walls were practically vertical, just like the gorge had been. He couldn't even see how far up they extended. Not a single living thing could be seen in the entire valley, something that would very soon change as the stampede of boars got louder and louder. Rushing into the valley, he quickly started considering his options, and looking around there was only one way in and out. It was like a damn arena. The only geographical features he could make use of was the pillars of stone littering the area. They almost served as trees in a forest. And a forest was great for ambushing. Jake didn't hesitate as he made his way to one of the closest pillars to the gorge and quickly rushed behind it. Up close, they appeared even bigger, towering upwards and being easily 10 meters in diameter and several hundred meters in height. They were made up of stones stacked on top of each other, tightly balanced stone formations that represented both opportunities as well as danger. He started climbing one of them but stopped after getting only 15 meters up as the first boar came into sight as it came out of the gorge. Pushing Mana into his cloak, he made sure it covered his entire body as the cloak started turning into the same color as the stones on the pillar. Completely unmoving, he simply observed as the beasts exited the gorge. With his newfound height advantage, he could see the entire horde. He had estimated there to be around 60, but now he could clearly see how wrong he had been. There had to be closer to 100 of the damn things, if not more than 100. However, what caught his eye more than the numbers was the hulking monstrosity that led the rear of the horde. It was several times larger than any of the other beasts, towering over them. If the other boars were compared to vans, then this would be a huge truck. Massive muscles covered its entire body, and a single golden tusk exited one side of its mouth, giving off strong mana. Jake already knew it before identifying the beast, but it was indeed what he believed it to be. Horde leader. From where he was hiding, he could feel its aura. It was strong but not unmanageable. He had feared that the horde leader would be degrade, but he was now sure that it wasn't. It was close, very close, but not quite there yet. Before he could face the leader, he would have to get rid of the horde. Fortune smiled upon him as he saw what the boars did the moment they entered the valley. They all spread out as some kept rampaging onwards, while others slowed down right away. Almost as if in agreement, they all seemed to forget the hunter they were chasing only a minute or so earlier. Even the one still having an arrow sticking out of its snout apparently didn't mind. Jake soon found out where they were going. They all headed towards different pillars and started eating them. The boars munched on the stones as if they were the tastiest stuff around, while the hunter hanging up on one of them was momentarily dumbstruck. What made him even more flummoxed was the boar eating 10 meters right below him. He was currently standing on top of one of the rocks protruding from the pillar, camouflaged, looking down at the damn thing munching away. He had already surmised that these boars had earth or stone manipulation or something like that. The one he had faced outside in the forest also had those capabilities. He was a bit surprised at not coming across a single boar in the inner area, but he hadn't thought much of it, honestly. They quite obviously didn't have a vision that allowed them to look upwards or any kind of ability to properly sense enemies. Jake wasn't even adequately hidden where he stood. Not a single one of the dumb pigs noticed him, though. Looking around, he saw that there weren't any other boars within 30 or so meters of the pillar he was currently on. The horde leader was already far off in the distance, devouring one of the more gigantic pillars. Jake decided to take a bit of a risk as he took out his bow. He kept close watch of the still eating beast below him as he began preparing his poisoned arrows. He still had a few bottles of his best necrotic poison left, but he was starting to run out. It should be enough for the rest of the tutorial, though. Soaking all the arrows, he redeposited the now empty bottle as he knocked one of the arrows. He had feared that the boar would feel it when he began channeling infused power shot as the Lucenti stags had, but it didn't appear to notice a thing as he felt the mana build up in the bow and the stamina in his upper body. Once more, having reached a new pinnacle of attacking power with the new bow, he released the fully charged shot straight down the less than 15 meters separating him and the steel-tusk boar. An explosion of energy rocking the entire pillar made the boar twitch slightly just before the arrow hit it. It penetrated straight through its spine as it bore a barrel-sized hole through the large beast, its heart in the path of the attack. The damage from the blow coupled with the poison more than enough to ensure the beast would soon be dead. As the arrow hit the ground below the boar, it exploded, sending rocks everywhere, shaking the pillar and the earth, and then all hell broke loose. Jake tended to be rather good at predicting what the response to his attacks would be. He had expected the closest boars to rush towards their now dead comrade, or perhaps to all start searching frantically for the killer. It turns out that this time Jake had predicted a bit wrong, just a tiny bit. While the big piggies didn't react much to him channeling mana, they apparently really didn't like it when someone made the ground explode and killed one of their pals. In fact, they liked it so little they all appeared to have gone berserk. More than 10 steel-tusk boars were currently rushing red-eyed towards the pillar Jake was hiding on, the ground shaking beneath their every step. It wasn't just their footfalls causing the shaking either. Mana swirled in the air as rocks of all sizes rose around them. The enraged beasts, however, had one major issue. They had nothing to attack. They reached the corpse of their comrade, full of fire and fury, with no outlet in sight. Jake had smartly focused every fiber of his being on standing absolutely still while covered by his camouflage cloak, channeling everything he had into utilizing advanced stealth. Without any immediate target, the boars did as any reasonably enraged beast would do. They began destroying everything around where their comrade died, including the pillar he was hiding on. Huge boulders started flying about, and the pillar itself began being ripped apart. One of the beasts even rammed the thing, causing it to shake. Jake, getting the hint, jumped off the pillar, hoping to land behind the boars surrounding it. He fell through the air, boars still in his sphere as he observed them. He watched them all through his fall, and not a single one of them noticed him. That is until his feet hit the ground. As if he had set off an alarm, all of the beasts turned towards him in an instant, eyes red, gleaming with a thirst for revenge. Well, damn, Jake thought as he legged it. He sprinted straight back towards the gorge, the enraged beasts following him with more vigor than ever before. Scratch that, it wasn't just vigor. They were actually significantly faster than they had been before, catching up to him at a pace far faster than he found comfortable. Forced to use Shadow Vault more than 3 times in less than 10 seconds, he knew the situation wasn't sustainable. He did manage to reach the gorge once more, but all that did was to make his path of retreat more linear. The gorge was the only place he could flee to, though. The rest of the valley was full of more boars and, of course, the horde leader itself. Running through that would only serve to increase the number of crazed beasts chasing him. So Jake ran through the gorge, the stampede close behind him. They didn't even bother flinging spells at him, but the shaking caused by their running did slow him down slightly. He had to Shadow Vault repeatedly to get just a small semblance of distance, but in mere seconds they would catch up once more. Jake's mind worked at high speed, trying to find a solution. Stop and fight. No way he could kill them all. He counted 14 of the damn things, all around or above level 80. It wouldn't be impossible to win, but he would likely have to use his moment of the primal hunter, as well as everything else he got. The end result would still be him out of commission for quite a while. Fighting was swiftly designated to last resort. Keep fleeing. He could lose focus for a mere moment and get impaled or run out of stamina far faster than them. They didn't appear to slow down either. Based on what he knew about the boars, endurance wasn't an area they lacked in. Potshots were also out of the question. No way he could manage to shoot a single arrow as things were. Even if he did manage to shoot an arrow, the damage it would do would be negligible. As his head churned for ideas, he also observed the boars close enough to be within his sphere. He noticed that the air around them seemed to give off a faint sheen. It reminded him a lot of the Blade of Nature guy he had fought so long ago. Were the pigs doing something similar? They were clearly boosted by something. Jake kept observing them as he dodged, and he felt the energy slowly seeping out. It wasn't mana, no, it was stamina. Somehow the beasts were burning through stamina to strengthen themselves. Jake had tried something like that a fair bit of time ago. It had ended in exploding limbs as he went too far with the energy, but while he overloaded it, he did feel the increase in power. It was to a crazy level, but it also came with crazy drawbacks. What the boars did appeared to be similar in nature. Back then, Jake's problem had been the lack of an outlet for the energy, making it repeatedly build up in his arms in a constant cycle. His final act of desperation had been to release all the energy at once, hence the exploding arms. Their outlet wasn't exploding their limbs, no, it was their entire bodies. As the energy was burned through, they released it through their pores, a concept Jake had theorized long ago but hadn't dared to try. Now, however, the circumstances pushed him to it. He decided to try something he had feared to try before. His control of energy had only increased since then, and he thoroughly believed that if these damn pigs could do it, so could he. Skill or not be damned. As he ran, he began to look inwards. He felt the inner energy that flowed through his body's stamina. It was in a constant cycle as it circulated through the metaphysical veins he had come to call meridians. He could feel the energy moving faster now that he was running than it usually did while idle. Stamina, as he had already explored, was like the fuel of the body. It constantly circulated to keep him moving and fighting. A more powerful body naturally required more fuel, explaining why stamina expenditure increased with his physical stats. When he had been level 1, a measly 80 stamina could keep him up and awake for an entire day. Now he would be lucky if it could keep him fighting for half an hour, even without using skills. As his power increased, so did the power of the stamina flowing through his system. As he expended more stamina and performed more requiring tasks, the speed of the flow increased. If that was true, perhaps the opposite was too. If he increased the speed and or power of the flow, his own power and ability to do more difficult tasks increased, and now he would finally put it to the test. He focused on the flow within. He felt the energy in every crevice of his body, the constant idyllic flow. And then he pushed it. He pushed the flow ever so slightly to move faster, for the cycle to rotate more quickly, and the energy listened. The cycle's speed increased only a little while Jake focused every bit of willpower he had to control it. At the same time, he felt the changes outside his physical body. His running speed increased. Every footfall was faster than the one before. The boars that were only a few meters from him, now being slowly left behind. Jake felt the power in his body swell. He felt stronger and faster than before. It felt like when he had got one of the titles that increased his stats by a percentage. But this wasn't something as fantastic as that, certainly not as sustainable. The quiet river that was his meridians was now amidst a brewing storm. The wind pushed the energy to flow faster and faster, while Jake focused all of his willpower to stem the tide. It was challenging to do while at the same time running and not falling over from the shaking ground. His instincts once again coming to the rescue. With his body being on autopilot running, his foci could be entirely on his internal struggle. The experiment had worked. The flow of the stamina had increased, and so had his power. Now the issue was to let the rampant energy not rampage through and blow up his entire body in a what albeit would be glorious shower of blood. He began to control the energy more, willing it to slow down as much as he could, but he knew he needed an outlet. But with the external pressures on his body, it was hard. Soon his eyes picked up a glimmer of hope. He had managed to make it all the way to the entrance of the dungeon once more. More importantly was the fact that the barrier that was blocking it was gone. Without hesitation, he leaped up to the small cave, the boars hot on his tail. They couldn't fit in the cave from what he had seen, but it wasn't a bet he was willing to take. He placed his hand on the portal door and instantly was transported outside. The second he was out, he sat himself down in meditation. The slight slip of focus from exiting the dungeon had thrown the energy ravaging his meridians into disarray. With renewed will and his undivided attention, he grabbed hold of the energy to control it. With every ounce of will, he managed to control the flow somewhat, but he still needed to find an outlet for the energy. It was still ever so slowly building up, and even if he felt himself get stronger by the moment, he also felt himself get more unstable. His body began to make small jerks here and there, a twitching muscle or a tapping finger outside of his control. Like mini seizures, symptoms increased in frequency as he felt out the energy flow, looking for any way to let it out. He was sitting still, but his body desired to move, it demanded to move. But he knew indulging it would only worsen his condition. He needed it to calm down and not stress it further. Seconds that felt like hours ticked by as he sat there, twitching uncontrollably outwardly while being full of serenity inwardly, until finally he found something. As if a small valve opened, energy started slowly fizzling out of his nose and mouth. Soon it also came out of his ears and even from his eyes. More and more outlets appeared now on his skin. From his arms, chest, legs, every single pore on his body began letting out the pent-up energy. He kept a steeled resolve and control as he meticulously let out the energy a little at a time, not to injure himself more than necessary. However, he felt immense fatigue overtake his body as more and more energy was let out. Not that his mind experienced that at all. It made sure that the flow of energy slowly decreased as the excess energy left his body. It took nearly an hour before the stamina stopped leaving his body and his internal flow returned to its normal idle state. The balance was restored, and his body finally felt at ease as the twitching and spasms stopped. His entire body was covered in sweat. The stamina was intangible, so it just passed straight through his clothes, but that didn't mean the physical stress didn't still exhaust him. With his mind, he summoned a barrel of water from his spatial storage and climbed into it. Or he tried to climb into it, but was unable to even lift his own body weight. Giving up, he just lay back on the hard ground. His entire body was aching. It felt like he had just done the most insane exercise imaginable, and everything hurt. Looking at his stamina, he also saw that it was down to only a bit over 300, which is to say less than 10. In a bit over an hour, he had expended around 3,000 stamina just from speeding up the circulation. He could use more if he kept using his skills in quick succession, but the drainage was still intense, to say the least. Heck, he was even meditating during it all, making the actual amount consumed even more than 3,000. All of that even ignoring the fact that his health had also dropped to less than half. The internal damage and overexertion had resulted in him repeatedly pulling his muscles and overloading his organs, forcing his body to keep healing itself. Weakness was something Jake hadn't experienced in a long time. It wasn't as if he was utterly helpless, though. Strings of mana were extended from all over his skin, pushing the ground beneath him and lifting him up. Without moving a single muscle, he managed to get his body into the barrel purely with mana usage. Feeling the cool water washing over him was relaxing, and he felt his tense muscles relax a bit more. It did little to alleviate his actual exhaustion, but it helped treat the symptoms. It also helped wash off all the sweat and dirt. He was still fully clothed, but frankly didn't care much. The only thing he had thrown off was the cloak as he soaked in the barrel for a while. As he sat there, he felt the mental exhaustion also strike. He was tired and he needed a rest. Meditation wouldn't help against that, he needed to sleep. Thinking back, the last time he truly slept was just before fighting the Den Mother. The constant fighting, meditation, and levels had somehow managed to keep him going, but it could only do so much. He was getting closer to not needing sleep at all, but not quite there yet. What he also hadn't forgotten was the nightmare that followed his last sleep. Without a doubt, something that had helped him to avoid the desire to sleep, both consciously and unconsciously. He remembered the influence of a fake Andy that tried to push him to do things he didn't want to. Lifting himself out of the makeshift bath, he didn't even bother to summon the bed as he lay there on the ground. His clothes would have to make do as bedding. He dreaded what images his mind would conjure up upon sleeping, but he couldn't delay it any longer. His only hope was that his body would be back to normal by the time he awoke and that he wouldn't sleep for too long. Closing his eyes and relaxing his body, he fell asleep instantly. The family sat gathered around the table, enjoying their breakfast. The rays of sunlight hit the table, highlighting the vast selection to choose from: scrambled eggs, bacon, sausages, bread, whatever one wanted. Caleb had even convinced their dad to make pancakes that morning. Mom had objected, but Caleb had got his will. It was only his birthday once a year, after all. Jake was enjoying one of the aforementioned pancakes with perhaps a bit too much honey on, which of course resulted in an admonishing gaze from his mom across the table, when he tried to ignore as he sheepishly put the fork into his mouth, the honey dripping down on the plate. It was 3 weeks before the system arrived. Jake had gone back to visit his parents and brother to celebrate his brother's 27th birthday. Also at the table were his parents as well as Maja, Caleb's wife. They had gotten married at what many considered a young age, but Caleb felt it was the right thing to do after she got pregnant, a pregnancy she was currently 7 months into. Also, it made the loan on their new house a lot cheaper. Maja sat at the table, her stomach clearly showing, as she spoke to his mother, Deborah. Deborah gave all the tips about having a first child, along with embarrassing anecdotes about Jake and Caleb. Jake used to be very quiet, while Caleb kept us up all night every night, she said as she jokingly added, Caleb was quite lucky we had Jake first, or we wouldn't have mustered up the courage to have another. Mom, come on, I can't have been that bad, Caleb protested, getting only a giggle from Maja. He still keeps me up all night even now, Maja said without thinking. The rest of the family all looked at her awkwardly for a moment, with Jake's dad, Robert, nearly choking on his coffee. Maja seemed to realize the meaning of what she said as she turned red and frantically tried to explain. Snoring, he snores, she protested loudly, earning only a chuckle. In an attempt to help his wife, Caleb swiftly changed the subject as he turned to Jake. So how is work these days? Heard your company is quite busy after going public last month. Jake, getting the hint, helped dispel the awkward atmosphere and gladly answered. Yeah, management is all up in our asses about putting out the, and I quote, biggest numbers to date. I'm not even sure management knows what half of those numbers mean. Can't be all bad, don't you get along with that Jacob fellow? Deborah asked. He can only lift up the average intelligence of the management that much, Jake joked. I agree they can't be all that bright, Caleb said, nodding. They were dumb enough to hire you after all. Cal, be nice, Maja said as she poked him in the arm with her elbow. Birthday boy using up his leeway fast, Jake said, pointing his still honey-covered fork at his brother. Going to have to take back presents if you don't behave soon, young man. I apologize, oh bringer of the big numbers, he answered, holding up his hands in mock surrender. It was the last time Jake had met his family. After that, he had been busy, and the trip back to his hometown was pretty long. Caleb and Maja lived in the same town as his parents. It wasn't big, but it was decently sized, having around 40 inhabitants. Caleb worked as a teacher at an elementary school, while Maja studied at the university half an hour away in a larger city. Maja had practically been a part of the family forever. She grew up next door and was over almost every day. Jake had been the older brother, with Caleb and Maja being the 2 younger siblings due to their closer ages. When Jake moved away for university, the 2 of them had started hanging out alone. Things developed as they do, and the 2 ended up going out, getting married, and were now looking to start their own family. Jake didn't see his closest family as much as he should. He was always in the weird paradox that going to see them seemed like such a hassle, and he always looked forward to just relaxing alone after a long week of work. On the other hand, he enjoyed being around them. They were the only people in his life he was truly close to, the only ones he could openly joke and have fun around. He didn't feel like he had to put up any walls or to filter himself. He could just be him. His parents were just average folk, the supporting and loving kind, who had never put him down for any decisions he had made, but helped push him forward towards making the best ones. His mother had worked as a bookkeeper, and his dad as an engineer. They had neither been rich nor poor, growing up solidly in the upper middle class. The classical family unit, if you will. To Jake, these 4 people were the most important in his life. When does your plane take off again? Caleb asked as they were cleaning up the table. Need to be at the airport before 5, Jake answered as he put the plates in the dishwasher. So any plans for the day? I have already prepared everything for that stupid conference, so not really. Well, now you do, Caleb said as he put on a sinister smile. The rest of his day was spent walking around carrying heavy furniture. The 2 newlyweds had gotten a bigger house a month or so earlier, and they had waited for Jake to get home to provide his free moving service. At least he paid him back by making his brother offer a free taxi ride later that day. Taking off to the airport, he gave his mom a hug, his dad a slap on the shoulder, followed by also giving his old man a hug. With that came a promise to return home for his mother's birthday the next month. Caleb and Maja drove him to the airport as promised. With only his carry-on bag, he didn't need to be there much in advance, but he was still kind of in a hurry. Not too much in a hurry for a proper farewell, though. Take care of Maja, Cal, Jake said as he gave his brother a hug, the manly kind. Turning to Maja, he also gave her a light hug. On a side note, Jake, his brother, said, any progress on the Caroline front? None at all. Gotta get your shit together. I am pretty sure it never will turn to anything, Jake answered quite assuredly. Take care, you two. I hope we meet again. Of course we will. I am not one to croak that easily, Caleb answered as assuredly as Jake. Jake smiled as he waved the two of them off. He started walking onwards, but instead of a gate, he saw a portal leading into a forest. I hope you are right, Cal, he said to himself as he walked through the portal, the dream dissolving around him. I really do. Jacob sat quietly as he read the oversized tome in front of him. The faint frown and the serious look in his eyes, coupled with his handsome features, made it look rather picturesque. At least Inira thought so as she kept throwing glances his way. It hadn't been long since she had come here. Inira's father had at the behest of the higher-ups arranged for several ancient and expensive tomes to be transported here, and she would personally act as a teacher for the young man. His presence was different. Almost ethereal, he was weak, yet he gave off an aura and feeling that made one unable to ignore him. Inira had been with the church since birth, yet she had never felt a man as holy and at the same time weak as Jacob. The Holy Mother herself recognized him. An augur, a class she had only ever read of in old scriptures but never actually encountered. A rare variant class with requirements still unknown, possessing skills and powers eluding the scholars even today. Always beside the young augur was another interesting one, the one called Bertram. Another mystery to her, as he too was a type of entity she had never encountered before. A guardian bound to the augur through karma, conviction, and personal belief, his class reforged upon becoming a guardian, now possessing one just as mysterious as the augur himself. And while the augur himself could not fight, his guardian was another thing altogether. Bertram had shown tremendous growth from the teachings her father had given him. He was even praised by the Grand Master, acknowledged for his foundation and ability to grow. His semi-immortality from his connection to the augur was only making him all the more peculiar. Rather than man, perhaps he would more easily be compared to a summoned familiar. But even that was wrong, as such entities very rarely reached the level of sapience, and they all were more comparable to monsters rather than the enlightened races. All in all, Inira found it equally puzzling and enjoyable to interact with the two of them. They were very different from anyone she had ever met before, not just due to their classes. Their common knowledge of the system was close to non-existent. They asked questions even small children knew, and her father gladly explained everything to them. She had a hard time wrapping her head around anyone living in a world without the system, which the two of them apparently had. But what surprised her the most was the blatant blasphemy the two uttered without a care in the world. They questioned the Pantheon's goals openly, questioned their methods, and the very root of their belief. Yet the Grand Master didn't react to it once, almost as if he expected it. Inira also knew that her station was not one to question the augur either. His level of recognition from the gods was far above her own, maybe even her dad's. Her father held the title of Grand Master of the Templars of Morning Bright, one of the many orders of Templars under the Church. As a man solidly in the B rank, he had great renown and recognition within the Church. Even with his great title and honor, he hadn't met any of the higher-ranked gods. He held the blessing of one of the subordinate gods in charge of their part of the Church, a blessing far less honorable and impactful than one bestowed by the Primordial herself. Inira herself had yet to receive a blessing, but hoped to one day get one. She instead had something called a baptism on her status screen in place of the blessing, and it did nothing more than open up new paths. She was a priestess in the order, and had recently been transferred to this area to help train new acolytes. What she hadn't known was that the only ones she was meant to help train would be Jacob and Bertram, and that her father would do most of the vital teaching himself. And speaking of teaching, she did learn quite a lot. One of their earlier conversations had especially interested her. Augur, the Church has many hopes for you, not just for your own planet, but even beyond it, the Grand Master said, as he sat across the table from Jacob. Oh. Would it be wise for me to divide my attention away from my homeworld? Does the Church not have more suitable individuals for such a task? As a human, should my focus not be on my fellow humans? He answered with a bunch of questions. Inira had to agree on that. Preachers, diplomats, pilgrims, and missionaries were not a thing the Church lacked. They could always use more, but out of all, only the augur could spread the holy word in his own universe. He was essential to get a foothold before the universe truly opened up to the rest of the multiverse. Getting a solid foothold on one civilized planet would carry far more weight than merely spreading the word sparsely to many different places. While that is true, you forget one of your greatest advantages, the Grand Master said as he continued. Upon being initiated into the system, you received 3 gifts. One was the tutorial and all the benefits found therein. The next, a title to give you a small bonus and forever enhance your records, allowing you to more easily unlock variants at lower grades. The final one, a skill. Endless tongues of the myriad races. Exactly. This skill is perhaps your most significant advantage over all other holy men. It allows you to communicate and understand all beings in the multiverse capable of advanced communication. No matter what means of communication, even those with methods you cannot even begin to comprehend. Even new languages will automatically become a part of you. It is the type of skill one can only ever hope for. The only time it will not work is if the words are purposefully made to speak in code. It even applies to the written, hence why you can read all the tomes here without any struggle. Of all the gifts the system has given you, this one is by far the most valuable to an augur. I see, that is certainly food for thought, Jacob answered, nodding. I will still, however, argue that Earth shall be my primary objective. To guide my fellow Earthlings towards a better future is what I truly wish for, which is exactly why it is so important I focus on it. The voice of the Holy Mother must not be drowned out, Jacob argued. The Grand Master didn't seem to agree, however. A voice is only as powerful as the one making it. Without the necessary strength, none will listen. It is risky for you to make yourself a target. Oftentimes, natives are not as susceptible to our beliefs as they should be. Inira had simply observed the two men speak, as she acted like she was still reading a book. After their discussion, which had ended inconclusively, Jacob had taken the tome he was currently reading, while the Grand Master and Bertram had entered one of the training rooms. She couldn't help thinking about why her father had made sure she transferred here. He had clearly pushed for it hard with the higher-ups and managed to get. She honestly couldn't see the reason. On the other end of her stare, Jacob sat reading. He had, of course, noticed the young woman throwing glances at him. Despite her clearly being far above him in levels, her ability to be subtle was about as good as a kid's. Unlike her, Jacob was far from new to politics and had already begun to put things together, but he did wonder why she had been the one chosen. He assumed it was due to the Grand Master's personal meddling and desires. Despite the appearance of purity in the Holy Church, it was clearly not empty of politics. For now, however, he would keep focusing on his preparations for the return to Earth. He was genuine in his desire to spread the word of the Holy Mother. He believed it could help his fellow Earthlings unite around something greater than themselves, but even more so he was looking forward to meeting old friends. Through the Pantheon's knowledge, he learned about Jake and his role in the tutorial. Or more accurately, his lack of a role. Jacob couldn't help but wonder how different it could have gone if Jake had been with them, if they hadn't betrayed him. And after that, he had overly relied on his abilities as an augur and not even considered asking his friend to help them. If they had just killed William and Jake had stayed there with them. He had made many mistakes, and his decisions had been flawed, no doubt due to Jake muddling fate so much. Not that it was Jake's fault, Jacob just regretted how everything had gone down, yet Jacob was happy for his friend. He had found a path that was his own. The former manager had known Jake for many years and he had always seemed lost, like he didn't have any long-term goal. He never cared for promotions or raises, he didn't personally invest himself in the company's growth, he just did his thing and went home. But now he had a purpose. One Jacob couldn't see or begin to augur, but perhaps that was for the best. As an augur, his role was to make people realize their ideal destinies and the whole's ideal destiny. Yet he still had certain qualms. Returning to Earth after the time of the tutorial ended would be a tumultuous time. Jacob had also resigned himself to having enemies then, but one thing he was sure of was that Jake was not his enemy. Not because of some divine ability or grand interpretation of fate, but because of one simple fact: Jake was his friend.